Chapter 1. The Boy, the Old Dog, and the Fairy. A snowy night. A dilapidated temple. Broken bricks and tiles surrounded a small bonfire. A handsome young boy in a patched robe lay on the straw, picking his teeth with a straw. Next to him was a chipped, old gourd, a rusty, crumbling long sword, and a large black dog gnawing on a bone. The daughter of the lame Lee the Mute, has a big chest and a perky but definitely a good figure to bear children. Widow Wang's daughter Cui Cui has skin whiter than snow, delicate and smooth. Tisk. Just looking at her is invigorating. Old Granny Lu's granddaughter Lingdang is kind-hearted and beautiful, and her voice is soft. Big Black, if the three girls, Lee the Mute, Cui Cui, and Lingdang, all want to marry me at the same time, who do you think I should choose? The boy burped, glanced at the big black dog gnawing on the bone, wearing a conflicted expression of indecision. One shouldn't eat too much when hungry. There is only one worry, but when full, countless worries arise. Now that he was full and no longer hungry, he began to think about women. It was just as they said, hunger leads to lust. This was not his fault. At his age, filled with youthful vigor, it would be strange not to think about women. The big black dog tilted its head and glanced at the boy who was thinking about women in the middle of the night, its deep blue eyes revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. Woof woof. The big black dog barked a few low barks and lifted its paw, as if to say, with your character, how could you even think of a swan when you are just a toad? If you weren't so full, this divine dog could just lift its leg and let you see how it feels. The boy seemed to understand the big black's meaning and threw a handful of straw at it. What kind of expression is that, you dead dog? Do you believe I will stew your bones for soup tomorrow? The boy's name was Tongfeng, just turned 16, orphaned and raised by the old temple keeper of this land temple. 6 years ago, on a snowy night, the old temple keeper ate 2 beggar chickens and drank a jar of millet wine, then suddenly passed away. Before dying, the old temple keeper tightly grasped Tongfeng's small hand and instructed him to wait for someone here and hand over a box to that person. If that person had not appeared by the time he turned 16, he could decide his own fate. 6 years have passed, and now Tongfeng is 16, yet the person the old temple keeper mentioned still hasn't appeared. Tonight, after a hearty meal with the big black dog, he planned to leave this dilapidated temple to seek a living. This land temple was small, with only one small shrine and 2 earthen houses behind it. A storm 2 years ago had caused the 2 earthen houses to collapse. 3 miles to the north of the land temple was a small town called Fuyan. When the old temple keeper was alive, the temple still had some incense offerings, as the townsfolk would come to pray and offer incense during festivals. After 6 years of Tongfeng's efforts, he finally managed to run the temple out of business. Now the temple was in ruins, covered in cobwebs, with straw scattered everywhere, drafty doors and windows, and 3 large holes in the roof. The offering table had been chopped for firewood last year. Fortunately, the earth god and earth goddess were clay statues, otherwise, they might have suffered the same fate at the hands of this boy. Master, you've been dead for 6 years, and Big Black and I have waited here for 6 years. The person you mentioned hasn't come, so I plan to leave with Big Black tomorrow morning to explore the world. You must understand, I'm already 16 this year, though I'm handsome and outstanding, the best-looking boy within 300. No, 500 miles. The townsfolk all say I'm a little madman, a stinky beggar. The girls run away when they see me. I can't stay here like you, living a life alone. Master, don't worry, when I make it big, I will definitely come back to rebuild the statues and restore the temple. Tongfeng expressed his reasons for leaving and made some empty promises. The wind and snow intertwined. The cold biting a small fire couldn't warm the dilapidated temple. Tongfeng tightened his worn robe and then sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. This was the cultivation method the old temple keeper had taught him. He didn't know what it was, only that cultivating according to the method would generate a warm current inside him, not only driving away the cold but also staving off hunger. He formed a hand seal and soon entered a meditative state. A faint azure light emanated from his body, and colorful streams of energy swirled above his head, gradually warming the once cold, dilapidated temple. At the same time, outside the temple in the wind and snow, a group of green glowing spirits appeared. These spirits were souls of the deceased who had not been reborn and lingered in the human realm. They seemed to be attracted by the aura emitted from Tongfeng. However, they did not enter the dilapidated temple. A mysterious barrier had been set up around the temple, keeping all the spirits at bay. The big black dog lifted its head and looked through the broken window at the floating spirits that seemed to lack awareness. This old dog appeared to be unfazed, and after finishing the bone, it lay down in front of Lu Tongfeng and fell asleep. 3 miles north of the Land Temple, Fuyang Town. Morning. A night of wind and snow had turned the entire world white. This remote little town was covered in snow, resembling a finely crafted ink painting. In this picturesque world, a girl in white walked in slowly. The girl appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old, with delicate features, a tall figure, fair skin, bright and cool eyes, and long black hair like thick ink. In her hand, she held a long sword, both the sheath and hilt pure white. It seemed that the girl was dressed only in black and white. A faint coldness was hidden in her brows, emanating an otherworldly aura. She walked through the streets of the town like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Beautiful yet unaware, cool yet not proud, transcendent yet not detached from the world. The appearance of the girl in white immediately drew the attention of many townsfolk. Fuyang Town was neither large nor prosperous, and it was far from trade routes. The nearest official road was nearly 70 miles away, making it rare for outsiders to appear, especially a girl so beautiful. The townsfolk, who had seldom seen the world, were mesmerized. They felt that this girl in white was even more beautiful than the fairies in the sky. The girl in white paid no heed to the gazes of the townsfolk, as if she had long been accustomed to being the center of attention. She approached Granny Lu's breakfast stall and asked, "Elder, may I inquire if there is a Yu Lao temple nearby?" Before Granny Lu could answer, her chubby daughter-in-law had already spoken up. "Miss, there's no Yu Lao temple here. Are you seeking a marriage match? There's a Guanyin temple on Shui Ping Mountain 50 miles south. 5 years ago, there was even a Buddha light that appeared there. It's quite effective for marriage matches. I plan to take my daughter there to pray for the Guanyin mother in a few days." The beautiful girl in white showed a hint of disappointment on her flawless face, thanked her, and was about to leave. At that moment, the white-haired Granny Lu hesitated before speaking. "Miss, are you looking for the Yu Lao temple?" The girl in white nodded slightly. Granny Lu thought for a moment and said, "We do have a Yu Lao temple, just 3 miles south of the town." A curious girl in a festive floral cotton jacket, with a decent figure and pretty features, asked, "Grandma, isn't that a dilapidated land temple to the south of the town? Where did the Yu Lao temple come from?" "What do you know, little girl? The land temple used to be the Yu Lao temple. About 60 years ago, Lord Zhang's concubine was caught sneaking around at the Yu Lao temple, and in a fit of anger, Lord Zhang burned the temple down. Later, a wandering Taoist came to the town, spent money to rebuild the temple on the original site, and it started as the Yu Lao temple. But Lord Zhang always caused trouble, and it wasn't long before it was changed to the land temple. That old Taoist stayed in the temple and was the old temple keeper who liked to drink. The pretty young girl, along with her plump mother and some young diners at the breakfast shop, suddenly realized the situation. More than 60 years ago, it was likely only the elderly like Lu Grandma who knew the past of the land temple outside the town. The woman in white looked to the south, a hint of joy appearing in her clear, water-like eyes. "Thank you, Elder," the woman in white said before turning to leave. Behind her, Lu Grandma's plump daughter-in-law shouted, "Miss, don't go to the land temple. There's a little madman there who thinks about his wife all day. Not only does he cause trouble, but there's also a big black dog that scares people. You look so delicate, don't let that little madman take advantage of you." The woman in white did not respond. Her figure suddenly became ethereal, and in just a few breaths, she disappeared from the street like a ghost. This scene startled many people, causing them to exclaim. On the street, the limping Li, pushing a cart of night fragrance, stared blankly, accompanied by a well-proportioned young girl. She was his daughter, Li Qiuyan, who was mute and was usually referred to as Li the Mute by the townsfolk. The father and daughter exchanged glances, both slightly frowning. At Lu Grandma's breakfast shop, the Baiji girl in a floral cotton jacket was working while saying, "Mom, Lu Tongfeng isn't actually bad. He's just been living alone at the land temple for years, and his personality has become a bit strange. Don't speak about him like that in the future. Lingdang, you little brat, that madman has taken advantage of you several times, and you're still defending him? Really, girls shouldn't be kept around." This beautiful Baiji girl was the first beauty of Fuyang Town, Yu Lingdang, whom Lu Tongfeng dreamed of marrying. Yu Lingdang ignored her mother's scolding and looked towards the south of the town, her pretty face slightly red from the cold, showing an envious expression. She murmured to herself, "That white-clothed girl just now looked like a fairy, so beautiful. Is she the one the old temple priest told Feng to wait for? How could she be such a pretty girl? No, I have to go take a look." Yulingdang was somewhat familiar with Lu Tongfeng. They were roughly the same age and could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, after the old temple priest died, Lu Tongfeng lost his support. At that young age, he didn't manage the land temple well. To make a living, he often resorted to petty theft in the town. As he grew older, he began to think about women, frequently flirting with young ladies and sneaking around to peep at girls. As a result, in the past 2 to 3 years, Lu Tongfeng had become a rat everyone scolded in Fuyang town. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. If he had good relationships and didn't have to worry about food, how could Lu Tongfeng think of going far away to beg? It was because he could no longer stay in this cursed place. Yulingdang was one of the few friends Lu Tongfeng had in Fuyang town. He had once told her that he had long wanted to venture into the world and make a name for himself, but his master had told him to guard the dilapidated temple until he turned 16 and wait for someone. Yulingdang knew that Lu Tongfeng planned to leave today for Ziyang, 100 miles to the south, so she got up early, helping her mother and grandmother at the breakfast shop, while secretly hiding a dozen buns to give Lu Tongfeng as travel rations. Taking advantage of her mother and grandmother's inattention, she stealthily stuffed the hidden buns into her floral cotton jacket. "Mom, I'm going to play with Cui Cui. You little brat, running around on a snowy day. Many young girls have gone missing in the past 6 months. Come back early. Girls go missing at night, not during the day. It's fine." In the past 6 months, a flower thief had appeared nearby, and many young girls had gone missing from the surrounding areas. The authorities had set a net but couldn't catch him, causing panic among families with young and beautiful daughters within a radius of hundreds of miles. Fortunately, the girls had only gone missing at night, and there were no reports of any young ladies disappearing during the day. Otherwise, those beautiful young women wouldn't dare go out anymore. Outside the land temple, Lu Tongfeng, dressed in a tattered Taoist robe, carried a shabby bundle on his back, a rusty long sword hung at his waist, and a chipped gourd. Next to him stood a black dog that looked like a calf. The black dog, named Dahe, was an old dog whose age was unknown. Lu Tongfeng had known this black dog since he could remember. After more than 10 years, Dahe still looked the same, seemingly unchanged. Lu Tongfeng often wondered in his heart if Dahe had already become a spirit. Lu Tongfeng looked up at the sagging plaque of the land temple, feeling a bit melancholic. Having lived here for 16 years, he often thought about leaving, but now that the moment had come, he felt somewhat reluctant. In the end, he slowly closed the door. The dilapidated wooden door, long in disrepair, creaked loudly at the hinges, a rather unpleasant sound. Lu Tongfeng stroked his chin and murmured, "This broken temple only has the clay sculptures of the earth god and earth goddess left, and there are several big holes in the roof. Dahe, do you think I should lock it?" "Woof, woof." Dahe barked softly a couple of times, seemingly with a hint of disdain. "Haha, I seem to really not have a lock." Lu Tongfeng seemed to understand what Dahe meant, and couldn't help but chuckle. After taking a last glance at the land temple, Lu Tongfeng murmured, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely come back." He planned to take Dahe to Ziyang, 100 miles to the south, to make a name for himself and then marry a wife. Fuyang town was too small, with so few people and much poverty. Ziyang was a large city with hundreds of thousands of residents. He'd probably be able to beg more there than in Fuyang town. "Woof, woof." Dahe suddenly barked again. The barking was sharp and urgent, completely different from the previous mocking barks. Lu Tongfeng turned around and saw a white light shooting from the direction of Fuyang town in the north. In the blink of an eye, the white light reached in front of the land temple. It was a beautiful fairy in white, with stunning looks, stepping down from a celestial sword. Chapter 2, a not-so-proper secret signal. The white-clothed fairy landed about 6 or 7 zhang in front of the land temple, and with a crisp sound, the celestial sword glowing with white light was sheathed. Flying with a sword? Lu Tongfeng was greatly shocked. He had heard his master mention that there were cultivators in this world who could chase the wind and sun, flying on swords. At 16 years old, this was the first time he had seen a living cultivator. In the cold winter, with snow covering the ground and the cold wind like a knife, this young woman in white wore only a thin white dress, her black hair and white dress dancing in the wind, exuding a cold and ethereal aura. Her striking black and white eyes gleamed like luminous gems. Lu Tongfeng, a country bumpkin, had never seen such an otherworldly and stunning woman. For a moment, he was captivated. Could this be the legendary fairy from the 9 heavens? She's too beautiful, even prettier than Lingde. The white-clothed woman landed about 6 or 7 zhang in front of the land temple. In front of her was a large piece of granite over a zhang high, with a thick layer of white snow piled on top. On the rock wall, four strange big characters were carved. Boundary between immortals and mortals? The white-clothed woman paused slightly upon seeing the inscription on the rock. She felt these four characters looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen or heard them somewhere. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She sensed that something was strange about this place, a faint, lingering aura of evil energy that wouldn't dissipate. As she looked around, preparing to investigate, her gaze fell on Lu Tongfeng and the large black dog beside him. At this moment, the black dog had also stopped barking, staring at the white-clothed woman with bright eyes, baring its teeth and raising its tail, full of vigilance and alertness. The woman in white looked at the big black dog and noticed that its eyes were blue, bright like gems. A hint of surprise appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. The black dog, seeing the woman in white staring at its eyes, seemed a bit shy and appeared to be avoiding something. It shifted its body and hid behind Lu Tongfeng, like an ostrich thinking that if it hid its head, others wouldn't notice it, which looked somewhat comical. The woman in white then turned her gaze to Lu Tongfeng, finding that this guy was staring at her with a dazed expression, drool seemingly trickling from the corner of his mouth. This made her furrow her brows slightly, revealing a hint of disgust. She knew her beauty attracted attention, both in the sect and in the mortal world, and she was often secretly watched. However, she rarely encountered someone like this young man, staring at her while drooling. Heaven knows what this young man was thinking at that moment, whether he imagined her without clothes or that she had already been torn to shreds. She recalled the words of the plump woman at the breakfast stall earlier in the small town, realizing that this young man was likely the little madman the woman mentioned, who was always thinking about finding a wife. Lu Tongfeng calmly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and the lewd expression on his face, which even someone with severe myopia and cataracts could see, quickly disappeared, replaced by a calm and composed demeanor of a young gentleman. This was a skill he had self-taught over the years while mingling in Fuyang town, allowing him to instantly retract any lewd expressions towards girls. The method was simple. He just needed to silently recite a segment of the calming mantra taught by his master, suppressing his inner desires, while repeatedly muttering in his mind, "I am a righteous gentleman, I am a righteous gentleman." Through this self-deception, he could instantly transform from a detestable little lecher into an upright young hero. He walked up to the woman in white. The stone engraved with boundary between immortals and mortals separated them, one standing to the east and the other to the west. The west side represented mortals, while the east side represented immortals. This stone tablet seemed more fitting than ever. "This fairy, do you have something to say?" Lu Tongfeng clasped his hands and performed a slight bow. Seeing that the young man's cotton robe, although old and patched, was still recognizable as a Taoist robe, and that his gesture of clasping his hands was a respectful greeting in Taoism, the woman in white felt displeased by the earlier lewd gaze, but, as a disciple of the Taoist school, she couldn't lose her manners. Moreover, she was here on a mission with significant responsibilities. The woman in white asked, "Was there once a Yulao temple here?" Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, showing a hint of surprise. "Yulao temple? My master seems to have mentioned it, but that was decades ago. It has long been changed to a land god temple. Today, the land god temple is officially closed. Fairy, if you seek a romantic relationship, you should go to Tsuaping Mountain. 50 miles to the south, there's a Guanyin temple there. Villagers from the surrounding areas have been going there to burn incense and pray. It's said to be very effective." The woman's brows furrowed again as she glanced at the Taoist Inyang Taiji symbol on Lu Tongfeng's collar. "You are from the Taoist sect, right?" "Taoist sect? I suppose so. My master is an old Taoist. If that's the case, why do you want me to go to the Buddhist Guanyin temple to pray?" Although it sounds a bit absurd, the Guanyin temple is indeed more effective than this land god temple. By over 100 times. This place has long lost its incense offerings and is ineffective. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Lu Tongfeng's cheeks. The woman in white didn't expect the young man to be so honest. She said, "This Taoist friend." "Taoist friend?" Lu Tongfeng was startled. It was the first time someone had called him that, causing his fragile heart to race. "You called me Taoist friend? Since we are both practitioners of the Taoist school, it is natural to address you as Taoist friend." So you are a practitioner of the Xianmen?" Lu Tongfeng suddenly realized. No wonder this incredibly beautiful girl could fly with a sword. At the same time, an undeniable envy filled his expression. He had heard of the abilities of these practitioners, and he had just witnessed this beautiful woman in white arrive on her sword. If only he were a practitioner too, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a wife. The woman in white asked, Taoist friend, is there an old temple keeper here? Old temple keeper? No, there's only me, the young temple keeper. Wait, old temple keeper. Fairy, you aren't looking for my master, are you? Your master? Yes, my master used to be the old temple keeper here. Where is he now? My master has passed away. Lu Tongfeng's expression changed as he looked at the beautiful woman in white in shock. Before his master passed away, he had repeatedly instructed him to wait here for someone. However, he never told him who that person was. Lu Tongfeng had always thought it was a friend of his master's. He never expected that after waiting for 6 years, the visitor would be a young and beautiful woman. Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but think, could it be that his master had calculated that he wouldn't be able to find a wife, leading him to wait here for his future wife? But this girl is too stunning. Although he prided himself on being the most handsome man within a radius of 300 miles, he probably couldn't handle such a beautiful fairy. The old temple keeper has passed? The woman in white looked a bit stunned, taking a while to respond. Yes, my master passed away 6 years ago. Fairy, are you really here to find my master? The woman in white nodded. You finally came. Do you know how long I've waited for you? You were waiting for me. You knew I would come. I didn't know who I was waiting for before my master passed away. He made me promise to guard this dilapidated temple until I turned 16, saying someone would come looking for him. Today happens to be my 16th birthday, and I was just about to leave to develop my career in the big city. I had already closed the temple door. If you had come a little later, you would have missed it. The woman in white looked at Lu Tongfeng's face filled with relief and asked, did the old temple keeper leave any messages? He didn't leave any messages, but he did leave something behind. To prove that it's meant for you, let's first do a secret code. Secret code? Of course. If you can't match the secret code, it means the thing wasn't left for you. In the dead of night, a ghost knocks on the door. The woman in white paused slightly, hesitating as she said, the traveler on the road longs to be soulbound? The harem has 3,000 beauties. Even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle? Correct. Fairy, you truly are the person my master had me wait for. Please wait a moment, I'll go back inside to get something. Chapter 3. The rock soars with the wind, rising straight up 90,000 miles. The expression of the fairy in white was quite speechless. No wonder before descending the mountain, her master specifically instructed her to remember these few lines. At the time, she thought they sounded strange, even somewhat inappropriate. It turned out this was the secret code left by the old man. At the same time, she felt immense joy. After descending the mountain for over half a year, she finally found this place. Lu Tongfeng, with a small bundle on his back and a rusty sword slung over his shoulder, pushed open the temple door. The big black dog, losing the cover of Lu Tongfeng's body, was once again exposed to the woman in white. This large black dog seemed to have lost its previous vigilance, looking left and right, then bared its teeth at the woman in white while wagging its dark tail, seemingly indicating that it meant no harm. The woman in white looked into the big black dog's blue eyes and said, you look very much like another black dog I saw on Tianyun Mountain, especially your eyes. Very strange. Upon hearing this, the big black dog immediately closed its seemingly all-seeing blue eyes. This behavior was rather comical, making the woman in white both laugh and cry, but it also made her more certain that this big black dog was definitely related to the divine dog within her sect. The woman in white looked around again, extending her spiritual awareness to trace the source of the lingering malevolent energy. The land temple was situated at the foot of a low hill, not large, just a single big room. In front of the temple, besides a large stone engraved with the words boundary between immortals and mortals, stood an old locust tree that had grown for many years. Its trunk was thick, branches intertwined, and the gnarled bark was etched with the marks of time. This ancient locust tree was said to be a remnant from the time of the Moon Elder Temple. At this moment, its branches were not only laden with snow, but also many red threads worn by the years. It was evident that this small temple once had a decent number of visitors. The 1,000-year-old locust tree stood like a weathered old man amidst the wind and snow, watching over this corner of the world with a compassionate demeanor. Not far from the locust tree was an ancient well, mostly covered by snow, revealing only a small opening. As she gazed at the well, a hint of curiosity flickered in the eyes of the woman in white. She felt that the uncomfortable aura surrounding her seemed to emanate from the ancient well. Fairy, sorry to keep you waiting. Just as the woman in white was about to approach the well to confirm her suspicion, the voice of Lu Tongfeng suddenly rang out. She looked up, expecting him to bring something left by the old temple priest. Instead, he emerged from the dilapidated temple carrying a worn pickaxe. Dahe was wagging its tail, happily running behind Lu Tongfeng, once again hiding its head behind his backside like an ostrich. "Fairy, come with me. I'll take you to retrieve what my master left behind." The woman in white felt somewhat relieved, thinking that the only thing left by the old priest was just a broken pickaxe. The heavy snow from last night had blanketed the ground. Lu Tongfeng carried the pickaxe and walked through the snow towards the back of the broken temple. Dahe joyfully bounded through the snow, quickly dashing several yards ahead. Watching Lu Tongfeng's figure, the woman in white glanced back at the locust tree and the ancient well, her brows slightly furrowing before she followed after him. Behind the land temple were two collapsed earthen houses. Now only remnants of walls remained. Further back was a not-so-tall low hill, atop which lay a bamboo forest bent under the weight of the snow. Lu Tongfeng trudged through the snow, stepping deeply and shallowly as he made his way up. "My name is Lu Tongfeng. I was picked up by my master on a snowy night 16 years ago at the temple gate. Fairy, what's your name?" "Yun Fyao." "Yun Fyao?" Lu Tongfeng suddenly stopped, turning to look at Yun Fyao. He exclaimed in surprise, "What a coincidence." "What coincidence? My name is Tongfeng, and yours is Fyao. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up 90,000 miles. Don't you think we are quite fated?" Yun Fyao was momentarily taken aback, feeling that it seemed to be true. Lu Tongfeng's face was filled with joy, seemingly thrilled that he shared a name derived from the same poem as the extraordinarily beautiful Yun Fyao. He kept asking her where she came from, how old she was, whether she was promised to someone, and what her relationship was with his master. In just a short distance of 100 feet, he had already imagined how many children he and Yun Fyao would have in the future, even coming up with names for each child. Yun Fyao also sensed that Lu Tongfeng's enthusiasm was somewhat abnormal. Who asks a newly met woman about her age and whether she is promised to someone? He must be going crazy over wanting a wife. Fortunately, Lu Tongfeng was the disciple of the old temple priest. If it were anyone else, Yun Fyao's character would have led her to chop off the person's arms and cut out their tongue. Instead, she simply replied, "I am a disciple of the Yun Tian sect. I am here at the behest of my master to find my granduncle." "Granduncle? Yun Tian sect?" Lu Tongfeng exclaimed, "I know about the Yun Tian sect. It's one of the 6 great sects of the 9 provinces world, located at Tianyun Mountain in the southwest of the 9 provinces continent, with tens of thousands of disciples, each with great powers and profound cultivation, numerous independent cultivators, and noble families affiliated with it. How could my drunken master know a celestial being from your sect? What do you mean by granduncle?" Yun Fyao explained, "Your master is the 36th generation ancestor of our Yun Tian sect, surnamed Mei, named Yupin. With the Dao title Xianqi, he is my master's 6th granduncle, so I naturally refer to him as granduncle." "What? My master is from Yun Tian sect? His original name was Mei Yupin? Didn't granduncle tell you these things? That old fraud. Still deceiving me after death. He said his name was Mei Gonkai. His Dao title was Xian Hui, a wandering Taoist who got lost here over 60 years ago, suffering from severe leg problems, unable to walk, which is why he rebuilt the land temple and settled down here." "Mei Gonkai?" Yun Fyao raised her eyebrows slightly. "Yes, isn't that just Mei Gonkai?" Lu Tongfeng pointed to a gravestone in front of them. Yun Fyao looked over. Although the gravestone was somewhat covered in snow, the inscription was still legible. "Grave of Master Xian Hui Daoist Mei Gonkai. Disciple Lu Tongfeng erected this. 7th day of the 12th month of the Dingxi year." Yun Fyao thought Lu Tongfeng was joking, but she did not expect it to be true. As Lu Tongfeng wiped the snow off the gravestone, he grumbled, "Master, so your real name is Mei Yupin. Truly, a person is as their name suggests. I am your disciple. You raised me, yet you never told me the truth. I now seriously doubt whether I was really picked up by you at the temple gate 16 years ago." Lu Tongfeng was very angry and disappointed. He felt a sense of "I respect you like a father, yet you treat me like a pig for slaughter." Since he could remember, he had been following his master. Now, it turns out that this old ghost had been deceiving him all along. It was only today that Lu Tongfeng learned his master's real name and background. Clearly named Mei Yupin, yet he called himself Mei Gonkai. This was simply absurd. What was even harder for Lu Tongfeng to accept was that his old fraud of a master was actually a cultivator from the Yun Tian sect. Although Lu Tongfeng had never left the confines of Fuyang town, he had heard of the Yun Tian sect. It was a colossal figure in the mortal realm of immortality. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have had to endure so many years in this godforsaken place. Yun Fyao watched as Lu Tongfeng alternated between cursing and sighing. Her brows furrowed slightly. She seemed unable to understand why her granduncle would conceal such matters from his only disciple. Standing before the gravestone, Yun Fyao respectfully bowed to the grave of Mei Gongkai. She said, "I am Yun Fyao, the 38th generation disciple of the Yun Tian sect, here at the behest of my master, the Jade Dust True Person, to pay respects to granduncle. My master often speaks of you, expressing gratitude for the teachings you imparted back in the day, instructing me to ensure your return to the Yun Tian sect for a peaceful retirement. I did not expect that you have already ascended to the celestial realm." Yun Fyao spoke some formal words of tribute. Then she turned to Lu Tongfeng and asked, "Where is the item left by granduncle?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng glanced at her. Then with a thud, he knelt before the gravestone and said, "Master, I have been guarding this place since your death. Over the years, I thought you were just teasing me, not wanting me to leave, wanting me to inherit your broken temple. I didn't expect that just as I was about to venture out, I really waited for Fairy Fyao. Perhaps this is destiny. Since the person you wanted me to wait for has arrived, you can rest in peace now. As for you deceiving me for so many years, well, as they say, once a teacher, always a father, the deceased should be respected. I won't hold it against you. I will soon venture out, and I probably won't come to pay respects or clean your grave for some time. So if you get hungry down there, remember to send me a dream." After saying this, he bowed his head 3 times to his master's grave. Yun Fyao silently watched from the side. She thought to herself that although her granduncle had deceived Lu Tongfeng, it was clear that her little granduncle had a very good relationship with him and had already forgiven him. Just as Yun Fyao was feeling emotional, she saw Lu Tongfeng stand up, brushing off the snow from his legs and head. Then with a flying kick, he directly knocked over the tombstone in front of him. Yun Fyao was dumbfounded and said, "What are you doing? Digging for something? Aren't you looking for what master left behind?" Lu Tongfeng dragged the stone tablet aside and then vigorously swung the pickaxe. Dahei was panting with its long tongue out, quietly watching from the side. Those blue eyes that seemed to penetrate the mortal world looked somewhat sad. At this moment, Dahei seemed not like a dog, but like a person. Soon, a deep pit was dug where the stone tablet had originally stood. "Ka!" A sound of metal striking came from the soil below. Lu Tongfeng's face lit up with joy. "I found it." Chapter 4. Am I the little uncle of the fairy? Lu Tongfeng crouched down and began to dig with his hands. After a moment, he dragged out a square iron box from the pit. The iron box was not large, about a foot long and wide. It had a rusty padlock hanging on it. With a swift motion, Lu Tongfeng struck the padlock, and it broke with a sound. Opening the iron box, he found a very exquisite wooden box inside. Surprisingly, after being buried underground for 6 years, the wooden box showed no signs of decay. Lu Tongfeng grabbed a handful of snow, rubbed it in his hands to wash off the dirt, and then carefully took the wooden box out of the iron box. "Fairy Fyao, my master instructed me on his deathbed to personally hand this item to the one who comes to find him and knows the secret sign." Yun Fyao stretched out her hands to receive the wooden box and examined it. She asked, "What's inside?" Lu Tongfeng was surprised. "Aren't you here to retrieve this item? You don't know what's inside?" Yun Fyao gently shook her head. "I was just sent by my master to find my granduncle. Before I left, my master didn't tell me that my granduncle would leave something behind." Lu Tongfeng said, "I don't know either. There's a small lock on it, and my master didn't give me the key, so I haven't opened it. Fairy Fyao, can you open it for me? I want to see what treasure I've guarded for 6 years." Yun Fyao hesitated for a moment, seemingly curious about the contents inside. She extended her delicate, white fingers, resembling green onions, and grasped the exquisite black lock on the wooden box. With a slight push, the black lock suddenly emitted a dark blue glow, pushing her finger away. Yun Fyao showed an expression of surprise. "This has a very sophisticated restriction barrier on it. I can't open it." "A restriction barrier? My master has such skills?" Lu Tongfeng was somewhat confused. "Your granduncle is a senior expert of the Yun Tian sect. A small restriction barrier is naturally nothing." "Senior expert?" Lu Tongfeng looked gloomy. After following his master for 10 years, since his master was a formidable practitioner, why didn't he teach him a few tricks? He only passed on a set of techniques to endure hunger and cold. Was he truly a fool without spiritual roots and destiny? No, with his good looks. He couldn't possibly be a fool. As Lu Tongfeng's thoughts raced, Yun Fyao spoke, "Little uncle, Did your granduncle leave anything else besides this wooden box? Nothing else. Just this. Wait a moment, little uncle. Since you are the closed-door disciple of my granduncle, I naturally have to call you little uncle. Ah. Lu Tongfeng's mouth slightly opened, feeling that Yun Fyao's address for him seemed reasonable. However, wouldn't that be the end of it? He had already thought of names for the 13 children he and Yun Fyao would have in the future. Now that he had become Yun Fyao's little uncle, didn't that mess up the generation? Yun Fyao was unaware of Lu Tongfeng's little thoughts. She put the wooden box into a small white bag at her waist. The bag was small, not much larger than a purse, yet it could hold a large box. It was a space storage bag commonly used by practitioners. She understood that her master had sent her down the mountain to find her granduncle for this box, which must contain something very important. So she needed to return to the Yun sect as soon as possible to report. Little uncle, what are your plans next? Lu Tongfeng's eyes turned. I originally planned to take Dahe to Tuyang City to make a career for myself. Now that I know my master is a practitioner of the Yun sect, I was wondering if I could go to the Yun sect to see where my master lived as a child. This kid, despite his young age, had a lot of cunning ideas. His master seemed to have a high status in the Yun sect. If he went to the Yun sect, even if he wouldn't be treated like a VIP, at least he could become an admired practitioner. That was certainly more promising than going to Tuyang City to beg with Dahe. He also knew that the Yun sect was thousands of miles away, and it would take him at least half a year to walk there. If he could hitch a ride on Yun Fyao's flying sword, that would be ideal. Yun Fyao said, "You are the closed-door disciple of Xianqi, and now that Xianqi is no longer here, you should return to the sect to acknowledge your ancestors." Lu Tongfeng was overjoyed. I was thinking the same thing. So, Fairy Fyao, can you take me back with your sword? If I walk there, I estimate I won't reach Tianyun Mountain until next year when it snows. Walk there? Little uncle, what level are you at now? Level? I don't have a level. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, then suddenly understood. The so-called level refers to the cultivation ranks of practitioners in this world. He had heard his master mention that in the present age, various schools of thought, including Taoism, Buddhism, demons, shamans, ghosts, and Confucianism, coexist in the world. Additionally, there are 6 types of non-human intelligent beings: demons, spirits, fairies, monsters, beasts, and alien races. The cultivation levels among human practitioners used to be very mixed, but they began to unify thousands of years ago. There are a total of 9 levels from low to high: Qi refining, foundation establishment, object control, Yuan spirit, harmonizing Tao, transforming spirit, celestial being, great ascension, and void transformation. Yun Fyao frowned. Little uncle, you can't fly with a sword? Lu Tongfeng shook his head gently. Yun Fyao's gaze fell on the rusty sword slanted at Lu Tongfeng's waist. Lu Tongfeng was quite poor and couldn't afford a sword sheath. He used 2 broken wooden pieces as his sheath, with half the sword blade exposed, revealing a thick layer of rust on the blade. This broken sword, if thrown on the street, would probably make even a beggar too lazy to pick it up. This sword on you must also be left behind by your granduncle, right? Yes, my master left me 3 things: a rusty sword, a broken gourd, and that old dog that will never die. Wong Wong. Dahe seemed dissatisfied with being called an old dog and bared its teeth at Lu Tongfeng, barking a few times. Yun Fyao frowned slightly. Your granduncle passed down the sword to you. Didn't he teach you the cultivation methods and sword techniques of the Yun sect? Lu Tongfeng shook his head in confusion. My master died when I was not yet 10 years old. He didn't teach me anything and never told me about his past. He only told me to wait here for someone to come. Yun Fyao's brow furrowed slightly. She seemed surprised that her little uncle knew nothing. No wonder his sword was rusty. Lu Tongfeng asked, Fairy Fyao, I saw you flying with your sword before. It was very impressive. What level are you at? Yun Fyao slowly replied, I am at the 5th level of harmonizing Tao. Lu Tongfeng didn't know exactly what harmonizing Tao meant, but he understood that the entire cultivation system has only 9 levels. Yun Fyao before him looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Yet she had reached the 5th level. She was undoubtedly a master. After a brief contemplation, Yun Fyao did not agree to take Lu Tongfeng back to the Yun sect with her sword. The late Xianqi had lived for over 800 years, and if he stayed in the Yun sect, he would definitely be the highest-ranking person. However, Xianqi had hardly returned to the mountain gate over the years. As for the specific reason, Yun Fyao did not know, but she vaguely guessed that it might be related to the incident that occurred in the Yun sect many years ago. For many years, Master Xianxi has been living here in seclusion and did not tell Lu Tongfeng about his origins. He also did not let Lu Tongfeng return this box to Yun Shenzong, nor did he teach Lu Tongfeng any Taoist techniques or immortal arts, only asking him to wait for visitors from Yun Shenzong. This made Yun Fyao feel that Master Xianxi probably did not intend for Lu Tongfeng to enter the path of cultivation. Moreover, Master Xianxi had defeated more than 700 people back in the day, with countless enemies. If she rashly brought Lu Tongfeng back to the sect, it would likely bring trouble to this little master uncle. Yun Fyao planned to return to the sect, report this matter to her master, and let her master decide whether to bring the little master uncle back to Tianyun Mountain. Thus, Yun Fyao said, "Little master uncle, I can carry one person with my sword, but you also have this black dog with you. I have been searching for Master Xianxi for over half a year, and now that I have obtained the item he left behind, I must return to Tianyun Mountain as soon as possible and cannot delay. You can wait here. After I return to the mountain, I will report your situation to my master, and my master will likely send other disciples to come and take you back." Chapter 5. A Patient with Late-Stage Delusions. Upon hearing Yun Fyao's words, Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened, and he looked very unnatural. He only wanted a woman who was a little crazy, not a fool. His head hadn't been pinched by a big iron door. Over the past few years, he had been living alone in Fuyang Town and had already become quite clever. He could naturally tell that Yun Fyao did not want to take him to Yun Shenzong. Lu Tongfeng felt quite uncomfortable. Was he really that bad? His master had never told him he was a senior figure from Yun Shenzong, nor had he passed on any cultivation methods to him. Now, after guarding the treasure box for Yun Shenzong for 6 years, he felt he deserved at least some recognition for his hard work. Was it fair to throw him aside like this? Lu Tongfeng said sulkily, "Fine. I can't wait that long. I still have to take Dehei to Ziyang City to do something great. If there's a chance in the future, I'll go see the place where my master lived." Yun Fyao knew that Lu Tongfeng understood the meaning behind her words, and she didn't know what else to say. She cupped her fists and said, "Little master uncle, thank you for guarding here for 6 years. We part ways here, and I hope we meet again." Lu Tongfeng returned the salute. Yun Fyao leaped into the air, drew her sword, and hovered above the ground, finally glancing at Lu Tongfeng before transforming into a beam of light and flying south. Heh! Once Yun Fyao had flown far away, Lu Tongfeng spat. What a thing. Just a pretty face with no sense of chivalry at all. What difference would it make if she flew me back? Could I really take advantage of her on the way? I declare that I am officially removing you from my list of future brides. And it's a pity for our 13 unborn children. Dehei, squatting beside the grave, quietly turned its dark head away, unable to bear looking at this guy with severe delusions. In less than half an hour, this kid's mind had already started fantasizing about having 13 children with Yun Fyao. Lu Tongfeng re-erected his master's tombstone in front of the grave. While burying the soil, he muttered to himself, "They say that the disciples of Yun Shenzong are all chivalrous, righteous, and uphold justice, but I see it differently. Master, you were right not to return. These cultivators are nothing but ungrateful little people who burn bridges after crossing them. I can understand not taking me to Yun Shenzong. After all, I can't fly, and with Dehei, taking me would be a burden. But after guarding their treasure box for 6 years, all I get is a thank you? What kind of deal is that? I should at least get 1,000 or 800 silver coins as a reward for guarding it for 6 years, or at least 30 or 50 taels. Yun Shenzong is so wealthy. Do they care about this little bit of silver? 6 years in exchange for just a thank you? I spit. And they call me little master uncle. If you know I'm your little master uncle, why not give me some silver as labor payment? So stingy. I have my pride. In the future, if you ask me to go to Tianyun Mountain, I won't go." Amidst his complaints, the soil was filled back in at the base of the tombstone. After setting the tombstone upright again, Lu Tongfeng took off the wine gourd from his waist, squatted down, opened the wooden stopper, and poured all the wine in front of the tombstone. "Master, regardless of whether you lied to me in the past, I was raised by you. This is the last bit of wine I have left, so take it easy. Once I become successful, I will pour a jar of daughter's red wine in front of your grave every day, ensuring you live in bliss in the underworld." Lu Tongfeng stood up, hung the broken gourd back on his waist, and looked up at the sky. He pouted and muttered, "I've wasted half an hour. I might have already reached Shirley Pavilion by now. Dehei, let us go." Lu Tongfeng shouldered the iron pickaxe, called out to Dehei, and headed towards the broken temple. Just as he reached the front door, he saw a little girl in a flowered cotton jacket walking from the snowy ground in the north. Lingdang? Lu Tongfeng rubbed his eyes, dropped the pickaxe, and strode forward. Looking at Lingdong's little face, which was frozen red in the cold wind, Lu Tongfeng asked in surprise, "Lingdang, why did you come here on such a cold day?" Yu Lingdang glanced at the shabby backpack on Lu Tongfeng's back and took out some still warm steamed buns from her cotton jacket. "Didn't you say that after the first snow this year, you would leave here and take the hay to Cuyang? I brought you some dry food." Lu Tongfeng stared blankly at Yu Lingdang, feeling a mix of emotions, both bitter and touched. The self-indulgent Lu Tongfeng had become the object of disdain for everyone in Fuyang town. Although he had known Yu Lingdang for many years and had been relatively close in the past, they had gradually drifted apart in the last 2 years. "Lingdang, I didn't expect you to be so good to me. You wait for me for a year, maybe 2, but no more than 5 years. I will definitely come back with 1,000 taels of silver to propose to Aunt Fat. I will make you happy." Dehei turned its head away, speechless, knowing that its little master's delusions were acting up again. Yu Lingdang rolled her eyes and said, "Lu Tongfeng, don't talk nonsense. When we were younger, we were naive, but now we've grown up, so we can't talk like that anymore. Since you've decided to leave Fuyang town, don't come back. Also, Cuyang is a big city, unlike our countryside. You need to change your personality, stop being so reckless, and don't tease girls. It will bring trouble. In the future, if you earn money, save it for your wedding." Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened. On a snowy day, Yu Lingdang came to bring him dry food, and he thought this girl loved him dearly. He didn't expect that she would advise him not to come back once he left. This wasn't the script he had in mind. Had this little girl gone bad? Was she playing the old trick of desire to catch and let go? While Lu Tongfeng was in a daze, Yu Lingdang looked around and said, "Lu Tongfeng, this morning, a very beautiful girl in white came to find you. Did you see her?" I did see her. Is she the one master told you to wait for?" Lu Tongfeng nodded. He had previously told Yu Lingdang that his master had asked him to wait at the land temple for someone. "Lingdang, how did you know she was coming?" "This morning. She was asking about the land temple in town. Grandma said the land temple used to be the Moon Elder Temple, and I saw she seemed to be coming this way." "Oh, I see. Belle, you walked through the snow to bring me food from so far away. Don't you want me to leave? As long as you say a word, I won't go, and I'll stay by your side for the rest of my life." Lu Tongfeng was making a last-ditch effort. "You're talking nonsense again. It's getting late, and I should head back. You should hurry and leave. It's not good to travel in the snow. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave today. If you leave, the girls in town will dare to go out." Yu Lingdang turned around and walked back the way they came. Lu Tongfeng shouted, "Belle, what do you mean if I leave, the girls in town will dare to come out? For the past 6 months, the young women in the surrounding areas haven't dared to go out because there are rapists active around here, sneaking in at night to abduct girls. I'm not that rapist." Yu Lingdang turned back, laughing. "You're not a rapist, but you're a lecher who's gone mad wanting women." Watching Yu Lingdang's figure gradually disappear, Lu Tongfeng remained hopeful. "Belle must have me in her heart and doesn't want me to leave. She'll definitely turn back to keep me within 10 counts. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 19, 20, 307, 308, 309, Wong Wong. Wong Wong Wong." Dehei couldn't bear to watch any longer. Yu Lingdang's back had already vanished into the snowy horizon, and this guy was still gazing north, mumbling numbers as if he would turn into Wang Qishir. Lu Tongfeng hung his head, glancing at Dehei, feeling very dejected. He knew Belle wouldn't turn back to keep him. He just wanted to find a reason to stay. He had once thought of adhering to his master's advice. But now the things had already been taken away by Yun Fyao. He had no reason to stay here anymore. He picked up the iron pickaxe that had fallen onto the snow, put it back in the earth temple, closed the door, and looked southward. Amidst the rolling mountains, he could faintly see a tall peak standing out like a crane among chickens. That was Tsuaping Mountain. After Tsuaping Mountain, if he continued south for 50 or 60 miles, he would reach Cuyang City. One person, one dog, one rusty sword, one broken gourd, and a patched bundle slowly blended into this beautiful and desolate snowy landscape. Lu Tongfeng was a standard optimist. To put it simply, he was carefree and shameless. Not long ago, he was feeling down because both Yun Fyao and Yu Lingdang did not think highly of him. In less than a stick of incense's time, it seemed he had thrown all his troubles to the clouds. He was running and playing in the snow with Dehei, laughing and cursing, much like a bird that had just learned to fly. Only, this bird was getting further away from its nest. Chapter 6. Fyao is attacked. Tongfeng meets a nun. As Lu Tongfeng left the Earth Temple where he had lived for 16 years and headed towards Cuyang City, Yun Fyao who had left a little earlier on her sword, was now facing trouble. High in the sky, dressed in white, Yun Fyao stood on a celestial sword emitting a white glow, resembling a white meteor, traversing through clouds and mist, soaring across the sky. Suddenly, from a thick layer of snow clouds ahead, a fiery red light shot out. The light approached rapidly, and in an instant was right in front of Yun Fyao. She didn't expect to be ambushed while flying in the air. Fortunately, her skill was not to be underestimated, and her reflexes were quick. She twisted her body, and the red light whizzed past her side. Up close, she could clearly see that it was a fiery red celestial sword. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have definitely been pierced through by this sword. The fiery red sword missed its target and immediately changed direction in midair, continuing to shoot towards Yun Fyao. Yun Fyao had already grasped the white celestial sword beneath her feet, and sensing the red sword's renewed attack, she snorted coldly, pouring her true essence into the white sword. In an instant, brilliant white light shot from the sword. With a single thrust, the blinding white radiance surged upward like a fierce beast, directly knocking the incoming red sword away. The red sword retreated back into the thick, cotton-like snow clouds ahead. Yun Fyao's beautiful face was frosty, her gaze icy, holding the celestial sword suspended in the sky. Pointing the sword at the cloud mass ahead, she coldly said, "In broad daylight, don't hide and show yourself." A wave of pressure exploded from the cloud mass, directly scattering the thick snow clouds. A woman dressed in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and veiled, holding a fiery red celestial sword, also hovered in the sky. Her appearance was obscured, but judging by the two prominent peaks revealed by her tight-fitting black clothes, this woman was certainly more curvy than Yun Fyao. At least, the two bulges in front were at least a circle larger than Yun Fyao's. "Who are you, and why did you attack me?" Yun Fyao asked coldly. "Fairy Fyao, I do not wish to fight with you. Hand over the item you took from the Earth Temple," the woman in the hat replied, her voice clear and crisp, exuding a melodious tone. Yun Fyao's expression tightened. This woman in the hat not only recognized her, but also mentioned she had come for the box left by her great-uncle. She glanced at the celestial sword in her hand and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is not important. I only want the item that Tongfeng handed to you." "Oh, the item is with me. You probably don't have the ability to take it." The veiled woman's hat swayed as she said, "I know that in a one-on-one fight, I may not be your opponent, but in a two-on-one, you will certainly lose." Yun Fyao sensed something was off, and as she spread her consciousness, she discovered a presence behind her. She slightly turned her head to look back. She saw a man hovering in midair more than 10 feet behind her. He was also dressed in black, with his face covered in a layer of black cloth. In each of his hands, he held a 3-foot-long bone, resembling the thigh bone of an adult man, giving off a sinister feel even in broad daylight. A demon cult fiend? Yun Fyao's expression darkened. Righteous cultivators would never use such bone artifacts. Only the demons of the evil sect would do so. The man behind her said lightly, "Fairy Fyao, hand over the item, or you won't be able to leave today. In your dreams." Before Yun Fyao finished speaking, she charged towards the woman in the hat, shaking her wrist as dozens of sword chi erupted with a piercing sound, shooting towards the woman. The woman in the hat snorted coldly. "You don't know your place. You dare to strike first?" The fiery red sword in her hand suddenly burst into intense flames, enveloping her entire body in an instant. Strangely, such a fierce fire did not harm her at all, as if she and the flames were one. She swiftly waved the fiery sword, immediately creating a wall of flames in front of her. The dozens of sword chi Yun Fyao unleashed were all blocked by the wall of flames. The man in black behind her let out a sharp howl, throwing the two bone artifacts which emitted a ghostly wail, as if countless evil spirits were struggling and roaring in one's ears, capable of affecting one's mind. Yun Fyao did not look back. While speeding forward, she swung a sword backward, directly knocking one of the bone artifacts away while quickly twisting her body to dodge the other. A bloody battle unfolded in the sky. Tongfeng was unaware that Yun Fyao was currently being attacked, and even if he knew, he would be powerless to help. How can a mere mortal like him meddle in the battles of cultivators? He traveled south with Dahe, walking for an hour without feeling tired. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely collapsed from exhaustion by now. But Tongfeng seemed like an inexhaustible machine. Even after running for a long time in the snow, he still moved lightly. This might be related to the heart technique his master had passed down to him over the years. After walking more than 10 miles, a group of people suddenly appeared on the snowy horizon. As he got closer, Lu Tongfeng frowned. This was a group of 6 nuns, 5 of whom wore gray robes and had monk hats, while the leading nun wore a light blue robe. Except for the one in front who appeared to be around 40, the other 5 nuns looked to be in their early 20s. They were turning prayer beads in their left hands, leaning on sticks with their right hands, and carrying large cloth bags over their shoulders, forming a straight line heading north in the snow. Upon seeing the 6 nuns, Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and muttered a few curses under his breath. He knew these were the nuns from the Guanyin Temple on Tsuaping Mountain to the south. Every year, with the first snowfall, this group of nuns would collectively descend the mountain to beg for alms in towns and villages within a radius of 100 or 200 miles. Lu Tongfeng's dislike for these nuns was not because he was a disciple of the Taoist sect and had a conflict of faith with the Buddhist sect, but because they had taken away his iron rice bowl. In the past, the land temple had decent offerings during festivals and weddings. The people of Fuyang Town would come to the land temple to pray for blessings and donate some money for incense oil, which was enough to ensure that Lu Tongfeng could marry and have children, living a moderately well-off life. But all of that was ruined by this group of nuns. The story dates back 5 years. Tsuaping Mountain is located between Fuyang Town and Xuyang City, about 50 or 60 miles apart. There was an ancient Guanyin temple on the mountain, which had existed for hundreds of years. However, for centuries, the temple had not received much incense, and its scale was small, with only 7 or 8 nuns practicing there. Occasionally, some villagers would climb the mountain to pray for marriage or children. 5 years ago, a great fire almost reduced the Guanyin temple on the mountainside to ashes, and the few nuns who practiced there perished in the flames. However, a few days later, the entire Tsuaping Mountain was enveloped by a thick Buddhist light, visible for miles, and it took 7 days to dissipate. This incident had quite an impact at the time. Even little Lu Tongfeng and his friend Yu Lingdang went to see the Buddhist light up close. After the light disappeared, a mysterious wealthy person invested 100,000 coins to rebuild the temple, which was completed 3 years ago and named Fulin Temple. Not long after, an old nun named Chun became the abbess of Fulin Temple. However, for hundreds of years, the locals had always referred to the previous small temple as Guanyin Temple. So they continued to call it that, and few referred to it as Fulin Temple. Ever since the arrival of the Buddhist light and the temple's reconstruction, Fulin Temple seemed to have become very effective. People prayed for children and found partners, and with the accumulated Buddhist light over 7 days, Fulin Temple gained a great reputation. Not only did people from within 100 miles go to burn incense and pray, but there were also reports of pilgrims coming from hundreds of miles away. The new abbess, Chun, was very adept at managing affairs and took advantage of this massive influx. Every day, she held ceremonies in the temple to pray for the pilgrims and often distributed medicine to the needy, earning an excellent reputation. As a large number of pilgrims flocked in, Fulin Temple was also flooded with endless donations and offerings. In just 2 or 3 years, it rapidly developed from the initial small temple with only Abbess Chun and a few nuns into a large temple with over 100 people. With the rise of Fulin Temple, the other temples in the surrounding areas, including the land temple that Lu Tongfeng had been guarding, gradually lost their offerings. Lu Tongfeng passed by the 6 nuns. The leading nun in white paused slightly upon seeing Lu Tongfeng and his black dog, which looked like a calf. Especially when she saw the black dog, there seemed to be an uncontainable wariness in her eyes. She glanced at the bundle Lu Tongfeng was carrying, clasped her hands together, and nodded slightly to him, but Lu Tongfeng did not respond. After the nuns walked a bit farther, Lu Tongfeng spat at their backs. Huh, shameless. They say the Buddhist sect is pure and free of desire, but what a load of nonsense. These nuns are prettier than the courtesans in brothels. The idea of being free of desire is a fairy tale. How could the Guanyin Temple's incense offerings be more than 100,000 coins each year? And they still shamelessly come down the mountain to beg for alms. If it weren't for you nuns, would my land temple have to close down? Lu Tongfeng cursed under his breath, feeling indignant. Then he continued south. Dahe stopped and looked back at the nuns heading towards Fuyang Town, its deep blue eyes flickering slowly. As if deep in thought, Dahe, let's go. What is there to see about a bunch of nuns stealing people's jobs? Seeing that Dahe didn't follow, Lu Tongfeng called out. Wong. Dahe barked and turned to chase after its little master. Chapter 7. Picking up the cloud ferry at midnight. Half an hour later, the nuns from Fulin Temple, who had come down the mountain to beg for alms, arrived in Fuyang Town. They knocked on doors one by one, and with a simple ba, The townsfolk would offer some buns or food to create a good connection. Families that were wealthier would also take out a few pieces of silver, claiming it was for repairing the Guanyin temple. They seemed indifferent to how much was offered, whether it was a bun or a piece of silver. They accepted it with gratitude, hands clasped together as they recited scriptures, until they arrived at Grandma Lu's breakfast shop. The shop had already closed, and the elderly Grandma Lu was resting by the stove, warming herself. Her plump daughter-in-law and the beautiful Yu Lingdang were cleaning the steamer. Upon seeing a group of nuns arriving with their sticks, Yu Lingdang's mother immediately welcomed them warmly, asking Lingdang to pack up the remaining buns and vegetarian dumplings, and then took out 3 or 4 pieces of silver from a silver box. The leading young nun in white clasped her hands together and smiled in thanks. However, her gaze kept wandering over Yu Lingdang. Although Yu Lingdang was wearing a somewhat bulky floral cotton coat, it couldn't hide her already well-developed figure. Her fair skin was like, and her features were delicate, especially her eyes, which resembled stars in the night sky. The plump woman noticed the nun's attention on her daughter and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She was ugly but had given birth to the town's first beauty. That was her lifelong pride. "Little master, this is my daughter, Lingdang. She's of marriageable age but has yet to find a good match. I plan to take her to the Guanyin temple to pray for a good marriage after spring. Could you take a look for us?" The young nun examined Yu Lingdang for a moment, clasped her hands together, and said, "Amit Ba. This Lingdang benefactor is endowed with spiritual charm, and her appearance is outstanding. She is kind-hearted and generous, and her merits are deep. In the near future, she will surely find a good partner and have many descendants." "Really? That's wonderful," Yu Lingdang's mother exclaimed joyfully, quickly urging Yu Lingdang to thank the nun. Yu Lingdang's face turned rosy, losing the lively demeanor of her youth, now replaced by a hint of shyness as she began to experience her first feelings of love. The white-clad nun said, "I recently heard that there are bad people causing trouble in the Yuzhou area, often abducting beautiful young girls late at night. You have an outstanding appearance, so do take care." "Thank you, little master. I will be more careful," replied Lu Abio. After receiving alms, the nuns quickly left Lu Abo's shop and continued to beg from house to house along the street. In front of an alley stood a middle-aged man with a limp and a young girl in simple cotton clothes with a good figure. This was Li, the town's lame man, and his daughter, the mute girl. They were outsiders who had fled here 3 years ago. At that time, the old man who used to collect night soil in the town had just passed away, and no one among the residents wanted to do such a filthy job. So Lame Li stayed behind to take over the work. Although the pay was low, it was more than enough to support him and his daughter. Lame Li's daughter was not actually named Li Mute. She had a beautiful name, Li Chuyen, but because she was mute, the townsfolk generally called her Li Mute. Li Mute was as beautiful as Yu Lingdang, with a good figure, especially her 2 plump breasts, but her skin was a bit dark, and because she was a mute, she rarely interacted with the townspeople. Only kind-hearted Yu Lingdang and the lecherous Lu Tongfeng occasionally communicated with her. Watching the group of nuns gradually fade away, the father and daughter exchanged glances. Then they both looked towards Lu Abo's breakfast shop diagonally across the street. Unfortunately, the black dog had left. Lame Li softly said something incomprehensible. Li Mute's eyes flickered, seemingly worried. Ever since encountering the group of nuns coming down the mountain to beg, it had somewhat disrupted Lu Tongfeng's mood. All the way, he had been grumbling. Just before dusk, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the foot of Tsuiping Mountain. He had been here a few times before, always because he was broke, coming to this forest to catch wild rabbits and mountain chickens to fill his stomach. He knew there was an abandoned cave ahead. After passing Tsuiping Mountain, going south for more than 50 miles would lead to his destination, Ziyang City. He planned to spend the night in that small cave and continue his journey early the next morning. With his remarkable speed, he estimated he could reach Ziyang by noon the next day. Soon, Lu Tongfeng passed through a thicket and found the cave. This cave was located in a shaded area that never saw sunlight, extremely secluded. Lu Tongfeng gathered some twigs and took out a fire starter from his pocket. However, the twigs were somewhat damp from the wind and snow, and he was soon driven out of the smoky cave by the thick smoke. As for the big black dog, it was vigorously chasing a wild rabbit in the snow. Seeing this, Lu Tongfeng was overjoyed, rubbing his smoke-stung eyes while directing the big black to chase the rabbit. The snow was thick, and the rabbit didn't run fast. Soon, the big black was back with a dead gray rabbit in its mouth. Good dog. Truly a good dog. Lu Tongfeng thought of roasting some buns given by Lingdang, but now he could have a better meal. After receiving praise from its master, The big black proudly lifted its head. Lu Tongfeng said, "Big black, the rabbit meat is too little. One isn't enough to eat. Go catch some more game. It would be best to bring back 2 fatter mountain chickens." The big black also felt that 1 rabbit was insufficient. So it turned and dove back into the thicket to continue hunting. As for Lu Tongfeng, he took out a sharp dagger from his pocket and began to process the gray rabbit. After dark, the big black returned with 2 fat rabbits. As for the mountain chickens, since they could fly, the big black didn't catch any. However, this was enough for both man and dog to have a hearty meal that night. Lu Tongfeng skewered the cleaned rabbit on a stick and roasted it over the fire. Not wasting the 3 rabbit skins either. He planned to take them to Ziyang City tomorrow to sell, making his first bucket of gold. Not long after dark, the cold wind outside the cave howled like a ghost, and snowflakes fell slowly with the chilling wind. Sitting in the small cave, Lu Tongfeng watched the snowflakes fluttering down in the cold, harsh world. He was somewhat lost in thought. He wondered if it was really the right decision to venture out now. Shouldn't he wait until spring next year to start his career? Although he had a poor reputation in Fuyang town, he definitely wouldn't starve to death in the winter. The townspeople would always spare him some leftovers. Sigh, since he had already come out, what was the use of thinking about these things? If he returned now, wouldn't it just give Lingdang something to laugh about? Anyway, Xuyang wasn't far from the town. If he really couldn't make it, it wouldn't be too late to go back. Lu Tongfeng could only comfort himself in this way. In the wind and snow, the light from the cave was like a lighthouse in a storm, not visible from far away, but enough to guide those lost in the snowstorm nearby. Lu Tongfeng gnawed on the lean rabbit meat, occasionally taking a bite of the roasted yellow bun. Now he regretted pouring out all the wine from the gourd in front of the old con artist's grave in the morning. Wanting to drink some to warm himself had become a luxury. The big black lay beside Lu Tongfeng, its sharp fangs easily crushing the rabbit's bones. Before long, 1 roasted rabbit was in its belly. Just as it was about to devour the 2nd roasted rabbit, suddenly, the big black's ears perked up, and it turned to look at the snowy world outside the cave. Its pair of blue eyes, illuminated by the firelight, appeared somewhat eerie. The big black slowly stood up, its tail raised, and approached the cave entrance, letting out a series of sharp barks towards the outside world. Lu Tongfeng slapped the big black's tail and said irritably, "Big black, what are you barking about? Is there a beast out there?" The big black ignored Lu Tongfeng and suddenly dashed out like a black flash. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback and shouted, "Big black, where are you going?" In the storm, he faintly heard the big black's barking. Lu Tongfeng was stunned. He understood the big black's meaning. This was a signal of danger. Grabbing his rusty sword, which had never been drawn, he headed towards the sound of the big black. After walking a dozen paces, Lu Tongfeng found the big black. In front of the big black lay a bloodied woman, holding a sword in her hand. However, this woman was very strange, her body flickering in and out of visibility. It seemed like an illusion to Lu Tongfeng. The woman's body sometimes appeared out of thin air and sometimes vanished. Lu Tongfeng had never seen such a bizarre scene before, and his heart raced. Thinking he had encountered the legendary snow woman who only preyed on men. Stealing his courage, he approached the flickering woman with his rusty sword and gently touched her. There was a sense of touch. It wasn't an illusion. He slowly turned the woman over. A familiar, beautiful face appeared before Lu Tongfeng. His expression froze. The woman in front of him was none other than Yun Fyao, who had left the Earth Temple with the treasure box that morning. The difference was that a few hours ago, Yun Fyao had been dressed in white, spotless, like a celestial being untouched by the mortal world. But now, her body and clothes were covered in dried blood and dirt. Indeed, in this ghostly weather with a foot of accumulated snow, she had a lot of dirt on her. Moreover, it seemed she had sustained serious injuries. The strangest thing was that Yun Fuyao's body appeared intermittently, sometimes transparent. Fuyao Fairy? Chapter 8. The fairy is severely injured. When Lu Tongfeng saw the woman's appearance clearly, he was taken aback and hurriedly slapped Yun Fuyao's bloodied face, shouting, "Fuyao Fairy! Fuyao Fairy! Miss Yun! Little disciple! Little fairy!" No matter how he called, Yun Fyao remained unresponsive. Lu Tongfeng quickly reached out to grab Yun Fuyao's wrist to check her pulse. Yun Fuyao's body was icy cold, but there was still a faint pulse. Seeing that Yun Fyao was still alive, Lu Tongfeng had no time to think about why her body appeared and disappeared, or who had injured her. He immediately picked her up and ran towards a nearby cave. Dahe, resembling a black wolf king in the wind and snow, slowly turned its head and scanned the surroundings. The aura of a king was unmistakable. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, it opened its mouth and picked up the rusty sword and white fairy sword that had fallen in the snow, then chased after Lu Tongfeng. Soon, Lu Tongfeng carried Yun Fyao into the cave. He took out a worn quilt from his bundle and spread it on the ground, while also adding some dry wood to the fire. Under the firelight, Yun Fyao's appearance became clearer. At this moment, Yun Fyao could no longer be described as tragic. Her back, shoulders, legs, and abdomen had more than 10 wounds inflicted by sharp blades, some deep enough to see the bone. Blood flowed from the wounds and congealed into clots in the cold weather. Moreover, the blood had started to darken. Fortunately, the congealed and frozen blood clots had helped Yun Fyao stop the bleeding to some extent. Otherwise, she would probably have died long ago. Based on Lu Tongfeng's experience, the injuries on Yun Fyao's body were not caused in a short period. They had likely been there for at least 3 hours. Lu Tongfeng did not know who had harmed Yun Fyao, but he could roughly guess from the color of the congealed blood that she had encountered an attack shortly after leaving the land god temple. Lu Tongfeng squatted beside Yun Fyao and reached out to touch her forehead. It was extremely cold. He briefly examined Yun Fyao's injuries and found that her wounds were far more serious than they appeared. In addition to the numerous wounds inflicted by sharp blades, her left leg was fractured. The entire left ankle was broken, hanging limply and looking painful. However, one strange thing was that although Yun Fyao had countless wounds, all of them perfectly avoided vital parts of her body, mainly concentrated on her back, legs, and arms. What to do? What to do? Dahe, are you a stupid dog? Don't just stand there. Hurry and save her. This was Lu Tongfeng's first time encountering such a situation, and he was flustered and at a loss. Dahe looked confused, its dog head adorned with a question mark, as if asking, "You want me to save her? Aren't you the one who's more of a dog than me? How can I save her? Should I use my sharp fangs to help her set her bones? Or should I bite her throat to set her free?" Wong Wong. Dahe barked a few times in dissatisfaction. Lu Tongfeng gradually regained his composure amidst the barking. He had no idea how much blood Yun Fyao had lost. Her once snow-white clothing looked as if it had been soaked in blood and mud, now dark and dirty. The wounds on Yun Fyao had initially been sealed by congealed blood, but now, in the warm cave, the ice blood began to melt slowly, and faint crimson blood oozed from the wounds again. Cultivators are indeed different. Even after losing at least 8 pounds of blood, there was still blood in their bodies. Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but marvel. Now, he could only help Yun Fyao stop the bleeding first. He rummaged through his worn-out bundle, finding all sorts of useless items, but nothing to stop the bleeding or heal wounds. Wong Wong. Wong Wong. Dahe suddenly barked a few times and then used its nose to nudge a dirty cloth bag tied around Yun Fyao's waist. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, then remembered that Yun Fyao had stuffed that mysterious treasure box into this little bag in the morning. This item should be a storage bag used by cultivators. Since he had no elixirs or healing items, Yun Fyao, as a disciple of Yuntian sect, should have some healing supplies. Lu Tongfeng quickly untied the small bag from Yun Fyao's waist. The originally exquisite storage bag was now covered in blood and dirt, as if Yun Fyao hadn't fallen from the sky but crawled out from underground. He opened the bag's mouth with his fingers and peered inside. It was dark, and he couldn't see anything. Lu Tongfeng had only heard of the Qingquan storage bag and had never seen one, so he didn't know that it contained a space. Generally, cultivators would use their spiritual consciousness to take things out of their storage bags. However, it didn't matter even if he knew this, as he had no idea what spiritual consciousness was. Therefore, Lu Tongfeng used the most primitive method. He turned the Qingquan storage bag upside down and shook it vigorously. Surprisingly, this clumsy method worked quite well. A lot of items came tumbling out. There were books, writing supplies, hairpins and jewelry, clothing, shoes, belly bands, pots and pans, various snacks and pastries, rice, flour, oil, several jars of wine, a few water bags, some gold ingots and silver coins, a few talismans, a beautiful feather cloak, and even split firewood, all mixed together and poured out in a big heap. Lu Tongfeng was stunned, murmuring, "This little thing can really hold a lot." Looking at something only the size of a palm, it contained a whole general store. Lu Tongfeng began to rummage through the pile of items. He realized that Yun Fyao was like the white clouds in the sky. All her clothing was white. Even her belly band was white. Of course, this wasn't the time to smell the original scent of the belly band. Lu Tongfeng quickly found a dozen small white porcelain bottles among the pile. Each bottle had inscriptions on it: recovery pills, bypass pills, 9 turns resurrection pills, spirit gathering pills, beauty pills, and blood-stopping powder. Seeing one bottle labeled blood-stopping powder, Lu Tongfeng's eyes lit up. He hurriedly opened the cork on the porcelain bottle and poured out a bit. It was a yellow-brown powder. This is it. Lu Tongfeng rushed to Yun Fyao's side, ready to stop her bleeding and heal her wounds. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng hesitated. The wounds on Yun Fyao's body were just too many. With over 10 wounds from her ankle to her shoulder, there was also a lot of dirty blood and mud on her. To treat her injuries, he would definitely need to remove Yun Fyao's clothes. Although he had sneaked past young girls' walls and climbed over the walls of charming widows, those were all ordinary women. The one before him was a fairy from the heavens, and a powerful cultivator at that. If he were to undress Yun Fyao to treat her injuries and successfully save her, would she stab him to death with a sword? Wong Wong. Seeing that Lu Tongfeng hadn't moved for a while, Dahe began to bark again. Don't rush me. I'm in the middle of a mental struggle. After a brief hesitation, Lu Tongfeng decided to save her first. He had no lewd thoughts about taking advantage of Yun Fyao, not at least at this moment. Soon, Lu Tongfeng took off Yun Fyao's clothes. He didn't see her snow-white skin. Almost every inch of her skin was stained with blood, making her look like a person made of blood. Of course, Lu Tongfeng didn't have the courage to strip her completely. She still had a white belly band and shorts left on. Although he was a madman from Fuyang Town who was crazy about wanting a wife, he wasn't too bad. He still had a bottom line as a person. At least at this moment, Yun Fyao's heaving chest didn't provoke any bad thoughts in Lu Tongfeng. Chapter 9. Healing the woman in the cave, he found a cloth and soaked it before starting to wipe Yun Fyao's body. When the filthy blood on her skin was washed away, Lu Tongfeng realized that he had been overly optimistic before. This was not just a matter of stopping the bleeding. Yun Fyao had many dark purple marks on her body from blunt force trauma. She had not only suffered external injuries, but had also likely sustained very serious internal injuries. Lu Tongfeng could easily stop the bleeding and bandage the external wounds, but he was powerless against internal injuries. He first checked all the wounds on Yun Fyao's body. These wounds were caused by sharp weapons like swords. The longest wound was on her back, measuring about a foot long, with flesh torn open and nearly exposing bone. There was also a very deep scar on her left shoulder. If it had been off by a bit, Yun Fyao might have already become a one-armed heroine. For the smaller wounds, Lu Tongfeng sprinkled some hemostatic powder and then wrapped them with white cloth. For the larger wounds, Lu Tongfeng could only search through Yun Fyao's pile of belongings to finally find a needle and thread to stitch them up, followed by applying the hemostatic powder to stop the bleeding. It was no exaggeration that the Yun Tian sect truly was a great sect of the immortal path. Their elixirs were indeed effective, and the hemostatic powder worked remarkably well. After half an hour of busy work, Lu Tongfeng finally treated all the visible external injuries on Yun Fyao's body. She was consequently wrapped up like a mummy. During the treatment, Lu Tongfeng occasionally checked her pulse to see if she was still alive. Although she wasn't dead, Yun Fyao's pulse seemed to be getting weaker, as if she could die at any moment. Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead and went back to search the pile of bottles and jars. He poured out all kinds of pills, such as the 9 turns soul rejuvenation pill, Yuan recovery pill, and spirit gathering pill, and stuffed them into Yun Fyao's mouth. Originally, Lu Tongfeng thought that if the unconscious Yun Fyao couldn't swallow them, he could help her take the medicine mouth to mouth. Unexpectedly, the elixirs from the Yun Tian sect were so effective that they melted in her mouth. After prying open Yun Fyao's mouth and checking for a while, he confirmed that she had swallowed all the pills. He didn't know if it was because she had eaten too many elixirs or the wrong ones. But within less than half an instant stick's time, Yun Fyao's originally pale cheeks turned rosy. Not only did her pulse gradually strengthen, but she also began to breathe lightly. While Lu Tongfeng was delighted, he was also very worried. He thought, I hope I didn't give her too much or the wrong medicine, causing her to explode and die. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Yun Fyao's complexion was rapidly recovering under the nourishment of the elixirs. Lu Tongfeng gradually relaxed. At the same time, he noticed something. At some point, Yun Fyao's body no longer flickered in and out of visibility. After waiting a moment to confirm that Yun Fyao hadn't been poisoned to death by his amateur treatment, Lu Tongfeng turned his attention to her fractured ankle. The broken bone was bulging, seemingly about to pierce through the skin. Lu Tongfeng found it hard to imagine what kind of force could cause a cultivator with skin as tough as copper and bones as strong as iron to suffer such an injury. Lacking experience in setting bones, Lu Tongfeng could only continue to search for elixirs in Yun Fuyo's belongings. He had to admit that Yun Fuyo had packed very thoroughly for her trip, and he indeed found a healing ointment for broken bones. Xiantian bone setting ointment. Lu Tongfeng cautiously aligned Yun Fuyo's fractured ankle, moving very gently, worried that he might hurt her. But no matter how careful he was, the tearing pain still made Yun Fuyo's eyelashes tremble continuously in her unconscious state, as if she would wake up from the pain at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Tongfeng could only silently pray. If she woke up now, wouldn't she be in excruciating pain? After some exploration, Lu Tongfeng finally managed to slowly reposition Yun Fuyo's fractured ankle. He then applied the Xiantian bone-setting ointment he had found among her belongings to the fracture. It was a light, white, viscous substance that had no herbal smell, but instead carried a faint floral fragrance. After application, the viscous substance gradually solidified, forming a protective layer like rock. Seeing this, Lu Tongfeng was greatly moved. No wonder everyone wants to cultivate immortality. The elixirs in the immortal world are indeed not comparable to those sold in mortal pharmacies. Lu Tongfeng had done everything he could. Now it was up to time. He picked up the pure white feather cloak that he had poured out from Yun Fuyo's storage bag and covered her with it. Looking at her exquisitely beautiful face illuminated by the flames, Lu Tongfeng sighed and said, "It seems we are truly fated. Fortunately, you ran into me tonight. Otherwise, you would surely have died in the snow. It would be such a pity for a beautiful woman like you to die in this desolate wilderness." After muttering to himself for a while, he noticed that the small cave was cluttered with items. So, Lu Tongfeng began to organize Yun Fuyo's things. Strangely, he could easily pour things out of the storage bag, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stuff anything back in. He had no choice but to tidy everything up and pile it in a corner of the cave. After finishing everything, Lu Tongfeng suddenly realized something was off. After thinking carefully, he understood. The exquisite wooden box that Yun Fuyo had taken in the morning was missing. He thought it was still in the storage bag and began to tip it upside down, but nothing fell out. It should have been empty. Had the box been taken by the person who hurt her? Was she attacked because of the box? Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly. He had seen Yun Fuyo stuff that box into this storage bag in the morning, but now the box was gone. Lu Tongfeng wasn't foolish. He immediately realized that Yun Fuyo had ended up like this because of that box. This made him both worried and curious. He was worried that the box, which his master had entrusted to him for 6 years, had fallen into the hands of a villain. He was curious about what kind of incredible treasure was in that box that made someone go to such lengths against a young disciple of the Yuntian sect. Didn't they fear retaliation from the Yuntian sect? After thinking for a while about the box, Lu Tongfeng felt a complex mix of emotions. He felt guilty for the box he had entrusted to Yun Fuyo, which had brought her disaster. He also felt guilty for not fulfilling his master's dying wish. The box was supposed to be handed over to the person with the secret signal, but it had been stolen. If his master knew, he would probably not rest in peace. Feeling gloomy, he noticed a few jars of unopened wine and opened one, gulping down a few mouthfuls. Lu Tongfeng looked at the wine jar in surprise. He smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste. What a good wine. Rich and mellow, with a lingering fragrance. That's the kind of wine a cultivator drinks? Lu Tongfeng's master was an old drunkard who never parted with his wine. When Lu Tongfeng was a child, he drank more wine than milk. Since his master's death, Lu Tongfeng inherited his master's wine gourd and would go to the tavern in town every day to filter 2 pounds. When he ran out of silver, and the craving for wine hit him, he would even steal some to drink. He fancied himself a wine immortal, yet he had never tasted such good wine before. His eyes couldn't help but shine. The previous gloom and worries were swept away. This time, he didn't drink directly from the jar. As a wine lover, drinking like that would only waste such fine wine. He unfastened the broken gourd at his waist, then pulled out a small funnel from his bag and poured all the wine from the jar into the broken gourd. Leaning against the stone wall of the cave, he sipped slowly, occasionally munching on some pastries and snacks he had taken from Yun Fuyo's storage bag. As for Dahe, it showed no interest in the wine. It lay at the cave entrance, staring out at the wind and snow, seemingly on guard against something. Chapter 10. Divine Sword and Rusty Sword. While Lu Tongfeng drank to warm himself, he kept an eye on Yun Fuyo. He worried that those who attacked her might come back to silence her, and he was also concerned that her injuries might worsen at night. Almost every half hour, he would check her pulse and feel her forehead to see if she had a fever. Fortunately, after taking a bunch of chaotic pills, Yun Fuyo's condition was rapidly improving, and her injuries had not worsened. As dawn approached, Lu Tongfeng felt extremely tired. He added a few sticks of firewood to the fire, then sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. Although the mental technique passed down by his master was not particularly useful, meditating for a few cycles could effectively relieve fatigue. And after finishing, his mind would be clear and his meridians would be unblocked, akin to having had 5 or 6 hours of deep sleep. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled and snowflakes drifted down. Inside the cave, however, it was warm as spring. Dahei lay like the most loyal friend in the world, quietly guarding the peace of this small world behind it. When Lu Tongfeng awoke from his meditation, the sky outside the cave had brightened. The campfire inside had almost gone out, and it was a bit cold. He immediately got up to check on Yun Fyao's injuries. Her pulse had returned to normal. Her breathing was even, and even her face was rosy. At that moment, Yun Fyao looked like a sleeping fairy. It was hard to imagine that just a few hours ago, she had looked so miserable. He sighed. She probably wouldn't die now. Lu Tongfeng let out a breath of relief. He stood up and walked out of the cave. The entrance was small, and he had to lower his head to exit. At this moment, the wind and snow had ceased. The night's storm had thickened the snow on the ground to nearly a foot deep, and stepping in it reached above his knees. The snow had stopped, but the wind still howled. As Lu Tongfeng stepped out of the cave, he couldn't help but shiver. Not far from the cave, Lu Tongfeng unfastened his belt and relieved himself. While fastening his belt again, he looked up at the sky and saw that the clouds were thick, indicating it would likely snow again soon. Originally, he planned to continue on his journey at dawn, but now it was clear that would not be possible. Even if Yun Fyao woke up, given her broken leg, it would be difficult for her to leave. He had considered making a snow sled to drag Yun Fyao back to the Earth God Temple and find a doctor in town to treat her. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. The treasure box was not with Yun Fyao. He didn't know if she had hidden it or if it had been taken by those who harmed her. If it had been taken, that would be one thing, presumably. They had already left. But if Yun Fyao had hidden it, that would be problematic. Since they had come for the treasure box, if they didn't get it, they would definitely not leave easily. They might be waiting at the Earth God Temple, ready to ambush them. Taking Yun Fyao back now would simply be walking into a trap. After some thought, Lu Tongfeng decided to hide in this cave for now, waiting to ask Yun Fyao about her situation once she woke up. To avoid the cold wind and increase the cave's concealment, Lu Tongfeng collected some branches and made a simple wooden door. He covered it with Yun Fyao's white clothes, which worked excellently to block the wind. After finishing the wooden door, Lu Tongfeng threw the uneaten roasted rabbit from last night to Dahei and used a stick to roast 2 buns for himself. Time passed, and the day wore on. The sky gradually darkened, and there was still more than an hour until nightfall when snowflakes began to fall again. Dahei remained lying at the cave entrance, its head still facing outside through the makeshift wooden door. During this time, Yun Fyao showed no signs of waking up. Bored, Lu Tongfeng suddenly remembered that among Yun Fyao's belongings, there were a few books. He searched for a while and found them all. One was titled The Book of Yin and Yang and the 5 Elements, and upon opening it, the content was mostly about the interactions of Yin and Yang and the 5 Elements. Another was the Map of the 9 Provinces, which was a map of the 9 provinces world, documenting famous mountains, rivers, and geographical features. There was also the Compendium of Beasts and Monsters, which recorded various monsters, savage beasts, spirits, and different races. The remaining books were various martial arts novels such as The Sword God Descends to Subdue Demons, Tales of Young Heroes, The Heroic Ouyang Ming, and The Chronicles of the 9 Provinces. It seemed that Yun Fyao quite liked reading heroic novels. Lu Tongfeng felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to find 1 or 2 books on cultivation techniques from the Yun Tian sect. Strictly speaking, he was also a disciple of the Yun Tian sect and had a rank not lower than Yun Fyao's master. Even if he read the sect's techniques, it wouldn't count as stealing. Unfortunately, there were no cultivation methods in Yun Fyao's storage bag. To pass the time, Lu Tongfeng picked up the book Chronicles of the 9 Provinces to read. He had heard about this book. What is called a book is actually more like a periodic publication of a martial arts newsletter produced by the mysterious Tianji Pavilion. Every 60 years, the Tianji Pavilion publishes a new edition of the Jiuzhou Fengyun list, which consists of 6 major rankings: the Fengyun list, the Tianlin list, the Tianren list, the Divine Weapon list, the Beast Demon list, and the Tianzong list. Lu Tongfeng turned to the first page, which narrated the background of the Jiuzhou world. Following that was the 9 levels of cultivation in the current realm of immortality. 1. Qi Refining Stage. comprehending the aura of heaven and earth, traversing the 100 veins, washing the marrow and cutting the sutras, breathing in and out, clearing the pure from the turbid, with a clear spiritual platform. 2. Foundation establishment stage. Building a deep pool in the dantian, connecting the 100 veins, transforming the spiritual platform into an ocean, controlling the divine consciousness, and increasing lifespan. 3. Object control stage. Controlling objects from a distance with divine thought, able to fly objects, distinguishing oneself from ordinary people, entering the ranks of cultivators. 4. Yuan Shin stage. Connecting through the sea of souls, cultivating the primordial spirit, independent of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. And lifespan can be increased by 1 generation, 30 years as 1 generation. 5. Harmonization stage. Merging body with instrument, instrument with intent, intent with heart, heart with spirit, spirit with soul, and soul with body. The 6 elements of body, instrument, intent, heart, spirit, and soul are fused and connected, and lifespan can be increased by 1 jiazi, 60 years as 1 jiazi. Lu Tongfeng knew that Yun Fyao was at the harmonization stage. Looking at the description of the harmonization stage above, he felt both envy and admiration. Yun Fyao was definitely not old when he treated her wound last night. Although he did not uncover her clothing, from his experience, those 2 peaks were towering and showed no signs of sagging. At such a young age, she had already achieved the unification of the 6 meridians and reached the harmonization stage, with an unlimited future ahead. Just as Lu Tongfeng was about to look at the descriptions of the next 4 realms, transformation into God, Tianren, Great Ascension, and transformation into Void, he suddenly heard a soft cough. Lu Tongfeng was startled and turned to see that the cough came from Yun Fyao. He quickly put down the book in his hand and rushed to her side. Dehei also leaned in, looking on with its tongue out. Fairy Fyao, Fairy Fyao, Lu Tongfeng gently called out. Chapter 11. The Fairy Awakens. Misunderstanding the benefactor at this moment, it seemed that Yun Fyao's consciousness was beginning to recover. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips moved. Water. Lu Tongfeng clearly heard Yun Fyao's murmurs. You want water, right? Hold on. Lu Tongfeng fumbled around and quickly found a water pouch, poured some clean water into a bowl, and slowly fed it to Yun Fyao. After drinking 2 large bowls of water, Yun Fyao's eyes slowly opened. Originally clear, her eyes were now very confused and unfocused, as if lacking direction. Lu Tongfeng happily said, Fairy Fyao, you finally woke up. Gradually, Yun Fyao's gaze began to regain its luster. She saw the happy young boy in front of her, showing 2 rows of big white teeth, and the old black dog that looked eerie. All her memories instantly flooded her mind. She struggled hard, but felt pain from her wounds, causing her brows to furrow slightly, and a painful murmur escaped her lips. Don't move around. You're really injured badly. Where is this, little master uncle? This is a cave at the foot of Tsuaping Mountain. I found you in the snow last night, Fairy Fyao. Didn't you return to Yuntian's sect with the treasure box left by my master? How come you're still here? Who injured you? Yun Fyao gently shook her head and said, I don't know. Don't know? No way. You're a master at the harmonization stage. Didn't you see what the other person looked like? Or were they attacking you from the shadows? Yun Fyao softly replied, there was a man and a woman, both masked. I didn't see their appearances. From Yun Fyao's account, Lu Tongfeng roughly understood what had happened to her yesterday. It was similar to what he had guessed. The attackers were after the box he had guarded for 6 years, and they appeared shortly after Yun Fyao left to snatch it. Lu Tongfeng smiled wryly and said, I caused you trouble. If it weren't for that box, you wouldn't be this injured. Last night, I thought you wouldn't survive. Only then did Yun Fyao notice her own body. She glanced down and saw that she was covered with her pure white feather cloak. She tried to stretch her hand, but found she seemed unable to move. There was nothing she could do. After all, Lu Tongfeng, who had no experience in saving people, had wrapped her up like a big rice dumpling. Did you heal my wounds? Yes. Thankfully your Chinquan storage pouch had Yuntian's sex elixirs. Luckily, those elixirs hadn't expired, otherwise you would have been in big trouble. However, I didn't know how to open the storage pouch, so I emptied everything out. You wouldn't mind, would you? Of course. Yun Fyao minded. There were many private items in her storage pouch. However, considering that Lu Tongfeng did it to save her, she couldn't say much and just gently shook her head. Lu Tongfeng didn't dare to mention that he had stripped her clothes to treat her wounds. It was likely that Yun Fyao hadn't realized this yet. So he changed the subject and said, Fairy Fyao, when I found you last night, Your body was very strange. Sometimes appearing and sometimes transparent, and there was a lot of dirt on you. What was that about? Yun Fyao explained, I wasn't a match for those two people. I used an invisibility talisman and a ground escape talisman to narrowly escape. Later, I thought there was a Guanyin temple on Suaping Mountain, which should have Buddhist practitioners. So I wanted to seek help. I didn't expect to exhaust my strength and collapse at the foot of Suaping Mountain. Little Master Uncle, thank you for saving me. So that was an invisibility talisman. I thought it was some magical spell. Although I don't quite like your Ved in dealing with people. You did say I'm your little Master Uncle, so you don't need to be overly polite. Also, I feel that gratitude should be expressed in tangible ways. Verbal thanks can be somewhat disappointing. Seeing the strange smile on Lu Tongfeng's face, Yun Fyao immediately filled with vigilance. Her injuries were severe. If this guy had ulterior motives, she wouldn't have the strength to resist. Noticing the change in Yun Fyao's expression, Lu Tongfeng scratched his head and turned back to Dahei. Do I look like a lecher? Why does every girl look at me with such vigilance? Dahei, who was lying at the cave entrance, let out a low bark and then gave his little master a big eye roll. Lu Tongfeng smiled wryly and said, Fairy Fyao, you don't think I want you to offer yourself, do you? You're overthinking it. I just want to get some money to spend. Moreover, I could wait 6 years in that broken temple for a promise, and without hesitation hand over the treasure box left by my master to you. You should know how noble my character is. Seeing you look at me with such suspicion and vigilance makes me feel very uncomfortable. Yun Fyao gradually relaxed. Thinking about it, if Lu Tongfeng were a hypocrite, he wouldn't have readily handed over the treasure box left by her master. Since her master chose Lu Tongfeng, she should trust him. With a hint of apology, she said, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted. Forget it, I don't blame you. After all, we don't know each other well. And you don't understand me either. Are you hungry? I can get you something to eat. No need to trouble yourself. I have some fasting pills in my storage pouch. I heard from my master when I was young that fasting pills taste like chewing wax, lacking nutrition, and just help stave off hunger. You should rest for a bit. I'll get you something to eat. Yun Fyao had some food in her storage pouch, but it was all dry rations. She is now physically weak and needs to eat some meat to regain her strength. So Lu Tongfeng said to Dahei, Dahei, go out and catch some game. Dahei glanced at Yun Fyao and then quietly left the cave. Before long, Dahei returned with 2 plump wild rabbits in his mouth. Lu Tongfeng skillfully skinned and cleaned the rabbits outside the cave. Among Yun Fyao's supplies, there were some rice and flour. So Lu Tongfeng washed some millet and planned to cook a pot of millet porridge for Yun Fyao. During Lu Tongfeng's busy work, Yun Fyao fell into a deep sleep again. About an hour later, Yun Fyao woke up once more, awakened by the aroma of the roasted rabbits and millet porridge. When she opened her eyes, she saw her little master uncle, dressed in tattered Taoist robes, sitting by the campfire, constantly stirring the porridge in the pot with a spoon. The porridge had been cooking for a while, and as he stirred, the fragrant smell slowly filled every corner of the cave. Seeing Yun Fyao awake, Lu Tongfeng smiled and said, Fairy Fyao, you woke up just in time. It will be ready to eat soon. Yun Fyao didn't speak, just watching the busy young man. Soon, Lu Tongfeng served a bowl of porridge. The porridge just came out. It's too hot. Let it cool before eating. Yun Fyao softly replied. Outside, the wind and snow had picked up again, but the cold wind tonight was not too strong. One could faintly hear the sound of large snowflakes falling to the ground. Lu Tongfeng let the porridge cool for a while, and when it was ready, he handed it to Yun Fyao. However, Yun Fyao was severely injured, with several wounds on her arms and shoulders, making it impossible for her to eat by herself. So Lu Tongfeng decided to be kind and placed some of her clothes under her head, then fed her with a spoon. Yun Fyao was initially quite resistant. She had never been fed by a man before, but she was really hungry now, so she had to accept Lu Tongfeng's kindness. Lu Tongfeng's cooking skills were quite good. The porridge was fragrant, and the rabbit was roasted to be crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Yun Fyao ate 2 bowls of porridge and 1 roasted rabbit, and after eating her fill, she felt her strength returning a bit. Little Master Uncle, is this place safe? I'm worried those 2 who attack me might come here. While eating a roasted bun, Lu Tongfeng replied, This small cave is located on the shaded side of Suaping Mountain, and not many people know about it. Moreover, it's already been 2 days. If those 2 were really pursuing you, they should have found this place by now. Since they took the treasure box from you, they must have left with it. Wait for another 2 days. Once your injuries are better and you can fly with your sword again, you can leave. Yun Fyao's expression suddenly became a bit strange. as if she was hiding something from Lu Tongfeng. Chapter 12. Tongfeng cultivates secret techniques. Thief abducts beauty at night before long, having eaten and drunk enough. Yun Fyao fell into a deep sleep again. Lu Tongfeng, feeling quite bored alone, sat cross-legged by the campfire and began to cultivate the heart technique his master had taught him for enduring cold and hunger. He had been practicing this technique since he could remember, and it had been over 10 years. Lu Tongfeng did not know the name of this heart technique. Each time he practiced, it felt as if a flame was circulating through his meridians, traversing his body's acupoints, and ultimately gathering in his dantian, effectively warding off the cold and providing a certain effect of fasting. A year ago, in order to avoid starving while venturing out, Lu Tongfeng had conducted an experiment of hunger. He only drank some plain water every day and combined it with this hunger-resisting heart technique, ultimately lasting for 13 days. The effect of fasting was comparable to the fasting pills essential for cultivators during home travel. Over the past year, Lu Tongfeng's mastery of this heart technique had improved significantly. It was likely that his record for resisting hunger would be raised again, because this heart technique could withstand hunger and repel the cold. It gave Lu Tongfeng the confidence to venture to Ziyang City. Ziyang City was only about 100 miles from Fuyang Town. If he truly couldn't find a good job and couldn't get by, he could always take Dahe and run back to the land temple to enjoy a peaceful life. As Lu Tongfeng completed a full cycle of his practice, his body no longer felt any coldness. Instead, it felt somewhat hot. The heat emanating from Lu Tongfeng began to slowly raise the temperature inside the small cave. It was unclear how long had passed, but Yun Fyao, still in a deep sleep, seemed to sense something and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Tongfeng, a hint of surprise crossed her clear eyes, and her beautiful cheeks showed a trace of astonishment. She saw Lu Tongfeng sitting cross-legged, his hands forming seals, and a swirling vortex of rich spiritual energy was forming above his head. At the same time, colorful streams of light were entwining around Lu Tongfeng's body. As for Lu Tongfeng's skin, it had turned dark gold. Such powerful spiritual energy. 3 flowers gathering at the crown? 5 energies converging at the origin? Hiss. Didn't my little master uncle say that the ancestral master didn't teach him any cultivation techniques? Why does he have such powerful spiritual energy? Yun Fyao's keen perception could clearly feel the heat waves emanating from Lu Tongfeng. This heat wave should be overflowing from Lu Tongfeng's body. Such pure yang energy, so strong, did not seem like the heart technique practiced by disciples of the Yun Tian sect. It appeared somewhat similar to Buddhist heart techniques, but only somewhat similar. Yun Fyao was certain that what Lu Tongfeng was cultivating at this moment was definitely not a Buddhist heart technique. Yun Fyao couldn't understand why Lu Tongfeng, who clearly had a high level of cultivation, chose to deceive her when they first met. Since Lu Tongfeng chose to deceive and conceal, why was he meditating and cultivating in front of her? Wouldn't that immediately expose him? Dahe, lying at the cave entrance, stared at Yun Fyao with its deep blue eyes without blinking, as if it was thinking about something. Yun Fyao sensed that Dahe was looking at her and turned to look. When Dahe noticed Yun Fyao looking over, it immediately turned its head away, seeming to be afraid of making eye contact with her. It had been like this at the dilapidated temple and was the same now. Yun Fyao slowly frowned. She suddenly realized that both Lu Tongfeng and this big black dog seemed to be hiding many unknown secrets. Late at night, Fuyang Town. The weather was cold, and heavy snow blocked the roads. During this chilly season, as soon as it got dark, there were hardly any people in Fuyang Town. The whole small town seemed to be swallowed by this fierce beast of ice and snow, devoid of human voices. Only the lonely cold wind and a few scattered lights remained. Yu Lingdang, dressed in a flower-patterned cotton coat, sat in front of the stove, embroidering plum blossoms on a piece of white satin with needle and thread. The little master nun who came to the town for alms yesterday said her good fortune was approaching, which made her shy yet secretly delighted. What girl doesn't yearn for love? She fantasized about a handsome young man in fine clothes riding a white horse appearing before her, and then shyly presenting him with a handkerchief she had embroidered as a token of their lifelong bond. Of course, it wasn't that guy Lu Tongfeng. Perhaps because she was sitting too close to the stove, she felt a bit hot, and the buttons of her cotton coat had come undone, revealing the bulging peaks beneath her undergarment. This added a touch of intoxicating spring to the cold, snowy night. Suddenly, there was a faint, delicate fragrance in the air, as if the plum blossoms embroidered on the handkerchief had come to life. At first, Yu Lingdang didn't pay it much attention, but gradually she began to sense something. She certainly wouldn't foolishly think that she possessed the exquisite skills of the weaving maiden, capable of making the plum blossoms emit fragrance. She stood up, preparing to check the source of the fragrant scent. Suddenly, Yulingdang felt a dizzying sensation and collapsed to the ground. She felt her consciousness rapidly fading, a wave of unprecedented drowsiness spreading throughout her body. She suddenly recalled the notorious lecher who had caused panic in the past half a year. A surge of unparalleled fear surged in her heart. She wanted to scream, but her throat could only emit a faint rasping sound. Just before her consciousness faded away, she used her last bit of strength to attempt to topple the stove in front of her. Perhaps it would attract her mother and grandmother's attention. Or maybe it would burn her to death, preventing her from being defiled by the lecher. However, she now had almost no strength left, lying on the ground. She couldn't push the heavy stove over. In the end, she grabbed the kettle that was boiling water on the stove. The scorching sensation radiating from her palm seemed to restore her consciousness a little. With her last ounce of strength, she pulled the kettle down from the stove, creating a loud bang in the quiet of the night. Yulingdang's family was relatively well off in the small town. Although her father had died in battle a few years ago, the government had given them a compensation payment. Together with her mother and grandmother, they managed a breakfast shop and earned 12 coins each month. Most families in the town couldn't afford to light oil lamps at night, use charcoal, or even make new clothes for their families during the new year. Yet, Yulingdang not only had her own separate room, but also lit an oil lamp at night. With more than a month until the new year, she was already wearing new cotton clothes for the year. The 3 generations of women lived in the courtyard behind the shop, and the sudden noise woke the already sleeping Aunt Fat and Grandma Lu. Aunt Fat, wrapping herself in her clothes, walked out of the room and saw several figures in front of her daughter's door. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were 3 people in white clothes with their faces covered by white cloth. Aunt Fat was taken aback and quickly grabbed a broken gong in front of her, banging it loudly while shouting, "Help! There are thieves." The sound of the broken gong shattered the tranquility of the small town in the deep night. This was a defense mechanism used by families with young daughters against the flower-picking thief, which could be struck in times of danger. "Break the door quickly." One of the masked figures in white, realizing they had been exposed, immediately spoke. At the same time, this white-clad person waved their hand, and a cold light shot toward Aunt Fat like lightning. Yesterday, the kind-hearted Aunt Fat who had warned Yun Fyao felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she saw a long knife piercing through her torso. As the white-clad person beckoned, the long knife that had been embedded in Aunt Fat's chest flew back to them. Aunt Fat screamed, and the bright red blood burst forth simultaneously. Aunt Fat fell heavily to the ground, still shouting, "Thieves! Lingdang, run!" At that moment, Grandma Lu, who had been in the next room, also pushed the door open. Seeing her daughter lying in a pool of blood, the elderly Grandma Lu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Just then, another cold light came rushing in at high speed. The elderly Grandma Lu was unable to evade it. The bloodied long knife did not pierce her chest, but flashed past her neck. Grandma Lu's body stiffened and slowly fell. During her fall, her aged head slipped from her neck. Blood gushed forth between her shoulders, as if red plum blossoms had bloomed in the cold winter. At that moment, Yulingdang was being carried out by a masked figure in white who had invaded her room. The scorching sensation in her palm from earlier had prevented her consciousness from completely fading, and she saw her mother lying in a pool of blood and her grandmother's severed head. "Ah!" She let out a desperate scream. However, her voice was so faint. Then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Quickly leave." The white-clad masked man who had killed 2 people, hearing the shouts from around, realized that the townspeople had been awakened by the earlier gong. Not daring to linger, he signaled to his 2 companions to leave. Just then, a crimson light suddenly shot toward them. The masked, white-clad man's gaze flickered, and he swung his long knife to intercept it. Bang! With a loud explosion, the masked, white-clad man was knocked back several steps. The crimson light transformed into a sword enveloped in flames. "A cultivator?" the masked, white-clad man exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 13. The Mute Girl Strikes. Yun Tian Sect, Sword Technique. In the wind and snow, a woman dressed in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and having an impressive figure, floated down slowly from the air like a black snowflake mingling with the colorful snowflakes. She reached out and grasped the flaming celestial sword. The moment the celestial sword was in her hand, intense flames erupted from its 3-foot blade, seemingly illuminating the entire town. The snowflakes that floated down around the woman were instantly vaporized by the scorching flames. This mysterious woman was actually the same one who attacked Yun Fyao the previous morning. The woman in the hat hovered about 2 zhang above the ground, looking down at the bodies of Aunt Fat and Grandma Lu in the courtyard. The spurting blood had nearly stained half the courtyard red. The eyes behind the veil of the woman in the hat seemed colder than the wind and snow of the night. You are all cultivators. Why do you indiscriminately kill the innocent? There was an uncontrollable anger in her icy voice. The 3 masked men in white did not expect that after the big black dog had left, there would still be a cultivator. The masked man who had just clashed with the woman in the hat had a flickering gaze. He knew that this suddenly appearing woman was not weak, and their trio might not be her match. Moreover, the opponent wielded a celestial sword with strong spiritual power. Generally, only disciples of the Taoist sect would use celestial sword treasures. Buddhist disciples mostly used demon-dispelling staffs, ceremonial knives, wooden fish, and large begging bowls as their magical instruments. Cultivators from demonic sects often used ghostly blades, bone treasures, and similar items. Therefore, he speculated that the woman in the hat who was obstructing their plans was likely a righteous Taoist cultivator. What they were doing could not be exposed. If they were targeted by righteous cultivators, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, more and more townspeople were running out of their homes, carrying straw knives and gathering here. They could already clearly hear shouts like, "Something happened at Grandma Lu's house. It must be the lecher trying to abduct Lingdang. Everyone, hurry to help." The leading masked man quickly made a decision. Abandon the furnace and don't linger. Disperse and leave. The masked man carrying Yu Lingdang immediately threw the unconscious Yu Lingdang to the ground. The 3 exchanged glances, then, in perfect unison, leaped into the air, flying in 3 different directions. The woman in the hat had already noticed that among the 3, only the leader had a higher cultivation level, likely at the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm, while the other 2 were low-level cultivators who had just reached the 3rd level of the control object realm. She paid no attention to the 2 low-level cultivators and pursued the leader in white on her sword. Her cultivation was 1 realm higher than his, like Yun Fyao. She was also at the 5th level of the He-Dao realm. The 5th level of He-Dao is a crucial stage situated in the middle of the 9 realms, playing an important role in connecting the previous and the next. Many cultivators spend their entire lives struggling to achieve the 6 meridians unification and reach the He-Dao stage. In the cultivation world, a saying goes, the 6 veins unite to reach half-step immortality. The woman in the bamboo hat chased after the masked man in white for only a few dozen zhang before catching up to him. With her anger boiling, she struck without mercy, forming a sword formula with her hands, and the immortal sword suddenly thrust forward. Dozens of fiery air swords shot towards the man's back with a whoosh. The masked man in white felt a surge of intense power rushing from behind and was greatly startled. His speed of flying in the air was no match for the woman in the bamboo hat, making it impossible to evade these lightning-fast fiery air swords. He could only channel his energy into his sword, roar angrily, and slash back. A shadow of the sword erupted from the long blade in his hand, instantly expanding with the wind. The massive sword shadow collided with dozens of air swords in midair, creating a deafening roar. After shattering the incoming fiery air swords, the sword shadow did not dissipate, but instead struck down hard onto a building beneath them. Boom! The building collapsed instantly. There are people in the sky. They are cultivators. The townsfolk exclaimed in shock. They also noticed the 2 figures in the sky. The woman in the bamboo hat sneered, "Wuji blade intent? Interesting." She spun upward, and during the rotation, countless fiery air swords appeared around her. These fiery air swords spun and weaved around her body at high speed, resembling a fiery tornado in midair. Hundreds, or even thousands of fiery air swords, all condensed by her spiritual power from the immortal sword in her hand, looked like real swords. Countless fiery air swords shot through the air at an incredible speed, their sharp whooshing sounds converging like thunder. The masked man's pupils reflected these fiery air swords. Filled with deep fear. Cyclone sword technique? You are a disciple of Yun Tian sect. The Yun Tian sect has 9 major sword techniques, and this cyclone sword technique is one of them. The woman in the bamboo hat did not reply. With an angry shout, she drew the divine sword, and thousands of fiery air swords under her control shot towards the masked man like a torrential downpour. At that moment, the dark sky seemed to be filled with a rain of fiery meteors. The masked man knew he could not withstand this move from the woman in the bamboo hat. But he also knew that he could not escape the overwhelming onslaught of fiery air swords raining down like locusts or torrential rain. He could only grit his teeth and face it head-on, hoping for a slim chance of survival. He poured all his true essence into the long sword in his hand, spinning it wildly to protect himself, making it impervious to water. The fiery air swords flew from all directions, crashing against him with a crackling sound that echoed through the heavens and earth. Since the fiery air swords were merely condensed by the woman in the bamboo hat and were not real immortal swords, they were shattered upon striking his long sword. However, the sound of the ironstone collision was incredibly realistic. For a moment, countless fiery air swords could not break through the defensive circle of the masked man's sword. Seeing that the masked man was making his last desperate struggle, the woman in the bamboo hat sneered and charged forward, sword in hand, then thrust out. This sword strike was devoid of any fancy moves, but the action gave a sense of urgency hidden within slowness. A thin, dust-like red sword light emerged from the fiery, immortal sword. That weak sword light seemed insignificant, like a red hair being straightened in the air. The originally impenetrable sword circle of the masked man collapsed instantly under that faint sword light, and the long sword in his hand was directly sent flying from his grip. One sword breaks the firmament? You really are a disciple of Yun Fyao's sect. This was the last sentence spoken by the masked man in white, filled with despair and unwillingness. The Yun Fyao's sect is the leader of the righteous path in the world, with thousands of years of heritage that someone like him could not provoke. Even the sect behind him would be like an ant trying to shake a tree in the face of the Yun Fyao's sect. The woman in the bamboo hat still did not respond. She slightly rotated the fiery, immortal sword in her hand. There were still hundreds of fiery air swords remaining in the sky, resembling ferocious beasts, flying towards the masked man. Amidst the desperate screams of the masked man, his body was pierced back and forth by hundreds of fiery air swords, instantly turning into chunks of bloody remains. Then, under the flames burning, he turned to ashes. The woman in the bamboo hat glanced at the chaotic little town and let out a soft sigh. Afterward, she put away the immortal sword and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the snowy night. Soon, the figure of the woman in the bamboo hat appeared silently in a dark alley of the town, right across from Lu Po's breakfast stall. At the end of the alley was a dilapidated small courtyard with 3 earthen houses. The woman flew swiftly over the snow, occasionally stepping on it without leaving any footprints. After a few leaps, she entered the courtyard. The house was dark, with no lights on. In the yard was a sizable wooden cart, with several large wooden barrels. It was the cart for night fragrance. Lamely stood in the yard, and on the snow beneath his feet lay the bodies of 2 masked men in white, the accomplices of the man the woman had just killed. The woman in the bamboo hat took off her hat, revealing herself to be Li Chuyin, the daughter of Lamely. She was not mute. She could speak. Chapter 14. The incident in the town. Li Chuyin glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, and then at the expressionless Lamely. She quickly shed her black clothes, storing her clothing, hat, and immortal sword into her storage bag. Lamely said lightly, "I warned you not to cause trouble. Now, before we've acquired what we came for. We've already attracted attention." Li Chuyin replied, "I came here to save a friend, Lingling. She's a good girl, and I can't just watch her be taken and violated by those people, turning her into their furnace." Lamely sighed. He knew that this matter could not be blamed on Li Chuyin. As a cultivator, one cannot just stand by and watch mortals suffer, especially if they are people they know. "Chuyin, how is Lingling doing?" "Lingling should be fine, but Lu Po and Fat Ant have died at their hands." Lamely frowned slightly and said, "These damn scoundrels truly deserve to die. If it weren't for wanting to avoid other cultivators discovering the secret of the land temple, I would have already notified the righteous cultivators to come and encircle and exterminate these demons. You fought in the air, and many townsfolk saw it. This matter cannot be concealed. Since cultivators have fought, there will definitely be many righteous cultivators coming to investigate soon. If ordinary disciples come, they may not detect anything. But if experts arrive, they will sense our presence and may even notice the unusualness of the land temple outside the town. The stone tablet that suppresses the boundary between immortals and mortals may not be able to hide from those above the heavenly human realm. It is not suitable for us to stay here for long. We should leave." Li Chuyin gently shook her head, saying, "I'm not leaving. The box that Yun Fyao took may not be the true item left by Uncle Master Xuanji. Perhaps the secret is still hidden in the land temple. Since Dahe has already left the land temple, We can occupy it openly and search slowly. If we really can't find anything or our identities are exposed, we can leave then. The small town of Fuyang, with only over 100 households, was in turmoil that night. Torches lit up this small, remote town. The elderly village chief Lin Deming, over 70 years old, arrived at the home of Yu Lingdang and saw Aunt Fat lying in a pool of blood and old lady Lu's dismembered body, his cane heavily striking the ground. Who did this? Who did this? Beasts! Beasts! The aged chief roared in anger, his body trembling uncontrollably. A lean middle-aged man supported the chief and said, "Uncle Ming, you're old. Take care of your health." The old man calmed his agitation slightly and asked, "Where's Lingdang? That girl, where is she? She wasn't taken by the evildoers, was she?" The middle-aged man replied, "Uncle Ming, don't worry, Lingdang is fine. She was just knocked out by the evildoers and is resting in the house." "That's good. That's good." Uncle Ming sighed heavily and said, "Yu Qing, quickly take a few strong young men and go to Ziyang overnight to report this to the county magistrate and have the court send someone here." "Okay, I'll go right away." The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. Uncle Ming glanced again at the two corpses on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, his face full of sorrow. He called upon the residents in the courtyard to help gather the bodies of old lady Lu and Aunt Fat, while also asking Zhang the carpenter to bring over 2 coffins. The small town's residents were simple and friendly, each family knowing each other well, with almost every household being related in some way. The Yu family was already left with only orphans and widowed mothers, and now only Yu Lingdang remained. How could a young girl bear such a sudden tragedy? Naturally, the village chief and the villagers would take care of the funeral arrangements for old lady Lu and Aunt Fat. The storm finally stopped. However, the chaotic small town did not quiet down as a result. The residents had already learned about the incident at Yu Lingdang's home. They were all familiar neighbors, many of whom were related. The tragic deaths of old lady Lu and Aunt Fat brought tears to countless people. When the first ray of sunlight fell upon the small town, Yu Lingdang, who had been unconscious all night, finally began to wake up slowly. Then, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the entire town. Her father had died in the army a few years ago, leaving 3 women relying on each other. Now, with her grandmother and mother dead, Yu Lingdang was heartbroken, fainting several times from grief. 50 miles away, on Suaping Mountain, Lu Tongfeng woke from his meditation. Realizing it was nearly noon, seeing Yun Fyao still asleep, he worried about waking her, so he quietly left the cave. After taking care of his bladder issue, he returned to the cave to make breakfast for Yun Fyao. Over the years, living alone, he hadn't learned much else, but he was quite skilled at handling a spoon, his cooking skills nearly matching that of the fat chef at the town's tavern. Last night, he noticed that Yun Fyao seemed to really enjoy porridge, so he made another pot today. Near noon, Yun Fyao finally woke up slowly, still eating 2 large bowls of porridge. She did not ask Lu Tongfeng why he had deceived her regarding his cultivation. Since Lu Tongfeng chose to conceal it, he must have his reasons. Yun Fuyao's character was not only proud but also very cool. She did not like to pry into others' secrets. Now, she only wanted to heal her injuries as soon as possible, retrieve the hidden treasure box, and return to Yuntian's sect to report back. After finishing her porridge, Lu Tongfeng said, "Fairy Fuyao, the firewood in this cave is almost gone. Since we will likely stay here for a while longer, I'll go outside to gather some wood. You rest here, don't worry, I won't go far." Yun Fyao gently nodded, acknowledging Lu Tongfeng's words. Lu Tongfeng picked up his rusty, chipped sword, took the hay outside the cave, and then closed the wooden door securely. The dry firewood near the cave had already been picked clean by Lu Tongfeng yesterday, so now he had to walk further away. Fortunately, there were lots of dead trees in this forest, and after walking a little over 100 meters, he found a dead old tree. "Hey, go catch some game. Don't just catch rabbits every time, they don't have much meat. The mountain chickens can fly, so I won't blame you if you can't catch them. But wild boars run on the ground. You should be able to catch one, right? If you don't bring back a little wild boar today, I'll make soup with your bones for Fairy Fuyao to nourish her." Woof woof. Hay barked disdainfully. It seemed to say, "I'm a black dog, you're a sycophant. We're both dogs, so why should we make it hard for each other?" Although Hay was quite dissatisfied with its little master's sycophantic behavior, it still wagged its tail and darted into the woods to hunt. After Hay left, Lu Tongfeng drew his rusty sword and began to chop the dead wood. Despite its rusted appearance, the sword felt heavy in hand and was quite sharp. Branch after branch fell to the ground. Soon, Lu Tongfeng had gathered a large bundle of wood that should last for a day or two. Just as he was about to pack the collected wood to carry it back, he suddenly heard Dehei barking. Having lived with Dehei for many years, Lu Tongfeng knew Dehei very well, and this barking was not the sound of having found prey. Lu Tongfeng immediately ran in the direction of Dehei's barking, holding his rusty sword. Chapter 15. Hearing of the tragedy, Tongfeng is sad soon. Lu Tongfeng found Dehei. In front of Dehei stood 3 people dressed very bulky, wrapped up tightly. One of them wore a cotton hat, and judging by the footprints, they seemed to have been resting there. Lu Tongfeng knew that Dehei, this old dog, was very smart. It would never let strangers touch it. At this moment, one person was petting Dehei's head, and Dehei did not shy away. This indicated that the 3 were likely residents of the small town and were familiar with Dehei. Dehei, Lu Tongfeng called out from a distance. Hearing the voice, the 3 turned to look this way. One of them adjusted the cotton hat on his head. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng recognized him as Lin Yuqing, the town's constable. Apart from Chief Lin Deming, he was the highest-ranking official in Fuyang town, with 2 subordinates named Sanwa and Ergu, responsible for maintaining order in the small town. Over the years, Lu Tongfeng had often committed petty thefts in town, taking advantage of opportunities to flirt with girls under the pretext of fortune-telling, and had been caught by Lin Yuqing many times. However, Lin Yuqing was not a bully. He had always shown leniency towards Lu Tongfeng. The harshest punishment he received was just 5 lashes. Uncle Lin, Sanwa, Ergu, what are you doing here? Seeing familiar faces, Lu Tongfeng immediately relaxed his guard and walked over joyfully. The 3 who appeared at the foot of Crumbling Mountain were the residents Lin Deming had sent to Fuyang City overnight to report to the county magistrate. The heavy snow had blocked the mountains, making it difficult for cattle and horses to travel, so they could only go on foot. After traveling all night, it was almost noon by the time the 3 finally reached the foot of Crumbling Mountain. They were preparing to take a rest and have something to eat before continuing on their way when they unexpectedly encountered Lu Tongfeng and Dehei. Little madman, how did you and Dehei end up here? Lin Yuqing asked in surprise. A dark-skinned young man behind him said, it must be that the temple ran out of food again, so he brought his big black dog to Crumbling Mountain to catch some game. Ergu, who do you look down on? When have I, Lu Tongfeng, ever run out of food? I was planning to go to Fuyang City to do something big, but I didn't expect it to snow for the past 2 days. So I decided to stay in a cave in the mountains for a couple of days and wait for the snow to stop completely before heading to Fuyang City. Uncle Lin, why are you all out here in this cold weather instead of staying home for the winter? Lin Yuqing sighed and said, something happened in the town last night. Uncle Ming sent us to Fuyang to report to the county magistrate. Something happened in the town? What happened? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. For minor thefts or fights in the town, the local sheriff, Uncle Lin, could handle it. But this place was over 50 miles from the town, and with such deep snow, moving was very slow. It seemed that Uncle Lin and the other 2 had set off from the town the night before. The heavy snow had blocked the roads. Yet they were rushing to report to the county magistrate over 100 miles away. It couldn't just be a lost cow. Something major must have happened. Lin Yuqing said, last night, a lecher broke into Granny Lu's house, intending to abduct Lingdang. Granny Lu and Fat Ant were both killed. What? Lu Tongfeng's expression changed drastically. How could this be possible? I just left the town 2 days ago. How could such a thing happen? Uncle Lin, you're not joking, are you? Crazy kid. Do you think I would joke about something like this? Lu Tongfeng looked at Ergo and Sanwa. The thin Sanwa, with fairly decent features, nodded and said, it's true. Fat Ant was stabbed through the heart, and Granny Lu was beheaded. They died horribly. Lu Tongfeng staggered a few steps, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Ever since his master died, the ones who helped him the most were Yu Lingdang and Granny Lu. Even though Fat Ant was very talkative and would scold him every time she saw him, when Lu Tongfeng really went hungry for days, she would take out a few steaming white buns from her steamer and toss them to him amidst her scolding. How could this happen? They were both good people. How could this happen? Finally unable to hold it together, Lu Tongfeng collapsed onto the snow. Dehei also silently lowered his head. He had also eaten many of Granny Lu's buns. Seeing Lu Tongfeng so sorrowful, Lin Yuqing sighed inwardly. He had caught Lu Tongfeng many times, but never punished him severely because he knew Lu Tongfeng was not a bad person. After a long while, Lu Tongfeng hoarsely asked, is Lingdang okay? Did she get taken by the lecher? Lin Yuqing shook his head and said, no. Fat Ant rang the gong before she died, and the lecher did not take Lingdang. Hearing this, Lu Tongfeng felt slightly relieved and raised his head to ask, Did they catch the lecher? Ergo replied, one was killed last night, and two escaped. With so many people in the town and the heavy snow blocking the mountains, how could they escape? Ergo said, they're not ordinary people. They're cultivators who can fly in the sky. How could we catch them? Cultivators? Lu Tongfeng immediately stood up upon hearing this. Lin Yuqing nodded, that's right. Many people saw it. 3 masked figures in white flew out from Granny Lu's house. If those 3 are cultivators, how did you manage to kill one? Lu Tongfeng asked. Uncle Lin, are you also a cultivator? How could I be a cultivator? Last night, a girl in black with a conical hat suddenly appeared. She is also a cultivator. And she was the one who killed one of them. A girl in black, wearing a conical hat. Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that the small town he had lived in for 16 years had become very strange. This small mountain town, which even stray dogs wouldn't visit, let alone high-ranking cultivators, had recently seen a series of odd events. First Yun Fyao, then the attack by a man and a woman on Yun Fyao, followed by 3 lecherous cultivators and 1 conical hat cultivator. If the man and woman who attacked Yun Fyao were following her to seize treasure, then the 3 lecherous cultivators must have been the ones causing havoc in Yuzhou for the past 6 months. What about the girl in the conical hat who suddenly appeared in the town and killed one of the lechers? Did she know that the lechers were going to abduct Lingdang and was waiting for them outside her house? He inquired about the girl in the conical hat, asking if she was still in the town. Lin Yuqing shook his head after she killed 1 person in the town last night. She quickly flew away and did not meet us. Oh, since she was saving someone, why did she leave immediately? Lu Tongfeng showed confusion. Was the girl in the conical hat chasing after the other 2 escaping lechers? Suddenly, Ergo said, that girl should be a fairy from Yuntian sect. What? Yuntian sect? Lu Tongfeng's expression changed slightly. Ergo, how do you know this? Ergo replied, last night, when she was fighting the lecher in the sky. I happened to be nearby. I heard the lecher say before he died, one sword breaks the heavens. You really are a disciple of Yuntian sect. That girl is amazing. She used a flaming divine sword and killed that lecher in just a few moves. Ergo, did you hear it clearly? Of course. Shin Ergo has had sharp ears since childhood. I couldn't be mistaken. Lu Tongfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He thought it was Yun Fuyao's companion coming to find her. After talking for a while, Lin Yuqing said, crazy kid. We need to continue on our way and try to reach Xuyang as soon as possible. Are you coming with us, or will you go on your own? Lu Tongfeng shook his head. Lingdang is my friend, and Fat Aunt and Granny Lu have treated me very well. Such a big thing has happened. How can I go to Xuyang? I will return to the land temple first and see if there's any help I can offer. Lin Yuqing nodded. That's fine, then. They bid farewell, and Lin Yuqing and the other 2 picked up their bags and sticks and continued on their way south, stepping carefully through the snow. After the 3 of them walked far away, Lu Tongfeng took Dehei and headed toward the cave. On the way, he thought about the kindness Granny Lu and Fat Aunt had shown him, and tears could not help but flow down his cheeks. Returning to the cave, he found that the originally messy cave had become quite tidy. The items belonging to Yun Fyao that had been piled in a corner were all gone, likely taken back into her storage bag. At this moment, Yun Fyao was not lying down but sitting against the rock wall, covered with that feather cloak. Just as Lu Tongfeng was about to say that a disciple from Yuntian sect had appeared in the town, he suddenly saw Yun Fyao staring at him with a look of shame and anger, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Chapter 16. Returning to the land temple, Lu Tongfeng was very familiar with Yun Fuyao's shameful and angry gaze. Whenever he teased the young ladies in the town, he would often receive this kind of look in return. He knew that Yun Fyao must have checked her injuries during the time he was out and discovered that he had stripped her of her clothes to treat her wounds. However, Lu Tongfeng did not turn to run away. After a brief silence, he quietly began to gather his things. Seeing that Lu Tongfeng's mood seemed a bit off, looking dejected and sad with red-rimmed eyes, as if he had just cried, Yun Fyao coldly said, Lu Tongfeng, do you have nothing to say to me? While packing his things, Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, no. How did you treat my wounds? Fairy Fyao, I know what you want to say. You were seriously injured at that time, and saving you was a priority, so I had to take off your clothes. Besides, I didn't take them all off. I left you with a piece of your undergarment and a pair of shorts, didn't I? You lecher, I will kill you. Yun Fyao gritted her teeth. She was a direct disciple of the Yuntian sect's leader and had always been pure and innocent. She had never even held a man's hand. Yet, her little piglet that she had raised for so many years had fallen victim to the hands of this guy, Lu Tongfeng. I was in a coma at that time. Heaven knows what that kid did to me. If it were any other time, Lu Tongfeng would definitely have tried to argue and deny everything. But now, upon hearing about the tragedy that befell his friend Ling Dang, he felt terrible inside. When he heard Yun Fyao say the words lecherous thief, Lu Tongfeng suddenly lost control of his emotions, threw the small bundle in his hand to the ground, and shouted, "If you're going to kill me, then do it. Don't call me a lecherous thief." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the small bundle and began to tidy up his things. At that moment, tears streamed down his face again, falling to the ground. Yun Fyao was stunned. Although she felt shame and anger that Lu Tongfeng had taken off her clothes to heal her, she would not kill him. After all, Lu Tongfeng had saved her and was her little sure shoe. When she said she would kill him earlier, it was just a woman's angry remark after realizing she had been taken advantage of. Seeing the tears on Lu Tongfeng's face, she suddenly remembered his sad and disappointed expression when he entered the cave, his eyes red. She asked, "What happened to you?" Lu Tongfeng wiped his tears and said, "I just met 3 friends from the town. From them, I learned that last night, 3 lecherous thieves tried to abduct Ling Dang. When they were discovered, they brutally killed Granny Lu and Aunt Pang. Ling Dang is my best friend. The day before yesterday, when I left, she was worried I would be hungry on the road and specially went to the Earth Temple to send me food. Granny Lu and Aunt Pang have treated me very well over the years. Such a big thing happened to their family. I have to go back now." Yun Fyao was momentarily stunned, her mind flashing back to the morning 2 days ago when she was in Fuyang Town, asking for news in front of Granny Lu's stall. Remembering the plump woman, the beautiful girl in a floral cotton jacket, and the elderly man who told her the location of the Moon Elder Temple, she never expected that such a huge change could happen in just 2 days. Lu Tongfeng quickly finished packing his things and said, "Fairy Fyao, I forgot to tell you. People from your Yunshanzong appeared in the town last night. Thanks to her, Ling Dang was not abducted by the lecherous thieves, and she even killed one of them. It should be your companion who came to look for you." Yun Fuyao's pretty face darkened as she asked, "What? A girl? What is her name?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know. I heard she is a young girl dressed in black, wearing a bamboo hat, wielding a flame divine sword." Yun Fuyao's expression changed again. She knew that the girl Lu Tongfeng mentioned was most likely the one who had attacked her 2 days ago. "Fairy Fyao, your fellow disciple should be nearby in the town. I'll take you back. As long as you meet up with her, you will be safe." Yun Fyao replied, "She is my fellow disciple, but it doesn't mean I will be safe." "What do you mean?" "This is an internal struggle within Yunshanzong. You wouldn't understand." It was strange that Yun Fyao did not tell Lu Tongfeng that the girl in black, most likely, was the one who attacked her. In fact, during the duel that day, Yun Fyao had already figured it out. The man and woman who attacked her were both from Yunshanzong. The man wielded 2 bone magical treasures, which was just a disguise to make her think she had encountered a demonic sect cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that they had been hiding their identities and did not dare to use Yunshanzong's true magical powers, even with her invisibility and earth escape talismans, Yun Fyao might not have been able to escape from them. Although she did not know exactly who those 2 were from Yunshanzong, she was certain that this matter was definitely related to the current internal struggle within Yunshanzong. Yunshanzong had tens of thousands of cultivators and was not a monolithic entity. There were strong undercurrents within the sect, especially in the past decade, as the sect leader, Yu Chunjinren, grew older, the conflicts within the sect became more pronounced. Otherwise, Yun Fyao would not have secretly followed her master's orders under the pretense of going down the mountain for training, while secretly searching for her Shizuzu. "Fairy Fyao, that girl in black isn't coming to look for you?" Lu Tongfeng asked, puzzled. "Kind of," Yun Fyao said softly. Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly, feeling that Yun Fyao and that girl in black seemed to be on different paths. Now, Lu Tongfeng was caught in a dilemma. With such a big incident happening to Ling Dang, he definitely had to go back. He originally planned to bring Yun Fyao back to the dilapidated temple together. But now it seemed that the situation was not that simple. However, he was also not at ease leaving Yun Fyao alone in the cave. Yun Fyao seemed to see through Lu Tongfeng's conflict. "I'll go back with you." Lu Tongfeng hesitated. Yun Fyao slowly said, "I have reasons I must go." Yun Fyao was not worried that encountering the other party again would endanger her life. Her left leg was fractured, and she had over a dozen sword wounds. But none were in fatal positions. Those 2 did not intend to kill her. They just wanted to obtain the box left by her Shizuzu. 2 days had passed. And logically speaking, 2 days was a long time for a cultivator, enough to escape thousands of miles away. Yet, The other party was still wandering near the town. Moreover, when they attacked, they explicitly mentioned that she should hand over the box that Lu Tongfeng gave her. At that time, after she learned the location of the Earth Temple in the town, she had immediately soared through the air to get there, only to find out that her Shizuzu's disciple was named Lu Tongfeng. Yet the other party also knew Lu Tongfeng's name. This made Yun Fyao suspect that these two might not have secretly followed her from Tianyun Mountain. They likely arrived here earlier than she did. They just couldn't decipher the two rather inappropriate secret phrases left by her Shizuzu, so they dared not act rashly, fearing they might alert the snake by beating the grass. Additionally, there was one more important reason why Yun Fyao had to return to Fuyang Town. She had hidden the box in the Earth Temple. That day, after she used the Earth Escape technique to evade the 2's pursuit, she knew she couldn't go far due to her injuries and was worried about being tracked down, so that afternoon, she risked returning to the Earth Temple. By then, Lu Tongfeng had already left. She then hid the box again in the Earth Temple and thought of a Buddhist nunnery on Tsuaping Mountain, planning to seek help there for her injuries. Yun Fyao did not tell Lu Tongfeng about hiding the box in the Earth Temple. If she did not follow Lu Tongfeng back, he might discover the box. Moreover, since the other party was still wandering near the town, they might also find the box. Thus, Yun Fyao had to risk going back. Lu Tongfeng did not suspect her motives and asked, "Fairy Fyao, can your injuries allow you to fly with a sword?" Yun Fyao shook her head gently. Lu Tongfeng said, "It's fine. I'll make a snow sled. Just wait a moment." Chapter 17, Lu Tongfeng's Evil Deeds. In less than half an hour, Lu Tongfeng dragged a snow sled made of bamboo to the cave entrance. Years of living alone had taught him many survival skills. Not only was he skilled at cooking, but his practical skills were also quite good. The snow sled was not small, considering the issue of accumulated snow. The base was raised quite a bit, resembling a cart without wheels. When Lu Tongfeng returned to the cave, ready to take Yun Fyao on the road, he suddenly noticed a situation. He said, "Fairy Fyao, you can't do this." Yun Fyao asked, "Why not?" Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, "You need to change into another outfit, preferably something very dirty and old." "Why?" Yun Fyao was confused. Lu Tongfeng said, "Although I suspect the two people who attacked you that day have already left, what if I'm wrong? Your feather cloak is too conspicuous. It would be safer to disguise yourself a bit." Yun Fyao thought Lu Tongfeng's words made sense. She immediately sent her consciousness into her storage bag and took out a white cotton coat after a moment. The high-quality, refined fabric of this little cotton coat was worth at least several dozen taels of silver. Lu Tongfeng asked, "Do you have any older clothes?" Yun Fyao shook her head. Lu Tongfeng glanced at the extinguished bonfire and had an idea. He picked up the valuable white cotton coat and grabbed a handful of ash to smear on it. After some fussing, the fine cotton coat turned black. "This will do." Lu Tongfeng was very satisfied with his handiwork. Fuyang Town was too small and poor, and Yun Fyao's clothes were too precious. Wearing them would make it hard not to attract attention. Although Yun Fyao was unhappy that Lu Tongfeng had made her clothes so dirty, she endured it for the sake of safety. With Lu Tongfeng's help, Yun Fyao put on the filthy cotton coat. However, Lu Tongfeng then started rubbing his chin and sizing her up. "Fairy Fyao, your face? What's wrong with my face?" "Nothing much, just that it's too beautiful." "Wait a moment." Lu Tongfeng went back to the fire, grabbed a handful of wood ash, spat on it a few times, and rubbed it together. "What are you doing?" Yun Fyao suddenly felt a bad premonition. "I'm going to put some ash on your face. Don't you know how pretty you are? Just to be safe. Let's blacken your face too." "Lu Tongfeng, you can't smear that dirty stuff on my face. Don't come over. I'll kill you." Lu Tongfeng ignored his beautiful niece's threats and, amidst Yun Fyao's cries and warnings, smeared the ash mixed with his saliva all over her face. It had to be said that Yun Fyao's face was smooth and delicate, even more comfortable to touch than the daughter of Widow Wang, Cui Cui. After turning Yun Fyao into a little clown, Lu Tongfeng thought her long black hair was also too noticeable. So, he did the same to her hair, messing it up and applying a lot of wood ash. After Lu Tongfeng's antics, the originally exquisite, fair-skinned, and stunning Fairy Fyao instantly turned into a filthy, disheveled little beggar. Lu Tongfeng rubbed his chin, looking her over. Feeling something was still missing, he rummaged through his ragged bag and found an old cloth hat, placing it on Yun Fyao's head, then wrapped a tattered scarf around most of her cheeks. Now, it was completely unrecognizable that this ragged, dirty little beggar was the famous Fairy Fyao. Even if Yun Fyao's own mother saw her at this moment, She would hesitate for half an hour before daring to approach and recognize her. Yun Fuyao's injuries hadn't healed, and she had no strength to resist this guy's destructive actions on her beautiful face. What woman doesn't love beauty? Especially Yun Fyao, who had some obsessive cleanliness. Getting her clothes dirty was already the limit of what she could bear. Now her face was also blackened. The key was that the wood ash smeared on her face was also contaminated with Lu Tongfeng's saliva. How could Yun Fyao endure that? Once Lu Tongfeng finished her disguise, she no longer called him little uncle but glared at him and said angrily, "Lu Tongfeng, just you wait. I'll remember this. And I won't let you off the hook later. Your teeth seem very white." Lu Tongfeng, that's enough. Seeing Yun Fyao really getting angry, Lu Tongfeng smiled awkwardly and said, "All right, if we encounter someone, just try not to speak, and no one will notice your snow-white teeth." A strange noise suddenly came, and the two turned to see Dahe lying on the ground, one paw on its face, the other paw patting the ground. Even a blind person could tell that Dahe was mocking Yun Fuyao's current appearance. Lu Tongfeng kicked the old dog and said, "Don't mind this old dog. It's just having a fit of madness, not laughing at you. Anyway, Fairy Fyao, I remember you have some blankets and bedding in your storage bag. Take out a couple." "I don't have any." "You must be mistaken. If you don't, then forget it. It's not me lying on the plow." Yun Fyao could only grit her teeth and take out some blankets and bedding from her storage bag. Lu Tongfeng then began to mess with these valuable blankets. "Lu Tongfeng, why are you messing with my bedding? These things of yours are too new and fancy. Just one look will give us away. They need to look old." Yun Fyao was at a loss for words. She was the proud daughter of the Yuntian sect. For over 20 years, no one had dared to treat her like this. She temporarily noted Lu Tongfeng's disrespectful behavior in her heart and secretly vowed that once her injuries healed, she would definitely break Lu Tongfeng's legs and then cover herself in wood ash. After a moment, Lu Tongfeng took the dirty bedding outside. First, he laid a thick layer of straw on the plow, then covered it with the blankets. Once done, Lu Tongfeng returned to the cave. He approached Yun Fyao and reached out to hug her. Yun Fyao instinctively dodged. "What are you doing? I'm carrying you onto the cart. Your leg is broken. Do you want to climb up yourself?" The strong-willed Yun Fyao moved her body, suddenly pulling at her wound, and her brows furrowed slightly in pain. "Stop being stubborn." Lu Tongfeng bent down and picked up Yun Fyao. She wanted to struggle, but her body wouldn't allow it, so she was forcibly carried by Lu Tongfeng. Yun Fyao felt that this guy was her nemesis. She had never had such close contact with a young man before. Since meeting this fellow, not only had he seen her body, but he had also touched her face with his saliva-covered hands. Now he was carrying her again. In her notebook, she added another entry about Lu Tongfeng's misdeeds. While she was thinking about how to make this guy who had taken advantage of her suffer in the future, a sudden bone-chilling cold rushed in. However, Lu Tongfeng's body was warm as fire against this cold. This made Yun Fyao instinctively shrink her head closer into Lu Tongfeng's embrace. Lu Tongfeng did not notice Yun Fyao as small movements. He just wanted to hurry back to Fuyang town and had no intention of teasing the little beauty in his arms. He gently placed Yun Fyao on the plow covered with straw and blankets, then draped a quilt over her. After checking the cave to ensure nothing was left behind, he picked up his bag and signaled Dahe to leave. The snow-covered plow was not small, it was made of bamboo, and to prevent it from sinking into the snow, a bamboo raft shape was made underneath. There were 2 extended bamboo poles at the front for easy dragging, along with a rope. Lu Tongfeng slung the rope over his shoulder, grabbed the 2 handles, and trudged through the snow. Walking and talking. "Fyao Fairy, please bear with me for a bit. It's just over 50 miles, and I can reach the Earth Temple before dark." "Are you sure?" "Of course. I'm the Godspeed Protector. These 2 legs of mine are not for show. You can take a nap on the sled for a while, and when you wake up, we'll be at the Earth Temple," Lu Tongfeng said confidently. It was now around the beginning of the Wei hour, and it would be dark by the Yu hour. Lu Tongfeng felt that covering 50 miles in 2 hours wasn't a big deal. However, he seemed to have forgotten 3 things. First, there was nearly 2 feet of snow on the ground. Second, he was dragging a sled that weighed over 100 pounds, which also had a little beauty weighing about 100 pounds on it. Third, the clouds in the sky were heavy, indicating that the winds and snow were not over yet, and it was likely to snow heavily again soon. Chapter 18. Can thieves even enter this broken temple? The wind and snow blurred the line between heaven and earth, and fog and clouds enveloped the mountains and rivers. Lu Tongfeng dragged the sled, struggling through the snow. With each step, the snow nearly buried him up to his knees. He walked out of the woods and onto the narrow path leading to Fuyang town. The path had been covered by the wind and snow, but the footprints of Uncle Lin, Ergo, and Sanhua were clearly visible in the snow, disappearing at the horizon. Lu Tongfeng's expression turned bitter. He glanced back at Yun Fyao on the sled, wrapped in blankets and wearing a worn windproof hat. Her small, dark face, smeared with dirt, had bright eyes that held a hint of mockery and ridicule. She was still upset with Lu Tongfeng, but now she wanted to see the joke of this boastful little master uncle. Looking at the increasingly thick snow clouds above, Yun Fyao said, "It seems like it's going to snow. I don't think you'll even finish half the journey before dark, and we'll have to camp in the wilderness tonight." "Impossible. Want to bet on it?" Lu Tongfeng grinned and said, "Sure, if you lose, you have to let me kiss you." "Shameless. How can that be shameless? That's how I bet with the girls in town." "Then what if you lose?" "Then I'll let you kiss me." Yun Fyao closed her eyes, deciding not to talk to this unserious little master uncle anymore. Lu Tongfeng smiled awkwardly, unsure if their bet had any effect. He took a deep breath and officially set off, dragging the sled through the snow, leaving deep tracks behind. Initially, everything went relatively smoothly. He wasn't moving fast, but it wasn't slow either. Even while dragging over 200 pounds, he still made steady progress. This was due to his secretly cultivated technique. In terms of speed, strength, and endurance, Lu Tongfeng far exceeded an average person. After walking for an hour, he had already covered nearly 20 miles, about a third of the journey. At this point, Lu Tongfeng could clearly feel his stamina dwindling, but due to his unusual physique, his pace did not slow down. However, given the current situation, he definitely wouldn't reach the Broken Temple before the Yu hour. But if he maintained this speed, he should be able to reach the Broken Temple around the Su hour. Yet, around the Shin hour in the afternoon, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, accompanied by a biting cold wind. Lu Tongfeng was dumbfounded. He cursed the heavens, pointing at the sky. In the wind and snow, he felt like a snail, dragging the sled, struggling against the elements. In contrast, Dahei and Yun Fyao seemed quite at ease. Despite the 2 feet of snow, it didn't hinder Dahei from playing joyfully in the snow. Meanwhile, Yun Fyao lay on the sled, cushioned by thick straw and blankets. Covered with quilts, wearing a ragged hat that covered her ears, with only her eyes exposed. The wind and snow grew stronger, and Lu Tongfeng's pace slowed further. Yun Fyao looked at the desolate figure pulling the sled, snowflakes landing on Lu Tongfeng's body and head, gradually covering him. Yet this young man did not stop. He resembled a resilient old ox, straining against the ropes, trudging forward. Yun Fyao said, "It's about to get dark, and the wind and snow are so heavy. We should find a place to rest." Lu Tongfeng stopped, turned, and walked to the front of the sled. At this moment, Yun Fyao was slightly taken aback, seeing that Lu Tongfeng's youthful cheeks were covered in frost. Lu Tongfeng adjusted the blankets on Yun Fyao to prevent the cold wind from getting in. Perhaps the howling wind was too loud, so he shouted, "Are you cold?" Yun Fyao shook her head gently. Lu Tongfeng pointed towards the direction of the small town to the north and shouted, "Just hang in there a little longer. We're almost there." Looking at Lu Tongfeng, who was freezing like a dog, Yun Fyao thought to herself, lying comfortably on the warm sled, what was there to endure? The one who really needed to endure should be him. This thought only crossed her mind, and she did not voice it. Perhaps seeing that Lu Tongfeng was exhausting himself, Dahei kept wagging his tail in front of the sled. Lu Tongfeng understood its meaning. He attached a rope to Dahei. Then, with one person and one dog braving the wind and snow, they set off again. Yun Fyao tilted her head, looking back at Lu Tongfeng's figure. She suddenly felt that within this frail body, there seemed to be a powerful strength. With Dahei's help, Lu Tongfeng exerted much less effort. Dahei, resembling a small calf, was very strong, and even in the snow, he could run swiftly. Lu Tongfeng felt like he had discovered a new world. He exclaimed, "Dahei, all these years I never knew you could pull. You really must have become a spirit." The sky quickly darkened. The wind and snow showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they intensified. The cold wind carried the snowflakes, which felt as if they had frozen into ice crystals, painfully hitting his face. With Dahei's addition, Lu Tongfeng clearly exerted much less effort. Together, they sprinted through the snow with the sled. Dahei, the dog, was not tired at all and ran quickly while pulling the sled. Lu Tongfeng, however, was panting heavily, gasping for breath. For a moment, it was hard to tell who the real dog was. After about another hour, Lu Tongfeng and Dahei finally arrived outside the Earth Temple. Suddenly, Dahei seemed to sense something, his blue eyes glowing faintly. Woof, woof. Dahe, don't bark at the doorstep. Let us go. Woof, woof. Dahe continued to bark furiously. Lu Tongfeng sensed something was off. He suddenly noticed some footprints in the snow in front of the Earth Temple. No way. I just left for 2 days, and someone has taken over my place. Lu Tongfeng was somewhat surprised. Fuyang town was very remote. There were no beggars or vagrants. And on a snowy day, outsiders wouldn't come to this secluded little town. How could someone occupy his Earth Temple? At this moment, inside the temple, the lame Li and the mute Li were moving the mud statues of the Earth God and Earth Goddess. Suddenly, they heard loud barking from outside. Their expressions changed drastically. Li the lame whispered, "Not good. It's Dahe. Let's go." Li Chuyan naturally knew that Dahe was not to be trifled with. If it weren't for Dahe being glued to Lu Tongfeng's side all day long, they wouldn't have had to hide in the small town for 3 years. Fortunately, there was a small back door behind the land god temple. The two didn't have time to reposition the statues of the land god and goddess. They quietly slipped out through the small door. Dahe in front of the temple seemed to sense something, broke free from its rope, and dashed towards the back of the land god temple. Its speed was astonishing, like a black flash of lightning. Lu Tongfeng was stunned and shouted, "Dahe, why are you running so fast? To take a dump?" He dragged the snow plow to the temple door, waking the sleeping Yun Fyao. "Fairy Fyao, we have arrived." Yun Fyao looked at the dilapidated land god temple and softly responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Lu Tongfeng pushed open the temple door and entered, sword at his side. Noticing some clear footprints in the snow at the entrance, Lu Tongfeng thought someone had stayed in the temple that night. However, after entering and lighting a fire to check, he found no one had stayed there. Instead, he discovered that the clay statues of the land god and goddess had been moved aside. Lu Tongfeng was greatly surprised. This wasn't someone staying here. This was a burglary. Damn it. Even this broken temple can be robbed? Lu Tongfeng was speechless. Each of those clay statues weighed several hundred pounds. What was there to steal? Even if someone managed to carry the statues of the land god and goddess out, who would buy them? He guessed it was probably some mischievous children from the town who knew he had left and came to mess around in the temple. Seeing the small back door open, Lu Tongfeng walked over to close it, muttering as he exited. Chapter 19. Late Night Cultivation. Haunting spirits of the ruined temple on the snow plow, Yun Fyao lay back, her gaze fixed on the large locust tree in the wind and snow. When Lu Tongfeng approached, she seemed not to notice. It wasn't until Lu Tongfeng's head appeared in front of her, blocking her view, that she became aware. Lu Tongfeng tilted his head and followed Yun Fyao's gaze. "Fairy Fyao, it's just an old tree. What's so special about it? You're completely mesmerized." Yun Fyao gently shook her head, saying, "I just think this tree looks beautiful in the snowstorm." "Beautiful?" Lu Tongfeng glanced at the old locust tree again and scoffed. "What beauty is there in a half-dead old tree? I really don't understand you immortals." He pulled the entire plow into the dilapidated temple. Inside the temple, there were some basic survival supplies, mostly firewood. Lu Tongfeng gathered a pile of split wood from the corner and lit it. With the glow of the campfire, Yun Fyao began to assess the condition inside the land god temple. Last time, she had only waited outside and hadn't come in. She saw that the temple was even more dilapidated than it appeared from the outside. The roof had 3 large holes, and the temple was very messy. There was a large pile of wood stacked in the north, which should be the storage area. The south side was Lu Tongfeng's bedroom, but there was no bed, just a heap of straw. There were also some tattered clothes, broken shoes, and cracked pottery. "This is where you've lived for 6 years?" Yun Fyao, who had a habit of cleanliness, frowned slightly. Lu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly. "I'm really not messy at all. I usually keep this place clean. It's probably those mischievous kids from the town who knew I left and made a bit of a mess." "A bit?" Yun Fyao was speechless. However, she felt somewhat emotional. A young man, living alone in this ghostly place for 6 years for the sake of a promise. How was this different from being a beggar? At that moment, the old wooden door creaked open, and Dahe squeezed inside. This black dog had practically turned into a spirit. After entering, it even knew to nudge the wooden door closed again with its head. It shook off the snow from its body and casually walked to Lu Tongfeng's bedroom. Quickly finding a big bone among the straw, carrying the bone, it laid down in front of the fire. Lu Tongfeng was dumbfounded. He had just explained to Yun Fyao that he was a clean boy, and Dahe had immediately exposed him. He angrily shouted, "Damn old dog. How many times have I told you? Don't hide your snacks on my bed. Do you believe I'll steal you today?" Dahe glanced at him with disdain. In the small alley at the end of the dilapidated courtyard in Shuyang town, late at night, Candlelight illuminated the bare walls of the room. Li the Lame removed the black cloth wrapped around his face, revealing a trace of lingering fear on his dark cheeks. Why did Dahe suddenly return? Didn't Lu Tongfeng take it to Ziyang City? Li the Lame and Li Qiuyan had come to the small town 3 years ago and discovered the secret of the land god temple. However, they dared not lay hands on Lu Tongfeng, who was as weak as a chicken. The main reason was the big black dog left behind by the Xianqi Daoist before his death, which followed Lu Tongfeng closely every day. Dahe was no ordinary wolf dog. The two of them could easily defeat Yun Fyao together, but they had no chance against Dahe. Thus, they had kept their identities hidden, working in the small town at night, looking for opportunities. They hadn't obtained the treasure box taken away by Yun Fyao, thinking there might still be secrets in the land god temple. The land god temple was located 3 miles south of the town, and with the current snowy weather, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, no one would notice. However, just tonight, before they could even start digging, Lu Tongfeng unexpectedly returned with Dahe. Fortunately, there was a back door in the land god temple. Otherwise, they would have been blocked by Dahe tonight. Li Qiuyan scoffed. That kid Lu Tongfeng, usually in town, only knows how to deceive and tease good girls. How could he possibly survive in Ziyang? I thought he could stay there for 10 days or half a month. But he rushed back after only 3 days. What a disgrace to our master. Li the Lame said, we can't say that. Although Lu Tongfeng is a bit mischievous and lecherous, his character isn't bad. With such heavy snow tonight, he rushed back. I suspect it's related to Lingdang. Didn't Ming Shu send someone to Ziyang to inform the prefect? He probably ran into Lu Tongfeng and told him about Lingdang's situation. Lu Tongfeng has a good relationship with Lingdang, so he would naturally rush back upon hearing this. Li Qiuyan didn't respond. She also agreed with Li the Lame's speculation. Among all the people in the small town, the two she interacted with the most were Lingdang and Lu Tongfeng. Besides being a bit lecherous and mischievous, Lu Tongfeng wasn't too bad. Seeing that Li Qiuyan was silent, Li the Lame asked, Qiuyan, now that Lu Tongfeng and Dahe have returned, what should we do next? Should we leave? From their conversation, it was clear that Li the Lame seemed to want to heed his daughter's advice in this significant decision. Li Qiuyan thought for a moment and said, let's wait a bit longer. I still feel that the real secret of the land god temple hasn't been taken away by Yun Fyao. Li the Lame frowned slightly. He seemed unwilling to stay here any longer, but in the end, he didn't voice his objections. Nodding, he said, the person Uncle Ming sent to report to Ziyang will be back in 2 or 3 days. I estimate that some righteous sect cultivators will come to investigate in the next few days. Since Lu Tongfeng and Dahe have returned, we shouldn't take any action for the next couple of days to avoid drawing attention. Inside the land deity temple, Lu Tongfeng was making a bed for Yun Fyao. Though he called it making a bed, it was actually just gathering the messy straw and placing Yun Fuyao's mattress on top. After busying himself for a while, he finally carried Yun Fyao down from the plow. Then he started cooking dinner. The buns and steamed buns that Lingling had given her last time were already finished in the past few days. Fortunately, there were still some food items in Yun Fuyao's storage bag. Lu Tongfeng simply cooked a pot of millet porridge. After the two of them and the dog had a simple meal, it was almost dawn. This place was drafty, and its warmth was even less than that of a small cave at the foot of Sweeping Mountain. After Lu Tongfeng saw that Yun Fyao had fallen asleep, he could only continue to sit cross-legged, dispelling the cold energy within his body. Once Lu Tongfeng entered meditation, Yun Fyao slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon Lu Tongfeng, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. For cultivators, cultivation was a very private matter. Even among fellow disciples, it was rare to cultivate in front of companions. This was mainly because once one entered meditation, their spirit entered a state of ethereal contemplation, greatly reducing their perception of the outside world, leaving them almost defenseless. The subtle power struggles between cultivators could be much fiercer than those among mortals. One should never let down their guard. Yet, Lu Tongfeng seemed completely unaware of the need for vigilance against others. Last night in the cave, he had meditated right in front of Yun Fyao, and tonight was no different. He seemed unconcerned that Yun Fyao might pose a threat to him. Yun Fyao watched as Lu Tongfeng's skin gradually turned red, with colorful auras swirling above his head. Her feelings were similar to last night. Although she could not discern what mind method Lu Tongfeng was practicing, she could tell it was an extremely powerful and mysterious pure yang method. The once cold and drafty temple quickly warmed up after Lu Tongfeng entered his cultivation state. It seemed the heat he radiated was fiercer than that of a bonfire. The light in Yun Fuyao's eyes flickered continuously. The sheer amount of heat he unconsciously emitted while cultivating was enough to show that Lu Tongfeng's cultivation was extremely high, perhaps even higher than her own. But why couldn't Lu Tongfeng fly? Initially, Yun Fyao speculated that he might be deliberately concealing his cultivation level. However, after traveling in the wind and snow tonight, she confirmed that Lu Tongfeng was not hiding anything. He truly could not fly. Such formidable pure yang power, yet unable to fly, left Yun Fyao perplexed. While she was lost in thought, suddenly, a ghostly blue shadow appeared outside the house. Yun Fyao looked through the broken window, and her eyes narrowed. She saw a floating spirit slowly drifting outside. Soon after, a second and third appeared. And in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 spirits appeared outside the house. Chapter 20. The temple's barrier. The spirits are the souls of the dead. Most human souls quickly enter the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld after death. However, there are 2 types of spirits that may linger in the human world, unable to reincarnate. The first type consists of souls that are incomplete. A soul is composed of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Missing either a soul or a spirit makes it incomplete. Incomplete souls cannot reincarnate and find it difficult to enter the underworld. These spirits will drift in the human world, most of them dispersed by thunder, some devoured by malevolent spirits, or dispersed by human cultivators. The second type consists of those with strong obsessions. These obsessions can be categorized into 2 types. One is an inability to let go of loved ones, and the other is dying a wrongful death, unwilling to reincarnate and wandering the human world. Some spirits that died wrongfully may transform into malevolent spirits due to their deep resentment. Generally, ordinary spirits cannot harm the living, but malevolent spirits can. Haunted houses and cases of possession where spirits kill or take over bodies are almost always the work of malevolent spirits. Yun Fyao, hailing from a Taoist background, often interacted with spirits. After spending more than half a year away from the mountain, the spirits and malevolent beings she had slain and dispersed numbered at least 80. Yet, she found it strange that there were so many stray spirits in the land deity temple. It is known that spirits prefer cold and damp places. And even if the land deity temple no longer had incense offerings, it was unlikely for so many spirits to gather here. Moreover, the pure yang heart method that Lu Tongfeng practiced was a natural nemesis to spirits. Dahe, being a black dog, was also a nemesis to spirits. Under normal circumstances, no spirits would dare approach within 10 feet of Lu Tongfeng and Dahe. Could it be related to that aura? Yun Fuyao's eyes flashed as she recalled the faint aura of Yin and evil she felt at the temple entrance 3 days ago when she first arrived. She also remembered that morning when she asked the plump woman at Lu Apo's breakfast stall for directions. The woman seemed to have mentioned that the land deity temple was haunted. At the time, she thought it was just the woman's joke. But now it seemed this place truly was haunted. Suddenly, Yun Fyao remembered the 4-character separation of immortals and mortals she saw on the giant rock at the temple entrance that day. At that moment, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen or heard it somewhere before. Now, seeing so many spirits gathering around the temple, she suddenly understood something. Worried that these spirits might enter the temple, she prepared to motivate her immortal sword with her mental strength to slay these spirits. Just as the immortal sword under the bedding trembled slightly, Dahe suddenly lifted his head. Dahe did not look at the spirits hovering outside the temple, but instead looked at Yun Fyao and let out a low growl, gently shaking his dog head. Yun Fyao was taken aback, her expression showing surprise. She understood Dahe's meaning. This dark dog with blue eyes was telling her not to harm those spirits. Yun Fyao had always suspected that Dahe had a connection with the divine dog of Yunshinzong. She immediately abandoned the idea of summoning the immortal sword. Looking out the window again, she noticed a very strange phenomenon. There were already many spirits outside the window. At least 7 or 8 could be seen just through the window, and there were definitely more spirits in the blind spots. Strangely, these spirits were merely wandering around the dilapidated temple and had not entered it. Just as Yun Fyao was puzzled, she noticed another situation. Whenever a spirit approached a certain distance from the ruined temple, a faint dark blue glow would appear on the walls of the temple, blocking the spirits outside. A barrier? Yun Fyao, well-read and knowledgeable, quickly realized that this dilapidated temple had been set up with a powerful barrier by her master's uncle. Although this barrier could not kill spirits, it effectively kept them all outside the temple. The spirits did not attempt to violently assault the barrier. Instead, they gathered around the small temple, seemingly absorbing some kind of power. This strange scene lasted for about the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Then, these suddenly appearing spirits slowly retreated. Yun Fyao frowned as she looked at the dilapidated temple before her. She suddenly realized that she had been thinking too simply. This time, when going down the mountain, her master instructed her to find a Moon Elder temple, saying that her uncle Xianqi was hiding there. Before she left, her master, Yu Qinzi, only told her 2 cryptic phrases without providing an exact address, just saying it was within Yuzhou. As a result, Yun Fyao wandered around Yuzhou for over half a year. When she finally found Fuyang town, she discovered that the key clue about the Moon Elder temple her master had given her was completely wrong. The Moon Elder temple had been burned down 60 years ago, and later, her uncle Xianqi rebuilt it, turning it into a land god temple. Yu Qinzi hadn't told Yun Fyao to come here to retrieve a treasure box. She only learned from her little uncle, Lu Tongfeng, after arriving that her uncle Xianqi had left a box. At this moment, Yun Fyao felt that she had underestimated her uncle Xianqi and this land god temple. It seemed that there were other secrets hidden here. When Lu Tongfeng woke up from his meditation, the sky was already bright. He looked at Yun Fyao, who was still asleep. Lu Tongfeng approached her and reached out to touch her forehead. Everything was normal. She didn't have a fever. Yun Fyao was startled awake, seeing Lu Tongfeng's hand on her forehead. "What are you doing? Take your hand off my face immediately. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to check on your condition. I must say, your bodies as cultivators are stronger than I imagined. I was worried that after rushing through the wind and snow all night yesterday, you would catch a cold and develop a high fever." Lu Tongfeng naturally withdrew his hand. In front of Yun Fyao, he even sniffed his palm, seemingly savoring it. This scene made Yun Fyao grit her teeth. However, she couldn't do anything to Lu Tongfeng at the moment. She could only note down another offense of his in her little notebook in her heart. "Fyao, I'm going to the town to check on the bell. Are you going to rest here, or will you come with me?" Lu Tongfeng asked. Yun Fyao gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not going." "All right, you can rest here. I'll let Dahei stay in the temple to protect you. I'll also try to find out if that female disciple of Yuntian's sect who killed the rapist that night is still in the town." Lu Tongfeng had never intended to take Yun Fyao to Fuyang town. He estimated he could return in half a day. Bringing along this burden would only complicate things. Moreover, this cursed place had terrible weather with heavy snow blocking the mountains, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to come. As for the 2 cultivators who attacked Yun Fyao, Lu Tongfeng always felt that they had already left with the treasure box. With Dahei in the temple, Yun Fyao should be safe. He just needed to pay his respects to Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat, and casually inquire about the whereabouts of that female disciple from Yuntian's sect. After cooking some rice porridge for Yun Fyao and instructing Dahei not to leave, Lu Tongfeng slung his rusty sword over his shoulder and left the dilapidated temple, heading toward the small town to the north. Shortly after Lu Tongfeng left, Yun Fyao, who had been lying down, slowly got up after lifting the quilt. She then limped to the temple door. The dozens of sword wounds on her body had already scabbed over under the effect of Yuntian sect's spiritual medicine. Her internal injuries were mostly healed as her true essence circulated. Only the injury on her left leg was severe and would take a few more days to fully recover. Yun Fyao reached the temple door and peeked outside. Seeing that Lu Tongfeng had really walked far away, she secretly sighed in relief. Turning around, she saw Dahei staring at her with its deep blue eyes. "You stupid black dog, what are you looking at? Lu Tongfeng is not a good person, and you are not a good dog either, or I'll gouge your dog eyes out." Although Yun Fyao was certain that the Dahei in front of her was not an ordinary dog, her impression of it was not good due to the many offenses Lu Tongfeng had committed against her. Dahei rolled its eyes and turned to the fire pit to continue licking its big bone. Lu Tongfeng was a licking dog, and so was it. It was just that their targets were different. Chapter 21. Demon Cave. Lu Tongfeng arrived at Grandma Lu's breakfast shop. The shop was closed. This was something that had never happened in many years. In Lu Tongfeng's memory, hardworking Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat would open the shop every day before dawn, no matter the weather. Although the breakfast shop earned very little, it was enough to support the 2 of them. Now, seeing the shop tightly shut, Lu Tongfeng felt a pang in his heart. Beside the shop was a small alley that led to Grandma Lu's backyard. A white cloth was hung on the yard door, and 2 white lanterns were lit. There were a few people in the yard, including the neighborhood leader, Lin Deming. The Yu family was now left with only Yu Lingdang, and the neighborhood leader Lin Deming was handling the funeral arrangements for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. Seeing Lu Tongfeng standing at the door, Lin Deming walked over with his cane. "Tongfeng, I heard you seem to have gone to Ziyang. Why are you back? Lu Tongfeng wiped away a tear and said, Grandpa Ming, I met Uncle Lin on the road yesterday and learned about such a big incident, so I rushed back overnight. The elderly Lin Deming patted Lu Tongfeng's shoulder and said, You are still filial. Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat have taken care of you for so many years. Go in and bow to them. Lu Tongfeng nodded and entered, only to see two coffins placed side by side in the morning hall, dressed in heavy mourning attire. Yu Lingdang was kneeling beside one of the coffins. Once the most beautiful woman in the town, she now looked especially haggard, like a deer that had lost its soul. Her expression was numb. She must have cried all her tears dry over the past 2 days. Beside Yu Lingdang was a girl about 16 or 17 years old, the daughter of widow Wang, Cui Cui. Cui Cui also seemed to have not rested well these days and looked a bit tired. She was Yu Lingdang's best friend and had probably been by her side throughout these days. When she saw Lu Tongfeng come in, Cui Cui said, Little madman. Lu Tongfeng slightly nodded to Cui Cui. Seeing the two coffins and then looking at the numb Lingdang, Lu Tongfeng's nose turned sour again. He knelt in front of the coffins and choked out, Grandma Lu, Aunt Fat, I've come to see you. After saying that, he heavily bowed several times. Lu Tongfeng also lit 2 incense sticks for the deceased and burned some paper money in the fire pit. Looking at Yu Lingdang's state, Lu Tongfeng felt a deep sorrow in his heart. He hoarsely said, Lingdang, don't worry, I will definitely avenge Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. I swear. At that moment, Yu Lingdang slowly raised her head. A hint of color finally blossomed in her numb eyes. She gently bit her lip, but said nothing. After a moment, she silently lowered her head again. Cui Cui pulled Lu Tongfeng out to the yard outside the morning hall. Little madman, weren't you leaving? Why are you back? Cui Cui's features were not as pretty as Lingdang's, but her skin was very fair, as if it could be pinched to produce water. She was also one of the few friends Lu Tongfeng had in the small town. They often played together in their youth, but their interactions had decreased in the last 2 or 3 years. Lu Tongfeng said, Lingdang has gone through such a big change. Of course, I have to come back. Cui Cui, how is Lingdang doing? Cui Cui shook her head gently, her face filled with worry as she said, It's been 2 days. She hasn't had a drop of water, and she has fainted a few times. Sigh, if this goes on, Lingdang's body might not be able to take it. How can that be? The dead are already gone, and the living must continue to live. No, I need to go in and persuade Lingdang. No matter how sad it is, one cannot torment their own body. No. If it were possible to persuade her, we would have done so long ago. This morning, I tried my best to feed her a small bowl of rice porridge, but soon she vomited everything back up. Lu Tongfeng frowned. Lingdang's health was originally weak, and with such a heavy blow, if this continued, it was likely that Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang's coffins wouldn't even be buried before she fell. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng thought of Yun Fyao. There was a bottle of fasting pills in Yun Fyao's storage bag. Although they didn't taste good, they were very effective against hunger. He planned to ask Yun Fyao for a fasting pill when he got back. Otherwise, in Lingdang's current state, if she continued not eating or drinking, there would soon be another coffin in the morning hall. He instructed Tsitsue to take good care of Lingdang and then went next door to find the village head. Lin Deming. Grandpa Lin, how will Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang's funeral be handled? If you need help, I have plenty of strength. Lin Deming shook his head and said, Yu Qing should have already arrived in Ziyang. We need someone sent by the county magistrate to proceed with the burial. If help is needed, I will call you. Okay. Lu Tongfeng then asked Lin Deming about the young woman in black who had killed the bandit that night, wondering if she was still in the town. Lin Deming gently shook his head, saying, That female hero hasn't appeared since that night. Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling a bit disappointed. Although Yun Fyao said that the suddenly appearing woman in black was not one of their kind, since they were all disciples of the Yun Tian sect. Even if they weren't of the same path, they shouldn't be enemies. Lu Tongfeng wanted to inquire further about her whereabouts, but ended up with nothing. After chatting briefly with Lin Deming, Lu Tongfeng took his leave, intending to return to the land temple to borrow a fasting pill from Yun Fyao. Meanwhile, in a secluded and deep cave, dozens of flames were burning fiercely, illuminating every corner of the cave and warming it like spring. The air was filled with a lewd scent. Dozens of beautiful young women danced gracefully amidst the music. Some of the young women were even shaved nuns. At this moment, they were drinking and carefree, their clothing disheveled, showing no trace of the solemnity of the Buddhist sect. In the center of the cave, on a stone platform, sat a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair looking to be in his 40s. He was very thin, with prominent cheekbones and pale skin, holding a beautiful young woman in each arm. There were also several men in the cave, similarly embracing women. However, in one corner of the cave, there was a stone chamber sealed with an iron door, dimly lit, where dozens of tattered girls huddled in the corner, trembling with fear, while the others were indulging. Suddenly, a middle-aged nun dressed in moon-white monk robes entered, holding a whisk. Although her face had some wrinkles, it was evident that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. There was a small red mole between her eyebrows, giving her a dignified appearance. This person was none other than Liaochen, the abbot of the Fulin Temple on Sweeping Mountain. Liaochen seemed to be accustomed to the debauchery in the cave. Showing no signs of surprise, she approached the white-haired man. "Respected one, I just received news that Yu Hai and the others, who have not returned, have been killed." Upon hearing this, the white-haired man's eyes narrowed, and he pushed away the beautiful girl in his arms. "Who is so bold as to kill my Inyang sect's disciples?" His voice was sharp, like that of a eunuch. The previously noisy cave suddenly fell silent. A chilling aura quickly spread, causing the temperature in the cave to drop rapidly. The young women in the cave, either scantily clad or completely nude, began to shiver at the sudden drop in temperature. Liaochen slowly said, "It seems to be a cultivator from the Yun Tian sect." Yun Tian sect? The white-haired man's expression slightly tightened. Chapter 22. The Inyang Sovereign, the Massacre to Silence. The Fulin Temple on Sweeping Mountain had long since become a den of debauchery for the Inyang sect. The white-haired man was the sect leader, the Inyang Sovereign. This story dates back 5 years. At that time, the Guanyin Temple was set ablaze by the Inyang Sovereign. The 7 days of Buddhist light appearing on Sweeping Mountain was also orchestrated by him in secret. Later, the Inyang Sovereign secretly funded the reconstruction of the temple, and Liaochen became his disciple. This faction belongs to a branch of the demonic sect, the Hahuan sect. 300 years ago, the Inyang Sovereign learned some Buddhist methods from an unknown source and combined them with the demonic techniques he practiced to create the Inyang Joyful Zen method, establishing a sect named the Inyang sect, calling himself the Inyang Sovereign. The Inyang sect had been established for only over 200 years but had a notorious reputation. The disciples under him did not focus on cultivation, spending their days in depravity, using ruthless means, killing countless people, and frequently abducting virtuous women, falsely claiming it was for dual cultivation, but in reality, it was to absorb their yin essence to enhance their cultivation. They had been besieged by righteous cultivators several times and had gradually faded from public view in recent decades. No one expected that in order to evade the pursuit of righteous cultivators, the Inyang Sovereign would disguise himself, hiding in the Buddhist sect, using a nunnery as a cover while secretly continuing his practices of collecting yin. Recently, a group of bandits appearing in Yuzhou, who often raided virtuous women at night, were all connected to them. Since the Fulin Temple consisted entirely of women and the abductors were all men, no matter how the righteous cultivators and the court investigated, they never uncovered the truth. Moreover, the presence of nuns provided these demons with even more convenience in abducting women. First, the nuns of Fulin Temple often went down the mountain to beg for alms, secretly noting the addresses of beautiful women they encountered, and later sending people to abduct them in the dead of night for their own pleasure. Secondly, the Fulin Temple's reputation has been rising in recent years, especially in matters of marriage and childbirth, being touted as miraculous. As a result, women from hundreds of miles around sought to visit Fulin Temple to pray to Guanyin for children and marriage. If a beautiful girl or young woman came to the temple to seek blessings, these nuns would subtly inquire about their background, and after a while, they would secretly send someone to abduct them. The Inyang sect, having originated from the demonic Hahuan sect, possesses many aphrodisiacs and dual cultivation secrets. No matter how strong-willed a woman is, under the influence of drugs, she would become a lewd woman. This time, the Inyang Sovereign sent out 12 groups of disciples to collect flowers. 11 groups had already returned, bringing back over 30 beautiful young women. However, one group had not returned. Unexpectedly, the 3 disciples from that group had already met their demise. When the Inyang Sovereign learned that it was the disciples of the Yun Tian sect behind this, his expression changed instantly. Their small Inyang sect, even within the demonic sect, was not well known, merely a minor faction, and they had no power to resist against a righteous giant like the Yun Tian sect. The Inyang Sovereign said hoarsely, "Yun Tian sect? How many are there?" Liaochen replied, I heard there is only one female disciple from the Yun Tian sect. One person? The Yinyang sovereign frowned again. Yu Hai is a practitioner at the spirit realm and is considered one of his more outstanding disciples, while the other two disciples have also reached the realm of controlling objects in the air. A young female disciple from the Yun Tian sect actually killed all three of them? Even if this female disciple is at the harmonization realm, it would be impossible for her to accomplish such a feat. Liao Chen, can you confirm that Yu Hai and the other two were killed? Losing a few disciples is nothing to this old pervert, but he values the current den of vice greatly. If there are any survivors among Yu Hai and the others, and they are captured by the Yun Tian sect, then the risk of exposing the den of vice he has painstakingly managed at Chui Ping Mountain for these years would increase. He knows the character of his disciples too well, allowing them to sleep with beautiful women. Each one of them is absolutely vigorous. However, when faced with severe torture, they all turn into soft-shell shrimps. If anyone falls into the hands of the Yun Tian sect disciples, they probably won't need to be tortured. Just placing a sword at their necks would make them confess immediately. Liao Chen slowly said, according to the news from our undercover agent placed in the governor's office. This morning the three of them went to report this matter to the governor in Fuyang Town. According to those three, Yu Hai fought against that woman above Fuyang Town and was killed by her, while the other two fled in different directions. However, the two of them have yet to return, so they likely have little hope of survival. The expression of the Yinyang elder darkened as he said, so, the other two could either be dead or alive. Liao Chen nodded. The Yinyang elder fell into deep thought. The cave was silent. No one dared to speak at this moment, lest they suffer an unwarranted disaster. After a moment, the Yinyang elder spoke. Liao Chen, you just said Yu Hai and the others fell in Fuyang Town? Yes, Fuyang Town is about 50 to 60 miles north of Chui Ping Mountain, a remote small town with less than 200 households. How could a female disciple of the Yun Tian sect appear in such a remote town? She should be a female disciple of the Yun Tian sect who came down the mountain for training and happened to pass through Fuyang Town. Elder, are you worried that our location has been exposed? The Yinyang elder slowly shook his head. It likely hasn't been exposed yet. Otherwise, righteous practitioners would have come to kill us long ago. However, this matter cannot be taken lightly. We must investigate the whereabouts of those two, alive or dead. As for Fuyang Town, how dare they cause me to lose 3 disciples? Those ants deserve to die? Liao Chen frowned slightly and said, Elder, the governor of Chuyang has reported the incident of practitioners abducting women here, and royal and righteous practitioners should arrive in Fuyang Town in the next couple of days to investigate. If there is too much commotion, it's likely to attract unnecessary trouble. It's precisely because it has caught the attention of righteous practitioners that we need to handle this matter before they arrive. Liao Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Killing to silence witnesses is the consistent style of the Extremine sect. A mere remote town with just over 100 households wouldn't even be in the eyes of the Yinyang elder. Liao Chen waved his whisk and turned to leave the cave. After Liao Chen left, the Yinyang elder turned to a young man beside him, who was bare-chested and had a sinister expression. Third brother, you will personally take people to Fuyang Town tonight. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the corpses of Yu Hai and the others. Also, if that female disciple of the Yun Tian sect has already left, that is fine. But if she is still there, you know what to do, right? The sinister young man grinned wickedly. Disciple understands. The sound of silk and bamboo music began to play again, and the cave returned to its previous debauchery. However, the Yinyang elder did not seem to enjoy it as before. He grasped the breasts of the 2 women in his arms, but his expression was cold. The 2 beautiful naked women were in pain from the grip, but dared not make a sound, only enduring in silence. Chapter 23. The boundary between immortals and mortals in Fuyang Town. After leaving the Bell family's residence, Lu Tongfeng walked alone on the cold street. The entire town had long lost its former liveliness. Almost every household had their doors tightly shut. Even the usual mischievous children had disappeared from the streets. Lu Tongfeng passed by the only tavern in town, took out his money pouch, which contained dozens of copper coins and about 3 taels of loose silver. This was his savings accumulated over the years, intended as startup capital for his venture in Chuyang City. Now, he used all the money on him to buy 5 jin of soy sauce beef, 2 jin of fried peanuts, a dozen steamed buns, and an old hen that was laying eggs raised in the tavern's backyard. Carrying these items, Lu Tongfeng headed south out of the town. Just as he was about to leave the town, he encountered the lame Li and the mute girl Li, who were collecting night scents. In the past, whenever Lu Tongfeng saw the well-endowed mute girl, he would always tease her. And the mute girl didn't seem to mind Lu Tongfeng either. Every time, he would take advantage of her. Approaching the father and daughter, Lu Tongfeng said, "Uncle Li, it's almost noon, and you're still collecting night scents? Why did you bring the mute sister today?" The lame Li said, "The snow is too thick. It's inconvenient to push the cart, so I let her help." "Little madman, I heard you went to Chuyang the other day because of the bell matter. Is that right?" Lu Tongfeng nodded silently and said, "On my way to Chuyang, I ran into Uncle Lin, who was going to report to the governor, and learned of this matter. So I came back. Uncle Li, the mute sister is quite good looking. You must be careful at night. Close your doors and windows properly. And don't let any bad people into your house." The lame Li nodded. I will." "Well then, goodbye Uncle Li, mute sister." Lu Tongfeng waved at the two and then left the small town. Watching his lonely and desolate figure, the lame Li and Li Chuyin felt a bit unaccustomed. This kid, didn't he even try to touch Li Chuyin today? Has he turned over a new leaf? After Lu Tongfeng left, Li Chuyin suddenly said softly, "Where's Dehei?" The lame Li was taken aback. "Yeah, where's Dehei?" For so many years, Dehei had never left Lu Tongfeng's sight. Why is it that today only Lu Tongfeng came to the town? Temple of the Earth. Yun Fyao leaned on a bamboo stick, limping out of the dilapidated temple. The weather today was very nice, with only a light breeze, and the warm sunlight shone on the snow, seemingly emitting a faint silver glow. Yun Fyao looked around and expanded her divine sense, finding no humans nearby. So, she leaned on her bamboo stick and walked on the snow towards the ancient well not far away. The continuous wind and snow had accumulated a thick layer of snow on the well's opening, leaving only a hole barely larger than a bowl. There were no tracks of animals or humans on the surrounding snow. Seeing this scene, Yun Fyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She stretched her head to look down the well, but saw nothing. Just as she was about to take the next step, Dehei stood at the temple door, seemingly looking at her with a teasing expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. Yun Fyao frowned slightly. She always felt that this black dog could see through people's hearts. Seeing Yun Fyao look over, Dehei immediately wagged its tail and stuck out its tongue, appearing obedient and flattering. Seeing Dehei staring at her, Yun Fyao had no choice but to leave the edge of the well. But instead of returning to the dilapidated temple to rest, she walked to the giant stone engraved with the words, "Boundary between immortals and mortals, a few zhang to the east." Last night, when Yun Fyao saw the gathering of Yin spirits outside the temple, she understood the meaning of the inscription, "Boundary between immortals and mortals." According to the records of Taoist texts, the three talents are heaven, earth, and humanity. The way of heaven is called yin and yang. The way of earth is called softness and hardness. The way of humanity is called benevolence and righteousness. Heaven represents immortals, humanity represents mortals, and earth represents the veins. The so-called boundary between immortals and mortals is the dividing line between heaven and humanity, which is earth. This place must be where the earth's veins and spiritual energy converge. That is why it attracts so many Yin spirits. It seems that my master uncle was not the first person to discover this secret. This used to be a Yulao temple. The master who built the Yulao temple back then must have sensed that this place was a treasure land for the convergence of earth's veins, which is why he built the temple so far from the small town. But was this giant stone erected by my master uncle or by the person who built the Yulao temple back then? Yun Fyao saw through the secret here but did not take it seriously. After all, a group of unowned Yin spirits posed no threat to her. Just as Yun Fyao was about to turn around, she suddenly froze. Wait a minute. If this place is truly as she suspected, with a spiritual vein underground, then the Yin spirits should be hiding underground. How did they come to the surface? Suddenly, Yun Fyao turned her head sharply to look at the well, almost buried in white snow. That's right. Only that ancient well could lead underground. No way. Could it be that coincidental? Yun Fuyao's expression slightly stiffened. Just as she was about to check it out, she saw Dehei leap out from beside her. Turning around, she saw Lu Tongfeng coming from the direction of the small town, carrying a bag of things and a hen. From a distance, she could hear Lu Tongfeng's voice. "Why are you out? Is your leg injury better? Were you waiting for me here? I knew my charm was great. If I weren't your little master uncle, I'd marry you." Yun Fyao felt a bit dazed. She had her doubts before, but now she was completely sure that this guy's brain was indeed problematic. "I bought you some food, and there's an old hen. Later." I'll stew hen soup for you to nourish your body. Can you walk? Do you want me to carry you back to the temple? No need, I can walk. Yun Fyao leaned on her bamboo stick and walked towards the dilapidated temple. Lu Tongfeng followed behind, saying, It's quite a distance. Should I carry you? I have plenty of strength. Yun Fyao ignored the lecherous guy. Faced with her indifference, Lu Tongfeng was neither angry nor discouraged. Upon entering the temple, Lu Tongfeng boiled some hot water with a broken pot. Then he swiftly cut the hen's neck. Watching his skillful method of scalding the hen to remove its feathers, it was clear he was a habitual thief. After dealing with the hen, Lu Tongfeng began rummaging around the temple. Eventually, he found an old, worn-out clay pot under a pile of thatch, filled with dirt and dust. Yun Fyao had been resting in the warm bedding and originally didn't want to pay attention to this lecherous person. But when she saw him stuffing the cleaned hen into that old pot, which might have been a urine pot, she couldn't take it anymore. Lu Tongfeng, what are you doing? Ever since Lu Tongfeng smeared her face with grass and wood ash mixed with his saliva yesterday, Yun Fyao stopped calling him Little Master Uncle and addressed him directly by name. Lu Tongfeng replied, I'm making you hen soup. You're recovering from your injury and need some nourishment. You're using that dirty thing to make me soup? Yes, don't worry, I washed it just now. Yun Fyao couldn't help but pinch her forehead. Yes, Lu Tongfeng did wash it. But that guy only grabbed a handful of snow outside and carelessly stirred it in the pot. Everything was happening right in front of Yun Fyao's eyes. She was certain that he only stirred the snow in the old pot and did not perform any other unnecessary actions. Use my pot to stew it. Yun Fyao took out her storage bag, and under her mental control, all the pots and bowls in the storage bag flew out, wrapped in a soft light. Chapter 24. Is the ancient well a dry toilet? In the cave of Tsuaping Mountain, Lu Tongfeng realized that Yun Fyao was not a girl who liked to cook. The pots and bowls in her storage bag were almost all brand new, showing no signs of use. Seeing Yun Fyao take out her own cookware, Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead and said, Haha, how could I forget that you have a full set of kitchen supplies? He picked up a large black clay pot, stuffed the whole hen inside, poured in water, covered it, and placed it on a makeshift stove to stew. The hay stood beside him, sticking out its long tongue, drooling. This was a 5-year-old hen, which needed to be stewed for at least 1 or 2 hours. It was just past noon, so it would probably be ready by dusk. I bought some braised beef and steamed buns. Lu Tongfeng took out the items from his bag. There were no tables or chairs in the dilapidated temple, so he simply found a wooden board to place them on. He also took a few clean plates from Yun Fyao and poured the braised beef and peanuts out of the oil paper bag. Then this guy looked at Yun Fyao with an innocent expression. What are you looking at me for? Well, I remember you have a few jars of good wine in that bag. My gourd's wine is finished, and I originally wanted to buy some at the tavern in the town, but all my silver went to buy this hen. It's cold, and drinking some wine would warm me up. Yun Fyao understood Lu Tongfeng's intention. She thought for a moment and took out an unopened jar of wine from her storage bag. From the color of the ceiling mud, it was clear that this jar of wine was quite old. Yun Fyao was someone who knew how to repay kindness. She kept a mental account of favors and grievances. She would repay kindness with kindness and grievances with grievances. Since Lu Tongfeng bought her the hen for soup today, it was only right for her to offer some good wine in return. Lu Tongfeng was a little wine addict. Last time he secretly opened a jar of Yun Fyao's wine. It was delicious. Seeing this jar of wine now, he immediately started salivating and swallowed hard. He took the wine jar, carefully opened the sealing mud, and peeled it off layer by layer. A large jar of wine was now less than half full. This was a sign of aged fine wine. The older the fine wine, the less remained inside. Just as Yun Fyao took out her jade bowl for drinking wine, she looked up to see Lu Tongfeng holding a funnel, pouring the wine from the jar into his chipped gourd. What are you doing? Pouring wine. I'm used to drinking from a gourd, Fairy Fyao. What do you need a jade bowl for? Yun Fyao glared at him. What do you think? You want to drink too? No way. Your injury isn't healed yet. My injury doesn't affect my drinking, plus this wine is mine. Today, Yun Fyao confirmed that Lu Tongfeng was a little madman with an abnormal brain. And Lu Tongfeng also confirmed that Yun Fyao was a female wine addict. Which young and beautiful girl keeps so much fine aged wine in her storage bag? Lu Tongfeng had no choice but to stop filling the gourd with wine and then poured a bowl for Yun Fyao. Yun Fyao is indeed the little disciple of the headmaster of the Yuntian sect. Even the bowl for drinking wine is not made of porcelain, but carved and polished from a whole piece of white jade, presenting a translucent appearance. It perfectly matches the line from the poem, Lamling's fine wine, fragrant as the golden orchid, served in a jade bowl that glimmers like amber. Just this jade bowl alone is enough for Lu Tongfeng to strive for a lifetime. The two sat on the ground, drinking and eating braised beef. Occasionally, Lu Tongfeng would toss a piece of braised beef to Dahe. After a few rounds of drinks, Yun Fyao asked, Lu Tongfeng, I heard a few days ago in the small town that this land temple is haunted. Is that true? Haunted? Nonsense. It's a baseless rumor. You mustn't believe it. Lu Tongfeng immediately shook his head in denial. Oh, it's a rumor? Of course. The land god and the land goddess live here. How could it be haunted? Don't believe what those people in the town say. They're spreading rumors, malicious slander. Lu Tongfeng appeared very indignant. It's precisely because people in the town have been spreading rumors about the land temple being haunted that the young women and girls avoid him. It's simply outrageous. Yun Fyao looked at Lu Tongfeng's serious, yet somewhat indignant expression. It seemed that this kid had lived here for 16 years and didn't know that many spirits gathered here. Yun Fyao then suspiciously glanced at Dahe. Last night, Yun Fyao had seen the land temple surrounded by at least dozens of spirits. Dahe had seen it too. It was Dahe who had stopped her from confronting the spirits. She wanted to find answers from Dahe. But the clever Dahe, upon noticing Yun Fyao looking at him, immediately turned his head away, as if to say, Don't look at me. I refuse to answer your question. Yun Fyao felt even more puzzled. She suddenly realized that Lu Tongfeng and this abandoned land temple seemed to hide many unknown secrets. Lu Tongfeng wasn't blind, having lived here for so long. He definitely must have seen those spirits. But why did it not seem like he was lying based on his expression at this moment? Could it be that those spirits don't come out often? Was it just a coincidence that she encountered them last night? After a brief silence, Yun Fyao asked again. Lu Tongfeng, I saw an ancient well under the big locust tree at the temple entrance. I'm curious. Why is there an ancient well under the tree? Don't you worry about falling in with the leaves? Lu Tongfeng took a sip of fine wine, then tossed a peanut high into the air, catching it perfectly with his mouth. While chewing, he said, That ancient well? It's not just an ordinary well, it's a wishing well. A wishing well? Yeah. I heard from my master when I was young that this wishing well is about 2 zhang deep, with about 2 chi of water in it. At the bottom of the well, there is a very small pottery jar. When worshippers toss coins into the well, if the coins slide over the water surface and sink down, landing accurately in the jar, then their wishes will come true. A few years ago, after my master passed away, I had no money to spend, so I even went down to dig for coins. Yun Fyao's expression tightened. You have been down that ancient well. Lu Tongfeng nodded. Yeah, the ancient well and the big locust tree have existed for a long time. They were here even when this place was still a Yulao temple. Over the years, I've collected quite a few coins from the bottom of the well. It took me several days to clean them out, over 20,000 coins in total, which solved my food and clothing for more than a year. Without those coins, I probably would have starved to death 4 years ago. Yun Fyao fell silent again. According to her speculation, this place is a gathering of spiritual veins, and the spirits she saw last night were attracted here by this spiritual energy. The spirits should be hiding beneath the ancient well. Logically, a living person like Lu Tongfeng entering the well should be devoured by those spirits. Why, after digging for 2 days, did the spirits not appear to drain his blood and flesh? Could it be that these spirits only gathered in the last 2 years? Or was she wrong? Is the division between mortals and immortals not referring to this place as a gathering of spiritual energy? Is it merely referring to the land temple? Are those spirits not hiding beneath the ancient well? Yun Fyao asked, Is there anything special about the bottom of the well? Lu Tongfeng chuckled. Special? It smells particularly bad. Particularly bad? Yeah. A couple of years ago, a storm collapsed the 2 mud houses behind the temple, and the toilet was washed away too. So for the past 2 years, I've been using that dry wishing well as an open-air latrine and garbage disposal. Seeing Lu Tongfeng's mischievous smile, Yun Fyao was dumbfounded. This ancient well has now become a cesspool? What should she do now? Chapter 25. Borrowing pills 3 days ago, Yun Fyao, despite her serious injuries, used a soil escape talisman to sneak back to the land temple, but Lu Tongfeng had already left. To avoid the box left by her master's uncle from falling into the hands of the other two, Yun Fyao threw the box into the ancient well at the temple entrance, planning to retrieve it later when she had the chance. She had actively requested to follow Lu Tongfeng back to the dilapidated temple instead of staying in the cave on Tsuaping Mountain to recuperate, specifically to retrieve the box. In the morning, she had intended to jump into the ancient well to search for the box. but that dead dog Dahe had been watching her closely, forcing her to look for another opportunity. She didn't expect that Lu Tongfeng would say the well had turned into his open-air latrine. 2 years' worth of waste had been dumped in there. God knows how thick the accumulated filth at the bottom of the well is now. It could probably suffocate a person to death. Smearing her face with plant ash had already made her feel miserable. Just the thought of having to enter a cesspool to search for the treasure box made Yun Fyao's expression turn pale. She would rather crash to her death than jump into a cesspool to look for the box. Just then, she heard Lu Tongfeng's voice. Fairy Fyao, let's not talk about these ridiculous things. I have something I want to ask you for help with. Lu Tongfeng rubbed his hands together, looking hesitant and somewhat embarrassed. Yun Fyao slowly came back to her senses. She tilted her head and looked at Lu Tongfeng. This shameless guy, who directly dumps waste into the ancient well without any cover, still feels embarrassed. What do you want to ask me? Well, I want to borrow a few pills of abstinence from you. It's a loan, and I promise to return them to you once I make some money. Lu Tongfeng said with a grin. Pill of abstinence? What do you want it for? To eat. Lu Tongfeng answered honestly. Yun Fyao felt she had asked a foolish question. Besides eating, what else can the pill of abstinence be used for? When you were in the cave, didn't you say the pill of abstinence was tasteless? Why do you want to eat it now? Lu Tongfeng shook his head, sighed. It's not for me. I plan to give it to Ling Dang. The deaths of Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat have hit her hard. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for almost 2 days and is looking terribly haggard. I'm worried if she keeps this up, her health will deteriorate, so I want to borrow some pill of abstinence from you. At least it can keep her alive. Yun Fyao looked deeply at Lu Tongfeng. Suddenly, a thought struck her. A faint, mischievous smile appeared at the corners of her stern mouth. Oh, since it's to save your friend, I'll lend you a few. Great. I knew that the immortal fairy Fyao was a living bodhisattva who saves those in suffering. Yun Fyao took a gentle sip of fine wine and said lightly, Lu Tongfeng, don't be too happy too soon. I can give you a fasting pill without needing you to repay me, but you have to do something for me. Sure, just tell me, he readily agreed. Yun Fyao said, I need you to help me go down to the bottom of that ancient well. What? Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. You mean the ancient well at the entrance? Yes. What do you want me to go down there for? I was curious and accidentally dropped something very important to me when I leaned over to look into the well. I originally planned to go down myself. But since your filth was down there, and I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, I thought I'd ask you to help me retrieve it. Lu Tongfeng's expression instantly stiffened. Shrinking his neck, he said, This, how? You won't help me with such a small matter? Do you know how much a fasting pill sells for on the market? I generously offered it to you to save your friend. And now you make it so difficult for me just to help you find something? Fine, I agree. But you have to give me the fasting pill first. Lu Tongfeng said, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, taking a big gulp of wine to agree to Yun Fyao's request. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng's heart felt cold. For the past 2 years, he had treated the ancient well as an open-air toilet and garbage pit. Not only did he dump some household waste into it, but he also relieved himself there. Now, it was asking him to crawl into his own pit to help Yun Fyao find something important that had fallen in. Lu Tongfeng glanced at Yun Fyao and secretly scoffed. How can a pretty girl like you enjoy peeping into men's toilets? This hobby is too disgusting. And look, if you're going to peek, at least be careful and not drop something important into the toilet. Fortunately, it was the dead of winter, so the waste below should be frozen solid. If it were spring, summer, or autumn, he wouldn't help her at all. After finishing his meal and worrying about Lingzhang's health, Lu Tongfeng reached out to ask Yun Fyao for the fasting pill. You give me the fasting pill first, and I'll send it to Lingzhang now. I can make it back before dark. As for going down the well to help you find something, since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. Yun Fyao didn't say much. Although Lu Tongfeng was lecherous and not very normal, he wasn't without merits. He had held his ground alone in this dilapidated temple for 6 years for a promise, which was something not everyone could do. So, Yun Fyao took out a small white porcelain bottle from her storage bag, on which the words fasting pill were written. She poured out 3 pills and handed them to Lu Tongfeng, saying, 1 fasting pill can sustain a person for half a month without feeling hungry. These 3 should be enough. Enough, enough. Lu Tongfeng beamed as he accepted them. Then, he dashed out of the dilapidated temple, his voice echoing from outside. I'll be back soon. On the 3-mile snowy road, Lu Tongfeng arrived at the small town shortly after. It was nearing dusk, and the chilly little town seemed to be livelier than in the morning, with at least a few figures appearing on the streets. Smoke from cooking rose in wisps from various places in the town, and several children dressed in bulky cotton jackets played and frolicked in front of their homes. Upon arriving at Lingzhang's home, the snow in the courtyard had already been cleared away. Inside, Lin Deming, the village chief, was talking to a thin old man who was only a few years younger than him, surrounded by a few young people. That thin old man was the only doctor in town, also surnamed Lin, named Lin Diyun, and was Lin Deming's cousin. Seeing Dr. Lin appear here made Lu Tongfeng's heart tighten. 2 hours ago, when he left, Yu Lingzhang was still in the morning hall keeping vigil for her mother and grandmother. Had something happened? He quickly walked into the courtyard and heard Lin Deming say, "Din, how is Lingzhang doing?" Dr. Lin sighed. Lingzhang's body has always been weak. She has been overly saddened these past few days and can't eat, let alone drink soup or medicine. She even vomits after eating light porridge. At this rate, she probably won't survive the night. Lin Deming said, "Think of a way. Lingzhang is the only girl left in the Chung family. You must save her life no matter what." Dr. Lin sighed again. "I'll do my best." At this moment, Lu Tongfeng spoke up. "Uncle Ming, I have a way." Chapter 26. The Lin Family Young Master. Tongfeng refuses. Lu Tongfeng's words immediately drew the attention of Lin Deming and the others. Next to Lin Deming was a young man dressed quite lavishly, looking about 17 or 18, with prominent brows and big eyes, quite handsome. This person was named Lin Feng, Lin Deming's grandson. His father had served in the army alongside Yu Lingzhang's father, Yu Qingfei, and both had died together in battle 4 years ago. The Lin family was the wealthiest in the town, with head of the family Lin Deming being the village chief, owning hundreds of acres of fertile land and a grain shop in Yeyang City. Lin Deming placed great importance on the education of his grandson, sending him to the largest Bai Lu Academy in Xuyang. Recently, during the winter break, he returned to the town. Yu Lingzhang was the most beautiful girl in the town, and the two had grown up as childhood friends, so everyone in the town believed that Yu Lingzhang would surely marry Lin Feng. Lin Feng also liked Yu Lingzhang very much, and now that such a big incident had happened in her family, he had been busy in the courtyard. When Lin Feng heard Lu Tongfeng speak, he immediately frowned. "You again, little madman? If you haven't eaten, I'll have someone pack some buns for you to take back to your broken temple. Don't come here to cause trouble." One of the young men beside him said, "Yeah? What can a stinky beggar like you do? Get lost." Lu Tongfeng was not well received in the town. Nearly everyone looked down on him and bullied him. Only old lady Lu and fat Aunt would occasionally help him. Lu Tongfeng had long since grown accustomed to it. He said, "Young Master Lin, I really have a way. Before my master passed away, he gave me some pills, saying they were fasting pills. After taking them, a person can go without food for at least 15 days. If Lingzhang takes them, even if she doesn't eat or drink during this time, she will be fine." Lu Tongfeng did not mention that the fasting pills were borrowed from Yun Fyao. Instead, he attributed them to his deceased master, knowing that there would be no evidence to contradict him. Lin Feng said, "What are you talking about? 15 days without food? Go away. Every time I see you, I get annoyed." As he spoke, Lin Feng tried to push Lu Tongfeng out of the courtyard. "Wait." Dr. Lin reached out to stop him. "Little madman, what did you just say? Fasting pill? Is it the fasting pill used by cultivators?" Lu Tongfeng nodded, "Yes." Dr. Lin's face lit up with joy. "If it really is a fasting pill, then Lingzhang will be saved. Show it to me." Lu Tongfeng took out a pill about the size of a quail egg, covered with a thick layer of wax. Dr. Lin took it, squeezed the wax ball hard, and inside was a small orange-yellow pill, with a faint fragrance of wine emanating from it. Dr. Lin sniffed it and carefully examined it in his hand. Then he exclaimed in delight, "It really is a fasting pill. Third uncle, you can see for sure. How could this little madman, this stinky beggar, have a fasting pill from a cultivator? It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong." In the 10 classics of medicine, it is recorded that there exists a miraculous elixir called bigu, which is orange-yellow in color, shining like golden rays, resembling autumn fruits hanging on branches, warm and eye-catching. The creation of this elixir gathers the essence of heaven and earth, compiles the fragrance of 100 rare flowers, and condenses the auspiciousness of Ganoderma. Various immortal herbs and fine trees all blend and give birth to each other in the alchemical cauldron, condensing their essence. Its scent is unique, with a slight hint of wine, unlike the flavors of worldly fermented brews, resembling the fragrance of an immortal's nectar, pure and distant. Inhaling it makes one's mind feel refreshed, as if one is in a fragrant garden of orchids, with the rich aroma penetrating the heart and lungs. Upon taking it, the feeling of hunger in the stomach instantly disappears, and one can go without hunger for half a month. It helps people to clear their hearts and desires, transcending the burdens of eating grains. For those who seek the Tao and inquire into mysteries, it is indeed a wonderful aid for cultivation. For those busy in the mundane world, it is also a good remedy for worries and troubles, a rare delicacy and a treasure for health. This elixir from the little madman is exactly like the bigu elixir commonly used by immortals in the book, in terms of size, color, and the emitted scent of wine. One piece is worth at least 100 taels of silver. Belle has been saved. Quickly, give Belle the elixir. Although Lin Feng does not favor Lu Tongfeng, he does not dare to neglect it after hearing from Grandpa San that this item is indeed a divine elixir. He took the bigu elixir and walked toward Belle's boudoir. Lu Tongfeng and the others immediately followed. In the room, Yu Lingzhan lay pale on the bed, already in a state of unconsciousness. Cui Cui sat beside her, wiping her tears. When she saw everyone come in, Cui Cui hurriedly stood up and asked, "Brother Lin Feng, what happened?" Lin Feng did not answer and went straight to the bedside, gently placing the bigu elixir into Yu Lingzhan's mouth. Strangely, as soon as the elixir entered, it quickly slid into Yu Lingzhan's abdomen, as if it melted upon entering. In a short while, Yu Lingzhan's pale cheeks gradually turned rosy. This scene shocked everyone. Dr. Lin stepped forward to check Yu Lingzhan's pulse and joyfully said, "Indeed, it is a divine medicine. The vital energy in Belle's body is starting to flow." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Lin Deming looked in surprise at Lu Tongfeng, who was at the back of the crowd, and said, "Tongfeng, how do you have such a divine medicine?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "Grandpa Ming, I mentioned earlier in the courtyard that this was left to me by my master before he passed away. I have not dared to eat it all these years." Lin Deming nodded, saying, "The old temple priest has lived over 100 years, truly a remarkable person." Lin Feng walked up to Lu Tongfeng and, in a condescending and arrogant tone, said, "Little madman, although I have never liked you, today your elixir saved Belle. I will not let you down. Grandpa San said this item is worth 100 taels of silver." Lin Feng took out a money pouch from his bosom and retrieved 3 50-tael silver notes. "I will give you 150 taels. Lu Tongfeng had never seen so much silver before. This amount was enough for him to renovate the dilapidated temple and build 2 new houses. However, he did not reach out to take it. He looked at Lin Feng, who was facing him with disdain, and said lightly, "Young Master Lin, what are you doing? Belle is your friend, and she is also my friend. Moreover, Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat have treated me very well. I took out the bigu elixir not to sell it." Saying this, Lu Tongfeng looked at Lin Deming and said, "Grandpa Ming, it is getting dark. Since Belle is fine now, I will return to the temple. If you need any help, just let me know." Lin Deming slowly nodded and said, "The snowy road is difficult to travel. Be careful." Watching Lu Tongfeng leave gracefully, Lin Feng felt somewhat awkward. He looked at the 3 silver notes in his hand, frowning slightly. In his memory, ever since the old temple priest passed away 6 years ago, Lu Tongfeng had been living worse than a beggar, either sleeping in the temple every day, teasing girls in the town, hunting mountain chickens and wild rabbits with his big black dog in the mountains, or begging for food in taverns or at Grandma Lu's breakfast shop. 150 taels of silver was indeed a fortune for Lu Tongfeng, enough to help him build houses and even marry a wife. Yet Lu Tongfeng rejected it. This left Lin Feng feeling somewhat at a loss. Chapter 27. Fu Yao at 30. My master is a master. Lu Tongfeng did not stay long in the small town and left for the south before Yu Lingzhan woke up from her coma. After leaving the town, the boy kept mumbling to himself, 150 taels. That's 150 taels. I should have taken it. Why didn't I accept it back then? Lu Tongfeng sighed. Self-esteem isn't worth much, is it? I was laughed at every day before. Today, I acted like a big shot. You don't even have a copper coin on you. Don't you know that? Lu Tongfeng now regretted not taking the 3 silver notes Lin Feng had offered at that time. He slapped himself a few times. I can't let my dislike for Lin Feng affect my relationship with money. After saving up for half a year, he had spent everything on food and an old hen today, and now he was truly broke. There's no way out now. Since I pretended to be a big shot in front of Lin Feng, I can only keep pretending. Thinking about how Yun Fyao had given him 3 bigu elixirs, and he had only taken 1, he still had 2 left on him. Since this thing was so valuable, if sold, he could make a fortune. And his gloomy mood improved a bit. In winter, the nights fall particularly quickly. When Lu Tongfeng left the small town, it was just dusk, with red clouds painting the sky. By the time he returned to the land temple, it was completely dark. Upon entering the temple, He saw Yun Fyao sitting on the ground drinking chicken soup. The big black dog was lying nearby, gnawing on chicken bones. When Yun Fyao saw Lu Tongfeng come back, she glanced at him and said, "This chicken soup is pretty good. You should drink some too." Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, "The old hen was bought for you to nourish your body. I am tall and strong. I don't need it. You should drink more." Saying this, Lu Tongfeng went over to the corner of the northern wall, brought back some firewood, and tossed a few pieces into the fire. Then he took off his rusty sword and broken gourd, sitting in front of the fire, sipping occasionally. After drinking a few sips of wine, Lu Tongfeng tilted his head and looked at Yun Fyao. Her face was still dirty, but the beautiful contours of her face constantly revealed that she was a stunning beauty. Though her personality was somewhat cold and proud, Lu Tongfeng said, "Fairy Fyao, can you tell me about my master's past?" Yun Fyao was slightly taken aback and replied, "I don't know much about my master's uncle. I've been with my master for only 23 years, and my uncle left the Yuntian sect over 300 years ago. I've only heard some legends about him. My master, that drunkard old scammer, still has legends? Wait, how long have you been in the Yuntian sect?" 23 years. Lu Tongfeng's expression showed doubt. "I was born in the Guasi year. How old do you think I am?" Yun Fyao slowly said. Lu Tongfeng began to calculate with his fingers, muttering, "This year is the Gui Hai year. Yu, Wei, Si, Mao, Chou, Hai. You were born in the Guasi year." Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened in shock. "You're 30 years old." Yun Fyao nodded and replied, "Yes. What's so surprising about that?" "Hiss." Lu Tongfeng gasped in disbelief, leaning back and staring at Yun Fyao in astonishment. Yun Fyao asked, "What's wrong? Don't joke. With your appearance and skin, you look at most 18 years old. How can you be 30? The age of a cultivator cannot be accurately judged by their appearance. For mortals, reaching 70 is rare, but for us cultivators, living to 100 is quite common. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan. My master, Yukenzi, is over 500 years old, and as for your master, the late Xianqi, he must have been over 800 when he passed away 6 years ago." Lu Tongfeng felt a bit dazed. This only complicates things further. Originally, he had become Yun Fyao's little master uncle in a muddled way, which had already disrupted his beautiful plan to have 13 children with her in this lifetime. Now, it turns out there is a full 14-year age gap between them. The chances of them being together just increased several levels of improbability. Seeing Lu Tongfeng's shocked expression, Yun Fyao was quite puzzled. What is so strange about being 30? Reaching the harmonious path at 30 is absolutely one of a kind among the younger generation of disciples in Yunshinzong today. I am known as the first extraordinary woman of Yunshinzong in 1,000 years. I am one of the 10 fairies of the current era. No one has ever said I am old. Instead, everyone praises me, saying that at such a young age I possess such high cultivation, which is truly rare in history. Lu Tongfeng, are you implying that I am old? Yun Fyao said, her tone slightly annoyed. Lu Tongfeng immediately shook his head, saying, No, not old at all. Cultivators are not like mortals. In terms of age, a 30-year-old cultivator is only equivalent to a few years old child in the mortal world. How can that be considered old? Yun Fyao shot him a glare with her bright eyes. Lu Tongfeng continued, "Let us talk about my deceased master instead. Did my master really live for 800 years? Yun Fyao replied, "Master Xianqi's cultivation is boundless, and he is said to have reached the void transformation realm, with a lifespan of 800 years. What is so strange about that? Void transformation? The highest realm? My master is really impressive. Is he famous? Is his status in Yunshinzong very high? Of course, although he has been traveling in the mortal world for the past 300 years and has gone silent. There are still many legends about him, and he is hailed as the strongest in Yunshinzong in 1,000 years. The strongest in 1,000 years? My master? Wait, are we talking about the same person? My master, the old drunkard who choked to death on a beggar's chicken, is the strongest in 1,000 years? He only does 2 things every day. Either asks me to fetch him wine or lies under the big locust tree at the door to drink and relax. How could he be so powerful? Fairy Fyao, are we talking about the wrong person? Lu Tongfeng felt quite embarrassed about the whole situation. They were clearly not talking about the same person. Yun Fyao gently shook her head and said, "No, if we were mistaken, I wouldn't have been able to answer the secret code. That is true. You being able to answer the code means you are the person my master asked me to wait for here. But my sloppy master doesn't he look like a transcendent expert at all?" Lu Tongfeng scratched his head, looking confused. Yun Fyao said lightly, Master Xianxi is known as the sword god of burning heaven, wielding the burning heaven divine sword to traverse the world, and he has never lost in his life. I once mentioned that 300 years ago, his cultivation was already the #1 in the world, constantly occupying the top 3 in the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's celestial ranking. Lu Tongfeng widened his eyes and said, "The top 3 in the celestial ranking? Since my master is so powerful, why didn't he teach me? Did I treat him poorly? I ride to Hay to town every day to fetch him wine. Isn't that like a biological son? I had forgiven him for deceiving me, but now I feel I can't forgive him anymore. That damn old man. So despicable." Chapter 28. Lu Tongfeng has a secret. Yun Fyao wants to inspect his body. Lu Tongfeng was feeling very sad. It was one thing for the townspeople to look down on him, but he didn't expect that his master, who he relied on for 10 years, also looked down on him. If he truly valued him, how could he take all his unique skills to the grave? The top 3 in the celestial ranking. It might not even be third. This is a true, unparalleled expert who can turn clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. If only his master had taught him a move or two, he wouldn't have had to live such a miserable life in these years. Thinking about the hardships he faced over the past 6 years and the suffering he endured, Lu Tongfeng couldn't help but shed tears. Yun Fyao, sipping her delicious chicken soup, looked at Lu Tongfeng's sorrowful expression and her heart moved. "Are you sure Master Xianxi didn't teach you any true methods or divine powers?" "Of course not. If he had taught me any immortal techniques, I would have been an immortal by now. How could I be living in such poverty?" However, Yun Fyao seemed to ponder her words and slowly said, "But I have seen you meditating and cultivating." "You've seen me meditating and cultivating? When?" "Every night you are cultivating." "Is that really cultivation?" Lu Tongfeng was stunned, then suddenly understood what Yun Fyao meant. Yun Fyao said, "Of course, from my observation, the technique you are practicing is quite extraordinary. I've always wanted to ask you, what exactly is the true method you are practicing?" Lu Tongfeng was a bit bewildered. After a while, he said, "The thing I meditate on is called the hunger-resisting, cold-resisting technique." Hunger-resisting, cold-resisting technique? I've never heard of it. Yun Fyao thought for a long time and couldn't find any technique with such a strange name in her memory. Lu Tongfeng grinned and said, "Of course you haven't heard of it. I made it up myself. As long as I cultivate, I won't feel cold in winter. And I can go 7 or 8 days without eating or drinking. This is my biggest secret. I didn't even tell the bell, just you." Yun Fyao realized something. "Lu Tongfeng, have you ever thought that the heart method you practice every day might actually be a powerful immortal technique passed down by Master Xianxi?" "Impossible. Since I was 3, my master taught me to recognize characters, meridians, and acupoints. At 6, he taught me this hunger-resisting heart method and told me to practice it every day without interruption. I have always remembered my master's words and have been diligently practicing for 10 years, never missing a day. Even on the day my master died, I was meditating in front of the coffin for half the night. If this were truly a powerful immortal technique, after practicing for 10 years, I would have been able to soar through the clouds and fly with a sword like you. But instead, I'm just a bit stronger than others, a bit faster, and a bit more enduring against the cold and hunger." Yun Fyao frowned slightly. Something's not right, very not right. Through her 2 secret observations of Lu Tongfeng's cultivation, this kid had already reached the realm of 3 flowers gathering at the top and 5 chi returning to the origin. This level is at least above the 4th layer of the nascent soul realm, and it's even possible that he has reached the harmonious path realm like herself. But strangely, Lu Tongfeng had a vast amount of primordial energy, but couldn't activate or display it. Suddenly, Yun Fyao said, "Lu Tongfeng, can I check your body?" "Check my body. Do I need to take off my clothes?" "No need. I just need to place my hand on your pulse. And I can enter your body through my spiritual consciousness." Is that so?" Lu Tongfeng looked disappointed. He thought he would have to take off his clothes. "All right. Then help me check." Woof, woof. Dahe, who was gnawing on a bone, suddenly stood up and walked between Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fyao, barking loudly at Lu Tongfeng. Clearly, this big black dog didn't want Yun Fyao to check Lu Tongfeng's body. Having lived together for many years, Lu Tongfeng could roughly understand what Dahe meant. He said, "Don't worry, Dahe, Fairy Fyao won't harm me. She is a cultivator, a celestial being, incredibly capable. Perfect timing for her to check if my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are healthy. I've been feeling unwell for the past 2 years. Unable to wake up during the day and can't sleep at night." Dahe was speechless. "Is that a problem?" Not waking up during the day is because you're lazy. Not being able to sleep at night is because you're thinking about women. Dahei continued to block Lu Tongfeng's way, calling out persistently. Dahei's actions made Yun Fyao suspicious. She doubted that Lu Tongfeng's body must be hiding some kind of secret, and it seemed Dahei knew that secret, which is why it wanted to stop her. Lu Tongfeng stretched out his hand and pushed Dahei aside. Go, gnaw on your bones. Fairy Fyao, ignore this old dog and check my pulse. However, Dahei seemed unwilling for her to examine his body. What does it matter? If you keep barking, I'll take off its hind legs tomorrow and make soup to nourish you. Lu Tongfeng sat down next to Yun Fyao, rolled up his sleeves, and extended his arm in front of her. At that moment, Dahei stopped barking. Dahei's deep blue eyes fixated on Yun Fyao, lips slightly curled back, revealing sharp fangs, seemingly threatening her not to seek her own death. Upon seeing Dahei's knife-like gaze, Yun Fyao was startled. She could clearly sense the deep hostility hidden in Dahei's eyes. That gaze made her afraid to look directly at it. She had a feeling that if she reached out to check Lu Tongfeng's pulse, Dahei would instantly rush over and bite her neck. A trace of fear and chills crossed Yun Fyao's eyes. This terrifying feeling of impending death was something she had never sensed from a dog before. She was very confident in her sixth sense. At this moment, she dared not check Lu Tongfeng's pulse to see his internal condition. Don't just stand there. Hurry and check my pulse. Seeing that Yun Fyao was not moving, Lu Tongfeng began to urge her. Yun Fyao steadied her mind, looked down, and her expression stiffened again. She saw that Lu Tongfeng's arm, which he had rolled up, was covered with a thick layer of black-gray grime. How long has it been since you bathed? Bathed? I just bathed 3 months ago. 3 months? Ugh. Get your dirty hands away from me. Yun Fyao, who had a reputation for being a clean freak, felt her stomach churn upon hearing that Lu Tongfeng hadn't bathed in 3 months and seeing the thick layer of dirt on his arm. The difference between cultivators and mortals is significant. A mortal might smell a bit after not bathing for 2 or 3 months, but cultivators are entirely different. When cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during their training, impurities in their bodies are expelled through their skin pores, forming a layer of dirt on the surface. Thus, cultivators almost bathe daily. Yun Fyao confirmed that Lu Tongfeng was indeed a cultivator. And since Lu Tongfeng had been practicing every day, it was hard to imagine how thick that layer of grime could be after 3 months without a bath. Seeing Yun Fyao's strong reaction, Lu Tongfeng awkwardly rolled down his sleeves. He said sheepishly, Fairy Fyao, there's no need to be so exaggerated, right? There are plenty of people in the town who are less clean than me. Are you okay? Are you really going to vomit? Get away. Don't come near me. Lu Tongfeng was quite frustrated. He had intended for Yun Fyao to check his body for any illness or spiritual roots, but unexpectedly, he made her feel nauseated. He sat at a distance from Yun Fyao. Can you stop vomiting? I spent 3 silver coins to buy that old hen for you. If you throw it all up, won't my money be wasted? Chapter 29. The Snowy Night Massacre in the Town in the Deep of Night. More than 20 white figures approached from the direction of Sweeping Mountain. Each wore white clothing, blending in perfectly with the snow. They flew swiftly over the snow without leaving a trace. At an extremely fast speed, they headed towards Fuyang Town. These people were sent by the Yingyang Master to eliminate witnesses in Fuyang Town. They silently skimmed low over the ground, making it difficult for anyone to notice them. At around 2 in the morning, the 20-plus white figures appeared on the southern side of the small town. Looking at the dark town, the masked leader rasped, to dare kill our extreme Yin sect members. They truly are tired of living. Brothers, you know what to do, right? One of the white-clad men smiled and said, Third senior brother, don't worry, we'll take the pretty girls away, and the rest will be sent to the afterlife. The eldest disciple of the Yingyang Master is now the abbess of the Buddhist Lin Temple, named Master Chun. She used to be the Yingyang Master's furnace cauldron before becoming his disciple. The second disciple of the Yingyang Master died over 30 years ago during the Righteous Path's encirclement. This third senior brother is the Yingyang Master's third disciple, named Sutsong. He has followed the Yingyang Master for many years, is ruthless, and has a terrible reputation, having killed countless people. In terms of tormenting girls, he surpasses even his master, the Yingyang Master. Over 30 years ago, he escaped during the encirclement by the Righteous Path. With his peak cultivation at the Harmony Realm, he firmly sits as the third strongest in the Extreme Yin sect. Sutsong slowly said, Yu Hai and the others fell here. Perhaps that female disciple from the Yun Tian sect is still here. Be cautious, everyone. And don't just focus on killing and setting fires. Also pay attention to finding the traces of Yu Hai's people. We want to see the living and the dead. Understood. Su Tsang divided the more than 20 people into 2 teams, one responsible for the households on the east side of the street, and the other for those on the west side. The residents of the small town were unaware that the Grim Reaper had descended upon them. Most were still in a deep slumber. At Yu Lingdang's home, Yu Lingdang, who had already woken up, no longer looked as haggard as during the day. The powerful spiritual energy of the Bigudan nourished her body, making her complexion appear much better, her cheeks no longer pale but flushed with color. However, her spirit was still not good, and she seemed listless, as if she had lost her soul. Lin Feng was still there. He said, "Lingdang, it's getting late. I need to go back. You and Tsui should rest early. I'll come back tomorrow morning." Yu Lingdang did not respond. Tsui said, "Lin Feng, you've been working hard these past few days. Don't worry, I will take good care of Lingdang." Lin Feng nodded, glanced at Lingdang again, sighed, and then turned to walk outside. Suddenly, the dogs in the town began to bark. The barking came from the southern part of the town and quickly spread throughout the entire small town. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was rare to hear all the dogs in the town barking wildly in the middle of the night. Just then, a crisp gong sound suddenly rang out without warning. Following that was a human scream, a cry of despair before death. Tsui and Lingdang heard the noise and immediately walked out of the spirit hall. Seeing Lin Feng standing in the courtyard, Tsui asked, "Lin Feng, what happened?" Lin Feng shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. They're killing people. That group of scoundrels is back." "Ah!" A voice came from the south, followed by a scream that suddenly ceased. However, his voice was clearly transmitted. Lin Feng's face changed dramatically. He shouted, "Not good. Those scoundrels are back." Tsui, Yu and Lingdang quickly hide. Chui was already terrified, her face pale. Meanwhile, Lingdang's eyes were frighteningly red. One by one, the lights in every household of the small town were being lit. But the sounds of screams and cries continued to echo. There were also women's shrieks. At the same time, from the south of the town, houses began to catch fire. These people were not only killing one family after another, but they were also setting fires. This place was remote, with heavy snow blocking the mountains. And they were not worried at all about anyone escaping or being able to come to the rescue. They were cultivators, and ordinary mortals were almost as weak as ants in their eyes. They had no intention of hiding their identities, openly marching in from the south of the town to kill. Besides the pretty girls they had their eyes on, everyone else was killed on the spot. Then, they set their houses ablaze. The lame Li and Li Qiuyan stood in the courtyard. Li Qiuyan looked at the firelight rising from the south. Listening to the terrified cries of the town's residents, her face suddenly changed, and she said, "Not good. Those people are actually massacring the town." The lame Li said hoarsely, "There are many of them. It will be difficult for us to deal with them. We should retreat for now." Li Qiuyan said, "What about the residents of the town if we leave?" The lame Li was momentarily stunned. Yes, there were 180 households in Fuyang town, with nearly 600 permanent residents. These were all defenseless mortals. Faced with a group of cultivators, their only fate was to be slaughtered. Li Qiuyan said, "These people must be coming for us and the 3 lecherous thieves who were killed. Perhaps we can lead them away." The lame Li gently shook his head and said, "They are many in number, and their goal is clear, to wipe out the entire town. Even if we lead a few away, it will be of no use." Li Qiuyan shouted, "Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch the entire town's residents be slaughtered?" The lame Li suddenly looked towards the south and said hoarsely, "Isn't Dahe back? Perhaps this is an opportunity." Li Qiuyan's eyes brightened and said, "Yes, Dahe has returned." At the Earth Temple, Dahe, who had been sleeping in front of the bonfire, suddenly perked up his ears and slowly raised his head. Then, Dahe barked wildly and dashed out of the temple. The commotion immediately woke Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fyao. Hearing Dahe barking frantically outside the temple door, Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Having lived with Dahe for many years, he could somewhat understand the meaning of Dahe's barks. This sound was urgent and sharp, signaling danger. Lu Tongfeng got up and rushed out of the temple. He saw Dahe barking madly towards the north. Lu Tongfeng turned his head and his face changed drastically. Just 3 miles away, he could clearly see the flickering lights of the town and the thick smoke billowing. Faintly, he could still hear the sounds of wails and cries. He wasn't foolish. He immediately realized that something had happened in Fuyang town. Given the number of burning houses, it was definitely not a simple accident. It was likely related to the 2 lecherous thieves who had escaped that night. They had failed in their attempt that night, and had even killed one person. They must have come back for revenge. Thinking of this, Lu Tongfeng's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned back to the crumbling temple, finding his rusty sword in the corner where he had been sleeping. Seeing Lu Tongfeng's panicked expression, Yun Fyao asked, "What's wrong?" "Something happened in the town. It's probably those escaped lecherous thieves coming back for revenge. Fyao, you should hide first. I'm going to help in the town." Saying this, Lu Tongfeng grabbed the rusty sword and rushed out of the broken temple. Chapter 30. The demon sword shatters the universe. When Yun Fyao walked out of the temple with her bamboo stick, she could no longer see Lu Tongfeng's figure. Dahe had also disappeared. Yun Fyao looked towards the north. There, the red light illuminated the sky, as if the entire town was ablaze. She could still hear various cries and screams coming from the direction of the town. Yun Fyao's face, covered in ash and dirt, wore a very serious expression. She knew that the tragedy occurring in the town tonight must be a continuation of the horrific event that happened 3 days ago at Yulingdong's home. Lu Tongfeng had mentioned the general situation of that night in the cave. There were 3 lecherous thieves in white. The suddenly appearing female disciple of the Yuntian sect had only killed one of them. Now, this group of white-clothed thieves' accomplices had returned for revenge. They must be cultivators. In front of cultivators, mortals were almost no different from ants. Only cultivators could deal with cultivators. She was very certain that Lu Tongfeng was also a cultivator. However, just like others, his 10 years of hard training seemed to have all gone to waste. Besides being a bit stronger and having more endurance, he had no real skills. When cultivators fought, they relied on cultivation level, true techniques, magical artifacts, divine abilities, and strategies, not on physical strength. What use was strength and endurance? Yun Fyao's gaze turned towards the ancient well not far away. Her originally calm eyes now showed some hesitation. Her injuries had mostly healed, but her leg injury had not yet recovered. However, this did not affect her ability to fly with a sword. She could take the treasure box from the ancient well right now and leave this place immediately, returning to the Yuntian sect to report. This was indeed the most correct and wise course of action. But if she left with the treasure box now, what would happen to Lu Tongfeng? She did not care about how many people in the town would die. But Lu Tongfeng was someone she knew and her little master uncle. With his meager cultivation, if he went to the town now and encountered that group of lecherous cultivators, his chances of survival would be slim. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Fyao gritted her silver teeth. She reached back and grabbed into thin air. Suddenly, a white light shot out from the broken temple. It was her immortal sword. Cold frost. Lu Tongfeng and Dahe were running quickly through the snow. The closer they got to the town, the heavier Lu Tongfeng's heart felt. More than 20 masked figures in white, wielding shiny long knives, were all cultivators. Cultivators possessed spiritual awareness and mental power. Even the townsfolk hiding in cellars could be easily detected by their spiritual awareness. They began this slaughtering frenzy from the south of the town. Soon, more than 30 households in the southern part of the town were slaughtered. A few young girls with decent looks were drugged and discarded on the streets. Intending to take them back to the cave for enjoyment after the killing spree ended, the young men in the town, armed with various weapons, prepared to fight the thieves. But how could they possibly be the opponents of these cultivators? A dozen men who charged forward in teams were instantly decapitated by the long knives, their bodies falling to the street, blood spraying from their neatly severed necks, staining the white snow red. The village head, Lin Deming, gathered dozens of people, carrying knives, guns, and sticks, rushing south. The white-clothed lecherous thief who had just killed several townsfolk saw more people willingly come to deliver their heads, and a hint of bloodthirsty madness appeared in his eyes. A long knife emitted an eerie glow as it shot toward the shouting townsfolk. Everyone was taken aback. Just as the demon knife was about to claim lives, a fiery sword light suddenly flew out from a side alley. Bang! With a loud noise. The flying long knife was immediately knocked away. Suddenly, a girl dressed in black, wearing a bamboo hat and veil, with a well-proportioned figure, flew out from a dark alley. Many people recognized her as the heroine who saved Lingdang and killed a lewd villain 3 nights ago, and they cheered. These people were cultivators. They came to massacre the town, quickly organized the common people to retreat north. Li Qiuyan shouted sternly at Lin Deming and the others. Lin Deming also knew that mortals and cultivators were 2 different worlds. He did not act recklessly and called out to Li Qiuyan, "Heroine, be careful." The person in white several feet to the south was Sutsong. Sutsong laughed sinisterly. "I didn't expect this fairy to still be here. What great skills. to have killed my 3 junior brothers. You must be a disciple of the Yun sect. Since you meddled in our affairs, we want to be polite. Come back with me obediently. If you serve us well, maybe we will spare your life. Shameless lewd villain. Look at my sword. Li Qiuyan shouted angrily, her black figure lunging forward. The red fairy sword in her hand immediately burst into flames. With a flick of her sword technique, dozens of fiery chi swords shot towards Sutsong. Sutsong coldly smiled, reached out, and the long knife that had just been knocked away by Li Qiuyan flew back to his hand in an instant. Good. He swept his knife, and a dazzling blade light whistled out from the demonic blade, shattering all the incoming chi swords. Li Qiuyan's gaze sharpened. She realized this person had extremely high cultivation, likely having reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to casually dispel her chi swords with a single strike. However, Li Qiuyan did not retreat. She appeared in front of Sutsong like lightning, stabbing her sword at him. Sutsong blocked with his knife. Knowing that the opponent already recognized her as a disciple of the Yun sect, Li Qiuyan did not hide her cultivation or sword techniques. She immediately stepped into the Northern Dipper 7-star step of the Yun sect and activated the Illusion Star sword technique. Li Qiuyan moved like a ghost, her fairy sword changing like the stars of the cosmos. The speed of her sword strikes was like lightning, and in an instant, she unleashed several killing moves from the Illusion Star sword technique, including Meteor Chasing the Moon and Starry Array. However, Sutsong's cultivation was higher than hers. Facing Li Qiuyan's fierce attacks, he retreated while quickly swinging his long knife to block. In a moment, they exchanged dozens of moves. Sutsong seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful slash like splitting Mount Hua. The blade light rapidly expanded, creating a massive blade shadow. Li Qiuyan was taken aback and quickly flew to the side. Boom! The gigantic blade shadow directly smashed down several houses. Before Li Qiuyan could react, Sutsong delivered another heavy strike from above. Li Qiuyan had no time to dodge. With her left hand, she formed a seal and swiftly drew a Taiji diagram in front of her. Instantly, a dark blue yin-yang 5 elements 8 trigrams diagram appeared before her. The tangible blade shadow struck the 8 trigrams diagram fiercely. Boom! A loud noise. The 8 trigrams diagram shattered. The powerful true essence surged out like sound waves, impacting in all directions, causing countless houses on both sides of the street to collapse under this energy shock. Although Li Qiuyan blocked Sutsong's strike, she was not unscathed. She was only at the initial stage of the harmonization realm, while Sutsong was at the pinnacle. The difference in strength was still significant. Under the powerful impact, Li Qiuyan staggered back several steps. The bamboo hat and veil on her head were blown off by this force. Seeing Li Qiuyan's appearance, Sutsong let out a wicked laugh. What a stunning girl. It seems my brothers are in for a treat. Chapter 31. There are still experts. The long knives, like poisonous pythons, shot towards Li Qiuyan from all directions. At a rough glance, there were at least 7 or 8 of them. Li Qiuyan was greatly alarmed. This person was beyond her ability to deal with. Now, facing the combined attack of 7 or 8 people, she had no chance of winning. She could only exert all her strength and shouted, breaking sword style. She quickly shook her fiery fairy sword in her hand, barely managing to repel several incoming long knives. But Sutsong and the others would not give her a chance to breathe. They immediately grasped the returning long knives, quickly condensing their true essence. The long knives emitted a cold light. They did not adhere to the rules of the martial world. The 7 or 8 of them surrounded Li Qiuyan to attack. As they activated their techniques, countless gleaming blade lights emitted sharp, piercing whistles. Seeing this, Li Qiuyan immediately retreated several feet. Just then, the ground began to tremble. In the next moment, the street beneath Li Qiuyan suddenly lifted due to a massive force. A thick earthen wall appeared with a booming sound, blocking Li Qiuyan's path. Most of the densely flying blade lights were blocked by the suddenly appearing earthen wall. Only a few stray blade lights crossed the wall, shooting towards Li Qiuyan behind it. Li Qiuyan moved gracefully, quickly wielding her fairy sword to neutralize those stray blade lights. Under the countless strikes and impacts of the blade lights, the earthen wall did not hold for long and quickly crumbled. This earthen wall was made of dirt and the stone slabs of the street, glowing faintly orange-yellow. It originally belonged to the street, covered in a thick layer of snow. It was lifted from the ground as if by a powerful force, like flipping a wooden board. The stone slabs shattered, and dirt and snow flew in all directions. Sutsong watched the scene before him, his expression darkening as he hoarsely said, "There are still experts." As his voice fell, a middle-aged man in a blue robe holding a fairy sword radiating orange-yellow light stepped out from the darkness. This person was the Lamely. It was clear that he was the one who had just activated a mysterious technique to lift the earthen wall to protect Li Qiuyan from the blade lights. Suddenly, both sides fell into a standoff. One side consisted of 8 white-clad, masked demons. The other side was Lame Li and Li Qiuyan. However, the massacre in the small town did not pause because of this brief standoff in the street. More than a dozen white-clad demons continued to kill and set fire. The common people were fleeing north with their families. Many saw the standoff on the street and recognized that the ones protecting them were Lame Li and his daughter. The mute Li. Now was not the time to be surprised. The white-clad demons coming from the south were killing people in every household. If they were late, their lives would be in danger. "Qiuyan, Uncle Li." Lingdong's voice rang out. Li Qiuyan turned to look. She saw Lin Feng hurriedly carrying a yoke, anxiously protecting Yu Lingdang and Cui Cui as they ran out from a box. "Oh, these 2 girls are not bad. Just try to take back and enjoy." Su Tsang saw Lingdang and Cui Cui, one with delicate features and beauty, the other with skin as white as snow. Immediately, his lewd intentions surged. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Dragging Yu Lingdang, he said, "Lingdang, they are all cultivators. Hurry and run." He and the equally terrified Cui Cui pulled the vengeful Lingdang away towards the north. Su Tsang and the white-clad people did not pursue. There was no need. The snow was 2 feet thick. How far could they escape? At this moment, the crippled Li said slowly, "You are all cultivators. Is it fitting for cultivators to act so ruthlessly against a group of mortals?" Su Tsang sneered. "Heh, you righteous cultivators are all hypocrites. Killing a few ants has nothing to do with the dignity of cultivators. 3 days ago, my 3 junior brothers were killed by you, right?" The crippled Li replied. "That's right, we killed those 3. If you want revenge, come for us too, but spare these commoners." Su Tsang's eyes flashed. He received an important piece of information. The 3 who came here to pick flowers 3 days ago, Yu Hai and the others, had already been killed. This made Su Tsang secretly relieved. As long as there were no survivors, even if the people from Yun Tian's sect came, they would definitely not be able to trace it back to Fallen Temple. Su Tsang coldly said, "All right, you 2 drop your swords and seal your meridians, and I will spare these ants." "Why should we do that? We are from Yun Tian's sect." "Are you not afraid of Yun Tian's sect?" "Of course I'm afraid, but this place is 10,000 miles away from Yun Tian's sect, and those sort of mortals can't reach us here. By the way, doesn't your Yun Tian sect pride itself on being the leader of the righteous path, the giant of immortality? Aren't your disciples all dedicated to slaying demons and saving lives, upholding the heavenly way? There are hundreds of lives in this small town waiting for you to rescue them. As long as you surrender, they can live. Why are you pretending to be mute now? I say you are hypocrites, and you don't even want to admit it, huh?" Su Tsang's spiritual sense was constantly searching the surroundings. At this moment, he could almost confirm that there were only these 2 disciples of Yun Tian's sect in this small town. If there were many sort immortals from Yun Tian's sect here, they wouldn't have stayed hidden for so long. However, these 2 were not easy to deal with. The girl in black should be at the early stage of the harmonization realm, while the man should be at the peak of the harmonization realm, just like himself. In a life-and-death struggle, with more than 20 people on their side, they were naturally not afraid. However, it was estimated that they would also lose a few people. So Su Tsang tested them. If these 2 really foolishly dropped their swords and sealed their meridians, surrendering would be wonderful. Li Qiuyan sneered. "How could you devilish cultists keep your word? Dream on if you think we will surrender." Su Tsang looked at the long knife in his hand, stained with blood, and hoarsely said, "Well, if that's the case, let's talk with our knives." He knew these 2 were powerful, and at that moment, he let out a long howl. The sound echoed through the chaotic small town. The more than 10 white-clad demons who were killing and burning immediately put down their work and flew over. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 people surrounded the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan. Seeing so many on the other side, the hearts of the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan gradually sank. If there were only 7 or 8 people on the other side, they might still be able to handle it. But now the other side had nearly 20 people, and that wasn't even all of them. From the surrounding houses, continuous screams could still be heard. Among these people, there was a master at the peak of the 5th level of the harmonization realm. The others were at least at the level of controlling objects and spiritual sense. Tonight, the 2 of them were likely in grave danger. Su Tsang grinned and said, "That man, chop him into meat paste. As for that little beauty, my master specifically instructed to keep her alive. Once my master is done having fun, it will be our turn, brothers. Go. Chapter 32. Big Black transforms. When Lu Tongfeng arrived at the small town with Big Black, the southern part of the town had almost turned into a sea of fire. At this moment, this remote and peaceful small town seemed to have transformed into the most terrifying hell of Azura. There was not a hint of coldness here. Dozens of houses were burning, and even the air was hot. Not far along, he saw a person lying in a burning house. He remembered this was Sister Hua's home. Lu Tongfeng rushed into the house and shouted, "Sister Hua?" He endured the scorching heat and turned over the person, and it was indeed Sister Hua that he knew. There was a bloody hole in her chest, and she was holding a child in her arms. The child, stained with blood, was already dead. Seeing this scene, Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened with rage. At that moment, the burning beams began to collapse. He desperately dragged Sister Hua and her son's bodies out of the house. Turning around, he saw the bodies of Sister Hua's in-laws lying on a doorstep. These beasts, they don't even spare the old, weak, women, and children. Lu Tongfeng had lived in the small town for many years. Although after his master died, most of the townspeople called him Little Beggar and Little Madman. He knew that these villagers were actually very kind. The people of Fuyang town had lived here in peace for hundreds of years. When had they ever encountered such a tragedy as tonight? Seeing familiar faces dying before him ignited a raging fire in Lu Tongfeng's heart. A wave of murderous intent erupted from him. Perhaps he didn't even realize it himself. His skin began to redden, and his eyes gradually turned red. It was as if a mysterious seal that had bound him was finally cracking under the impact of his anger and killing intent. He heard sounds of fighting coming from the north and immediately ran over with his sword. The streets were littered with the bodies of the townspeople, and Lu Tongfeng knew that what he saw was only a part of it. There must be many more commoners, like Sister Hua and her son, killed in their homes. Lu Tongfeng had not walked 30 paces when he saw a man in white, holding a bloody long knife, with a thinly clad young woman slung over his shoulder. Coming out of a house, the young woman was desperately screaming and hitting the back of the man in white, but she could not inflict any harm. The man in white, on the other hand, seemed even more excited, laughing maniacally. "Don't worry, little lady. After I kill everyone in the town, I will come and enjoy your body." That woman was someone Lu Tongfeng recognized. She was Lin Shige's wife, whom he had just married half a year ago. And she was quite beautiful. "Put her down." Lu Tongfeng raised his rusty sword, pointing it at the white-clad demon. The white-clad demon turned to look upon hearing the voice. Seeing a boy in a tattered cotton coat, holding a rusty sword, the white-clad demon laughed heartily. "Kid, your sword is so rusty, can it still kill people?" Lu Tongfeng angrily replied, "My sword doesn't kill people, it only kills beasts." The white-clad demon threw the struggling young woman on the ground. The young woman saw it was Lu Tongfeng and shouted, "Little madman, run. You can't beat him. He can't run." The white-clad demon sneered, letting go of his long knife, which shot toward Lu Tongfeng like a demon light. Lu Tongfeng's pupils constricted, and he used all his strength to swing his sword to block. Bang! With a loud noise, Lu Tongfeng felt as if he had been hit by a speeding horse cart, and his body involuntarily staggered backward. The white-clad demon seemed not to expect that his flying knife would not kill this kid. He formed seals with both hands, and the long knife let out a whistling sound as it shot toward Lu Tongfeng again. Lu Tongfeng swung his sword to hack. After several attacks, he had managed to fend off all of them with his rusty sword. Damn it! The white-clad demon, seeing that he couldn't kill this kid with his long knife from a distance, cursed and flew forward, gripping the long knife and delivering a heavy downward slash. Lu Tongfeng felt a powerful knife intent accompanied by a fierce wind coming at him. His face changed drastically. With both hands gripping the sword, he blocked upwards. Boom! Lu Tongfeng felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, seemingly breaking his arms. The long knife pressed against the rusty sword, bending Lu Tongfeng's legs. At that moment, the figure in white kicked Lu Tongfeng in the chest. Lu Tongfeng felt as if his heart had stopped, and his whole body flew back like a kite with a severed string. He rolled for over a dozen circles on the snowy street before finally stopping. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng was racked with pain, and the blood and energy within him surged violently. He struggled to get up, but then spat out a mouthful of blood. It landed right on the rusty sword he was gripping tightly. "You little brat. I thought you had some skills." The figure in white laughed maliciously as he approached Lu Tongfeng with the long knife in hand. As Lu Tongfeng watched the figure step closer, He wondered, am I going to die? He didn't notice that the blood he had sprayed onto the rusty sword was disappearing at a terrifying speed, as if being devoured by the sword itself. Suddenly, at that moment, Lu Tongfeng saw a shadow. It was the shadow of a dog. In the firelight, Dahei slowly walked from behind Lu Tongfeng to stand in front of him, glancing back at the rusty sword that was absorbing Lu Tongfeng's blood. After giving Lu Tongfeng a slightly mocking look, it turned to face the approaching figure in white. It did not crouch or bare its teeth in a defensive posture. It simply stood calmly in front of Lu Tongfeng, looking at the other with a dead-eyed gaze. Where did this dead dog come from? Get lost. The figure in white felt a jolt of surprise at Dahei's calm gaze, a hint of unease rising within him. However, he believed there was no reason to fear a dog. He raised his long knife, lunged forward, and slashed at Dahei's head. Dahei! Lu Tongfeng shouted. But Dahei seemed unfazed by the attack. A faint blue flame flickered in its eyes. Then, Dahei let out a roar. Yes, it was a roar, not a bark. In Lu Tongfeng's incredulous gaze, Dahei's body rapidly expanded. What had once been the size of a calf transformed into a gigantic beast taller than a house in an instant. Its body resembled that of a giant dog, with exposed fangs, bristly mane, a tail over 10 feet long, and claws as sharp as knives. Every single bristle glimmering with an eerie blue light. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The figure in white, who had been slashing down, now looked on with unprecedented terror in his eyes. The long knife struck Dahei's massive head, but it only produced a sound like iron striking stone. The knife did not harm Dahei at all. Instead, it was knocked from the figure's hand by the impact. A monster. The figure in white turned to run. But Dahei was faster, leaping forward with its jaws wide open and biting down on the figure. After a few chews, it swallowed the entire person, skin and bones, whole. Howling. After devouring the figure in white, the giant Dahei roared to the sky, as if proclaiming its own power. Chapter 33. The Rusty Sword's Transformation. Lu Tongfeng was completely stunned by Dahei's transformation. The dog he had lived with for 16 years, inseparable for all those years, could actually transform. And in front of him, it had swallowed a person whole. A feeling of helplessness and fear enveloped Lu Tongfeng. He felt that his experiences over the years seemed like a false dream. His master was a fake, and Dahei was also a fake. What, then, was real? Looking at the towering monster before him, over 10 feet tall and exceeding 60 feet in length including its head and tail, Lu Tongfeng sank into deep fear. Dahei turned its head and looked at Lu Tongfeng, whose eyes were filled with terror. Its blue eyes resembled two blue lanterns, filled with an otherworldly quality. The blood remaining on its fangs added to the horror of its eerie presence. Dahei bared its fangs at Lu Tongfeng and wagged its tail a few times, as if trying to tell him not to be afraid. But how could Lu Tongfeng not be afraid? He slumped onto the street, staring as he slowly scooted backward. Dahei didn't know how to explain itself to its little master. Suddenly, a rumble came from the north. It seemed a woman's voice was calling, Dahei, Dahei. Dahei turned to the north, hesitated for a moment, then called softly to Lu Tongfeng before sprinting northward. Despite Dahei's massive size, its movements showed no signs of slowing. With a leap, it covered over 10 feet. What kind of monster is this? Be careful. Third senior brother, save me. Cries of alarm came from the northern street. Lu Tongfeng took a moment to catch his breath, and then went to check on Lin Chiga's little wife, who had been left on the ground by the figure in white. Upon reaching her, he found that she had already fainted. It was unclear whether she had been drugged by the figure in white or scared into unconsciousness by Dahei's transformation. Lu Tongfeng checked her breathing and pulse, confirming that she was merely unconscious and not dead, which relieved him. The fighting in the north grew increasingly intense, and from a distance, he could see various flashes of blades and swords, with radiant light and dark energy swirling. Among them, countless fiery swords sped through the air, the most dazzling of all. Lu Tongfeng did not flee. Instead, he gripped the rusty sword, crouched down, and stealthily made his way northward, using the cover of the buildings on the side of the street. He did not notice that the rusty sword in his hand was undergoing some unknown transformation. The rust on the sword was gradually peeling away. All of this occurred after Lu Tongfeng's blood had sprayed onto the rusty sword, which absorbed and devoured it. It seemed that this sword sealed a slumbering demon, and Lu Tongfeng's blood had awakened it. As he gradually approached the vicinity of the fighting, waves of violent energy swept over him. Lu Tongfeng hid behind a wall to peek. In an instant, he stiffened, and his expression changed drastically. He saw two battlefields, Dahe was fighting against 8 or 9 figures in white, while to the north, a man and a woman wielding celestial swords were battling over 10 figures in white. What shocked Lu Tongfeng was not Dahe, but the man and woman fighting with swords. If he wasn't mistaken, the man was Li, the limping man from Downnight Fragrance, and the woman was his daughter, Li Yinu. Li, the limping man, wielded a celestial sword radiating orange-yellow light, while Li Yinu held a celestial sword glowing with flames. The two were surrounded by at least 10 figures in white, and every time they attempted to take to the air, they were blocked by these figures. Dahe wanted to rush over to rescue them, but was continuously obstructed by 7 or 8 figures in white wielding demonic sword artifacts. These demonic swords, infused with countless sword energies, slashed against Dahe's body. However, it seemed that these people's cultivation was insufficient to pose any fatal threat to Dahe. On the ground lay the remnants of 2 figures in white, clearly having been killed by Dahe's bites. Lu Tongfeng never expected that Li, who had fled here 3 years ago and stayed in the town of Downnight Fragrance, along with Li Yinu, were actually cultivators. It seems that the cultivation level is still low. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be able to withstand the siege of so many white-clothed cultivators. Lu Tongfeng felt that his worldview was collapsing. First, Dahe suddenly became sentient, and then the limping Li father and daughter turned out to be cultivation experts. What happened today was simply too bizarre. Block this monster. Everyone worked together to kill these two from the Yuntian sect first. Su Tsong's angry voice rang out as he exerted all his strength to activate the demon's sword in his hand, sending Li Qiuyan flying several zhang away. He had originally thought that tonight's slaughter operation would be a very easy and pleasant task, even with 2 sword cultivators from the Yuntian sect appearing in the small town. Su Tsong was not afraid. Instead, he was extremely excited. He never expected that a monster would suddenly appear. In the blink of an eye, this monster had already killed his 2 junior brothers. No, it should be 3. Another white-clothed demon had already been swallowed by Dahe. Now, they could only first entangle this ferocious beast and work together to kill the 2 in front of them. Su Tsong shouted loudly, and some white-clothed disciples who were still slaughtering in the town noticed that something was wrong and flew over from the houses. When they saw Dahe, the arriving white-clothed demons all gasped in surprise. Dahe not only moved as fast as lightning and jumped incredibly high, but it could even launch spell attacks. Several demon swords shot out simultaneously. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared. A wave of sonic energy exploded, directly knocking away the few demon swords that were rushing towards it. Everyone felt as if their eardrums were about to burst from that roar. The several white-clothed demons surrounding Dahe were all stunned and dizzy. Dahe flicked its tail and sent a white-clothed demon flying over Tianzhong, crashing heavily into a civilian house. This person surprisingly did not die. He chopped through the wooden door with a sword and rushed out. Lu Tongfeng looked at the man holding the long sword, and the man was also looking at him. They were only about 4 feet apart. Their eyes met, but no sparks of love ignited. The white-clothed demon, who reacted first, swung his sword at Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng exclaimed and immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! The clash of sword and blade produced a loud impact sound. Immediately, a surge of terrifying power erupted from the rusty sword. The white-clothed demon had no time to react and was directly knocked away by this force, screaming as he flew towards Dahe. Dahe opened its mouth to catch him, biting down hard, and that white-clothed demon was torn in half, blood and guts spilling everywhere. Everyone was shocked and turned to see a young man standing not far away, holding a sword. The young man was not looking at them, but was gazing at the sword in his hand with a strange expression. At this moment, the rusty sword had undergone a tremendous transformation. The thick layer of rust on the sword body had fallen off, revealing a deep azure fairy sword. The sword was covered in ancient and weathered patterns, resembling ancient totems worshipped by primitive ancestors, or some kind of cryptic script. Each pattern emitted a faint, gentle blue light. The fairy sword seemed to awaken like a ferocious beast from slumber, beginning to reveal its menacing fangs. Another cultivator. Kill him. Instantly, 2 white-clothed demons howled as they charged at Lu Tongfeng. They were still 2 zhang away, and the demons' swords in their hands were already descending. Chapter 34. Lu Tongfeng becomes a fireman. 2 brilliant sword shadows erupted from the demons' swords, slashing towards Lu Tongfeng. Before Lu Tongfeng could react, the fairy sword in his hand had already moved. The trembling fairy sword suddenly unleashed a mysterious power. Lu Tongfeng immediately let go of the sword hilt. The fairy sword vanished with a whoosh from Lu Tongfeng's sight. Bang bang. The vanished fairy sword dispelled the two incoming sword shadows and did not stop, shooting towards the two white-clothed demons. Both were taken by surprise, simultaneously swinging their swords in midair. However, the speed of the fairy sword was simply too fast, faster than lightning. Just as they raised their long swords to strike, the fairy sword pierced through both their chests in a flash. Ah! Ah! Two screams rang out as the two white-clothed demons fell heavily from several zhang high. A bloody hole appeared in their chests. After killing the two, the mysterious fairy sword turned in midair and flew back towards Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng thought his fate would be the same as those two white-clothed demons, protecting his head with his arms and waiting for death to come. But after waiting for a while, there was no reaction at all. He mustered his courage and slowly opened his eyes, only to find the fairy sword hovering in front of him, emitting a faint, gentle blue light, seemingly harmless. Lu Tongfeng slowly extended his hand and cautiously gripped the sword hilt again. The moment he grasped it, a breath seemed to surge through the divine sword into his body, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Ah! Lu Tongfeng let out a scream of extreme pain. He felt as if countless volcanoes had suddenly erupted within him. Scorching energy swept through every part of his body. A terrifying pure yang aura erupted from Lu Tongfeng's body. His skin rapidly turned red, resembling a heated iron. The deep azure fairy sword in his hand also quickly transformed into a bright red color. As a flame erupted from the sword body, in an instant, the flame rapidly expanded, enveloping Lu Tongfeng's entire body. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng had become a fireman completely covered in flames. His agonized screams echoed throughout the town, even drowning out Dahei's roars and the sounds of battle. The powerful pure yang aura spread outward like sound waves, at a terrifying speed, wave after wave, each stronger than the last. Everyone was stunned. The battle completely stopped, and Dahei, the white-clothed demons, as well as the limping Li and Li Chuyan, were all staring intently at Lu Tongfeng, who was engulfed in flames. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes watched this scene. It was Yun Fyao. She had not left, but had quietly followed Lu Tongfeng to the small town. First, she saw Dahei transform, and now she witnessed Lu Tongfeng's body undergo a change. However, she was not too surprised by Dahei's transformation. 4 days ago, when she first saw Dahei at the land temple, she had already sensed that this big black dog was very similar to the mountain-protecting spirit beast of the Yuntian sect. It was indeed the divine beast Wantian Xiong. However, the Dahei in front of her was not the one from the Yuntian sect. It should have just awakened the bloodline of the Wantian Xiong, and its combat power was far inferior to that of the mountain-protecting spirit beast of the Yuntian sect. At this moment, although she did not know what was happening to Lu Tongfeng, she knew it must be related to Dahei preventing her from checking Lu Tongfeng's body earlier tonight. There was definitely some secret hidden within Lu Tongfeng's body. After all, as the only disciple of her master's uncle, how could he not pass on all his knowledge to him? While Yun Fyao was deep in thought, Lu Tongfeng let out another extreme roar, and his burning body slowly began to levitate. Strangely, the flames on his body rose more than a zhang high. Yet after burning for a long time, it seemed that his body was not harmed by the flames at all. He seemed like a part of the flames. At this moment, all the pain that Lu Tongfeng felt did not come from the external flames scorching and burning his body, but from within. Countless forces were tearing at every inch of his muscles, as if even his soul was being torn to pieces by this power. No one knew why Lu Tongfeng suddenly became a fiery person. Su Tsang and the other white-clothed demons were filled with fear in their eyes. The lame Li and Li Chuyan exchanged glances, both filled with suspicion. Over the past 3 years, Lu Tongfeng had taken advantage of Li Chuyan many times, and Li Chuyan had already discovered that there was no true essence within Lu Tongfeng, and that even his dantian had not been developed. He was an ordinary person, definitely not a cultivator. Yet the pure yang, extremely strong power erupting from Lu Tongfeng at this moment was so overwhelming that even experts at the harmonization realm were shocked. What was going on? Just a few breaths later, the flames on Lu Tongfeng changed again. All the flames seemed to be absorbed into Lu Tongfeng's body, as if a giant whale was sucking in water. Then, Lu Tongfeng's body fell to the ground. Although the flames had disappeared, his eyes were still red as fire, as if all the flames had merged into his pupils. He slowly raised his head to look at the white-clothed demons to the north. Su Tsang saw the terrifying look in Lu Tongfeng's eyes and suddenly trembled. He was a peak expert in the harmonization realm, just one step away from the transformation realm. Over the years, he had killed countless people, ruthless and brutal. But upon seeing the gaze of the young man, his heart suddenly twitched with intense unease and fear. He had never felt such fear even when he was besieged by the righteous path over 30 years ago. Retreat! Retreat! Quick retreat! Sutsong dared not stay here any longer, not even for a second, and immediately flew eastward toward the small town. The other white-clothed demons, seeing their senior brother running away, dared not linger, and all flew away on their swords, howling. Dahei could not fly and could not stop these demons from escaping. The lame Li and Li Qiuyan also blocked the way in the house. In the blink of an eye, the group that had turned Fuyang Town into a hell on earth disappeared without a trace. After these people flew away, Lu Tongfeng's body seemed to have drained all its strength and slowly fell down. He then lay sprawled on the ground. Dahei jumped in front of Lu Tongfeng in one leap. The lame Li and Li Qiuyan immediately stepped forward to check Lu Tongfeng's condition. Don't touch him. Suddenly, a cold female voice slowly rang out. The lame Li and Li Qiuyan abruptly stopped. They saw a girl slowly floating out of a small alley, wearing a dirty cotton coat, her face smeared with ash from grass and trees. It was Yun Fyao. Yun Fyao held a fairy sword radiating a soft white light, with coldness swirling around the sword body. Li Qiuyan did not recognize the girl with the painted face at first, but she immediately recognized the sword. Han Shuang, Yun Fyao. Li Qiuyan whispered to herself, and her brows furrowed slightly. It had already been 4 days. She did not expect Yun Fyao to still be in the small town. Even more unexpected was how Yun Fyao had become such a sorry sight. Disheveled, wearing a dust-covered cotton coat, her whole body was filthy. She was completely different from the renowned fairy Fyao. Yun Fyao had already guessed that the two people in front of her were the masked assailants from 4 days ago. She was not their opponent even before her injury, and now that her wounds were not healed, it was even more impossible for her to contend with them. However, Yun Fyao seemed completely unconcerned that the two in front of her would harm her, slowly drifting from the darkness to stand in front of the unconscious Lu Tongfeng. Chapter 35. The Secret Within the Body. Dahei saw Yun Fyao reaching out to diagnose Lu Tongfeng's pulse and immediately bared his teeth, letting out a low growl. Yun Fuyao's brows slightly furrowed, and she said, "What? As a descendant of the Yuntian sect's guardian spirit, the Wantian Hound, are you still going to eat me? A direct disciple of the Yuntian sect's leader?" Dahei's large blue eyes turned a few times, and then glanced at the lame Li and Li Qiuyan a few zhong away. After a moment, the blue glow in Dahei's eyes gradually dissipated, and his massive body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, the fierce beast, larger than a house, transformed back into the big black dog that usually followed Lu Tongfeng. Dahei stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail at Yun Fyao, seemingly no longer harboring the hostility and murderous intent he had when she wanted to check Lu Tongfeng's pulse in the dilapidated temple. Now that the divine sword had recognized its master and the seal had loosened, Dahei no longer needed to guard the secret within his little master. Seeing this, Yun Fyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was unsure if Dahei would allow her to approach Lu Tongfeng, and was only testing the waters. Once she saw Dahei's hostility disappear, she dared to reach out and touch Lu Tongfeng's wrist. At this moment, she could not care less that Lu Tongfeng had not bathed for 3 months. Her delicate fingers rested on Lu Tongfeng's pulse, and a wisp of spiritual energy entered Lu Tongfeng's body. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng's body was filled with a blazing and violent pure yang power. However, it was strange that this pure yang power was rapidly dissipating. Through the energy and spiritual connection, Yun Fyao quickly discovered that this power within Lu Tongfeng was not dissipating into thin air, but was rapidly flowing into the acupuncture points throughout his body. Yun Fuyao's pretty face slightly darkened, and her brows furrowed. She was well-read and experienced, but had never seen such a strange body as Lu Tongfeng's. Or rather, such a peculiar cultivation method. It seemed that this kid's dantian had never been developed and was no different from an ordinary mortal. Yet his acupuncture points seemed to hold mysteries. Whether from Buddhism, demonic paths, or Taoism, all cultivators practice through the dantian method. The 8 extraordinary meridians connect to the dantian. Spiritual power is stored in the dantian. When used, the spiritual power from the dantian is mobilized to flow through the meridians. The 8 extraordinary meridians are like rivers, connecting the dantian to the vast ocean. However, Lu Tongfeng's dantian was almost closed off, with no fluctuations of spiritual power within. Instead, his acupuncture points were very peculiar. All of this pure yang energy was flowing into his acupuncture points. As the pure yang energy rapidly disappeared, Lu Tongfeng's red skin gradually returned to normal. This bizarre situation was something Yun Fyao had never heard of or seen before. This must have been the reason why Dahei did not allow her to check Lu Tongfeng's pulse in the land temple. Dahei knew the secret within Lu Tongfeng's body and was worried it would be discovered by her. "This girl, how is Lu Tongfeng's injury?" Li Qiuyan asked from a distance. Yun Fyao slowly came back to her senses. She stood up and did not answer about Lu Tongfeng's condition, but said lightly, "What? It's only been 4 days, and you don't recognize me?" Li Qiuyan pretended to be confused and said, "Have we met?" 4 days ago, when they ambushed Yun Fyao, they were all masked. Even if Yun Fyao knew they were the ones who attacked her that day, Li Qiuyan would not admit it. Yun Fyao coldly snorted, "Humph, attacking fellow disciples, killing fellow disciples. Those who commit such acts will be punished by lightning at the extermination platform. This is the 16th rule of the Yuntian sect. I am sure you are well aware of it." Li Qiuyan continued, "This young lady, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Are you also a disciple of the Yuntian sect?" Yun Fyao replied, "Although you were wearing a mask and a hat back then, I recognize the sword in your hand." Li Qiuyan glanced at the immortal sword in her hand, which emitted a faint flame, and was about to argue. Suddenly, the limpingly spoke up, "Qiuyan, there's no need to hide anymore. You are the one who activated the 2 bone treasures that day, right?" Yun Fyao looked at the limpingly. The limpingly nodded and said, "That's right, it was me." Yun Fyao sneered, "You have quite the audacity, as disciples of the Yuntian sect, to kill your fellow sect members." The limpingly said lightly, "Fairy Fyao, if we really wanted to kill you that day, you wouldn't be alive now. It was because we considered you as a fellow disciple that we didn't strike to kill you. You can report this truthfully to the sect leader. We were simply following orders to guard the relics left by our master, and we did nothing wrong." Yun Fyao frowned slightly. Although she didn't know these 2 people, she could roughly guess who they were loyal to. In recent years, as the sect leader Yukinzi grew older, several senior brothers had been fighting constantly for that chair. These 2 must be serving one of her senior brothers. Yun Fyao knew that even if this matter was reported to her master Yukinzi, these 2 would most likely not be brought to the execution platform and would likely be let off the hook. Yun Fyao didn't want to get involved in the sect's internal struggles. She just wanted to quietly cultivate and pursue immortality. However, how could one remain uninvolved while being in a sect? She was a person who was clear about grievances and grudges. She would repay the grudge of being ambushed and seriously injured, and every sword wound on her would be returned to these 2. But right now, she didn't have the strength to take them on one-on-one. However, the other party wouldn't kill her either. She was not an ordinary disciple of the Yuntian sect, but a direct disciple of the sect leader. They dared to ambush her on the road and snatch the treasure box. But they definitely didn't have the guts to kill her. Yun Fyao slowly said, "You shouldn't have followed me here, right?" Li Qiuyan laughed, "Follow you? You descended the mountain more than half a year ago, and it took you this long to find this place. Do we need to follow you? We've been here much longer than you. We found our master south hiding place 3 years ago." 3 years ago? Yun Fyao raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "You 2 have been hiding here for 3 years? Why haven't you obtained what our master left behind? Are you mocking us?" Li Qiuyan's expression turned slightly cold. Yun Fyao sneered, "Oh, I understand now. You don't know the secret signals left by our master, so you dare not act recklessly. Because you both know very well that you are not a match for the Skyhound." The limpingly interjected, "You are quite clever. Indeed. When we found this place 3 years ago, we didn't expect we would need to match the secret signals. I recognize that the big black dog is a descendant of the protective spirit of the sect, the Skyhound, and it has awakened its bloodline. The big black dog has been following Lu Tongfeng closely every day, and we have been wary of it, which is why we haven't acted. Over the past 3 years, while the big black dog and Lu Tongfeng left the dilapidated temple, we have repeatedly infiltrated the Earth Temple but found no sign of that box. We never expected that Lu Tongfeng would hide the box left by our master beneath the tombstone. Fairy Fyao, as far as I know, you have not participated in the sect's internal struggles, and the things left by our master are of no use to you. Hand them over to me, and you will incur no loss. Otherwise, we wouldn't mind fighting you once more." "Haha, are you joking with me? The last time you ambushed me on the road and severely injured me, and now you still want me to hand over the things left by our master? Besides, do you really think I, Yun Fyao, am a fool who would bring the things left by our master to see you?" That thing was secretly sent back to the Yuntian sect 3 days ago. It should have already reached my master. If you want the item, go find my master. Chapter 36. Big black peas. As the saying goes, the more beautiful the woman, the better she is at deceiving. Yun Fyao is very beautiful, so when she lies, her face does not flush, nor does her heart race. She would never tell the two people before her that the treasure box was still on her or in the Earth Temple. Therefore, she said it had been secretly sent back to the Yuntian sect 3 days ago. The limping Li and Li Chuyan had no doubts about this. If the box left by their master were still on Yun Fyao, she would definitely not dare to appear in front of them. Being seriously injured and unable to travel long distances, having someone else send it back to the Yuntian sect while she stayed here to recuperate was a perfectly reasonable and flawless explanation. Suddenly, Big Black barked loudly. The three of them felt it and turned to look north, where they vaguely saw figures coming from that direction. The townspeople fleeing north saw several beams of light flying away into the sky, and since there was no longer any sound of fighting in the town, the village chief, Lin Deming, sent a few people to check the situation. Yun Fyao picked up Lu Tongfeng's sword, which had lost its rust and revealed ancient and worn patterns in a dark blue color. Big Black, let's go, she said, picking up the unconscious Lu Tongfeng and stepping onto the sword, flying towards the Earth Temple in the south. Big Black glanced at the limping Li and Li Chuyan, blinked its big eyes, and then chased after Yun Fyao. The limping Li said, Chuyan, our identities have already been discovered by the townspeople. Now we have no choice but to leave. Li Chuyan frowned, looking at the once peaceful small town now turned into a hell on earth. She sighed softly. They could interact with these townspeople as ordinary people, but tonight, to save these commoners, their identities as cultivators had been exposed. And it was not suitable to stay here any longer. They could only leave. So the two of them put away their swords and turned to fly back to the small courtyard where they originally stayed. By the time several young men arrived here trembling, the street where everyone had been was left with only a few white-clad cultivators that Big Black had bitten to death, and the houses on both sides of the street had collapsed due to the aftermath of the battle. Tonight, Fuyang Town had suffered heavy casualties. The population density in the southern part of the town was high, with over 200 people brutally killed by those white-clad demons. Half of the houses burned down, and dozens of houses destroyed due to the fighting. When the townspeople learned that the demons had left and returned to the town, they saw countless corpses lying around and their homes destroyed, and suddenly, the wails echoed through every corner of the town. They couldn't understand why those cultivators would raise their swords against ordinary mortals like them. Lin Deming, seeing the disaster that had befallen the town he governed, spat blood and fainted. As dawn gradually broke, the cries of mourning subsided. Most of the burning houses had extinguished their flames, leaving only a pile of smoking ruins. Corpses were carried to the streets of the town. Some bodies remained intact, while others had been burned to charcoal. Even the infants in swaddling clothes were not spared by these beasts. Inside the Earth Temple, Lu Tongfeng lay on the straw, covered with a tattered quilt. Big Black lay quietly beside him. As for Yun Fyao, she was sitting in front of the fire, studying Lu Tongfeng's dark blue sword. After bringing Lu Tongfeng back to the Earth Temple, Yun Fyao began to study his sword. She had seen what this sword looked like before. Wedged between two pieces of old wood, with a thick layer of rust on the blade. For the past few days, Yun Fyao had not taken the rusty sword on Lu Tongfeng's body to heart, thinking it was just an ordinary iron sword. After all, the swords used by cultivators are all magical tools, with countless formations engraved both inside and outside. It is quite difficult for them to rust. However, last night, Yun Fyao witnessed this sword transform from its rusty appearance into the ancient and weathered celestial sword it is now. She initially thought that this sword of Lu Tongfeng was the personal divine sword Finshin of her master's great-uncle from back in the day. However, this sword was not of the fire element and was completely different from the legendary Finshin. There were no engravings of the sword's name on the blade. After studying it for half the night, Yun Fyao concluded that this was a wind attribute celestial sword. This left her quite astonished. How could it be a wind attribute? Where did her master's great-uncle's Finshin divine sword go? Was it buried with Lu Tongfeng as a burial item alongside her great-uncle's coffin? This thought made Yun Fyao feel an impulse to dig up her great-uncle's grave with a shovel. The Finshin divine sword is one of the 3 great divine weapons of the Yuntian sect, which had been in her great-uncle's hands for hundreds of years. With this sword, her great-uncle was invincible in battle and was hailed as the sword god of Finshin. Even someone like Yun Fyao, who was aloof from the mortal world, could not help but feel greedy for the Finchen divine sword. Dahe Yun Fyao glanced at the big black dog lying next to the little master. Dahe slightly raised its head and looked at Yun Fyao. Your bloodline of the Wangtian hound has already awakened. You must have been with my great-uncle for hundreds of years, right? Dahe did not respond, only blinking its deep blue eyes at Yun Fyao. You know where my great-uncle's Finchen divine sword is, right? Dahe let out a low bark, then turned its body, presenting its rear to Yun Fyao. Yun Fyao huffed. How dare you turn your back on me? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a Wangtian hound. Dahe looked back at Yun Fyao with a teasing expression and then continued to close its eyes and sleep, completely ignoring Yun Fyao, the proud daughter of the Yuntian sect. This left Yun Fyao feeling speechless and helpless. If Dahe hadn't awakened the bloodline of the Wangtian hound, she would have kicked it away long ago. But the current Dahe was definitely not something Yun Fyao could handle. If she truly angered this divine beast, her fate would not be better than those white-robed demons that Dahe killed last night. Since a hard approach wouldn't work, she decided to take a softer one. Yun Fyao prepared to use her least skilled tactic, the beauty scheme. She sat down beside Dahe and reached out to stroke its mane. Good boy, Dahe. Tell me where the Finchen sword is. I just want to bring it back to the Yuntian sect. Dahe lifted a hind leg. If Lu Tongfeng saw Dahe lying on the ground lifting its leg, he would certainly avoid it immediately. But Yun Fyao didn't know Dahe well. Thinking that Dahe was enjoying her petting, she felt secretly pleased, thinking maybe she could get the whereabouts of her great-uncle's Finchen sword from Dahe. Unexpectedly, Dahe lifted its leg not for enjoyment, but to urinate. A stream shot out, and upon seeing this, Yun Fyao's face changed dramatically. Although she tried to dodge at the first moment, it was too late. A lot of dog urine splashed onto her, even reaching her neck. The pungent smell made Yun Fyao, who had a cleanliness obsession, gag uncontrollably. Dahe, you dare to pee on me. Just wait. Seeing Yun Fyao's frantic appearance, Dahe bared its teeth and laughed, making a quacking sound, and continued to paw at the ground. With her disheveled hair, a face covered in grime, and wearing a dirty cotton coat, Yun Fyao had reached her psychological limit. Now, with dog urine flowing down her neck into her collar, and the stench all over her body, facing the mockery of this dumb dog, how could she endure it? She glanced at the unconscious Lu Tongfeng, seeing that he was deeply unconscious and probably wouldn't wake up for a while. Therefore, she took out a clean outfit from her storage bag, preparing to change and check the wounds on her body. Chapter 37. The fairy changes clothes. Yun Fyao quickly removed her dark cotton clothing. Underneath was a layer of bandages. When Lu Tongfeng had bandaged her wounds in the cave, he had wrapped her like a dumpling. Later, while Lu Tongfeng was out, she had re-wrapped herself. With the effect of the spiritual medicine from the Yuntian sect, the external wounds on her body had already scabbed over. But the beautiful young woman still had more than a dozen scars on her body. Especially the long scar on her back, over a foot long, was indeed unsightly. Soon, Yun Fyao began to unravel the white bandages. As she touched the scars on her body, they no longer hurt, just a little itchy. There was no need to bandage them anymore. While she was changing clothes, she did not notice that Lu Tongfeng's eyelashes trembled slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. After being unconscious for several hours, Lu Tongfeng's head was in chaos, as if he had just awakened from a severe hangover, with many gaps in his memory. At the same time, his muscles felt extremely sore. His dull eyes gradually gained some luster as he saw the familiar roof of the cave above him. Then his memories slowly returned. He recalled what happened before he lost consciousness. He remembered the small town being slaughtered by a group of white-robed people. Many townsfolk were killed, and many houses were consumed by flames. Dahe had transformed into a man-eating monster larger than a house. The lame Li from Down Night Fragrance and his big-breasted daughter, Li the Mute, were cultivators. His rusty sword had flown out to kill 2 white-robed people and then ignited his own body. Various terrifying and painful memories instantly filled his mind. Lu Tongfeng saw Dahe lying beside him, sound asleep. Not a monster. Just my lazy Dahe who has been with me for many years. So it was all a dream, terrifying me. But this dream felt so real. Why does my whole body hurt so much? Lu Tongfeng murmured to himself, then pushed himself up with his hands. Suddenly, he froze. Not far away, a woman with snow-white skin and black hair was facing away from him. The long scar on her back looked like a scratch on a beautiful and flawless piece of art, completely ruining its original beauty, even appearing somewhat terrifying. Yun Fyao heard a noise behind her and turned around, only to see that Lu Tongfeng had woken up at some point, propping himself up on the ground, staring at her with wide eyes in a daze. Then, she noticed blood flowing from Lu Tongfeng's nose. Yun Fyao looked down at herself. She was tying her belly band, and the white belly band had not completely covered her two snow-covered peaks. They looked like two mischievous, playful white rabbits escaping from their confines, curiously admiring the world outside. Am I still in a dream? Lu Tongfeng thought as he gazed at Yun Fuyao's two rabbits. Like all women caught being seen undressing, a high-pitched scream erupted, nearly toppling the roof of the Earth Temple. Dahe, who had been sleeping soundly, immediately jumped up, startled. The sharp-eyed dog glanced around, and apart from the disheveled Yun Fyao and the little master bleeding from his nose, it didn't detect any danger. Lu Tongfeng also realized this was not a dream. He silently cried that it was over. However, as a seasoned scoundrel who had long been teasing girls in the small town, he had rich experience in dealing with such sudden situations. He rolled his eyes and, with a kick of his legs, immediately fell back and pretended to be dead. He had used this trick many times to avoid beatings. Yun Fyao protected her chest with one hand and grabbed her clothes with the other, hiding behind the clay statue of the earth god. After a moment, a little girl in a snow-white outfit with a face smeared with ash emerged angrily from behind the statue. Yun Fuyao's foot hadn't fully healed, but that didn't hinder her movements. She swiftly dashed to Lu Tongfeng's side, where the blood from his nose was still flowing. It was clear he had indeed seen something. Yun Fyao summoned the Frost Divine's sword to her hand and coldly said, "Pretending to be dead? I'll gouge out your eyeballs." The trick of pretending to be dead that had worked for Lu Tongfeng countless times was completely ineffective against Yun Fyao, a practitioner of the Tao realm. No, it's a misunderstanding. I just woke up and didn't see anything. He hurriedly climbed up and hid in a corner. You shameless brat. Disgraceful. Fyao, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't see anything. Didn't see? Then why is your nose bleeding? Nosebleed. Is there? Lu Tongfeng touched his nose and indeed found blood. What the heck is going on? Have I really grown up? In the past, sneaking over widow walls and slipping past young girls' walls had never caused such a big reaction. Yun Fyao, filled with shame and anger, said fiercely, "I'll kill you, you shameless scoundrel." She raised her sword to stab him. Suddenly, Dahe jumped out, blocking in front of the little master and barking wildly at Yun Fyao. Lu Tongfeng shouted, "This isn't my fault. Why are you changing clothes in broad daylight? And right in front of me?" Yun Fyao also knew she was in the wrong. Lu Tongfeng had been unconscious for 3 hours and she thought he wouldn't wake up for a while, so she changed her clothes. She didn't expect him to wake up just as she was removing her clothes and the bandages binding her wounds. The last time she was unconscious, Lu Tongfeng had removed his own clothes to bandage her, which had caused her great psychological trauma. After much effort, she had convinced herself that Lu Tongfeng was doing it to save someone, so it was understandable. She had only silently noted this in her little ledger for future reckoning against him. She never thought that just a few days later, this little brat would see her clearly again. Tears slowly flowed from her eyes, filled with shame and grievance. However, her cheeks still bore the ash Lu Tongfeng had applied. And as her tears flowed, they created 2 stream-like trails on her cheeks. Seeing Yun Fyao cry, Lu Tongfeng pushed Dahe aside. "Don't cry. I'm sorry. If you're angry, just hit me, but please don't hit my face. I still need this handsome face to make a living." Saying this, Lu Tongfeng straightened his body, closed his eyes, seemingly ready to offer himself up for Yun Fyao to vent her anger. After waiting for a long time, he didn't feel the expected punches raining down on him. When he opened his eyes, he found Yun Fyao still glaring at him with anger. "Lu Tongfeng, if you dare to speak of today's events, I will kill you," she said, lifting her sword and turning to leave the dilapidated temple. Lu Tongfeng glanced at Dahe and said, "Dahe, she changed clothes right in front of me. You don't think this is my fault, do you? Besides, why is she changing clothes in broad daylight? Isn't it obvious she wanted me to peek?" Dahe rolled its eyes, of course. It wouldn't reveal that it was its own urine that led to this, and immediately nodded heavily, resolutely standing by the little master. Chapter 38. Not a dream? A disciple of the Buddha appears. Lu Tongfeng wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve, feeling a bitter smile in his heart. Anyway, he thought that today's incident had little to do with him. Thinking back to the scene he just witnessed, he felt a bit of regret. What a good girl. How did she end up with so many scars? He had heard that practitioners had many miraculous pills. He wondered if there was one that could heal scars. If those scars on Yun Fyao couldn't be removed, it would be such a pity. But then he thought, why should he feel regret? Even if Yun Fyao had scars all over her body, it wouldn't concern him. Shaking his head in self-mockery, he thought he was worrying for nothing. It wasn't his place to grieve for Yun Fyao's scars. That was something her future husband should be concerned about. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt sore all over and exceptionally tired, as if he had just fought 7 battles with 7 girls last night. Why was his body in such pain? In the past, after dreaming of battling with several girls all night, he didn't feel this uncomfortable when he woke up. Lu Tongfeng muttered to himself softly. He gently moved his limbs and said, "Hey, last night I had a really terrifying dream. I dreamt that many bad people were killing and setting fires in the town. You turned into a gigantic monster, able to swallow a person whole in one bite, and tear a person in half with another, with guts and hearts spilling everywhere. It was terrifying. Oh, and that rusty sword my dead master left me. The rust had fallen off, and it turned out to be a very powerful divine sword. With just a couple of swishes, it pierced 2 bad people's chests, creating gaping blood holes the size of bowls. In the dream, I also became a handsome and extraordinary sword immortal, 100 times more powerful than Yun Fyao. I wielded the divine sword and fought dozens, even hundreds of bad guys, killing my way from one end of the street to the other and back again. With flickering sword light and boundless sword energy, heads rolling everywhere. After 3 days and nights of battle, I finally killed all the bad guys. I was drenched in blood, but the divine sword in my hand didn't get a drop of blood on it. It was a divine sword with a blue-green blade, 3 feet and 7 inches long. With very ancient patterns on it, it was simply the sword of my dreams. Just like this sword. Lu Tongfeng bent down to pick up a dark blue divine sword covered in ancient patterns by the fire pit, shook it a little, and spoke to Dahei. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng froze. He looked at the dark blue divine sword emitting a chilling aura in his hand, then looked at Dahei. How could this sword be here? Am I still dreaming? I knew it couldn't be possible for Fyao to change clothes in front of me in broad daylight. But Fyao really does have a nice figure. Lu Tongfeng realized he should still be in a dream and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Dahei stared blankly at its little master. It barked a few times. At that moment, Yun Fyao's cold voice came. This is not a dream. Lu Tongfeng looked over and saw that Yun Fyao's little flower face had been washed clean. After 3 days, her stunningly beautiful cheeks reappeared before Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng said, "Is this not a dream? It's impossible. This sword has only appeared in my dreams." Yun Fyao coldly replied, "Last night, Fuyang town was attacked by more than 20 white-clothed cultivators, and many people died. You were unconscious at the time, and I carried you back. What are you saying? Don't joke around." Lu Tongfeng, do you think I look like I'm joking? Seeing Yun Fyao's serious and stern expression, Lu Tongfeng lowered his head to look at the dark blue, celestial sword in his hand. He then pinched his hand hard with his fingers. A piercing pain immediately surged through him. Lu Tongfeng's expression quickly darkened as he hurriedly ran outside with the sword. When he reached the temple door, his body trembled slightly. He saw thick smoke billowing from the direction of the northern town, resembling the end of the world. "This isn't a dream?" Lu Tongfeng murmured. Yun Fyao stood at the door and slowly said, "Lu Tongfeng, do you believe it now?" Lu Tongfeng snapped back to reality from his extreme shock. He looked at Yun Fyao, then his gaze fell on the large black figure that walked out of the temple. "Is Dahei a monster?" Lu Tongfeng murmured. "Dahei is not a monster. It is our Yuntian sect's guardian spirit beast, the Wangtian Hound, a divine beast." Wangtian Hound, divine beast? Lame Li and the mute girl Li are cultivators? Yes. Did the town really suffer a massacre? After a moment of silence, Yun Fyao nodded and said, "Yes. Thanks to you and Dahei last night. Otherwise the casualties in the town would have been even worse." "Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lu Tongfeng shouted loudly. Just as he was about to run towards the town, Dahei suddenly barked loudly. A golden light flashed from the south, quickly flying through the air about 100 feet above the ground. Lu Tongfeng and Yun Fyao saw clearly that it was a bald monk, hiding on a large wooden fish. Yun Fyao looked up and said, "A disciple of the Buddhist sect? It seems the righteous cultivators have heard about what happened here and have sent someone to investigate. Generally, cultivators do not intervene in ordinary robberies and village massacres. However, what happened in Fuyang town involved cultivators and could potentially be related to demonic cultivators. This matter would definitely attract the attention of royal cultivators and righteous cultivators from the court. The monk that appeared at this moment should be a righteous cultivator who came to investigate after learning about the incident. When Yun Fyao withdrew her gaze, she found that Lu Tongfeng had already disappeared. Turning around, she saw this young man holding the celestial sword and running desperately towards the northern town with Dahe. Perhaps due to panic, Lu Tongfeng fell into the snow after running a short distance. Then he got up and ran wildly again. Yun Fyao glanced at the ancient well and looked around. She felt that Lame Li and Li Chuyin might be lurking here. So she didn't dare to jump into the well to search for the box. Although she was annoyed that Lu Tongfeng looked at her body again, she was not an unreasonable woman. The main responsibility for today's events lies with her. After all, she changed clothes in front of Lu Tongfeng. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Fyao stepped on the frost god's sword and quickly caught up with Lu Tongfeng and Dahe. However, she did not take Lu Tongfeng with her to fly toward the town. Instead, after catching up, she slowly followed behind him in the air. When Lu Tongfeng arrived at the town again and saw it turned into ruins, seeing the corpses laid out on the streets, he finally believed that the horrifying events were not a dream, but had truly happened. Chapter 39, Sister-in-law's Concealment. Belle in distress, Lu Tongfeng walked through the streets of Fuyang town with his sword in hand. He looked around at the burned ruins of houses, at the charred corpses, and at the numb and pained townsfolk. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. When he woke up, he found himself in a dilapidated temple. Relieved that last night was just a dream. Alas, it turned out to be real. He saw sister-in-law Lin, with disheveled hair and a pale face, helplessly slumped in front of two charred corpses. They were her in-laws. Fortunately, Lin Shiga had gone to Tsuyang City a month ago with several young men from the town to work as a carpenter, escaping this disaster. If Lin Shiga had been in the town last night, he would have likely met the same fate. Sister-in-law Lin saw Lu Tongfeng and noticed Dahe behind him. A glimmer of light flashed in her numb gaze. She had been knocked out by that white-clothed demon. She had been scared unconscious by the transformed Dahe. But she hadn't told anyone about what she saw last night. She was a smart woman. Some things she knew were beyond her power as an ordinary mortal to interfere with. Lu Tongfeng and Dahe had saved her life. It didn't matter to her whether Dahe was a monster or not. If the townsfolk found out Dahe was a monster, then the little madman and Dahe would likely find no place to stay here. Lu Tongfeng approached sister-in-law Lin. Sister-in-law Lin was not unattractive and was quite young. Otherwise, that white-clothed demon wouldn't have spared her to take back for enjoyment. She gently said, "Little madman, thank you for saving me." Lu Tongfeng shook his head slightly. Speaking with pain, "I came too late. Otherwise, perhaps I could have saved more people." Sister-in-law Lin shook her head gently. "It's all fate. How can we mortals fight against fate?" "Sister-in-law, what are your plans?" "My parents-in-law are dead, so I plan to go to Tsuyang to find Chiga." "Little madman, you should go check on Belle. You are friends, and you must help her at this time." Lu Tongfeng's expression stiffened. "What happened to Belle?" Sister-in-law Lin slowly shook her head. The townsfolk blamed this incident on Belle, saying that she brought these evil people and brought such a disaster to the town. "What? Have these people gone mad? Belle's relatives are already dead. Are they really going to push Belle to her death?" Lu Tongfeng was shocked and hurriedly ran towards Belle's house. Yun Fyao, unable to move freely, could only step on her celestial sword, flying just above the ground. As she flew past sister-in-law Lin, it seemed that sister-in-law Lin was not surprised by the sight of the white-clad woman flying on the sword, slightly bowing her head to Yun Fyao. Lu Tongfeng arrived at Granny Lu's breakfast shop. The street fight last night occurred near the bun shop, and the houses within a radius of several dozen feet were nearly all collapsed due to the aftermath of the battle between Lame Li and the group. This included Yu Lingdang's home. The storefront in front and the houses behind had completely collapsed. Yu Lingdang was alone, using her hands to dig through the rubble, while a group of women continuously cursed at her. All the corpses of the murdered townsfolk had been found and removed, but the two coffins of Yu Lingdang's grandmother and mother were buried under the rubble, and no one was willing to help her dig Granny Lu and Fat Aunt's coffins out. They did not have the courage to blame the evil white-clothed people. Instead, they shifted all the blame onto Yu Lingdang. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. They like to bully the weak and enjoy finding someone to blame for disasters. Before last night, these townspeople expressed their concern for Yu Lingdang after the incident at her home, but how many truly cared? Many were merely reveling in the misfortune and enjoying the spectacle, conveniently showcasing their own kindness and generosity. When disaster struck again, who would care whether this fragile woman, Yu Lingdang, was innocent? They needed a target to vent their frustrations. With her family reduced to just her, a helpless Yu Lingdang naturally became the object of the townspeople's attacks. Lu Tongfeng loudly reprimanded the women who were insulting Yu Lingdang. But who was afraid of this little madman? So, Lu Tongfeng let Dahei drive them away. This tactic proved effective. While these people were not afraid of Lu Tongfeng, they were very much afraid of Dahei, who resembled a bull. Under Dahei's intimidation, a dozen women fled in disarray. Lu Tongfeng approached Yu Lingdang and saw her hands, which were bloodied and muddy from digging through the ruins. At this moment, the weather was frigid, and the blood and mud on her hands had frozen into ice shards, which looked painful. Yet, Yu Lingdang seemed unaware of her pain, mechanically digging. Lu Tongfeng quickly stopped her, calling out, "Lingdang! Lingdang!" After calling several times, Yu Lingdang seemed unresponsive. Dahei came over and barked a few times. Dahei was a celestial dog, and his voice carried a certain magic. Hearing Dahei's barks, Yu Lingdang's expression gradually changed, and her numb gaze lit up with a hint of spark. She saw Lu Tongfeng's concerned face. Suddenly, Yu Lingdang burst into tears and threw herself into Lu Tongfeng's arms. After being cursed by a group of women for so long, not a single tear had fallen. Her hands had lost all sensation, yet she hadn't shed a tear. Upon seeing Lu Tongfeng, she could no longer hold back and cried out in despair, "Little madman, it's all my fault. I caused Grandma's death. I caused my mother's death. I caused so many deaths. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Just kill me." Yu Lingdang's sorrowful wails, filled with endless pain, echoed through the lifeless town. Many people looked over, but not a single one approached. "Lingdang, this is not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. It's all the sins of those evil people." Lu Tongfeng gently patted Yu Lingdang's back, softly comforting her. "Lu Tongfeng, her hands are severely frostbitten. If she doesn't get treatment, she might lose her hands." At some point, Yun Fyao had landed beside Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng quickly grabbed Yu Lingdang's hand and discovered it was covered in congealed blood and mud, her fingers already chafed and frostbitten. "Fairy Fyao, do you have any spirit medicine on you? Lingdang is my best friend. Please save her, and I will repay you." Yun Fyao took out a bottle of spirit medicine and some white silk cloth and handed them to him. She said slowly, "Get some warm water and wash the dirt and blood off her hands. Then apply the snow lotus powder externally and bandage it with the silk cloth. I'll go right away." He hurriedly got up to find warm water. Yu Lingdang looked at Yun Fyao, who was dressed in white and appeared like a celestial being. Yun Fyao said, "My name is Yun Fyao, a friend of Lu Tongfeng. Do you remember me? We met a few days ago at the breakfast shop." Yu Lingdang nodded but didn't speak. She would never forget Yun Fyao, as she was the most beautiful woman Yu Lingdang had ever seen. Chapter 40. Righteous Cultivators Soon. Lu Tongfeng found some crushed pots and pans in the ruins, gathered some broken wood from doors and windows, and started a fire to boil water. Before long, he brought some warm water to Yu Lingdang. He carefully helped her wash the mud off her hands. Even though he was gentle, it still made Yu Lingdang frown in pain. Seeing her small hands covered in scars and swelling made Lu Tongfeng's heart ache. They say the fingers are connected to the heart. How much pain must she be in? However, after applying Yun Fyao's snow lotus powder, Yu Lingdang's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The spirit medicine from the Yun Tian sect was indeed effective, and the pain in her fingers quickly diminished. At this moment, a group of people approached. Dahei immediately became alert and stood in front of Lu Tongfeng. There were about 7 or 8 people, with Lin Feng, whom Lu Tongfeng recognized, leading the way. The others were unfamiliar to him. 2 middle-aged men dressed in Confucian robes with short beards looked quite elegant. A chubby, fair-skinned young monk, around 17 or 18 years old, was dressed in light blue monk robes. He had a cloth bag hanging from his waist, a large prayer bead necklace around his neck, and held a smaller string of prayer beads in his hands, along with a large wooden fish on his back. Additionally, there were 4 young adults, 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s. The men were handsome and extraordinary, while the women were tall and beautiful. All 4 of them were holding a sword, clearly righteous cultivators like Yun Fyao. Their gazes were all fixed on Yun Fyao, who was immaculate and resembled a celestial being. Holding a celestial sword, Yun Fyao exuded an ethereal aura that made it clear to anyone that she was not an ordinary woman. A handsome young man in a purple robe with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes clasped his fists and said loudly, "I am Chu Yuanhong, a disciple of the Xuanxu sect. These 3 are my junior brothers and sisters, Zhao Yijia, Nangong Mu, and Wei Shuanger. These two scholars are Li Mai and Zhao Mengjun from the Bailu Academy. And this one is the disciple of the Kuhuai Temple, the monk named Jie. May I ask the fairy's name and which sect you belong to? Every time Chu Yuanhong mentioned a name, the others clasped their fists to Yun Fyao, while the monk Jie joined his hands together in prayer. Yun Fyao slightly bowed and replied, I am Yun Fyao, the seventh disciple of Yuchitzi from the Yuntian sect. Greetings to all fellow Taoists. Yun Fyao? You are the Fyao fairy? Chu Yuanhong's expression changed slightly, filled with astonishment. The others also showed looks of shock. They had not expected the renowned Fyao fairy to appear in such a remote town in Yuzhou. In recent years, Yun Fyao had gained immense fame in the mortal realm. 2 years ago, the Tianji Pavilion released a list of the top 10 young fairies, and Yun Fyao ranked third. As the crowd realized this, they all clasped their fists and said, So it is the Fyao fairy. We have long admired you. At this moment, everyone secretly marveled. Indeed, as the saying goes, the reputation is well-deserved. Yun Fyao's beauty was truly unparalleled. Yun Fyao was conversing with the cultivators. The cultivators who had arrived here were from the Xuanxu sect, Kuhuai Temple, and Bailu Academy. They did not come here because they had heard about the town's massacre. Rather, they discovered the town's tragedy upon arrival, with over 200 casualties. A few days ago, over 30 young girls went missing overnight in Yuzhou. The Xuanxu sect, as one of the 6 great sects in the mortal realm with its main influence in Yuzhou, dispatched hundreds of disciples down the mountain to track the whereabouts of the band of rapists after learning of the incident. However, this group of rapists was extremely elusive, and there were almost no witnesses. Just then, the Ziyang County reported that a vicious case of abduction had occurred in the Fuyang town within its jurisdiction, where a lecher attempted to kidnap a girl in the dead of night. Unlike previous incidents, the lecher in Fuyang town was unsuccessful and was instead killed by a woman wearing a bamboo hat. Until this moment, there had been no leads on the lecher who had been active in the Yuzhou area for the past 6 months, committing hundreds of crimes. They were not ordinary flower thieves, but a group of cultivators, and there were quite a few of them, capable of committing crimes in multiple locations at the same time. The county magistrate of Ziyang knew he could not deal with these cultivators, but he did not immediately post a notice in the city. Instead, he reported the matter to the court. It was not until this morning that the county magistrate put up a notice in the city. The people from the Xuanxu sect, including Chu Yuanhong, happened to be in Ziyang City and saw the notice issued by the magistrate, immediately taking their swords to rush to Fuyang town. 2 scholars from the Bailu Academy, along with a monk from the Kuhuai Temple, also came because of this incident. However, they did not expect that Fuyang town, being in a remote area and covered in heavy snow, had delayed news, and the magistrate's notice had been posted a day late. When these righteous cultivators arrived early today to investigate, they found that Fuyang town had already become a living hell. After inquiring, they learned that over 20 white-robed demons had come for revenge last night, killing and setting fire, slaughtering half the town. Fortunately, the lame man Li Dao Yixiang and his daughter Li Qiuyan managed to repel the group of white-robed evildoers. However, the father and daughter had disappeared since last night. Even the small courtyard they lived in was burned down completely. From the townspeople, they learned that Li Qiuyan was likely the black-clad girl wearing a bamboo hat who had killed a white-robed evildoer last time. As for Dahe and Lu Tongfeng, when they arrived at the town last night, the townspeople had already taken their families and fled north. Except for Lin Kazao, who knew that Lu Tongfeng had been there last night and had seen Dahe transform. The other townspeople were unaware that Lu Tongfeng and Dahe had been in Fuyang town. Lu Tongfeng had previously admired cultivators, but after this incident, he had no good feelings towards these high and mighty cultivators with great powers. He merely glanced at them and continued to bandage Lingdang. Lin Feng saw this scene and wanted to step forward, but in the end, he did not take that step. Now, Yu Lingdang had become the target of public criticism among the townspeople. His grandfather had fallen into a coma after this incident, having coughed up blood, and it was uncertain if he would wake up. The family strictly ordered Lin Feng not to associate with Yu Lingdang anymore, fearing it would bring disaster to the Lin family. After Lu Tongfeng finished bandaging Yu Lingdang's wounds, he helped her to a side to rest. Lingdang, you should rest for a while. I will dig out Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang's coffins. Yu Lingdang did not speak, nodded, and then silently glanced at the group of cultivators. Lu Tongfeng found a pickaxe in the collapsed courtyard and began to dig. Suddenly, Lu Tongfeng heard the conversation among the cultivators. Chu Yuanhong of the Xuanxu sect said, Fairy Fyao, It is said that the black-clad woman who killed that white-robed cultivator 3 days ago and repelled the white-robed evildoers last night is the same person. They arrived in this town 3 years ago and have been living here. It seems she is a disciple of your Yun Tian sect. Yun Fyao raised her eyebrows and said, "Is that so? I am not very clear." Chu Yuanhong's expression changed. "Oh, then why is the fairy here?" Yun Fyao replied, "I am traveling in the mortal world and happened to pass by here, coincidentally encountering this matter." Chu Yuanhong naturally did not believe Yun Fuyao's words. When the black-clad woman killed the white-robed evildoer that night, she had been recognized by the opponent for her sword technique. And many people in the town heard the white-robed evildoer mention the Yun Tian sect's sword techniques before dying. Last night confirmed that the suddenly appearing black-clad woman was indeed the mute girl Li Chuyin who had lived here for 3 years. Chu Yuanhong and the others could almost confirm that both Li Chuyin and the lame man Li were disciples of the Yun Tian sect. However, how could disciples of the Yun Tian sect end up in this remote town thousands of miles away from Tianyun Mountain? Now seeing that the Yun Tian sect's inner disciple Yun Fyao was also here only made them suspect that the appearance of Yun Tian sect disciples in this area was unusual. Yuzhou was the territory of the Xuanshu sect, and naturally, they would not allow Yun Tian sect people to act secretly on their territory. However, Yun Fyao adamantly denied it. And Chu Yuanhong did not press further. Not wanting to continue the topic of Li Chuyin and the lame man, Yun Fyao asked, "Brother Chu, how is your investigation going? Who exactly attacked the town?" Chu Yuanhong slowly replied, "We found several corpses of white-robed evildoers in the town, as well as the magical tools they used. Based on their methods, if I am not mistaken, they should be the demons of the Eveline sect." Chapter 41, Little Uncle? Senior Lu? Eveline sect? Upon hearing this, Yun Fuyao's brows slightly furrowed. She knew of this notorious demonic sect, which had not been established for long, only 200 to 300 years. It is said that the sect leader, the Yinyang Venerable, was once a loose cultivator from the demonic sect Hahuan sect, who later obtained some Buddhist cultivation methods and created the Evil Yin sect by merging them. The Evil Yin sect is extremely sinister and cruel, looked down upon even by other demonic sect disciples. Unable to stay in the demonic sect, they quietly entered the Central Plains, secretly abducting girls for dual cultivation and pleasure, and had been besieged by righteous cultivators several times. The last time was over 30 years ago. Yun Fyao slowly said, "Is it the Evil Yin sect founded by the Yinyang Venerable?" Chu Yuanhong nodded. "Yes, over 30 years ago, they were besieged by your Yun Tian sect, and hundreds of demons were killed, but the Yinyang Venerable and several of his disciples escaped. Unexpectedly, they hid for over 30 years and began to harm the common people again. In the past 6 months in Yuzhou, over 100 young women have been abducted, which should also be their doing. I have reported this to the sect, and by this afternoon at the latest, royal cultivators and Xuanshu sect cultivators will gather here and will surely be able to find their lair based on their traces and wipe them out." Yu Lingdang slowly stood up. She had also heard the conversation among these cultivators. So it was the Eveline sect that had killed her relatives and slaughtered the townspeople. Yu Lingdang's eyes were filled with hatred. Boom. At that moment, a sound interrupted everyone's conversation. Turning to look, they saw Lu Tongfeng throwing a wooden beam aside, and then, with great effort, dragging a coffin covered in dirt out from a pile of rubble. Lu Tongfeng did not know whether this coffin belonged to Grandma Lu or Aunt Pang, so he dragged it to an open space. Yu Lingdang immediately knelt in front of the coffin, choking back tears. Lu Tongfeng patted the dirt off himself and noticed something was off when he saw a group of people looking at him. Lu Tongfeng said, "Fyao, you all continue your discussion, don't mind me." Liam O'Een, a scholar from the Bailu Academy, said, "Fairy Fyao, who is this?" Yun Fyao was silent for a moment and said, "His name is Lu Tongfeng." Chu Yuanhong clasped his fists and said, "So it is junior brother Lu." Lu Tongfeng said, "Who is your junior brother?" "I am Fairy Fuyao's little uncle." "Isn't the righteous path all in the same branch? You and Fairy Fyao are of the same generation, so you should call me little uncle." "Huh? What? Little uncle?" Everyone was stunned. The young boy looked much younger than Yun Fyao, yet he turned out to be Yun Fuyao's little master uncle. In the righteous sects, the young disciples from various schools, whether from the Buddhist or Taoist traditions, referred to each other as brothers. Moreover, the righteous sects placed great importance on respecting teachers and the Tao. Yun Fuyao's little master uncle was actually of the same generation as the current sect leader of the Yun Tian sect. Everyone was surprised that the ragged young man was actually a senior of the Yun Tian sect and quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. Only Lin Feng stood alone, bewildered in the wind. What is going on? He had known the little madman for over a decade. When did he meet such a beautiful fairy like Yun Fyao? And he was even her little master uncle? Lu Tongfeng was about to dig a second coffin when he saw everyone rushing towards him and was startled. Dahei stood in front of Lu Tongfeng, baring his teeth at the crowd. What are you all coming over for? Chu Yuanhong cupped his hands and said, I am Chu Yuanhong from the Xuanchu sect, honored to meet Senior Lu. 2 middle-aged scholars, a chubby monk, and 3 other disciples from the Xuanchu sect all bowed to Lu Tongfeng, saying, We greet Senior Lu. Senior Lu? Who? Who is Senior Lu? Lu Tongfeng looked around in surprise, also searching for Senior Lu. Finally, he realized that there was no one around. These cultivators were bowing to him. Lu Tongfeng was momentarily confused. Yun Fyao covered her forehead with her hand, unable to bear to look. She had intended to conceal Lu Tongfeng's identity, but didn't expect this boy to reveal it himself. Now, the elders of the Yun Tian sect from the Yu generation were at least 100 or 200 years old, and Yun Fuyao's master, Yu Chenzi, was over 500 years old. Who would have thought that the Yun Tian sect had gained a 16-year-old little master uncle? Seeing Lu Tongfeng's reaction, everyone was slightly surprised. Chu Yuanhong said, Senior Lu, didn't you just say you were the little master uncle of Fairy Fyao? Yes, I am Fairy Fuyao's little master uncle. What's wrong? Then you are indeed a senior. How can you be so ungrateful? You are all much older than me. Calling me senior would make me feel old. Just call me little master uncle. Suddenly, Lin Feng stepped forward and said, Scholars, young heroes, and fairies, don't listen to his nonsense. This person is named Lu Tongfeng. 16 years old, grew up in Fuyang town, and is a little beggar from the town. We all call him the little madman. He has never left Fuyang town, and is definitely not a senior expert. He cannot possibly be this fairy's little master uncle. Hey, young Master Lin, I've been tolerating you for many years. Every time I see you, I call you young master, and I don't expect anything in return. But when you introduce me to others, can you just say my name? Can we not mention the nicknames of little beggar and little madman in front of outsiders? Lu Tongfeng was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng calling him a little beggar and little madman in front of these cultivators. Everyone looked at Yun Fyao with confusion. Yun Fuyao's fair and handsome face showed some embarrassment as she didn't know how to explain Lu Tongfeng's identity. Seeing the suspicious expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Tongfeng seemed to understand. I know what's going on. Although I'm not very old, my generation is high. Didn't they investigate that these evil deeds were done by those from the Extremine sect? You cultivators should hurry and encircle the Extremine sect. Don't waste my time here. Lu Tongfeng waved his hand impatiently at these cultivators and continued to dig through the ruins. It seemed that everyone understood the situation. This kind of scenario often existed in many major sects and prominent families. Since he was not a senior, but rather a little beggar who had never left Fuyang town, these people lost interest. Lin Feng revealed Lu Tongfeng's identity and saw the disdain in everyone's eyes towards Lu Tongfeng, which finally satisfied him. He bowed to everyone and said, Scholars, young heroes, and fairies, this place is in disarray. I have already arranged for the bodies of the deceased to be dealt with promptly. You should all move to my residence to rest for a while. And we can discuss matters after the disciples from the Xuanchu sect and the royal cultivators arrive. The 2 scholars and the 4 disciples from the Xuanchu sect nodded slowly. Chu Yuanhong looked at Yun Fyao and said, Fairy Fyao, I estimate disciples from the Yun Tian sect will arrive soon. Let us go to young Master Lin's residence to wait. Yun Fyao gently shook her head and said, You all go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to. If disciples from the Yun Tian sect come, I will seek them out myself. Chu Yuanhong gave Yun Fyao a deep look and then nodded slowly. Lin Feng cordially led everyone to his home as guests. The Lin family was the wealthiest in the town, residing at the northernmost part of the small town. The massacre last night did not affect Lin Feng's home. Not only were there no casualties, but the house also remained intact. Chu Yuanhong and the others left with Lin Feng, but the chubby little monk did not leave. He seemed very interested in Lu Tongfeng. Under Dahei's unfriendly gaze, he walked up to Lu Tongfeng, who was digging through the ruins. Ba, Lu benefactor. Let me help you. Lu Tongfeng looked at the chubby little monk and said, You have a good heart, little monk, but I don't need your help. Step aside. Don't waste my time. Lu Tongfeng had never had a good impression of those from the Buddhist sect. The reason was naturally that the group of nuns on Tsuaping Mountain had taken away his livelihood. Monks and nuns were of the same family. Lu Tongfeng disliked the nuns on Tsuaping Mountain and, by extension, disliked monks as well. Chapter 42. Disciple of the Sword God. The monk is shocked. The little monk seemed unconcerned about Lu Tongfeng's unfriendly attitude. He did not leave, but brought his palms together and quietly chanted something. While Lu Tongfeng was digging through the ruins, he heard a sound of Buddhist chanting coming from behind him. Turning around, he saw the chubby little monk in moon-white monk robes, with a dignified appearance and a faint golden Buddhist light emanating from his body. A golden flame halo seemed to flicker behind his head. In Lu Tongfeng's astonished gaze, the little monk slowly extended his hand. In the next moment, the tiles, wood, dirt, and snow weighing down on the coffin slowly began to rise into the air under a mysterious power. With a slight wave of the little monk's hand, all the floating objects dispersed to the sides. Lu Tongfeng stared blankly at the coffin that was appearing from the ruins. Is this what cultivators can do? They truly have the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Lu Tongfeng dropped his pickaxe and looked at the little monk, saying, "What is your name again?" The little monk brought his palms together and slowly replied, "I am Jie, a disciple of Master Xian Bei from the Kuhai Temple." "What? Jie?" Lu Tongfeng was stunned by the little monk's Dharma name. Who names themselves that? However, he felt that this Jie monk had a good heart. Unlike those nuns from Tsuaping Mountain who like to take away others' livelihoods. Jie, huh? Although I dislike Buddhist disciples, I still want to thank you for offering your help. Ba, it was just a small effort. Lu benefactor need not be polite. May I ask which master you are apprenticed to? My master is Taoist Xianhui. Lu Tongfeng answered casually. Taoist Xianhui? Jie, the little monk, revealed a hint of contemplation on his chubby face. The Taoist and Buddhist traditions do not communicate. And the Xian generation is the generation of the current abbot of the Kuhai Temple, the largest Buddhist temple in the human world. However, in the Yuntian sect, he is of the 36th generation of disciples. According to the lineage of Yuntian sect, Ziyun sect's run, Shou Xian Yu Jing. The disciples of the Xian character generation are of the Yu generation, while the disciples of the Yu generation are of the Jing generation. Yun Fyao is a disciple of Yu Qinzi, making her the 38th generation disciple of Yuntian sect. The current master Lu Tongfeng is of the Xian generation, which means Lu Tongfeng belongs to the Yu generation in Yuntian sect, on par with Yu Qinzi. However, according to Jiese's knowledge, there are likely only a few dozen old offerings of the Xian generation still alive in Yuntian sect, the youngest of whom must be at least 500 to 600 years old. There hasn't been any mention of a predecessor named Xianhui. Seeing that the chubby monk was dazed, Lu Tongfeng did not continue to engage him, and turned to the ruins of the spirit hall. Tying up the coffin with ropes and pulling it to an open area in the courtyard, placing it side by side with the coffin he had dragged out earlier. Looking at the two coffins covered in dirt and dust, Lu Tongfeng sighed, found some rags, and wiped them down with water. Yun Fyao remained still, standing not far away, silently gazing at the southern sky, seemingly lost in thought. The little monk, Jie, found it intriguing. Unable to recall which predecessor Xian Hui was in Yuntian sect, he simply took out a thick book from his bag and began to flip through it. As for Yulingdang, she was silently wiping away her tears in front of her mother and grandmother's coffins. The pill Lu Tongfeng had given her yesterday was too powerful, had it been before. Encountering such a tragedy would have made her faint. However, thanks to the pill's spiritual power, she not only felt no hunger, but also did not faint. When Lu Tongfeng finished wiping both coffins clean, Jie also found the answer he was looking for in the thick book. Xianhui Taoist, 36th generation disciple of Yuntian sect, was a disciple of Shou Mingjinren, who died in the battle at Tianlu Mountain in the western region during the battle between immortals and demons in the year of Jiazi. The little monk Jie read it several times. Indeed, it was Xianhui. However, the Xianhui Taoist of Yuntian sect had died in battle among the immortals and demons over 300 years ago. How could a 16-year-old disciple suddenly appear? Was it borrowing a corpse to return to life? Or did an old zombie rise from the dead? The little monk, Jiese's expression showed suspicion. At that moment, Lu Tongfeng came to Yu Lingdang's side and said, "Lingdang, this place has been destroyed. Why don't we first send Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat's physical forms to the land god temple? Although the temple is dilapidated, at least it can shelter us from the wind and rain." Yu Lingdang looked up at Lu Tongfeng, then slowly nodded and said, "Brother Feng, thank you. We're good friends, so let's not be so polite. Your home is also gone, so you can stick with me, and as long as I have food, you definitely won't go hungry." A hint of gratitude flashed in Yu Lingdong's eyes. Yesterday, she thought Lin Feng was someone worth entrusting herself to. Now, Lin Feng seemed to be avoiding her like the plague. People in the town blamed all the disasters on her. If it weren't for Lu Tongfeng's righteous help, she wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng had evidently become her pillar of support. Brother Feng, I can't stay here any longer either. I want to roam the world with you. The silver I earned from the breakfast shop over the years, along with my father's pension, is hidden in an iron box under my bed in my room. Can you help me dig it out? No problem, wait here. I'll see what else I can dig up. Lu Tongfeng stood up, preparing to take a pickaxe and continue digging. Suddenly, he saw that the silly chubby monk was still around. With a slight turn of his eyes, he approached Jesse. Your name is Jesse, right? The little monk Jesse put away the thick ancient book and said, What can I do for you, Lu Shizhu? Lu Tongfeng said, Please help me with a small favor. Lu Tongfeng pulled the little monk Jesse to the collapsed room of Yu Lingdang. Little monk, your earlier ability to move objects from a distance was really impressive. Could you help me clean up this place? Jesse said, No problem, but Lu Shizhu, you need to tell me your master's name. Didn't I tell you before? My master is Xianhui Daoist. But as far as I know, Xianhui Daoist from Yun Tian's sect died in the battle among immortals and demons over 300 years ago. Lu Shizhu, you are only 16 this year. How could you possibly be his disciple? You little monk seem young, but you know quite a bit. I only found out a few days ago that Xianhui is just my master's alias. My master's Dao name seems to be Xianqi. Jesse's chubby body shook. Xianqi? Which Xianqi? Lu Tongfeng asked in surprise. What? Are there many people in Yun Tian's sect named Xianqi? Fairy Fyao even said my master is very powerful, the #1 expert in Yun Tian's sect for 1,000 years. Turns out she was lying to me. Jesse shook his body again, swallowed hard, and cautiously said, Is your master surnamed Mei? Yes. Have you heard of my master's name? Hiss. Jesse inhaled sharply, unable to stop himself from taking a few steps back, looking at Lu Tongfeng with the eyes of someone seeing a monster. Lu Tongfeng asked in surprise, Why are you looking at me with such a disgusting expression, little monk? Jesse murmured, If your master is surnamed Mei and has the Dao name Xianqi, then Fairy Fuyao hasn't deceived you. Oh, is my master really that so-called #1 expert? Jesse nodded heavily. Chapter 43, Xian Su's disciple. Lu Tongfeng, what are you and this gluttonous monk whispering about? Yun Fyao saw Lu Tongfeng and the little monk Jesse whispering in the ruins not far away, her body floating over like a ghost. This little monk asked who my master is. Fairy Fyao, it turns out what you said is true. My master really is the #1 expert in Yun Tian's sect for 1,000 years. I always thought you were lying to me. What? You told him this? Upon hearing this, Yun Fuyao's pretty face slightly changed. Lu Tongfeng said in surprise, Does my master need to be kept a secret? Yun Fyao was somewhat speechless. Lu Tongfeng knew nothing about the undercurrents in the cultivation world. She gritted her teeth and said, Do you know what it means to be a disciple of Xianqi's master uncle? Lu Tongfeng thought for a moment and suspiciously said, Does it mean I'm your little master uncle? Yun Fyao said, Not just that. Forget it, gluttonous monk, regarding Lu Tongfeng's identity. Before Yun Fyao could finish, the little monk Jesse immediately said, I swear to Buddha that I will never reveal Lu Shizhu's identity to anyone. I am a monk and never tell lies. Yun Fyao looked at Jesse with a highly skeptical gaze. Can I trust you, gluttonous monk? Cough cough. Fairy Fyao, you can doubt me in other aspects. But you absolutely need not question my character. You, Jesse, have character? I do have some. From the conversation between the two at this moment, Lu Tongfeng could tell that Yun Fyao seemed to know the little monk Jesse. Moreover, Jesse's character seemed to be questionable. Yun Fyao kept calling him a gluttonous monk, and Jesse had no power to refute, indicating that this little chubby monk's character was indeed dubious. Lu Tongfeng was increasingly at a loss. What on earth was going on? Was it himself who was unpresentable, or was it his master? Why did it seem like being his master's disciple was a secret that couldn't be revealed to outsiders? Yun Fyao glanced at Lu Tongfeng and said, Lu Tongfeng, if you want to live a little longer, don't casually tell people that you are the disciple of Master Xianqi's uncle. Huh? Why? Lu Tongfeng asked, a bit curious. The little monk Jesse stretched his head and whispered, It's not wrong to listen to her. That's not a good identity. This made Lu Tongfeng even more suspicious. Just as he was about to ask for the reason, Dehe began barking loudly. The crowd turned to look, only to see a dense stream of light appearing in the northern sky. These streams of light resembled meteors rapidly streaking across the sky, quickly heading towards the town. Having interacted with cultivators in the past few days, Lu Tongfeng had already learned that these streams of light were the radiant glows emitted by flying magical tools controlled by cultivators. He murmured, "So many cultivators." Jesse said, "It should be the disciples of Xian Su sect coming." Xian Su sect? So many people? Lu Tongfeng was slightly surprised. Jesse replied, "Yuzhou is originally the territory of Xian Su sect. Now that they know people from the demon sect's extreme Yin sect are rampant in their territory, they will naturally take it seriously." Yun Fyao said, "Since the people from Xian Su sect have arrived, do you want to go over?" Jesse immediately shook his head and said, "I won't go. I still need to help my little master with work, right, little master?" Looking at the chubby little monk's disgusting smile on his round face and the flattery in his eyes, Lu Tongfeng felt a bit at a loss. He thought, "Are all disciples of the Buddhist sect this shameless? Who is your little master? If you call me that again, don't blame me for hitting you. We are all on the same side in the righteous path. Since you are the little master of Fairy Fuyao, then you are also my little master. Little master, take a few steps back and see my abilities." Suddenly, Jesse's light blue monk robes billowed, and with the activation of his true technique, a faint golden Buddhist light radiated from him. Under the influence of the Buddhist power, the rubble, beams, and blue bricks in the ruins slowly floated up and landed on the open ground. Lu Tongfeng had already witnessed the little monk's abilities before, so he wasn't very shocked at this moment. He walked up to Yun Fyao and whispered, "Fairy Fuyao, do you know this fat monk from before?" Yun Fyao gently shook her head and said, "I don't know him, but I've heard of him. He is a direct disciple of Master Xian Bei from the Kuhai Temple, and his previous Dharma name was Jie Lin. However, he never abides by the Buddhist precepts, not only eating meat and drinking alcohol, but also being quite lecherous like you. I've heard he often visits brothels." So Master Xian Bei changed his Dharma name to Jie. He was sent down the mountain to train 2 years ago, and I didn't expect him to come to Yuzhou as well. Oh, I see. I thought, how could a little monk who eats vegetarian food all day and has no oil in his belly be so fat? Turns out he's a flower monk. Uft. Lu Tongfeng spat in disdain at the back of the Jie monk. While they were talking, over 100 streams of light had already fallen into the town. Seeing so many righteous cultivators appear, many residents in the town began to cheer. The massacre from last night had caused a severe polarization. In the southern part of the town, the citizens were mostly killed by the white-clothed demons, with only 4 or 5 young girls with good looks spared. Almost no one was left alive. In contrast, in the northern part of the town, most residents had fled north with their families during the massacre, so their family members were relatively intact. Those who lost no one in their families in the northern part were not as sorrowful and pained as those in the southern part who had lost their family members. They were worried that the group of white-clothed bandits would return again, now that a large number of righteous cultivators had arrived. They felt safe and no longer had to live in fear or flee with their families overnight. Lu Tongfeng watched the young disciples stepping down from their flying swords, and he curled his lips. Seeing that Jie had already cleaned up most of the debris in the bell's room, he began to search for useful items inside. Before long, Lu Tongfeng found a large wooden box and an iron box that was pressed under the bed. The wooden box was of good quality, placed in the corner, and was not damaged by the collapsed house. Inside it were neatly stacked seasonal clothes of Yulingzhong. The iron box contained about 100 taels of silver, which was considered quite wealthy in the town. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be enough for Yulingzhong's family of 3 to live worry-free for many years. Lu Tongfeng carried the wooden box and the iron box to Yulingzhong and said, "Lingzhong, I found the items. Let's go back to the Earth Temple first. I will help Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat find a good burial site." Yulingzhong looked at Lu Tongfeng with gratitude and gently nodded. Chapter 44. The little monk with impure roots. Seeing that it was already afternoon, Lu Tongfeng decided to transport Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat's coffins back to the Earth Temple first, and then find a good burial site behind the Earth Temple tomorrow. However, how to transport the 2 coffins back to the Earth Temple was a problem. Lu Tongfeng looked around and found a flatbed cart, but a single cart couldn't carry 2 coffins. Lu Tongfeng's gaze shifted to Jie. Since the fat monk learned that his master was Xianqi Daoist, his attitude had changed tremendously. That fawning smile, calling him little master with every breath. Lu Tongfeng suspected that this little monk probably regarded him as a great young hero and wanted to curry favor with him, wanting to hug his thigh. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes, and had an idea in mind. He walked up to GSA, who was bowing and scraping while talking to Yun Fyao, and said, "What are you guys chatting about?" GSA shook his head and said, "Nothing, just a simple exchange among cultivators." "Little master, do you have anything for me to help with?" Lu Tongfeng revealed a sly smile and said, "Since you mention it, it seems there is indeed something I need your help with." GSA replied, "Little master, whatever you need, just command me. I have plenty of strength." Lu Tongfeng laughed. "That's good. Although I don't like disciples of the Buddhist sect, I consider you a friend, GSA. You all wait here for me for a moment. I will be right back." Lu Tongfeng hurried off, and Dehei immediately followed him. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng was finally sure of one thing. His master was indeed powerful, and this fat monk really wanted to curry favor with him. Lu Tongfeng arrived on the street, where many young cultivators dressed in purple robes were present. They all bore the Taiji symbol at their waists and collars. These were disciples of the Xiansu sect. Lu Tongfeng had heard of the Yun Tian sect from thousands of miles away and was naturally not unfamiliar with the Xiansu sect. The cultivation trend in the human world was extremely prosperous, with various sects and schools such as Tao, Demon, Buddha, Witch, Ghost, and Monster competing fiercely. The righteous path consisted of the 6 great sects and the demon sects, 1 palace, 2 valleys, and 3 sections. The so-called 6 great sects refer to the Yun Tian sect located in the Tianyun mountain range in the southwest of the 9 provinces continent, the Shuiyu sword sect in the Tianyu mountain range in the northwest, the Tiannu sect in the Chongling mountain range in the northeast, the Kuhai temple in the Pu Luo mountain in the southwest, the Xiansu sect in the Zonglong mountain range in the central part of the 9 provinces, and the branch of the Buddhist sect, Peng Lai Immortal realm, isolated overseas. The 1 palace, 2 valleys, 3 sects of the Demon Gate refers to the Feihua Palace, Tianyin Valley, Wudu Valley, Tianma sect, Shihun sect, and Hewan sect. These major sects all have their own spheres of influence. The Xuanxu sect is located in the Zonglong mountain range, most of which is within the territory of Yuzhou, making Yuzhou the sphere of influence for the Xuanxu sect. As one of the 6 righteous immortal sects, reputation and face are very important, and the Xuanxu sect will absolutely not allow a demonic sect to commit evil within its territory. Therefore, the Xuanxu sect has sent a large number of disciples this time to eradicate the group of demons from the Jin sect in one fell swoop. The newly arrived disciples of the Xuanxu sect are searching for clues house by house in groups of 3 to 5, while also inquiring about last night's survivors. These cultivators are extremely skilled, and there are also Confucian experts observing the hearts and chi of people. The group from last night was numerous, and not much time has passed, so their presence must still linger in the air. Tracking their aura and finding their lair is just a matter of time. However, Lu Tongfeng currently has no good feelings towards these so-called righteous cultivators. After glancing at the heroic disciples of the Xuanxu sect, he headed south. Before long, Lu Tongfeng found a usable flatbed cart in a small courtyard that had been burned to ruins and pulled it back to the ruins of the Bell family. Upon returning, he discovered that only the Jiasexio Hashang and Bell were still there, while he couldn't see Yun Fuyao's figure. "Where's Fyao?" Lu Tongfeng curiously inquired. They replied, "A few disciples from the Xuanxu sect came just now and said that disciples from the Yuntian sect had arrived, so Fyao went over." "Little Shishu, I heard that Chu Tianyi and Wei Yurong from the Xuanxu sect are here. Should we go take a look? Who are they? Why should I go see them?" They leaned in closer to Lu Tongfeng and said, "Chu Tianyi is nothing to see, just a self-important pretty boy. But that Wei Yurong is worth a look. She ranks among the top 10 fairies of this generation alongside Fyao, and her looks are on par with Fyao. Moreover, I heard that her name is based on her figure." "What do you mean by that? You don't understand?" "Wei Yurong. Yurong means having a good figure." Seeing Lu Tongfeng still looking confused, they gestured with both hands in front of his chest. Lu Tongfeng understood, and his eyes lit up. "A fairy with a figure that rivals Fuyao's. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. Got it now? Want to go take a peek?" They nudged Lu Tongfeng with his arm. Lu Tongfeng shivered and tilted his head to look at them, saying, "You really are a gluttonous monk, aren't you? You're supposed to be a monk of 4 great emptiness. How can you be so impure? Don't forget your Dharma name. You're called. I see you haven't given up on your desires at all." They shrugged and said, "What's wrong with taking a look? Wei Yurong won't lose a piece of meat." Lu Tongfeng was speechless. He felt like he had become a lecherous ghost. Unexpectedly, there are even more lecherous people out there, one mountain higher than the other. This chubby monk, who should be pure and empty, is even more lewd than himself. You help me load the coffin onto the cart and take it to the land temple outside the town. Then you can go see that way you're wrong. Even if you want to squat outside her window and watch her bathe at night, that's fine. Little Shirshu, isn't that inappropriate? What if we get caught and they break my legs? Looking at the serious and worried expression on this chubby face, Lu Tongfeng slapped his forehead, truly defeated by this non-pure monk. If it weren't for needing this gluttonous monk's help right now, Lu Tongfeng would have already shut the door and turned off the lights. Lu Tongfeng helped Yu Lingdang up, and then he and the placed the 2 coffins on 2 flatbed carts, also putting the wooden box on top and tying it down with ropes. After they were done, Lu Tongfeng said, "Lingdang, let's go." Yu Lingdang glanced at her home, now turned to ruins, tears welling up in her eyes. However, she did not linger too much. She could no longer stay here. She just wanted to bury her grandmother and mother and then leave forever. Chapter 45. Leaving with the coffin, Lu Tongfeng and they each pulled a flatbed cart carrying 2 coffins, walking south along the street of the small town. The large fire from last night had melted almost all the snow in the town, making it not too difficult to walk. A few curious townsfolk stood up and watched, as did some cultivators observing the 2 carts transporting the coffins. A young man in a tattered Dao robe, a chubby little monk, a little girl dressed in mourning, and a large black dog about the size of a calf, and 2 coffins. This combination would attract attention wherever it went. The cultivators were curious, while many of the townsfolk were murmuring curses. Over 200 corpses laid in the streets, which the Xuanqiu sect's cultivators began to help collect and clean up. Given that so many people had died, it was impossible to provide a coffin for each person to be buried. According to the village head Lin Deming, who had already woken up, and several respected elders in the small town, it was decided that after identifying the deceased, they would all be buried on a small hill west of the town. Now, Lu Grandma's fat aunt had 2 coffins, which made many townsfolk uncomfortable. Why should their own family members be buried wrapped in a grass mat? Yet Yu Lingdang, who brought disaster to the town, could have coffins for her mother and grandmother? If it weren't for the surrounding cultivators, many townsfolk would have likely done more than just mutter curses. They might have thrown stones and rotten eggs at Yu Lingdang and the 2 coffins. Chui Chui ran from the north and quickly caught up with Lu Tongfeng and the others. Chui Chui's grandfather had also died in a military campaign a few years ago, and over the years, she and her mother Wang have relied on each other. She was relatively lucky, as her house was located in the northern part of the town, and her mother was not injured during last night's massacre. However, the rumors about Yu Lingdang in the town were too much, and her mother was worried that her daughter would be implicated, so she strictly forbade Chui Chui from associating with Yu Lingdang. When she learned that Yu Lingdang was leaving the town with 2 coffins, Chui Chui broke free from her mother's restraint and ran to see her off. "Belle, where are you going?" Chui Chui's face was a bit pale, and she looked quite exhausted. She had been by Yu Lingdang's side for the past 3 days without proper rest. Last night, such a big incident occurred, and she hadn't closed her eyes since. As a little girl, she had reached her limit. Yu Lingdang held Chui Chui's hand, her expression no longer as numb as before, as she tried to squeeze out a smile. "My home has been destroyed. I'm taking my grandmother and mother to the land temple in the south." Chui Chui glanced at the large box tied to the wooden board. Tears silently streamed down her face. She softly said, "Belle, will you come back?" Yu Lingdang looked at the burned and collapsed houses around her. She said, "This is my home. Of course, I will come back." Chui Chui was not very convinced by Yu Lingdang's words. Her home had already collapsed, and she no longer had any relatives here. The residents of the town could no longer accept her, so how could she possibly return after leaving today? Chui Chui did not expose Yu Lingdang's lie. "Belle, take care of yourself. You must live well, understand?" Yu Lingdang nodded slowly and said, "Sui Tsui, take care of yourself. Thank you for accompanying and taking care of me these days. We are good sisters. Why say this?" The little madwoman, Sui Tsui, wiped her tears and shouted, "Alas! What is wrong, Sui Tsui? Take good care of Lingdang. If you dare to bully her, I'll break your legs." "Got it." Lu Tongfeng waved at Sui Tsui with one hand while busy. Then he pulled the coffin cart and continued on. "Sui Tsui, I'm leaving. You go back and have a good sleep. There are so many cultivators here now. Those bad people want to come back." The 2 sisters talked for a while on the street, then wiped their tears and said goodbye. Yu Lingdang quickly caught up with Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng said, "I forgot to ask Sui Tsui just now, is her mother okay?" Yu Lingdang gently shook her head and said, "It's fine. That's good." The streets in the town were still manageable, but outside the town, the thick snow on the ground was a bit troublesome. This coffin cart was not a sled or a snowplow. It weighed several hundred pounds, and he worried it would be hard to pull through the thick snow. After leaving the small town, Tongfeng was surprised to find that the snow almost reached the wheel hub. But it didn't seem to affect his ability to pull the cart. He suddenly felt that he was different today compared to usual. His strength seemed to have increased significantly. At that time, pulling 2 coffins out of the ruins didn't take much effort, and he hadn't paid attention to it. Now he suddenly realized there was a noticeable change in his body. He recalled the strange scene from last night, when he grasped the immortal sword. His body was immediately ignited. At that time, his consciousness hadn't completely faded, and he could vaguely remember what happened. Could it be that the changes in my body are related to the fire that didn't burn me to death last night? Tongfeng murmured to himself. If even Tongfeng could easily pull the coffin cart through the snow, then that unreliable but highly skilled little monk who refrained from lust would definitely have no problem. Not only could this chubby monk pull a coffin cart, but even if he were to carry it on his back, he could also walk swiftly on the snow. While Tongfeng was pondering the reasons for his bodily changes while pulling the cart, the little monk behind asked, "Little Shirshu, where are we going?" Tongfeng collected his thoughts and replied, "Not far. We'll be there soon." He saw Yu Lingdang struggling in the snow, trying to support the coffin cart with each step. Tongfeng then stopped and said, "Lingdang, it's difficult to walk in the snow. You should sit in the cart." "No, I can manage." Yu Lingdang gently shook her head. "You can manage what? You haven't eaten for a few days, don't you know?" Tongfeng ignored Yu Lingdang's objections and directly picked her up, placing her on the neck of the cart. Then he continued to pull the cart forward. Watching Tongfeng pull such a heavy cart through the snow with ease, Yu Lingdang felt a bit surprised. She had always known Tongfeng was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Looking at Tongfeng's solid back as he bent over to pull the cart, Yu Lingdang's eyes gradually glimmered with a hint of light. Only in times of trouble can one truly know whether the people around them are good or evil. If it weren't for Tongfeng, she would have died yesterday. If it weren't for Tongfeng, she would have been humiliated and crashed to death in front of her mother's coffin today. If it weren't for Tongfeng, she wouldn't know how to deal with her mother's and grandmother's aftermath. For many years, everyone called Tongfeng a little madman. But Yu Lingdang always regarded him as a friend, knowing that Tongfeng wanted to make a name for himself in Xiyang City, even braving the wind and snow to bring her food. Now that the Yu family was in trouble, everyone was cursing her, avoiding her, saying she had harmed the entire town. She felt an unprecedented chill. Her heart had already died. Tongfeng slowly warmed her cold, numb heart again. Chapter 46. The face-changing technique of restraint. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Tongfeng and the others arrived outside the land temple. Immortal boundary? The little monk raised an eyebrow at the 4 characters engraved on the huge stone at the entrance. What an arrogant inscription, daring to call itself the immortal boundary? Little Shirshu, what kind of place is this broken temple? This is where I've lived for many years. So this is where little Shirshu and the Sword God Senior lived? Truly extraordinary. Only a place where the Sword God Senior resides could qualify to set up an immortal boundary inscription. This place is really rich in spiritual energy and has a beautiful environment. Only the Sword God Senior could find such a divine land in the mundane world. By the way, little Shirshu, is the Sword God Senior here? The little chubby monk's expression changed rapidly. Just a moment ago, he was mocking the inscription, and upon hearing it was where Tongfeng and Xianqi Daoist lived, he immediately changed his demeanor. He didn't care about polluting the environment and began to flatter without restraint. Tongfeng pointed to the broken temple and said, "My master has always been here. Never left." "Ah, really? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I didn't prepare a gift. Is my clothes in order? How is my hairstyle? Is my face clean?" "Sword God Senior, I'm a lost little lamb from the Kuhai Temple here to pay my respects to you. You are the person I admire most in my life. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River." The little monk flattered while pushing the door and walked into the broken temple. However, as soon as he entered, he was dumbfounded. Can people live in this place? The space is small, there are many holes. The statue isn't big, but there is a lot of trash. If this place were a pigsty or sheep pen, the little monk wouldn't doubt it. The little monk searched around the broken temple, but didn't see the figure of the burning sky, sword god he admired. Yu Lingdang jumped down from the coffin cart, hearing the little monk's calls inside the temple. She asked, "Fengge, what is he doing?" Tongfeng replied, "He should be looking for my master." "Your master?" The old temple priest? Didn't he pass away 6 years ago? Yeah, I'm also puzzled. Did I not make myself clear just now? At that moment, the little monk walked out of the land temple. Little Shirshu, didn't you say the sword god senior is here? Why didn't I see him? Lu Tongfeng was untying the ropes of the coffin and said, My master is in the bamboo forest behind. Do you have something to find him for? As a junior, I naturally have to pay my respects to him in person. Otherwise, it would be very disrespectful. Wait. Watching the chubby monk head towards the back mountain, Lu Tongfeng quickly called out to him. What's wrong, little Shushu? Did I forget to tell you that my master has already passed away? What? You mean the sword god senior has transcended? The little monk's chubby body seemed struck by lightning, his expression instantly dazed. Lu Tongfeng said, The transcendence you just mentioned, is it the same as your Buddhist term for nirvana, meaning a person has died? The little monk nodded his head mechanically. Lu Tongfeng said, That means my master transcended, and it's been 6 years. How could this happen? Such a divine person, he also. Aiyamitba. The little monk put his hands together, looking solemn and respectful, completely not resembling a gluttonous monk. His ability to change faces was almost on par with Lu Tongfeng's. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng also felt a bit sad. Hey, little monk, since you respect my master so much, I'll take you to my master's grave later so you can pay your respects properly. Indeed, indeed. They nodded slowly and sighed softly. The land temple was too chaotic. The statues of the land god and goddess that had been moved by the lame Li and Li Chuyan last time had not yet been returned to their original positions. Lu Tongfeng called to help clean up. The two first repositioned the statues, then dragged out the snow shovel, and finally began clearing the clutter in the dilapidated temple. They worked hard for half an hour before the temple finally started to look decent. After that, Lu Tongfeng and they carried the coffins of Granny Lu and Aunt Fat into the temple and placed them against the north wall. Once everything was done, Lu Tongfeng stroked his chin, looking at the drafty doors and windows and the 3 large holes in the roof. He didn't mind, but Lingdang was a weak woman. It would be freezing here at night, and her body might not be able to handle it. He looked at the pot containing the half pot of chicken soup that Yun Fyao hadn't finished last night. Little monk, can you repair houses? Repair houses? You mean this broken temple? There's no need to repair it. I suggest we tear it down and rebuild. Little master uncle. Another day I'll take you to see our Buddhist temples, with golden tiles and red walls, and a gilded Buddha that is quite impressive. You Buddhists are wealthy. Everyone knows that. There's no need to show off to me. Fine, if you're not going to help, I'll just fix it myself. I didn't say I wouldn't help. I rushed over from Tsuyang City this morning and have been hungry all day. This chicken soup is almost ready. I'll have a bowl to warm myself up first. And then I'll help you fix this broken temple. Drink chicken soup? Warm yourself up? At this moment, Lu Tongfeng, Lingdang, who was burning paper money in front of the fire pit, and Dehei, who was drooling over the half pot of chicken soup, all turned to look at the drinking chicken soup to warm yourself up. Who would find that strange? But coming from a bald monk carrying a large wooden fish and wearing large Buddha beads, it sounded quite bizarre and absurd. Don't look at me like that. Didn't you hear Fairy Fuyao say? I'm a meat and drink monk. I don't have any dietary restrictions. They seemed to be used to being looked at like that, and explained without blushing or panting. Lu Tongfeng said, I haven't had much interaction with the Buddhist sect. Let me ask, do all disciples of the Buddhist sect act like you? Or is it just you, the black sheep, who doesn't follow the sect's rules? They chuckled awkwardly. Most monks still adhere to the rules of the Buddhist sect. It's just that my mouth is greedy. I've loved eating meat since I was young and have received many punishments from my master for it, which even led to my name being changed. But it's not a big deal. As they say, what passes through the stomach leaves the heart of the Buddha. Worshipping the Buddha is in the heart, not in eating and drinking. Besides, there are plenty of meat and drink monks in the world, and many who practice joyful Zen. So I don't care about the views of secular people. Lu Tongfeng asked curiously, since you like eating meat and drinking alcohol, why did you become a monk? Wouldn't it be better to return to secular life? They replied, what's wrong with being a monk? Temples are everywhere, and you don't need to spend money on lodging wherever you go. You can just find a nearby temple to stay in. Also, the treatment in the Buddhist sect is good. You can cultivate Buddhist techniques, increase your lifespan, and be free from illness. To join the Buddhist sect, you need to have a wise root. Ordinary people can't just enter. This chicken soup is ready. It smells so good. Lingdang, you're immortal. You can eat first. Just leave me a bowl of soup and a chicken leg. Since you Lingdang had just taken a pill for fasting yesterday, the spiritual power of this pill would take at least 15 days to dissipate. During these 15 days, Yu Lingdang wouldn't feel any hunger. So she gently shook her head and said, I'm not hungry, little master, you and brother Feng eat. Well then, I won't be polite. Chapter 47, 10 Divine Weapons? The Burning Heaven Divine Sword. This is simply too familiar with everyone, and extremely shamelessly so. The old hen that Lu Tongfeng had bought with all his money yesterday was only partially consumed by Yun Fyao, and there was still more than half left in the pot. When they found the unfinished old hen in the pot, he secretly lit a fire at the stove. Almost all of the remaining hen ended up in this little fatty's belly. Moreover, his teeth were quite strong. He even chewed up the bones and swallowed them. This made Dehei, who was waiting for bones on the side, nearly have his eyes pop out. What is going on? Humans eat meat, dogs chew bones. This is an unchanging rule of diet through the ages. If you eat the bones, what am I, the divine dog, supposed to eat? So Dehei barked loudly at the who was gorging himself. Faced with the fierce dog, that could only reluctantly toss a few small bones to it. As the saying goes, a soft mouth eats the soft meat, and a short hand takes the short hand. By dusk, the well-fed began to help Lu Tongfeng repair the broken temple. Conditions were limited, and there were no tiles or anything. So they could only make simple repairs to the large holes in the roof and the doors and windows in the most practical way. The main function was not to keep out the rain, but to block the wind. With the help of a cultivator, the repairs were very simple and quick. They flew up to the roof, using bamboo to fill the large holes, then covering it with thatch and mud. Repairing the doors and windows was even simpler. The fat boy pulled out 2 pieces of cloth from the storage bag hanging from him. He used the cloth to seal the doors and windows and fixed it with bamboo. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The dilapidated land temple no longer had any drafty spots. However, using cloth to cover all the doors and windows significantly reduced the lighting and ventilation. Nevertheless, the effect was quite noticeable. The broken temple no longer leaked wind. The temperature inside was steadily rising, no longer the same as before, where the inside and outside were at the same temperature. Outside, it was completely dark. Lu Tongfeng stood at the door, looking at the brightly lit northern town. The cultivators in the town had not dispersed and were gathering more and more. Not only were there cultivators from the Xuanxu sect, but also royal cultivators sent by the court, as well as righteous disciples like and loose cultivators who had come to slay demons and eliminate evil upon hearing about this matter. It was estimated that there were now more cultivators in the town than there were townsfolk. They walked out of the broken temple and saw Lu Tongfeng staring vacantly at the northern town. He said, Little master uncle, what are you looking at? Are you waiting for Fairy Fyao? What would I be waiting for her for? Since disciples from the Yuntian sect have also arrived here, Fairy Fyao must be with her fellow disciples. How could she possibly come to stay in this dirty, broken temple? By the way, why aren't you going to the town to join the excitement and see how big the Nai of that Wei Yarong from the Xuanxu sect is? What Wei Nai? Her name is Wei Yurong. Originally, appreciating a beauty is a refined interest, but coming from your mouth, it sounds so lewd. They corrected him in time. Lu Tongfeng curled his lips and said, Lewd? You think I'm lewd? Yes, before I met you, I thought I, Lu Tongfeng, was indeed quite lewd, but after meeting you, this flower monk, I feel like I'm now the world's #1 upright gentleman. They said, monks only debate scriptures and doctrines, and do not argue with others about other matters. You can say whatever you want. By the way, little master uncle, I forgot to ask you, what is your current level of cultivation? Level of cultivation? None. What do you mean none? They showed a puzzled expression. I'm not a cultivator at all. So of course I have no level of cultivation. They rolled his eyes and said, Little master uncle, I thought we were friends now. And friends should treat each other sincerely. I won't spread rumors everywhere, so why are you so defensive? Lu Tongfeng smiled wryly and shook his head. After spending a day together, he realized that this, apart from not adhering to the rules, was not a wicked person. He said, I'm telling the truth. I was very young when my master died, and he didn't teach me anything. I'm really not a cultivator. Impossible. They shook his head and said, You dragged such a heavy coffin cart through such thick snow today, pulling it from the small town to here in one breath, at least 3 miles. You not only didn't rest, but walked briskly as if it were flat ground. A mortal could never do that. Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly. He couldn't figure this out either. However, he wouldn't say much too. After all, he had only known for less than a day. He thought about asking Yun Fyao next time he saw her about what was wrong with his body, why it seemed to have undergone a tremendous change overnight, and whether it was related to his body catching fire last night. After a day of reflection, Lu Tongfeng found that his body was not just stronger. For example, right now, standing in the cold wind, his body did not feel cold at all. He had never had this ability before. He needed to meditate to drive out the cold from his body. Now, Lu Tongfeng felt a warmth circulating within him. In this bitterly cold winter, it felt like being in a hot spring, and he felt no cold at all. Seeing Lu Tongfeng frowning without speaking, put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Little master uncle, forget it. Your level of cultivation is your personal privacy. I won't ask. However, I've helped you a lot today. Can I make a small request?" Lu Tongfeng glanced at him sideways and said, "I'm a poor man. I don't have a single coin." "Oh, we are all cultivators. Talking about money is too vulgar. Then what do you want?" Lu Tongfeng was suspicious. His gaze slowly shifted down to the sword at Lu Tongfeng's waist. The sword was still inserted in the two old scabbards, half of the blade exposed. And one could vaguely see the ancient inscriptions and patterns on the blade, as well as the cold light flowing within the lines. Seeing staring at his sword, Lu Tongfeng pushed away this little monk who liked to link arms with men. "You want my sword? This was left to me by my master before he died. Not even a door exists, let alone a window." Rubbed his hands, a flattering expression on his face, and said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. How could I want your sword? Little master uncle? I just want to admire your sword. I wonder if that's convenient." Lu Tongfeng looked at in surprise and said, "Admire my sword? You must be a bit crazy. It's late at night. Instead of spying on Wei Nai taking a bath, what's so great about my sword? Burning Heaven, one of the 10 divine weapons. Isn't it better looking than Wei Nai? What? Burning Heaven? Are you saying my sword is burning heaven? There should only be you as the disciple of the sword god, right? Since the sword god has already ascended to immortality. That burning heaven sword can only be passed on to you. What? Is this sword on you not the burning heaven sword?" Chapter 48. A false alarm. When Yun Fyao introduced his scammer master to Lu Tongfeng, he mentioned that his master was the strongest in Yunshenzong in 1,000 years. One of the top 3 among the 10 strongest in the Tianji Pavilion. He roamed the world with a burning heaven sword and had never suffered defeat, earning the title of Sword God of Burning Heaven. Lu Tongfeng did not know much about the matters of the cultivation world, and he had only learned about them in recent days. However, just hearing the words, burning heaven, made one feel very impressive. At this moment, also mentioned the burning heaven sword, which greatly surprised Lu Tongfeng. He drew out the dark blue immortal sword from his waist and said, "Little monk, is this sword of mine called Burning Heaven?" S head immediately leaned forward, practically wanting to stick his eyeballs on the blade. "Why is it a blue sword? Is it too dark? Or is the lighting wrong? Come, little master uncle, let us go inside." Dragged Lu Tongfeng into the Earth God Temple. The two huddled in front of the fire, examining Lu Tongfeng's immortal sword. Under the bright flames, the sword's color was still blue. Showed a puzzled expression. Reaching out to touch the blade, spreading his fingers to measure the length of the blade, and asking Lu Tongfeng to turn the sword over to check every detail. Then, the little monk scratched his little bald head, looking very confused. Lu Tongfeng shook the immortal sword in his hand and said, "I say, little monk, you've been studying for half a day, and you're just short of licking it with your tongue. Did you figure it out? Is this sword of mine the burning heaven sword you mentioned?" Slowly shook his head and said, "No. Look again carefully. Did you not see it clearly? Or do you want to lick it with your tongue?" Said, "No need for that. The divine weapon list of the Tianji Pavilion has detailed records about the burning heaven sword." After saying that, reached into his bag and rummaged. Soon, he pulled out a not-so-thick book. He kept flipping through it, and after a while, he said, "Found it. You can take a look for yourself. There are illustrations on it, and the color and length are different from the sword in your hand." Lu Tongfeng took the book and looked at the text records on it. The 10 divine weapons of the human world, burning heaven. Burning heaven, a fire attribute among the 5 elements, was made by the 19th generation master of Yunshenzong, Qi Yin Jinren, using fire dragon essence crystal and chaos fire spirit stone, refined with the fire of the earth veins. The sword is 3 feet 5 inches long, weighs 4 pounds and 5 taels, and the blade is blood red. One side is engraved with the character burning, and the other side with heaven, hence the name Burning Heaven Sword. This sword is pure yang and extremely tough, with rich fire essence, ranking 7th among the 10 divine swords of this era. The page also had an illustration of the Burning Heaven Sword. Indeed, it was a fire-red immortal sword. Said, "Little master uncle, is the sword god your only disciple?" "Yes. My master never mentioned to me if I had any senior brothers or sisters. Then that's strange. As far as I know, ever since the sword god obtained the burning heaven sword, it has always been his treasure and should have been returned to Yunshanzong by now. Before the sword god died, you were the only one by his side, so logically, he should have passed the burning heaven sword to you. Little master uncle, could it be that you didn't recognize the treasure and buried the burning heaven sword with the sword god? Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, impossible. My master was a miser. Even the burial clothes were made by me on the spot in the town. He had nothing to bury with. Seemed a bit disappointed and said, little master uncle, think again. Did the sword god give you anything before he died? Or say something? If you can find the burning heaven sword, I'm willing to offer 500, no, 800 taels of gold to buy it. 800 taels? And gold? Is this broken sword really that valuable? We are friends now, so I'll give you a friendly price, the little monk said with a chuckle. Lu Tongfeng looked at the illustrations in the book in his hand and slowly said, now that you mention it, I think I saw this sword when I was a child. Really? Yes, that's right. I remember that in the winter when I was little, I would fall asleep holding a red sword. That sword was as warm as a fire stick, almost like this burning heaven divine sword. The little monk was overjoyed and said, yes, yes, yes. The burning heaven divine sword is forged from the fire dragon origin crystal and the chaos fire spirit stone. It is a rare divine sword among fire attributes. Even without activating it, it will still be very hot. Little Shirshu, think again. And I'll add another 200 taels of gold. Lu Tongfeng showed a thoughtful expression, shook his head gently, and said, I was very young back then. Probably around 4 or 5 years old. After so many years, how can I still remember? Sigh, it's also that I, Lu Tongfeng, have no fortune and wealth and can't earn this gold. Little monk, since my sword is not the burning heaven, do you know what it is? Seeing that Lu Tongfeng couldn't recall the whereabouts of the burning heaven, the little monk was quite depressed. There are no inscriptions on your sword, so I really can't tell. However, your sword's quality should not be low, and it has some age. It may also be related to the ancient witch clan of the southern wilderness. Ancient witch clan of the southern wilderness? How did you figure that out? Lu Tongfeng asked, puzzled. The little monk pointed at the ancient and weathered patterns on the blade and said, little Shirshu, look at these patterns on both sides of the blade. This is neither a design nor a blood groove. It resembles the style of the ancient witch clan of the southern wilderness. Also, look at how wide the blade is and how thick the body is. Its length is slightly longer than the swords of cultivators from the Central Plains. We Central Plains cultivators value lightness in swords and heaviness in sabers. Very few would use such a long sword with such a wide blade. Central Plains weaponsmiths would never engrave such foreign characters on their works. Moreover, orthodox sword cultivators usually engrave the sword's name on the blade. But your sword has no inscriptions at all. Therefore, I speculate that this sword was not forged by a Central Plains smith. It may have come from a smith of the southern wilderness witch clan. The little monk's explanation left Lu Tongfeng stunned. I didn't expect you, little monk, to have such a broad knowledge. I'm enlightened. Thank you for the compliment, little Shirshu. I just read a few random books. Little monk, don't call me little Shirshu anymore. It makes me feel awkward. You can call me Xiaofeng or Tongfeng. The little monk thought for a moment and said, okay, then I will call you little madman. And you can call me little monk, little madman? Lu Tongfeng was puzzled. The little monk laughed and said, isn't that what the townsfolk call you? I've heard it. Lu Tongfeng was speechless. He thought he had made a new friend and could gradually shake off his nickname Little Madman. But it turned out to be in vain. Chapter 49. The anger of the venerable. After chatting with the little monk for a while, Lu Tongfeng noticed that it was getting late and walked over to Yu Lingdang's side. He found Yu Lingdang asleep with her head resting on a coffin. Lingdang, Lingdang. Lu Tongfeng gently called a few times. Yu Lingdang slowly woke up. Lingdang, you can't sleep here. You'll catch a cold and get sick. I've already prepared a place for you to rest with the little monk. Please rest there. Lu Tongfeng was a meticulous man. When he was repairing the temple with the little monk earlier, he had specifically made a sleeping place for Yu Lingdang in the corner. He dismantled the previous snow shovel, and the bamboo slats on it were just right to serve as a bed. Then he laid many thatch mats on top. The little monk also contributed 2 clean quilts, one for lying on and one for covering. Considering the differences between men and women, Lu Tongfeng and the little monk used leftover cloth from the door and windows to make a curtain, enclosing the area where Yu Lingdang would stay. The accommodations certainly could not compare to Yu Lingdang's former boudoir, but it was the best arrangement Lu Tongfeng could offer her. Yu Lingdang glanced at Lu Tongfeng and nodded gently. She did not expect that her fate could change so dramatically in just a few days. Now her family's house had completely collapsed, and there was no place for her in the town. Although this land temple was old, it could still shelter her from the wind and rain. Being able to store her mother's and grandmother's coffins here and have a place to stay out of the rain, she felt somewhat content. As for the differences between men and women, that was no longer something she could consider at present. Moreover, she believed that Lu Tongfeng would definitely not take advantage of her vulnerability to do anything untoward. She softly said, you and the little monk should rest early too. Saying this, she stood up and did not go to the shelter Lu Tongfeng had set up for her, but pushed open the back door of the small temple and walked out. After a while, she returned with a flushed face. Lu Tongfeng knew that the girl had gone to relieve herself. He slapped his forehead, thinking of everything except making a toilet for Yu Lingdang. In the past, when he was alone, he could just urinate into that ancient well. Yu Lingdang was a young lady. How could she do the same? Not knowing how long Yu Lingdang would stay in the small temple, Lu Tongfeng thought he would persuade the little monk to help him build a toilet in the empty space behind the small temple first thing in the morning. Yu Lingdang took off her morning clothes and crawled into the shelter Lu Tongfeng had specially built for her. Lu Tongfeng then went to the campfire and said to the little monk, it's getting late. You should rest early too. At the same time, in Tsuaping Mountain, in a cave, the white-haired venerable Yin Yang was currently in a fit of rage. In front of him stood two people. One was Master Dust of the Fo Lin Monastery, and the other was Su Song, the third disciple who had attacked the town last night. The young women who were originally in the cave were now all gone, leaving only over 30 recently captured girls huddled in a stone chamber, shivering in disarray. Su Song knelt on the ground and said, Master, it's not that the disciple is incompetent. Last night, we were about to annihilate Fuyang Town when suddenly a lot of sword cultivators from Yun Tianzong emerged. These people were all at the Dao integration stage, and there was at least one powerful being at the transformation stage, along with a giant wolf demon over 2 meters tall. My fellow disciples and I were no match for them at all. In the instant we clashed, 4 or 5 of my fellow disciples were killed. Fortunately, I made a quick decision and chose to break out. Otherwise, my fellow disciples and I would have perished in Fuyang Town last night. The venerable Yin Yang's face turned ashen. He did not expect that after enduring for decades and finally managing to build the Fo Lin Monastery, he had secretly come to this lair more than half a year ago, only to fall into the hands of those despicable sword immortals from Yun Tianzong again. His fierce gaze fixed on Su Tsong as he rasped, Has this place been exposed? Su Tsong shook his head and said, No. I have confirmed that the 3 disciples, Yu Hai and others, were killed by the disciples of Yun Tianzong that night, with no survivors. The several disciples from last night were also killed on the spot by the enemy. The disciple knew that this matter had escalated. The Xuanxu sect, the royal cultivators, and those scholars from the White Deer Academy would definitely gather in that small town to investigate. Therefore, the disciple, following the rules set by the master, led his fellow disciples to break through to the northeast last night. They did not return to Tsuaping Mountain immediately, but instead stealthily traveled several hundred miles northeast. Now, the disciples are near Yiyang City, hundreds of miles away from here, and it is believed that they will attract the attention of the Xuanxu sect's people. Only the disciple returned quietly to Tsuaping Mountain overnight to report this matter to the master. Upon hearing Su Tsong's words, the gaze of the Yin Yang elder gradually softened a bit. He had planned for many years regarding the Fully Nunnery on Tsuaping Mountain, using the nunnery as a cover, making it difficult for righteous path cultivators and royal cultivators to discover any clues. If this lair were exposed, it would be hard for him to hide his tracks in the same way in the future. As long as this nest was not exposed, what was the loss of a few disciples? The Yin Yang elder's gaze turned to Chun. He slowly said, What news do we have from that small town? Master Liao Chun replied, Now the news has spread throughout the Yuzhou region. Over 100 disciples from the Xuanxu sect, dozens of royal cultivators, and many righteous path disciples and loose cultivators who are training in the mortal world have all entered Fuyang Town one after another. Third Junior Brothers' retreat towards Yiyang City last night successfully attracted the attention of those Confucian scholars from the righteous path, and it can now be confirmed that the disciples of the Xuanxu sect are indeed tracking in the direction of Yiyang City based on the Confucian art of divination. That's good. The Yin Yang elder nodded slowly. Over 30 years ago, he had been traumatized by a siege. The Taoist and Buddhist true arts were not good at tracking, but the Confucian art of divination was particularly troublesome. Back then, the righteous path, led by the Yun sect, found the lair of their extreme Yin sect with the help of the Confucian art of divination. After this incident, the Yin elder had also become smarter. If a flower-picking operation failed, the disciples out gathering flowers could not immediately return to the lair, but should escape in other directions to prevent the Confucian art of divination from tracking them down based on residual traces. The Yin elder looked at the kneeling Su Tsang and said lightly, "Third, although you failed this time, you managed to lead the Confucian scholars northeast, preventing the exposure of this place. This can be considered as making amends. Get up." "Thank you, Master, for your forgiveness." Su Tsang stood up. Master Liaochen said, "Although third junior brother has drawn the attention of the righteous cultivators towards Yang, that group of righteous disciples has already guessed that this matter is related to our extreme Yin sect. Master, the atmosphere in Yuzhou has been tense lately. It would be better for the disciples to keep a low profile for a while. After this wave of tension passes, we can gather flowers again." The Yin elder nodded slowly and said, "Yes, Yuzhou is the territory of the Xuanxu sect. We cannot afford to provoke the Yun sect, nor can we afford to provoke the Xuanxu sect. We indeed need to be low-key for a while." Master Liaochen added, "Master, there is something very strange." The Yin elder frowned slightly and said, "Speak." Chapter 50. The Elder's Anger. Tongfeng's cultivation. Master Liaochen slowly said, "According to the news that came out today, the disciples of the Yun sect appearing in Fuyang town are not just passing through. They have been hiding in Fuyang town for 3 years. They are a man and a woman, one disguised as a cripple and the other as a mute, selling night incense in Fuyang town. After last night's incident, both of them disappeared." "What? Is that true?" The Yin elder's expression changed, showing surprise. This place was the territory of the Xuanxu sect. It was reasonable for disciples of the Yun sect to pass through here while training in the mountains. However, for 2 Yun sect masters at the Harmony realm to hide in a remote small town selling night incense was clearly unreasonable. Master Liaochen nodded and said, "It's absolutely true." Su Tsang said, "No wonder many people in the small town recognized them last night. It turns out they have been living in the town for 3 years. Both of them are masters at the Harmony realm. We could have killed them. But suddenly a giant wolf demon appeared, along with a mysterious master engulfed in flames, who instantly killed 2 of our junior brothers without any movement. This is what made us fail." The Yin elder slowly stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. This matter indeed seemed unusual. Why would there be so many masters in such a remote small town? Was there some secret hidden in the town? After pondering for a moment, the Yin elder said, "Liaochen, tomorrow morning, take a few disciples who have already been shaved, have clean backgrounds, and mainly practice Buddhist heart methods, under the pretext of exorcising spirits. Go to Fuyang town in person to investigate the background of those righteous path cultivators and see if there is anything unusual in that small town." Master Liaochen seemed a bit hesitant and said, "Master, now that many righteous path masters are gathered in the town, won't our presence arouse their suspicion?" "Humph. If you don't go, that would raise suspicion. Suaping Mountain is only 50 to 60 miles from Fuyang town. Knowing that such things have happened in Fuyang town and yet not sending disciples to investigate would not make sense." Master Liaochen thought for a moment and said, "What you said makes sense. I will take people there tomorrow morning." "Yes, third. You immediately return to Yang and inform the disciples to scatter and avoid the pursuit of the righteous path disciples. Let them disperse for now and return after some time." "Yes, Master." The Yin elder waved his hand, signaling them to leave. After losing so many disciples in just a few days and attracting the attention of so many righteous path cultivators, he was very angry and needed to calm down. His body flashed, and he disappeared from the stone platform. When he reappeared, he was already outside the stone chamber where the girls were being held. He tore off the iron chain on the door and strode in. The girls showed expressions of fear, trembling, but no one screamed. Because in the past few days, several girls had been choked to death by this cruel white-haired demon for screaming loudly. The Yin elder casually grabbed a young girl, tore off her only apron in front of so many people, and forcibly violated her. The girl showed pain but did not dare to resist, only silently gritting her teeth and enduring. The newly acquired good family girl is quite enjoyable. This was the Yin elder's heartfelt evaluation. Late at night, in the land temple, the flames had extinguished, but the temperature in the land temple did not decrease. Instead, it grew warmer, like spring. The little monk, who had taken a vow of celibacy, slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Tongfeng meditating cross-legged, with spiritual energy gathering above him, emitting a faint rainbow glow. Lu Tongfeng's skin had also turned a dark red color. The little monk keenly sensed that the rising heat in the dilapidated temple was emanating from Lu Tongfeng. However, the little monk did not find it strange at all. He did not believe Lu Tongfeng's previous denial of being a cultivator. How could the sole disciple of the renowned sword god of burning heaven be an ordinary person? At this moment, the corner of the curtain was lifted, and Yu Lingdong's head peeked out from behind the curtain. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking around, wondering if the temple was on fire. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the little monk placing his finger on his lips, signaling her to be quiet. At this moment, the big black dog, lying beside Lu Tongfeng, also slowly lifted its head to look at the two. The little monk pointed to Lu Tongfeng, who was meditating cross-legged, and gently said, "The temperature in the temple is rising because the little madman is cultivating. Don't disturb him, Lingdang. You should go back to sleep." Yu Lingdong's face showed a look of astonishment as she stared blankly at the colorful airflow swirling above Lu Tongfeng's head and his reddened skin. Having known Lu Tongfeng for over a decade, she was shocked to discover that he was also a cultivator. No wonder he was able to produce the spirit herb for fasting, which only cultivators possess, to heal himself the other day. No wonder he could easily drag the coffin cart through the thick snow yesterday. So Lu Tongfeng is a cultivator. Yu Lingdang could no longer sleep. Looking at Lu Tongfeng's cheeks, she suddenly thought he seemed quite handsome. The little monk Jesse turned over, propping his head on his hand as he looked at Lu Tongfeng. He murmured to himself, "What a strong, pure yang energy. Is this the Taiji Xiandao true formula of the Yun sect? Why does it seem somewhat similar to our Buddhist true methods?" The little monk Jesse also noticed the pure yang, firm energy emanating from Lu Tongfeng. The Yun sect is a Taoist sect that primarily practices the heart method called the Taiji Xiandao true formula, which emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. The generation of the 5 elements, and during cultivation, focuses on the dual energies of yin and yang, with the true energy often appearing in a dark blue color. In contrast, the true methods of Buddhism often manifest as golden. Furthermore, the true methods of Buddhism are predominantly of the pure yang attribute. Thus, the spells and supernatural powers of Buddhism are often bold and vigorous, which is significantly different from the Taoist way of Taiji. The little monk Jesse's master is the renowned monk Xianbei from the Kuhai Temple, and being from a prestigious lineage, he is naturally well-versed in such matters. Like Yun Fyao, he also sensed that the true method Lu Tongfeng practiced seemed unusual. Lu Tongfeng was unaware that someone was watching him cultivate every night. At this moment, his mind had entered the meditative state described in Buddhism. However, this time, the cultivation was completely different from before. He could clearly feel that all the acupoints in his body were somewhat heated. Upon introspection, he observed the changes within himself. He saw that all the acupoints within his body were now emitting a faint reddish glow, something he had never seen during his previous cultivation, and it only appeared after he was burned in the great fire. This night was quite strange. During Lu Tongfeng's cultivation, the usual gathering of yin spirits outside the small temple did not occur. It was already the latter half of the night, and the area around the Earth God Temple was very tranquil. In the dead of winter, not even the sound of night insects could be heard. The moonlight reflected off the snow, making the night seem less dark. The small temple, the ancient well, the large locust tree, and the giant stone inscribed with the words boundary between immortals and mortals looked like a beautiful painting under the moonlight. The cold wind blew, causing the branches and leaves to rustle, adding a touch of elegance to the night's tranquility. Chapter 51. Acupoint Cultivation Technique Outside the House. The cold wind was as sharp as a knife, while inside, it was warm as spring. It was uncertain whether it was due to sealing the holes and windows of the small temple in the afternoon, or if Lu Tongfeng had awakened some bloodline after experiencing the great fire the night before. Tonight, as he cultivated, the temperature inside the Earth God Temple was much higher than before. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt somewhat at a loss facing the changes within his body. Since childhood, under his master's urging, he had learned to recognize acupoints and meridians, and he was well-versed in the 360 major acupoints of the human body. He could recite the heart method for enduring cold and hunger that his master taught him. However, he could not explain the strange changes occurring in the acupoints within his body. The extraordinary meridians intertwined yet connected seamlessly, with a peculiar warm current flowing slowly like a stream, which felt very comfortable. The acupoints were scattered throughout his body like stars in the night sky, with the meridians connecting the acupoints, and that strange warm current flowing through the various acupoints. Even if Lu Tongfeng stopped cultivating, the warm current within the meridians would not dissipate. Previously, Lu Tongfeng could only feel this warm current flowing slowly through the meridians during cultivation, helping him endure hunger and resist the cold. Once he stopped cultivating, that power would quickly vanish. No, to be precise, it would flow into the various acupoints throughout his body and would not stay in his body for long. Now that he had stopped his cultivation, the mysterious power that felt like airflow within his meridians did not merge into the acupoints as it had before. Lu Tongfeng was a carefree young man. Unable to comprehend the changes in his body, he decided not to think about it. After all, this change seemed to have no negative impact on his body. Rather, it seemed to be quite beneficial. He silently recited the contents of the heart method his master had transmitted to him, trying to control this power within his body. In the beginning of chaos, pure yang rises. The human body is a small universe, and the acupoints are the secret keys. To cultivate the pure yang, firm strength, one can follow this path. Draw the qi upward, tighten the anus and abdomen, where the heart's force reaches, like riding the spiritual steed. Pass through the perineum, over the tailbone. This place is like the dragon gate. When the qi rushes in, it breaks through to the governor vessel. The acupoints along the spine, qi flows among them, like the scorching sun enveloping the body. To the dazhui, where yang qi converges, like a roaring furnace. This is the meeting of all yang. Divided into two paths entering the shoulders and arms, passing through the shoulder wells, through the tsuchi, when fist clenched, the strength overflows. And a wave of the hand can shatter stones and split gold. Ascending further, passing through the yuzhen, like breaking ice, entering the Niwen Palace. The baihui opens wide, absorbing the pure yang essence of the universe, radiating light all over the body, hair standing like needles, eyes shining with golden light, spiritual awareness penetrating, able to perceive the subtleties of heaven and earth. Descending then, passing through the shanzhong. The shanzhong is the sea of qi. Qi enters here, dispelling the heart's haze. The guanyuan stores essence. Nourished by pure yang energy, qi flows into the legs, entering the yongquan. Lu Tongfeng did not realize that the warm current in his meridians, which he had not understood for many years, was actually the true essence unique to cultivators. However, his cultivation method was completely different from that of Taoism, Buddhism, demonic sects, and ghost sections. Other cultivators gathered their qi from many rivers into the sea, converging in the dantian. They would first refine qi, then cultivate intent, and finally comprehend the law. In contrast, Lu Tongfeng's dantian was merely an ornament, no different from an ordinary person's. The true essence and spiritual energy did not gather in the dantian, but instead converged in the 360 acupoints throughout his body. He was not cultivating the dantian, but rather the acupoints. After operating the technique, Lu Tongfeng quickly discovered that he could freely control the breath within his meridians. Not only could he control the speed of this energy, but he could also freely direct it to merge into various acupoints. In the blink of an eye, the breath within the meridians completely disappeared. With a thought, he could draw this power from any acupoint in his body to roam throughout. It seemed that each acupoint was like a dantian that stored spiritual power. This discovery filled Lu Tongfeng with great joy, and he spent the entire night happily directing the spiritual power from the various acupoints to flow through the meridians throughout his body. The next day, in the morning, with the crowing of dahe, Lu Tongfeng finally slowly withdrew from his cultivation. He gradually opened his eyes. The broken temple was still dim. This was due to the doors and windows being covered with cloth. Through the cracks, he could still see the light outside. The temple was so warm. If he had known that blocking the roof holes and covering the doors and windows would make it so warm inside, he would have done it long ago. Feeling the warmth in the temple, Lu Tongfeng thought it was because the cold wind was blocked outside after the repairs yesterday. He couldn't help but regret that if he had known it would be so warm after the repairs, how could he have frozen in this broken temple for so many years? He never thought that the warmth inside the temple had little to do with yesterday's repairs, but rather was caused by the pure yang energy released from his body during his cultivation process. The little monk who refrained from lust was still lying on the straw, sound asleep. Yu Lingdang probably hadn't woken up either. Lu Tongfeng was worried about waking the two of them, so he quietly pushed open the temple door and stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out, a chill hit him, making Lu Tongfeng shiver. Dehei was frolicking in the snow at the door, and Lu Tongfeng told the dog to keep it down. The little monk didn't care. But Yu Lingdang hadn't slept well these past few days, so waking her would be bad. After stopping Dehei, Lu Tongfeng habitually walked to the outdoor ancient well's toilet to relieve his bladder. Just as he was about to unbuckle his belt, he paused his movement. He leaned over to look down the well. I promised Fairy Fyao I would go down to help her find something. If I defecate or urinate down there, wouldn't I suffocate when I go down? With this thought in mind, Lu Tongfeng decisively walked to the back of a nearby boulder. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the little monk in moon-white monk robes stretching and yawning as he walked over. Little madman, are you urinating? Do you want to join? The little monk smiled and said, that's fine. He walked over to Lu Tongfeng's side, and the two boys relieved themselves against the boulder. After they finished, they walked out from behind the boulder. Suddenly, Dehei started barking wildly again. Lu Tongfeng followed the direction of Dehei's barking and saw a golden cloud rapidly floating in from the south. The little monk immediately hid behind the old locust tree like a mouse seeing a cat. Little monk, what are you doing? You're a disciple of the Buddha's sect. Don't let them find out about me. Lu Tongfeng was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself. You are a disciple of the Buddha's sect. Why are you afraid of seeing fellow disciples? This golden cloud was flying low, and when it approached above the land temple, it was clear that there were a dozen nuns standing on it. At the same time, ethereal Buddhist chants floated over. Lu Tongfeng took a closer look and said, Little monk, don't hide. This group of Buddhist disciples has nothing to do with your Kuhai temple. They are not monks. They are the despicable nuns from the Fo Lin temple on Shui Ping Mountain, dozens of miles to the south. Lu Tongfeng was quite surprised at this moment. Over the years, he had seen the nuns from Fo Lin temple a few times. But every time they were walking on the road, he didn't expect this group of nuns could fly, and it seemed their cultivation was not low. Chapter 52. Stealing chickens and dogs? Nuns. I was scared to death. I thought they were the brothers from Kuhai temple. After this group of nuns flew past the land temple, the little monk casually walked out from behind the old locust tree. Lu Tongfeng looked at him sideways and said, Little monk, I don't quite understand. As a disciple of Kuhai temple, why are you afraid of seeing your fellow disciples? The little monk scratched his head awkwardly and said, I wouldn't say afraid. It's just that I don't want to go back to Kuhai temple. Little madman, you don't know, Kuhai temple is good, but you have to follow strict rules and regulations. It's hard to even eat meat or drink wine. Where is the carefree life in the mortal world? To be honest, I've lived in the temple for over 20 years, and it doesn't compare to the 2 years of carefree happiness since I came down the mountain. I haven't had enough fun in the mortal world yet. And if I get caught back in the temple, it'll be hard to come down the mountain again and enjoy meat and wine. Lu Tongfeng understood. At the same time, he felt a great disdain for this flower monk who didn't follow the rules. Little monk, it seems quite a few righteous sect cultivators have come to the town. Aren't you going to take a look? If I went, I wouldn't be able to help. If they really find the lair of the extreme sect, I can go to exorcise demons and eliminate evil later. Little madman, do you want to show off in front of these people? Show off. Show what? TSK. Are you pretending to be foolish with me? Of course. Show your divine power in front of others. You are the only true disciple of the sword god, and if you make a public appearance, wouldn't it cause a sensation in the world? About that, let us forget it. I'm a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. I don't care about such superficial fame. Lu Tongfeng shook his head to refuse. He said it nicely, but in reality, he was afraid. His old swindler master was that so-called sword god, but he himself wasn't. These cultivators were all proud children of heaven, and they would look down on others. If they knew he was the sword goddess disciple, perhaps some blind and unsatisfied guy would challenge him publicly. Refusing the challenge would be embarrassing for him, and it would also embarrass his deceased master. Accepting the challenge would mean he knew nothing, and not only would he embarrass his master, but he might even be beaten to death. Moreover, Yun Fyao had warned him yesterday not to casually reveal his identity to others. Seeing Lu Tongfeng pretending to be a person indifferent to fame and fortune, the little monk couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No wonder you're the sword god's disciple. Your realm is indeed high and far-reaching, unlike us ordinary folks. Lu Tongfeng waved his hand with a smile and said, You flatter me. Little monk, don't mention my identity again, and don't say anything about being the sword god's disciple. I prefer to keep a low profile. I understand. Since you're not going to the town to join the fun, Then just stay here for a while and help me with something. Little madman, we are friends now. Just tell me what you need me to do. I may not have much, but I still have strength. Today, Lu Tongfeng planned to do two things. First, to build a simple toilet behind the land temple. Second, to find a good feng shui spot to bury Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang. He shared his plans with the little monk, who said there was no problem. When Yu Lingdang woke from her sleep, she didn't see the two in the temple. However, she could hear their voices and Dahe's barking coming from behind the small temple. Pushing open the small door in the back, she saw Lu Tongfeng and the little monk chopping bamboo. There was a bamboo grove on the back mountain, and many bamboos were as thick as a bowl. The two had chopped down 7 or 8 bamboos and dragged them to the back of the small temple, where the little monk, full of strength, dug a deep pit, arranging the cut bamboo around the pit. What are you doing? Lingdang, you're awake? I thought since you're a girl staying here, it would be inconvenient to go to the toilet, so I built a simple one with the little monk. Yu Lingdang felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect Lu Tongfeng to be such a considerate man. Lingdang, it's windy outside. You should go inside and rest. Do you want something to eat? I can cook for you. Lingdang's mood seemed to be better than yesterday. She was grateful for Lu Tongfeng and the little monk's kindness and took the initiative to offer to cook for them. The little monk said, I'm not very hungry, Lingdang. Just make a few roasted chickens. Woof, woof, woof. Dahe barked loudly in agreement. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and said, Where are there roasted chickens for you to eat here? I have them. The little monk put down his work and started rummaging in the cloth bag hanging on him. Soon, he pulled out 2 plump roosters. However, the roosters were not alive. They were dead and had no leg feathers. Lu Tongfeng was greatly surprised and said, Little monk, where did you get 2 chickens? The monk, Jesse, stammered, I found them by the roadside a few days ago. They probably froze to death. These 2 large, plump chickens were definitely domesticated. How could they have frozen to death by the roadside? Lu Tongfeng expressed serious doubt. Frozen to death? Little monk, you're also stealing chickens and dogs, huh? Jesse quickly replied, What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? I paid for them. I bought 10 chickens for 3 taels of silver. Lu Tongfeng asked, So you really bought them? Yes, I ate 8 of them. I still have these 2 left. And I haven't been willing to eat them. How about that? I'm generous, right? How long have these chickens been dead? Can they still be eaten? The little monk said, Look at you. I've kept them in my storage bag. The wonderful thing about this storage bag is that there are no time rules inside. Whatever it was like when I put it in is what it will be like when I take it out. Even if it's been hundreds of years. It absolutely won't go bad, so don't worry. After hearing Jesse's explanation, Lu Tongfeng felt reassured. The magical treasures of cultivators were beyond ordinary understanding. And this storage bag was a very practical magical tool. A small bag could hold the space of a 3-bedroom apartment, which was itself quite astonishing. The time inside the storage bag was stagnant, or one could say there was no time inside. This was not surprising. As long as these 2 chickens had not gone bad, it didn't matter to Lu Tongfeng whether Jesse had stolen them or bought them. After all, he had also engaged in stealing chickens and dogs in Fuyang town over the years. Lu Tongfeng took the 2 dead chickens and approached Yu Lingzhang, saying, Lingzhang, your hand hasn't healed yet. Just boil a pot of water. I'll come back later to pluck these 2 chickens. Yu Lingzhang shook her head, saying, Brother Feng, the spirit medicine from Fairy Fyao is very effective. My hand is fine now. Saying this, she took the 2 chickens and walked into the earth temple through a small door. Lu Tongfeng continued to work on building the toilet with Jie, the little monk. By noon, the 2 finally finished constructing the simple toilet. Suddenly, Dahe began barking incessantly at the northern sky. Lu Tongfeng and Jie turned to look and saw Yun Fyao, dressed in white and exuding an ethereal quality, flying over from the direction of the small town on her sword. In midair, Yun Fyao also spotted Lu Tongfeng and the little monk behind the earth temple, and she descended towards them. Fairy Fyao, how did you come here? Lu Tongfeng quickly put down his work and stepped forward to greet her. It seemed that Yun Fyao's leg injury had not yet healed. She didn't land in the snow, but stood on her sword, which hovered about half a foot above the snow surface. She asked, What are you doing? Lu Tongfeng replied, Lingzhang is also living in the temple now. And being a girl, she has many things that are not as convenient as men, so I built her a toilet. Yun Fyao was somewhat speechless. Having stayed here for 2 days, this brat hadn't considered her convenience at all. She said lightly, You seem quite thoughtful. Lu Tongfeng chuckled. Jesse the little monk interjected, Stop talking here, it's really cold. The chicken should be done cooking. Let's go inside and eat while we talk. Lu Tongfeng nodded and quickly invited Yun Fyao into the Earth Temple. Once inside, he saw that the doors and windows were covered with cloth to block the wind. The 3 large holes in the roof had been patched up, and even the temple, which had previously been a mess, now looked neat and tidy. The most conspicuous corner of the wall had been divided with cloth, and through the gap, they could see the bed and bedding inside. Seeing this scene, Yun Fyao couldn't help but glance at Lu Tongfeng with a cold gaze. This brat, even if he was considering how to treat people, shouldn't treat her like this. In terms of looks and figure, she was slightly better than Yulingzhang. While she was nursing her injury, this guy didn't even sweep the floor for her, making her sleep on a straw mat and even rubbing ash on her face. As soon as Yulingzhang arrived, the shabby temple had been completely transformed. The roof was repaired, the doors and windows fixed, the toilet renovated, and a small bedroom was even set up for Yulingzhang. If she had received such treatment at that time, she wouldn't have been taken advantage of by this brat when changing clothes. Lu Tongfeng was unaware that Yun Fyao was currently grinding her teeth in anger. He somewhat ostentatiously said, "Fairy Fyao, what do you think of my little temple after tidying it up?" Yun Fyao replied lightly, "Not just okay, it's simply excellent. Hang a few red cloths. And this could be a wedding room. Great minds think alike, haha." Lu Tongfeng chuckled. Jiese the little monk, who was busy eating chicken, said, "Fairy Fyao, you guys chat first. I'm hungry, so I'm eating first." He tore off a chicken leg and chewed it loudly, praising, "Lingzhang, your cooking skills are pretty good. It's delicious." Yulingzhang walked over to Yun Fyao and said, "Fairy Fyao, you're here." Yun Fyao slowly nodded. Yulingzhang continued, "Brother Feng, you must be hungry too. I saw there was rice by the stove, so I cooked a pot of porridge. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat some." "Lingzhang, I told you. Your hand hasn't healed yet. Don't do these things. You should rest and eat something." Yulingzhang shook her head, saying, "I'm not hungry at all." Lu Tongfeng said, "How can that be? Since Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat died, how long has it been since you ate anything?" Yun Fyao calmly replied, "Miss Lingzhang took a spirit pill the other day. With the power of the pill, she won't feel any hunger for half a month." Only then did Lu Tongfeng remember this, scratching his head and saying, "That's true. Fairy Fyao, you should eat a little too. Let me tell you, Lingzhang's porridge is really good. My porridge-making skills are all learned from Lingzhang." Yun Fyao said, "I've already eaten. I came this time to tell you that I will be leaving this place." "Leaving?" Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. Yun Fyao said lightly, "Yesterday, more than 10 disciples from Yun Tian's sect came, including 2 of my senior uncles. My injury hasn't healed yet, so I have to return to Yun Tian's sect with them." Lu Tongfeng nodded and said, "Yeah, that makes sense. When do you plan to leave?" Yun Fyao replied, "We'll leave the town this afternoon. But I need to handle some matters here first." Lu Tongfeng asked, "Oh right, I wanted to ask you. I saw many cultivators flying towards the town from various directions today. What's the situation now?" Yun Fyao said, "It can be basically confirmed that the recent cases of missing girls in Yuzhou over the past 6 months, as well as the massacre in Fuyang town, were caused by the remnants of the demonic sect, Jianmen. The Confucian scholars used the qi-gazing technique to track the white-clad person who escaped that night and have already found some leads. Disciples from various sects will head over this afternoon." Jiese the little monk, who was eating chicken, said, "The leader of Jianmen, Master Yin Yang, is not only cruel and evil but also very cunning. More than 30 years ago, Yun Tian's sect used the Confucian qi-gazing technique to silently find their lair. But Master Yin Yang managed to escape. This time, the commotion is so great, and 2 days have passed. Even if they can find their lair through the Confucian qi-gazing technique, Master Yin Yang has probably already fled. At most, they will drive the remnants of Jianmen out of Yuzhou, but it will be unlikely to eradicate them." Lu Tongfeng nodded slowly. Although he didn't know the background of the Yin Yang elder, he had seen that group of white-clad people the night before, all of whom were cultivators capable of flying. Now, the Xianshu sect and the royal cultivators had set their sights on them, and even many from the Cloud Sky sect, thousands of miles away, had come here. The group of demons from the extreme Yin sect wouldn't be foolish enough to stay within the borders of Yuzhou waiting for the righteous cultivators to encircle them. They must have already packed up and fled. With the speed of cultivators flying through the air, they could likely escape thousands of miles away within 2 days, making it unlikely to find them. The Yin Yang elder from the Bliss sect stood by, her eyes filled with hatred, repeatedly murmuring these 2 names in her heart, as if she wanted to engrave them deeply into her bones, merging them into her blood. Yun Fyao said lightly, "The people from the Xianshu sect also believe the Yin Yang elder has escaped. but the investigation must still be pursued. For the Xianshu sect, even if they cannot eradicate the extreme Yin sect this time, driving them away from their territory will suffice. As long as the extreme Yin sect doesn't commit evil in their territory, that is enough. The little monk nodded and said, "That's true." Yun Fyao looked at Lu Tongfeng and asked, "Lu Tongfeng, what are your plans next?" Lu Tongfeng glanced at the side where Yu Lingdang was and replied, "Lingdang is my good friend. I will first ensure she is settled before making further plans." Yun Fyao slowly nodded and then said, "Lu Tongfeng, come out. I have something to discuss with you privately." Lu Tongfeng followed Yun Fyao to the temple entrance with suspicion. Yun Fyao looked at the ancient well and slowly said, "Lu Tongfeng, do you remember the promise you made to me?" Lu Tongfeng was taken aback, and upon seeing Yun Fuyao's gaze directed at the well, he immediately understood that she wanted him to go down the well to retrieve something. Chapter 54. I have a mountain. From the way Yun Fyao looked at the ancient well, Lu Tongfeng instantly guessed that she wanted him to go down the well to help her retrieve something. Having known each other for several days, Lu Tongfeng had only promised Yun Fyao this one thing when he asked to borrow a dan to save Yu Lingdang. That day, when he returned with the dan for Yun Fyao, it was already dark, and after experiencing the upheaval in the small town, this matter was delayed. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he remembered his promise to Yun Fyao in the morning and did not continue to urinate inside. Otherwise, it would have surely stunk below. "Fairy Fyao, don't worry, you lent me the dan, and I promised to help you retrieve what you dropped in the well. I, Lu Tongfeng, am definitely not someone who breaks promises. I will go in and get the rope now." Lu Tongfeng turned to go back into the house to get his equipment, but was stopped by Yun Fyao. "Not today." "Huh? Not today? Aren't you leaving? Aren't you returning to the Cloud Sky sect? If I don't retrieve it today, how will I return it to you later?" Yun Fuyao's gaze intentionally drifted around. She said lightly, "Just give it to me next time we meet." Next time? Lu Tongfeng felt a bit puzzled. He thought that once Yun Fyao left today, they would never meet again in their lives. How could there be a next time? Seeing Lu Tongfeng in a daze, Yun Fyao whispered, "Don't trust anyone, and don't admit that you are a descendant of the Cloud Sky sect." Saying this, Yun Fyao took out a cloth bag and threw it to Lu Tongfeng. Before Lu Tongfeng could react, Yun Fyao stepped on her sword and shot into the sky, transforming into a white light heading towards the direction of the northern town. Lu Tongfeng stood there in a daze, watching the fading light of Yun Fyao, feeling a sense of melancholy in his heart. What a beautiful girl. He had even named their future 13 children with Yun Fyao. But he didn't expect it would ultimately just be an unrealistic fantasy. However, Lu Tongfeng was not too disappointed. He had many flaws and shortcomings, but he also had some merits. Self-awareness was one of his few advantages. He knew that he was vastly different from Yun Fyao in terms of identity and status. Yun Fyao was a swan, and he was a toad. They were simply not from the same world. It was enough to fantasize a bit in his heart without getting lost in this mirage of self-indulgent fantasies. At this moment, Lu Tongfeng felt a bit strange. What did Yun Fyao mean by that last sentence before she left? Why did she advise him not to trust anyone? Why should he not admit he was a descendant of the Cloud Sky sect? "Brother Feng, stop staring. Fairy Fyao has already gone far." As Lu Tongfeng was lost in thought, he heard Yu Lingdang's voice beside him. Lu Tongfeng shivered slightly and came back to his senses. "Brother Feng, what do you have in your hand?" Yu Lingdang looked at the exquisite cloth bag in Lu Tongfeng's hand. Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know. It was just given to me by Fairy Fyao." The cloth bag felt heavy in his hand. Curiously, Lu Tongfeng opened it. In an instant, both Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang were stunned. Inside the bag were 5 gold ingots, some silver coins, and a silver note from the Jiuzhou Silver Bank worth 100 taels. He had seen these things in Yun Fuyao's storage bag in the cave last time. However, Lu Tongfeng was a principled person, even though Yun Fyao was in a coma at that time, and he was a poor man in desperate need of money. He had not taken a single cent from her, only drinking a jar of her good wine. So much gold and silver. While Lu Tongfeng and Yu Lingdang were in a daze, the little monk leaned in with his round, chubby head and exclaimed, "There are 100 taels of gold, 80 taels of silver, and a 100-tael silver note. This amount of money is enough to tear down and rebuild this land temple and even build 2 side halls." Yu Lingdang asked, "Brother Feng, why did Fairy Fyao give you so much silver?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "Is it possible that she likes me? Absolutely not." The little monk and Yu Lingdang said in unison. Decisively, Lu Tongfeng chuckled awkwardly and said, then it must be because I am her little master uncle. As her junior, she naturally has to show filial piety to me. Regardless of why Yun Fyao gave him such a large sum of silver, Lu Tongfeng felt justified in accepting it. He saved her, and her life was worth much more than this amount of silver. Lu Tongfeng tucked the cloth bag into his clothes and took another look in the direction of the small town. Then he said, let's hurry in and eat. We have things to do this afternoon. After finishing lunch, which was still before noon, Lu Tongfeng let Yu Lingdang rest in the temple while he took the little monk, carrying a shovel and pickaxe, to the bamboo forest in the west, planning to find a feng shui treasure to bury for Grandma Lu and Aunt Fat. Soon, Lu Tongfeng marked a spot next to his master's grave. He called the little monk to help clear away the accumulated snow on top. The little monk said, little madman, is it okay to bury it on this mountain? Does this mountain have an owner? We don't want to be dug up by the owner of the mountain. It won't happen. Can't you see my master's grave right next to it? This whole mountain belongs to me. Yours? Yes, over 60 years ago. When my master first arrived here, he bought this small hill. The land temple and the small bamboo hill behind it are all mine. The land deed was issued by the court, and unless I sell it, this place will always be mine. Lu Tongfeng said proudly. He had always said that once he made a name for himself, he would definitely return to rebuild the land temple, because this relatively large hill was his. Of course, even if he doesn't achieve anything significant in this life, it doesn't matter. With this piece of land, he can always come back to be his little beggar. The little monk raised his thumb and said, little madman, I didn't expect you to have a mountain. I admire you. If I get expelled from the Bitter Sea Temple in the future, I'll come to seek refuge with you. Hee, then we might really become neighbors in the future. With you being a monk who eats meat and drinks wine, getting expelled from the Bitter Sea Temple is just a matter of time. I think so too. If that day really comes, I'll immediately return to secular life, and we can build a few houses here together, marry a few wives, have a few children. How wonderful that would be. Stop right there. I'm telling you, little monk, you're not even expelled from your temple yet, and you're already thinking about marrying and having children? Wonderful? Wonderful, my foot. The little monk grinned and said, I'm just thinking, am I not allowed to? Hee, little madman. Are you helping Lingdang because you want to marry her? Lu Tongfeng retorted. Lingdang is the most beautiful girl in Fuyang town. Who wouldn't want to marry her? But I, Lu Tongfeng, am a gentleman. I'm helping Lingdang without any ulterior motives. We grew up together as childhood friends, and Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang often help me. Now that Lingdang's family is in great trouble, if I don't help her, who will? Is that so? Is it really like that? The little monk looked at him with a serious expression of doubt. As they joked and bickered, they began to dig a grave. Chapter 55. The worn new clothes. Although the ground was frozen and hard to dig, it didn't stop these two cultivators. They had plenty of strength. In less than an hour, 2 6-foot-deep pits had been dug. At this moment, they saw hundreds of beams of light slowly rising from Fuyang town, flying towards the east. They knew this was the righteous heroes and cultivators who had come to Fuyang town to slay demons and eliminate evil leaving. There were quite a few of them, probably around 300. Covered in dirt, Lu Tongfeng leaned on his shovel, stretching his neck to look at the beams of light gradually fading away. With envy on his face, he said, cultivators are great, flying with swords, chasing the wind and lightning, carefree above the sea of clouds, traversing between heaven and earth. It's truly something to aspire to. Little monk, do you believe that if I were also a cultivator and could fly with a sword, my relationship with the immortal Fyao would have worked out? The little monk rolled his eyes and said, little madman, I'm not trying to bring you down. But even if you were the #1 sword immortal in the world, there would still be no chance for you and the immortal Fyao. Lu Tongfeng was furious. Isn't that just bringing me down? I don't look bad, do I? Just a little dark-skinned. Being a man. A bit of darkness makes me look masculine. I'm not a pretty boy, right, Big Black? Big Black barked a few times in support of his little master. The little monk nodded and said, I have to say, your looks are on par with mine. Both are rare beauties in the world. However, as a monk, my chances with the immortal Fyao are much greater than yours. You're talking nonsense, monk. Look at your appearance, big and rough with small eyes. Your height and width are about the same as mine. How can you say our looks are on par? And that your chances with Fyao are greater than mine? Huh. Shameless. Lu Tongfeng spat without any courtesy. The little monk chuckled, little madman, don't get angry. I'm not lying to you. Do you know who the master of the immortal Fyao is? I think it's someone called Yu Chinzi. Yes, Yu Chinzi, the current leader of the Yun sect. So what? My master is the sword god. Am I being proud? The problem lies here. Not to mention that you and the immortal Fyao are from different generations. Just the grievances between your master and the immortal Fuyao's master mean that you two are destined to have no connection in this life. Tongfeng was slightly stunned and said, My master has grievances with you, Qinzi? Not just grievances, it's simply Ba. I am a monk, and I do not judge right and wrong. Little monk, tell me about it. I'll buy you some roast chicken in town later. The little monk's eyes turned. I'm not after the roast chicken, I'm after you. I think as the sword god's heir, you should understand what happened back then. What happened? Hurry and tell me. The little monk said, We'll talk after you by the roast chicken. With that, the little monk shouldered his pickaxe and strode towards the land temple in the west. Tongfeng dragged his shovel, chasing after him, shouting, Little monk, don't run. I'm a 7-foot man. When I say I'll buy you roast chicken, I definitely will. I can even throw in a big pork knuckle. Tell me. The little monk remained unmoved. He was clever. He wouldn't reveal anything without seeing the rabbit or the roast chicken. The bamboo forest was not far from the land temple, and soon the two of them returned to the land temple in a playful scuffle. Yulingdang sat in front of her mother and grandmother's coffins, seemingly having cried all her tears dry in these days. Besides a somewhat sad expression, she didn't shed tears, just staring blankly, hearing the sounds of their playful banter approaching. Yulingdang rubbed her cheeks to make her complexion look a bit better. Soon, two dirt-covered guys entered the land temple, carrying shovels and pickaxes. Lingdang, Grandma Lu and Aunt Pang's graves are dug. It's right near my master's grave, definitely a feng shui treasure. Later, I and the little monk will go to the town to buy some gold ingots, candles, and incense, and we can bury the coffins in the next few days. Thank you, Brother Feng, and little monk, Yulingdang said softly. Oh, Lingdang, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Why are you still being so polite? We're all family here. If you keep being so polite, I'm going to get angry. Tongfeng put on a stern face, pretending to be angry. Yulingdang replied with a soft then said, Your clothes are all dirty. Take them off, and I'll wash them for you. The little monk said, Sure, I haven't washed this monk robe in months. Saying this, he took off his muddy light blue monk robe, and then took out a faded monk robe from his storage bag to put on. Tongfeng said irritably, I'm telling you, little monk, you're not being polite at all. Lingdang's hand is still injured. You wash your own clothes. Yulingdang took the monk robe the little monk had taken off and waved it in front of Tongfeng, saying, My hand is fine now. Brother Feng, you should take off your clothes too. Cough, I'll pass. I only have this one cotton outfit that hasn't been washed. Let's talk about it later. Yulingdang turned and walked to the side, taking out a patched cotton outfit from a broken bamboo basket without a lid. Earlier, I saw your cotton outfit was torn, so I mended it for you. I even took apart a cotton coat I couldn't wear and added some cotton. You can change into this. Tongfeng looked at the cotton outfit Yulingdang handed over. It was indeed the one he had with 7 or 8 big holes. Now the torn parts were mended, and some cotton had been reinserted. Since his master died, it was the first time someone had mended his clothes. Seeing Tongfeng in a daze, the strongest support. The little monk said, Look how well Lingdang does her needlework. I've always emphasized that a family must have a woman. Little madman, don't just stand there foolishly. Change into clean clothes, and let's go to the town to sell roasted chicken and big pork knuckles. It's getting dark soon. Tongfeng came to his senses, reached out to take the clothes that Yulingdang handed over, and said, Thank you, Lingdang. Yulingdang smiled and replied, Brother Feng, you just said we are all on the same side. Besides, you've helped me so much. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Cough, cough, cough. It's really getting dark. The little monk Jiasexio urged again. Dahei couldn't stand it any longer and tugged at Jiasexio's clothes to drag him out. The little master was about to become single soon, and you, a monk with impure roots, are causing trouble here. Chapter 56. The 10 Fairies of Wei Nida. After changing clothes, Tongfeng and Jiasexio soon arrived at Fuyang Town. Only the two of them came, while Yulingdang and Dahei stayed at the Earth Temple. The southern area of the small town was still a wasteland, just like yesterday. However, yesterday there was black smoke rising from the ruins, and now the flames had all been extinguished. The corpses that were placed on the streets had also been removed. Overnight, the town's population had decreased by half, making the already desolate town seem even quieter. A large number of cultivators who had rushed here in the past 2 days had mostly left, but not all had departed. As soon as they entered the town, Tongfeng heard ethereal Buddhist chants. Upon getting closer, He found that a dozen nuns dressed in monk robes had set up a temporary Dharma assembly in a relatively clean courtyard not far from the ruins of Yu Lingdong's home. The nuns from Fulin Temple were knocking wooden fish and reciting sutras. Besides this group of nuns, some disciples from the Xiankong sect had not left either. Although no one believed that the fleeing disciples of the extreme Yin sect would return, some precautions were still necessary. Of course, this was just an excuse. They learned from the townspeople that the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan, who were suspected disciples of Yun Tian's sect, had been hiding in the town for over 3 years. This was obviously unreasonable. Anyone would suspect the motives of the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan. Therefore, the elder of the Xiankong sect left more than a dozen disciples in Fuyang town under the pretext of protecting the townspeople. It seemed like protection, but in reality, it was to investigate the true purpose of the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan hiding here. Among the remaining disciples was Wei Yorong, who Jiasexio had been thinking about. When Lu Tongfeng and Jiasexio arrived near the Buddhist assembly, they saw 3 people walking out from the assembly, 2 men and 1 woman. Lu Tongfeng recognized the 2 men. One was Lin Feng, the grandson of the village chief Lin Deming, and the other was Chu Yuanhong, a disciple of the Xiankong sect whom Lu Tongfeng had met yesterday. As for the woman, Lu Tongfeng and Jiasexio were instantly captivated. The woman had exquisite features, with pearly teeth and ruby lips, slender eyebrows like willows, a delicate nose, and skin as white as snow. In terms of facial beauty, she seemed to be on par with Yun Fyao. But most importantly, her figure was enchanting, slim and curvy. Beneath her water-green dress, her 2 peaks seemed to rise up, wanting to break through the clouds. With such a powerful presence, she had a slim waist like a willow, seemingly ready to be crushed by the 2 mountains at any moment. An angel's face with a devil's figure made Lu Tongfeng and Jiasexio, who were not exactly virtuous, feel their hearts racing after just one glance. Seeing the girl in green walking towards them, Lu Tongfeng felt that all the girls he had seen in the past 16 years had turned into mere willows in comparison. Even Yun Fyao seemed slightly inferior to this green-clad girl. It wasn't that Yun Fuyo's looks were worse than the girl in green. It was just that men generally preferred more voluptuous figures. In terms of temperament and beauty, Yun Fyao was slightly better than the green girl. But when it came to body shape, especially in terms of curves, Yun Fyao was clearly no match for the girl in green. Originally, Lu Tongfeng and Jiasexio had been drooling over the green girl, but when she arrived in front of them, one turned into a calm young man dressed in a patched cotton coat, while the other transformed into a solemn little monk with a dignified demeanor. It's said that birds of a feather flock together, and dogs are divided by their excrement. No wonder these 2 newly acquainted little guys could play together. They were of the same kind, and both had the ability to change their expressions quickly. One moment they looked lecherous, and the next they appeared completely serious. Chu Yuanhong said, "Sister Yurong, this is the Jiasexio, disciple of the Kahaisi under the Guebei god monk, whom I mentioned to you, and this is Lu Xiaoxia." Upon hearing this, Lu Tongfeng and Jiasexio's eyes lit up. "Sister Yurong? Wei Yurong?" It turned out that this green-clad girl who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old was indeed Wei Nida. Oh, indeed very big. Wei Yurong was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Xiankong sect, ranked among the 10 fairies of the human realm, on par with Yun Fyao. She, along with another disciple of the Xiankong sect, Chu Tianyi, was currently one of the most outstanding among the younger generation of disciples. Wei Yurong looked at the 2 before her, and there seemed to be a unique glow in her almond-shaped eyes that belonged to the youth. Jiasexio put his palms together and said, "Ba, so it is the fairy Yurong. I have long admired your name, and it is indeed a stroke of luck to see you today." Wei Yurong smiled and said, "So you are the little monk from Kahaisi. Your fame has been much greater than mine in the past 2 years." Her voice was pleasant, crisp, and every word was exceptionally clear. She and Yun Fyao seemed to be 2 extremes. Yun Fyao was serious and cold, like a snow lotus blooming in the ice and snow of Tianshan Mountain. In contrast, Wei Yorong's personality was obviously lively and cheerful, always smiling first, and her white teeth and melodious voice only added to her charm. Jiasexio seemed a bit embarrassed and said, "Fairy Yurong, you flatter me. I am merely a name of little worth, unworthy of your praise." Wei Yurong giggled a few times, seemingly aware of Jiasexio's past deeds. Then, she turned her gaze to Lu Tongfeng. Lu Tongfeng slightly cupped his fists and said, "I am Lu Tongfeng. I've met Fairy Yurong." "Lu Tongfeng, are you friends with the Jiasexio?" Wei Yurong asked. Lu Tongfeng nodded and replied, "Yes." Wei Yurong said, Then you probably aren't a good person. Lu Tongfeng was taken aback. What was going on? Had Jiasexio lowered his impression in this beautiful fairy's mind? Just then, Chu Yuanhong suddenly said, "By the way, Sister Yurong, this Lu Xiaoxia, who grew up in Fuyang town, seems to be the little master uncle of Fairy Fuyao." Upon hearing this, the smile on Wei Yurong's delicate face suddenly froze. The little master uncle of Fairy Fuyao? Grew up here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chu Yuanhong was taken aback. Although he was one of the first few disciples of the Xiankong sect to arrive in the small town, his cultivation was not high, and his status in the Xiankong sect was also low. He didn't know that Wei Yurong was left in the town by the elders to investigate the purpose of the crippled Li and Li Qiuyan hiding here for 3 years. Chu Yuanhong said, "Yesterday I heard Fairy Fuyao say that Lu Xiaoxia is her little master uncle, and I was quite surprised." Later, young Master Lin said that this Lu has never left the small town for over 10 years and is not a cultivator, so I didn't pay much attention. Wei Yurong's gaze flickered as she looked up and down at Lu Tongfeng in front of her. "You're the little master uncle of the Fairy Fuyao? Are you a disciple of the Yuntian sect?" Lu Tongfeng's heart stirred as he recalled what Yun Fyao had said to him before leaving today. He shook his head and said, "I'm not a disciple of the Yuntian sect, nor am I a cultivator. Young Master Lin was right yesterday. I'm just a little beggar wandering in Fuyang town, relying on the charity of the townsfolk." Lin Feng immediately chimed in. Yes. We've known this little madman since childhood. He is just a little beggar, and we all call him Little Madman." "Oh really? Then why does Fairy Fuyao call you Little Master Uncle?" Wei Yurong's face showed a hint of suspicion, seeming to doubt Lu Tongfeng's identity. With the cripple Li Qiuyan, who had been hiding in the small town for 3 years, and the sudden appearance of Fairy Fuyao, now there was another Little Master Uncle. Wei Yurong absolutely did not believe it was a coincidence that so many disciples of the Yuntian sect appeared in this small town. Chapter 57. The Scriptures Don't Match. Suspicions of restraint faced with Wei Yurong's inquiry, Lu Tongfeng's mind turned quickly. He smiled and said, "Not only am I Fairy Fuyao's little master uncle, but I'm also the little master uncle of the fairy." Wei Yurong's fair and handsome cheeks showed a trace of confusion as she asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Tongfeng replied, "Isn't it said that the righteous path of the world is one? My master was previously the temple priest of the nearby Earth Temple, and he was also a Taoist. It seems he had a relatively high seniority in the Taoist sect. So not only do the young disciples of your Taoist sect call me Little Master Uncle, but the young disciples of the Buddhist sect also call me Little Master Uncle. Right, Jiese?" The little monk, Jiese, quickly nodded and said, "Fairy Yurong, what Lu Benefactor said is correct, in terms of seniority. Lu Benefactor is indeed a generation above us. The temple priest of the Earth Temple? Young Master Lin, is that true?" Wei Yurong looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly said, "Yes, the Earth Temple is located at the foot of the mountain 3 miles south of the town, and it has been there for at least several decades. When the old temple priest was alive, there was still some incense in the temple. Ever since that old priest died 6 years ago, the Earth Temple has fallen into disrepair, the back houses have collapsed, and the small temple has been abandoned. For these years, Lu Tongfeng has been living alone in the ruined temple." "Oh, so that is how it is." Wei Yurong nodded slowly. But she still had not completely dispelled her doubts. The Xuanxu sect kept her around because she was not only meticulous but also very intelligent. The saying, "big chest, no brains," did not apply to her. Lu Tongfeng changed the subject, saying, "I thought all the cultivators in the town had left this afternoon. Why didn't he expect some to stay?" "Young Master Lin, what are the nuns of the Fulin Monastery doing?" Lin Feng had always looked down on Lu Tongfeng. Yesterday, Lu Tongfeng had taken Yu Lingzhang to the small temple, which further annoyed him. As a man, he naturally knew Lu Tongfeng's little thoughts. Since childhood, Lu Tongfeng had been pestering Lingzhang. This time, with Lingzhang's family suddenly facing disaster and becoming the target of public criticism in the small town, this kid took advantage of the situation. Lin Feng also liked Yu Lingzhang, but the situation was special. The townspeople blamed this disaster on her, and his grandfather had ordered him to keep his distance from her to appease the townspeople's emotions. He had already planned to take Lingzhang to Ziyang after the storm in the town passed, so he wouldn't have to face the townspeople's gossip anymore. Unexpectedly, this stinky beggar Lu Tongfeng got there first. "Little madman, why aren't you staying in your ruined temple? Why are you meddling in the town's affairs? Go away, don't cause trouble here." Lin Feng pushed Lu Tongfeng aside, and then said to Wei Yurong and the others, "Fairy Yurong, young hero Chu, let the nuns of the Fulin Monastery perform the rites for the souls of the deceased in the town. It's getting dark, let us have dinner first. Wei Yurong nodded and said, young Master Lin, remember to bring some vegetarian dishes for these nuns. Lin Feng replied, it's all arranged, you can rest assured, fairy. Wei Yurong then looked at Lu Tongfeng and Jie, saying, Jie, little master Uncle Lu, you haven't had dinner yet, let us eat together. Lu Tongfeng shook his head and said, no need, I still have a friend at the temple. I just came to the town to buy some things, and we'll head back. Wei Yurong turned to Jie and asked, what about you, Jie? The little monk, Jie, quickly shook his head and said, thank you for your kind offer, Fairy Yurong. But I am currently staying at the Earth Temple in the south. If you need anything, you can find me there. Wei Yurong nodded and said, I will go. As she spoke, both sides clasped their fists in farewell. Wei Yurong and the others walked north along the Bluestone Street. After the three walked a bit farther, Lu Tongfeng spat at their backs. This Lin Feng is truly a petty person. Look at how he bows and scrapes to those two disciples of the Xuanqu sect. Yet he pretends to be a scholar from the Bailu Academy? Bah! Jie the little monk asked, little madman, do you have a grudge against him? Yes. Countless grudges of all sizes. His family is the biggest landlord in the town and has always wanted to buy the mountain behind the Earth Temple. What a joke. That's the ancestral property left to me by my master. How could I sell it? So when I was young, this Lin Feng often brought a few boys from the town to trouble me. It was only in the last 2 years that he was sent to Bailu Academy that my life got a little easier. I see, Jie said, a look of realization on his chubby face. Lu Tongfeng said, enough about him. Let us go buy some things and hurry back to the temple. It's about to get dark, and I'm worried Lingzhang will be scared in the temple. The taverns in the town had already been burned down by that group of thieves. However, there were still some grocery stores in the northern part of the town. Moreover, Lu Tongfeng was very familiar with every household in the town. He could also buy some poultry or mountain goods from them. The townsfolk already looked down on Lu Tongfeng. And now that he had taken in Lingzhang, the disaster star, they looked down on him even more. However, no one would refuse silver. Now, Lu Tongfeng had transformed into one of the wealthiest households in the town and could easily buy what he needed at a high price from these townsfolk. After buying some rice, flour, cooking oil, and other mountain goods at the grocery store, Jie the little monk loved to eat chicken. Lu Tongfeng spent 3 times the market price to buy 4 chickens from several families raising chickens. Then, he stuffed them all into Jie's Qinquan storage bag. On the way back after shopping, they passed the temporary temple set up by the disciples of the Fulin Monastery. Although Lu Tongfeng hated this group of nuns very much, they were holding a Dharma assembly here to chant for the more than 200 townsfolk who had died, so he didn't scold them like he usually did. Suddenly, Jie the little monk stopped, frowning at the temporary temple where the nuns were located. From a distance, he could see a dozen nuns sitting cross-legged on cushions, striking wooden fish and chanting scriptures. The entire town seemed to be enveloped in this ethereal Buddhist sound. Little monk, what are you looking at? Let us go? Let us go? Seeing Jie stop a few steps back, Lu Tongfeng urged him. Jie frowned and said, it's very strange. Lu Tongfeng asked, what is strange? You're also a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Haven't you seen a Buddhist temple's Dharma assembly before? Jie slowly replied. It's precisely because I am a disciple of the Buddhist sect that I find it strange. The Buddhist rituals for guiding the souls of the deceased have 5 scriptures: the Rebirth Mantra, the Diamond Sutra, the Great Prajna Sutra, the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and the Heart Sutra. They are currently chanting the Ksitigarbha Sutra. So what? You are not a person of the Buddhist sect, and you do not know that these 5 scriptures have different functions in guiding the spirits of the deceased. And there is a specific order. The Ksitigarbha Sutra can be used to guide the souls of the deceased, but it should be recited last. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva presides over the underworld, and this scripture is only recited after 7 days of a person's death, when their soul enters the underworld. It is used to help the deceased in the underworld escape the evil paths and be reborn into good paths. The small town was slaughtered only 2 days ago. It should be the rebirth mantra that is recited, not the Ksitigarbha Sutra. The little monk, Jie, had a puzzled expression on his face. Chapter 58, First Time Flying. Almost scared to pee, although Jie, the little monk, usually does not abide by the clear rules and precepts of Buddhism. As a disciple of the first temple in the human world, the Sea of Suffering Temple, and with a master renowned throughout the land, the Shinbei Divine Monk, he is well versed in Buddhist scriptures. The Ksitigarbha Sutra is known to be recited 7 days after death, which all Buddhist disciples should know. However, the residents of the small town have only been dead for 2 days. Their souls have not yet entered the underworld, and they are not yet in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's domain. If it were a small temple with few monks and little incense, it would be understandable for them to make such a low-level mistake due to their lack of understanding of Buddhist teachings. But this morning, Jesha had seen a group of nuns. They were practitioners who had arrived on golden clouds of Buddha light. Any temple with more than 10 practitioners is certainly not a small, wild fox Zen dojo, and their understanding of Buddhist teachings must be profound. How could they make such a low-level mistake? Lu Tongfeng sneered. You are a monk, and they are nuns. Perhaps the Buddhist rules between you are different. Let's hurry. Lingling and Dahe are still waiting for us in the temple. Is that so? Jesha the little monk was somewhat doubtful. He really hadn't interacted much with the nuns and couldn't rule out the possibility Lu Tongfeng mentioned. The human world of Buddhism is very complex. There are temples with only monks, nunneries with only nuns, and distinctions between Zen and esoteric Buddhism. The Sea of Suffering Temple, where Jesha the little monk is, belongs to the Zen sect of Buddhism. Perhaps the esoteric sect or the nunneries have different processes and rules for guiding the deceased than the Sea of Suffering Temple. Gradually letting go of his doubts, Jesha the little monk and Lu Tongfeng headed south. As soon as they left the small town, night had completely fallen. The snowy road was difficult to traverse, so Jesha took off the large wooden fish from his back. Little madman, let us fly back. You can fly, but I can't. You really can't? Of course not. I'm not a cultivator. How could I fly? Jesha rolled his eyes. Last night, he had seen Lu Tongfeng practicing. The pure yang and extremely strong aura released unconsciously during the practice was much more intense than his own, indicating that this little madman's cultivation was not beneath his own and might even be higher. Jesha couldn't understand why Lu Tongfeng denied being a cultivator while practicing in front of him. He thought Lu Tongfeng was testing him, so he didn't pursue the matter further. Since you can't fly, my magical tool is big enough to carry 2 people. I'll take you flying. You flower monk really has a sense of loyalty. I've never flown in my life. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I could also experience a cultivator flying. Lu Tongfeng was overjoyed. He had seen many cultivators flying high in the sky these past few days, and it made him envious. He really wanted to experience what flying felt like. Jesha the little monk formed a hand seal and quietly chanted a spell. The huge wooden fish suddenly emitted a faint golden glow and floated in front of them. Jesha grabbed Lu Tongfeng's wrist, leaped, and landed on the floating wooden fish. Lu Tongfeng thought it would sway like a boat, but unexpectedly, the large wooden fish was very stable. The two stood on it without shifting at all, giving the feeling of walking on solid ground. Under Jesha's urging, the large wooden fish flew about a yard above the ground, and the speed was not very fast. For the first time in his life, Lu Tongfeng was flying in the air, and everything felt fresh. At first, he was worried he would fall and become a pancake. But gradually he realized it didn't seem dangerous at all. I say, little monk, can you fly a bit higher? It's not even as high as the little saplings next to us. Just 3 miles. Why do you want to descend before we even take off? What is the point of flying that high? Then fly faster. At this speed, you're not even as fast as Dahe. This can be done. Hee hee. Hearing Jesha's somewhat lewd laugh, Lu Tongfeng felt something was wrong. What are you going to do? I'm going down. A startled cry startled many birds in the surrounding mountains and forests. The golden glowing wooden fish suddenly vanished with a whoosh. Slow down. Dahe was rolling in the snow at the entrance of the Earth Temple, seemingly very excited. Hearing Dahe's cries, Yulingling walked out of the Earth Temple, just in time to see Lu Tongfeng and Jesha the little monk standing on the large wooden fish, which landed with a whoosh in front of the small temple. When the large wooden fish was about 3 feet above the ground, Jesha the little monk threw Lu Tongfeng off. Lu Tongfeng's legs trembled, and he couldn't stand steady. Stinky monk, do you want my life? The little monk jumped off the wooden fish and carried it on his back again. Did you want to fly faster? How can you blame me? How was it, little madman? How does it feel to fly? Just okay. It's nothing special. Lu Tongfeng was completely like a dead duck, only having a hard mouth. All the way flying, his screams had not stopped. He screamed for 3 miles. You're back. It's windy outside. Come in quickly. Yulingling's voice came. Lu Tongfeng leaned against a large rock and waved his hand. You go in first. I'll go take a pee. Jesha the little monk laughed. No way. You got scared peeing just from flying such a short distance? You're talking nonsense. How could I be scared to pee? I haven't peed all day. It just happens that I need to go now. After Jesha the little monk and Yulingling entered the Earth Temple, Lu Tongfeng quickly unbuckled his belt. Almost. I almost didn't hold it. If he peed his pants in front of Yu Lingling, how could he still live? Now he finally felt comfortable. This 3-mile journey allowed Lu Tongfeng to experience the sensation of a cultivator flying in the air. It wasn't that great. After peeing, Lu Tongfeng moved his trembling hands and feet before walking into the earth temple. Jesha the little monk was taking out various living supplies they had purchased in the small town from his storage bag. There were various food ingredients, mountain delicacies, poultry, and beasts, enough for the 3 of them to feast for half a month. Today, Lu Tongfeng spent over 30 taels of silver on these supplies, which was quite a significant expenditure. Yu Lingling was very diligent and started to make a fire to cook. Lu Tongfeng wanted to help, but was driven away by Yu Lingling. She said she could handle it. Yu Lingling didn't know how to repay Lu Tongfeng and the little monk, so washing clothes and cooking was the only way she could repay them at present. Seeing Yu Lingling so persistent, Lu Tongfeng had no choice but to go to Jesha's side and take out a gourd to drink and chat with the little monk. As for Dahe, he lay by the makeshift stove, drooling over the various mountain delicacies and wild game hanging on the wall, courtesy of Yu Lingdang. Over the past few years of following his young master, he had always lived a hard life, barely getting enough to eat. Now, the tough days were finally coming to an end. Chapter 59, The 10 Fairies of the World, one of whom is not picky about food. Wow. Little madman, this wine of yours is quite good. The monk, Jesha, took a sniff of the wine handed to him by Lu Tongfeng, and immediately his small eyes lit up. Lu Tongfeng said, "Of course, this is an aged brew treasured by Fairy Fuyao for many years. I only have a little left in my gourd. If you hadn't taken me flying today, I wouldn't have been willing to bring it out. Just this small bowl, so drink it sparingly. Fairy Fuyao's wine. I must savor it." Jesha took a gentle sip and then became intoxicated by it. The wine was rich and fragrant, definitely a 100-year-old brew. Like Lu Tongfeng, Jesha was also a wine lover, and with just a small sip, he could tell that this wine was at least 100 years old. Lu Tongfeng chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you to be a fellow connoisseur, although I don't approve of a Buddhist disciple like you drinking and eating meat. Being a fellow wine enthusiast has certainly raised my opinion of you." The 2 sat by the fire, drinking from their bowls, but only daring to take small sips each time. Under the influence of the fine wine, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Naturally, when men gathered, the topic turned to women. Jesha laughed. "Little madman, this afternoon in town, you saw that fairy Yurong from the Xuanchu sect, didn't you? Isn't she beautiful? Not just beautiful, she is absolutely stunning. Especially her figure. TSK, truly deserving of the name Yurong. So who do you think is prettier, Fairy Yurong or Fairy Fuyao? The 2 of the 10 fairies of the world? That is hard to say. To be fair, in terms of appearance, temperament, and leg length, Fairy Fuyao should be superior. But in terms of figure, Fairy Fuyao can't compare to Yurong. It's hard to distinguish between the 2. If both of them wanted to marry me, I really wouldn't know how to choose." Jesha laughed heartily. "So it turns out I'm not the only one who finds it hard to choose. Little madman, you've only seen 2 of the 10 fairies so far. If you see the other 8, you'll probably be tossing and turning at night." Lu Tongfeng curiously asked, "Little monk, what do you mean by the 10 fairies?" "They are the 10 most outstanding young fairies recognized by the Tianji Pavilion 2 years ago, from both the righteous and demonic paths. Yun Fyao ranks 3rd, and Wei Yurong ranks 7th. What? Fuyao and Yurong look like this, and only rank 3rd and 7th? No way. The one ranked 1st must be extraordinary." Lu Tongfeng's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief and extreme longing. Jesha took another small sip of wine and said, "It seems you really don't understand the true cultivation world at all. Let me explain it to you tonight. 2 years ago, the Tianji Pavilion launched 2 lists for outstanding young people like us, called the 10 Young Masters and the 10 Fairies. Neither of us made it onto the Young Masters list, so we want to discuss that. But the 10 Fairies are quite noteworthy. They are as follows: Shangguan Yuling from the Changbai Mountain Tian, Su Ruoshui from the Donghai Penlai Wonderland, the Saintess Wushuang from the Demon Sect S Feihua Palace, Yun Fyao from the Tianyun Mountain Yun Tian Sect, the Demonist Yu Shaoyan from the Hawan Sect, the Witch Miao Sang from the Southern Wilderness, Wei Yurong from the Xuanchu Sect of Tsanglong Mountain, Heilong Gui, daughter of the Valley Master of the Demon Sect S Tianin Valley, Shunzer, a loose cultivator from the righteous Langya Cave, and the loose cultivator Dujian Fairy from the Demon Sect. All 10 of these fairies are under 40 years old, and not only do they possess profound cultivation, but they are also all exceptionally beautiful, each with their own unique characteristics. For instance, Fairy Fuyao is as cold as ice. The witch Miao Sang is as passionate as fire. Shun Zayer from Langya Cave is gentle as water. Helan Gui from Tianin Valley is ruthless. Shangguan Yuling from the Tian is pure as a fairy. Su Ruoshui from Penglai Wonderland is willful and domineering. And the Saintess Wushuang from Feihua Palace is mysterious and enigmatic. Especially Yu Xiaoyan from the Hahuan sect. She is alluring and charming, soft and delicate, and with just a glance, she can make a man feel weak and unable to resist. The main thing is that the dual cultivation method of the Hahuan sect is unparalleled in the world. And Yu Xiaoyan has deeply mastered the secret techniques of the Hahuan sect, making her an expert in serving men. Every man who has been with her has left no negative reviews. Although she is known to have a pair of jade arms that many men would dream of, countless men still hope to have dual cultivation with her. According to reliable sources, Yu Xiaoyan's long legs have once killed a man. Wait a minute, little monk. Let me interrupt you. Why do you describe the other fairies with a few strokes? But when it comes to that Yu Xiaoyan from the Hahuan sect, you go into great detail and can't stop talking? Plus, your expression right now is quite lewd. No, it's very lewd. Lu Tongfeng noticed Jiesha's odd behavior and his obvious bias towards Yu Xiaoyan, so he inquired. Jiesha chuckled. Let me put it this way. Among the 10 fairies of the world, aside from Yu Xiaoyan, the other 9 are all maidens. And I heard that Yu Xiaoyan is not picky about food. So I'm introducing her in detail for our future considerations. For our future considerations? What do you mean? Lu Tongfeng's face showed confusion as he asked. Before Jiesha could answer, Yu Lingdang, who was cooking, huffed, humph. What the monk means is, you and he have no chance with the other 9 fairies. But with that Yu Xiaoyan from the demon sect who is not picky, you might have a bit of a chance. Jiesha slapped his chubby thigh and said, Miss Lingdang, you're indeed sharp and intelligent. That's exactly what I meant. Although I heard that Yu Xiaoyan has been with many men, she is just too beautiful. And she is one of the 10 fairies renowned throughout the world. Little madman, with our current qualities, we wouldn't even be able to touch the other 9 fairies. But this Yu Xiaoyan seems to be not picky, so if we meet her in the future, won't we have a chance? Rather than fantasizing about those unrealistic ideals, it's better to focus on this Yu Xiaoyan who seems the most attainable. Lu Tongfeng was left speechless, staring in disbelief. Really, before meeting Jiesha, he thought he was the lewd one. Now, he felt like a virtuous gentleman reading the classics. Although Lu Tongfeng was eager to delve into this profound academic topic with Jiesha, with Yu Lingdang present, he couldn't express his true thoughts on the matter. He could only change the subject, saying, Little monk, with a lady present, we are both virtuous gentlemen, so let us not discuss that seductress. We can talk about this topic another day. Let me ask you, I've heard of Fairy Fuyao, and today that Wei Yurong also mentioned you, saying that your reputation has grown even larger than hers in the past 2 years. Are you famous in the mortal world? Jiesha's expression suddenly became a bit awkward. Stammering, he said, I don't have much fame in the mortal world. What that fairy said was just flattery, nothing to take seriously. Seeing Jiesha trying to cover something up with his drinking, Lu Tongfeng wasn't naive enough to believe his words. It was likely that this chubby monk's reputation wasn't good, which was why he was embarrassed to admit it. Lu Tongfeng wasn't surprised at all. A monk who drinks and eats meat and constantly thinks about battling with the demoness Yu Xiaoyan in bed, how could he possibly have a good reputation? Chapter 60. The Opportunity of Restraint. Tongfeng's Heart Method. Little monk, I've never asked you, how old are you this year? What level of cultivation do you have? Lu Tongfeng asked the question he was very curious about. The restraint little monk replied, I am 28 years old this year, with dull talent. And I am currently only at the initial stage of the 5th level of the Tao integration. Cough cough, Lu Tongfeng almost choked. Now he seemed to understand why this little monk, who lacked appearance and abs, had such a great reputation in the world. It was his cultivation. Lu Tongfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Fairy Fuyao is 30 this year, and is also at the initial stage of Tao integration. You're only 28 and already at Tao integration? You're even more impressive than Fairy Fuyao. The restraint little monk chuckled awkwardly. Luck, who can stop opportunity when it comes? Let us not talk about this. What? Little monk, you're already 28? I thought you were only 16 or 17. Yu Lingdang turned around, looking at the restraint monk in surprise. The restraint monk scratched his bald head and said, Miss Lingdang, you are not a cultivator, so there are many things you don't know. Cultivators, during their practice, expel all impurities and filth from their bodies, so they appear very young. Although I am 28 this year, I always maintain a youthful heart of an 18-year-old. Yu Lingdang understood and felt a hint of longing in her eyes. What girl doesn't wish to stay youthful forever? Lu Tongfeng stroked his chin, observing the restrained little monk with a somewhat strange expression. This guy, with a fat head and big ears, and a body full of fat. Didn't he look like a cultivation genius at all? How could he have such extraordinary talent? At 28. Reaching the Dao integration stage is a talent more impressive than Yun Fyao. The restrained little monk noticed Lu Tongfeng staring at him with a tilted head and squinted eyes. He shrank his not-so-obvious neck and chuckled. Little madman, could you stop looking at me with such strange eyes? I'm a bit scared. I can tell you clearly. My orientation is normal, and I have no interest in men. Lu Tongfeng said, don't think too much. I'm more normal than you. I just think the old saying is true. You can't judge a person by their appearance, nor can you measure the sea with a ladle. I didn't expect that with your looks. You are actually a rare cultivation genius. The restrained little monk seemed a bit shy and said, what rare cultivation genius? My current level of cultivation is purely due to luck. Luck? Cultivating in the Tao can rely on luck? I don't believe it. It really is luck. Anyway, you will find out sooner or later. I want to hide it from you. About a year ago, when I had just come down from the mountain to experience the world, I heard that the ancient Immortal mansion on Jiulong Mountain had its seal broken and reappeared in the world, so I went to join the fun. I happened to arrive just when that ancient Immortal mansion was opened. Hundreds of experts were fighting to seize the ancient treasures that might exist in the mansion. My skills are low, so I hid to watch. Suddenly, something flew out from the mansion and landed right in front of me. I really didn't plan to take that thing. Gaining this opportunity was purely luck. Oh, I understand now. You became famous because of this, right? Cough cough. There is indeed a bit of a reason, but that thing isn't anything special, just an expired elixir for washing the essence and expanding the dantian. That group of people crazily chased after me to snatch it, so I simply swallowed it. As a result, my dantian expanded 2 or 3 times, allowing me to jump from the 4th level of the nascent soul stage to the 5th level of Tao integration in one go. Otherwise, with my understanding, it would probably take me 30 to 50 years to reach the Tao integration stage. The restrained little monk laughed, seeming a bit shy, but his eyes were full of pride. Lu Tongfeng, however, unhesitatingly gave him a dismissive middle finger. The restrained little monk argued, I really just want to see the fun. I didn't plan to get any opportunities. You have to believe me. Lu Tongfeng rolled his eyes and sneered, don't explain to me. I'm not a cultivator and one snatch your expired piece of garbage elixir. The restrained little monk said, little madman, that's not interesting. I haven't hidden anything from you, so why are you pretending? Isn't you're probing enough? Lu Tongfeng was surprised and said, probing? What probing? Pretending, keep pretending. Your cultivation is not below mine. It might even be higher than mine. Doesn't that make you a cultivator? Lu Tongfeng frowned slightly and said, little monk, don't talk nonsense. What cultivation do I have? Higher than you? I just have a bit more strength. Hitting Lingdang is still hard work. The restrained little monk rolled his eyes and said, I saw you cultivating last night. Lingdang also saw it, right? Lingdang turned back to look at the two and nodded. Yes, I saw it last night too. Brother Feng, we've known each other since childhood. Yet you never told me you were a cultivator. Me? Cultivating? Oh, I understand now. You mean when I was meditating last night? That's not cultivation. It's just a method my master taught me to endure cold and hunger. Lu Tongfeng suddenly realized and explained to the two. Enduring cold and hunger? Just that? Little madman, are you still pretending with me? Is it interesting? We're friends. Why would I lie to you? The method my master taught me only helps me endure cold and hunger, gives me a bit more strength, and makes me run faster. It has no other use. Oh. The restrained little monk looked at Lu Tongfeng's serious expression and instantly became interested. He secretly activated his Buddhist visualization, and it seemed like golden Buddhist light was condensing in his eyes. He stared at Lu Tongfeng's expression and found that this guy didn't seem to be lying. This made the restrained little monk feel very surprised. Could it be that this guy doesn't know he is a master? Or did I misjudge him last night? The restrained little monk muttered to himself. He recalled that last night when Lu Tongfeng was cultivating, his skin turned red, the 3 flowers gathered at the top, and the 5 qi condensed. Even the temperature of the entire land temple rose rapidly. That pure yang and solid power could not be mistaken. Little madman, can I check your pulse? You want to check my pulse too? Also, is there someone else who wants to check your pulse? Yes, a few days ago. Fairy Fyao didn't believe I wasn't a cultivator and insisted on examining my body. Later, she gave up because I hadn't bathed for months. Oh, I don't mind. How about I check your pulse? Tongfeng thought, since Yun Fyao has left. Letting this flower monk check my pulse to see if I have a spiritual root is also a good choice. Suddenly, Dahe, who was drooling on the stove, lifted his head. He seemed to want to stop like last time, but after his bluish eyes moved a few times, he lay back down and continued to drool. The bond with the divine sword had been established, and the seal on Tongfeng had been broken. Dahe knew he no longer needed to protect the secrets on Tongfeng.